Chapter 1. The Titan form of the human fruit. The ocean stretched out in a deep azure, its vastness seemingly endless. Ron awoke from his tumultuous slumber. Where have I arrived? Am I still alive? 3 years ago, Ron had traversed into this world and discovered that it was the realm of One Piece. For these 3 years, he had resided in a quaint village, leading a tranquil and uneventful life. It turned out that this world harbored such beautiful villages, delightful villagers, and countless kind-hearted companions. Ron felt that this world was somewhat different from what he had envisioned. He was well aware of the nature of the pirate world. It was a realm governed by the law of the jungle, exceedingly terrifying, where ordinary individuals existed like mere ants. At times, a moment's carelessness could cost one their life. Yet, upon arriving in this world, he discovered that it was not as arduous as he had imagined. In the small village, harmony and beauty prevailed. The villagers toiled at dawn and rested at dusk, embodying the pastoral ideal that many longed for. However, ultimately, reality triumphed over fantasy. He had hoped that this idyllic existence would endure, but who could have anticipated that the small village was so fragile before the onslaught of pirates? Easily crushed like a watermelon struck by a sharp bullet? I'm still alive. Ron touched his head and surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. What on earth has happened? His head throbbed painfully, seemingly unable to recall the recent events, though in truth, he was unwilling to confront those painful memories. For an individual, at times, the best approach to facing suffering is to evade it. Confronting the harshness of life can be exceedingly brutal. Yet, one must always remember that pain does not vanish, it merely shifts. If one lives a life of ease, do not forget that there are those who bear the burdens for you. But now, Ron found himself without friends, with nowhere to transfer his pain, and no one willing to shoulder the weight for him. Thus, he had no choice but to face it alone. Indeed, the pirates had arrived, and the majority of the villagers sought to flee swiftly. Yet, when confronted by pirates, how could they hope to escape? Many fell victim to violence and humiliation. Ron and his friends watched in terror, wishing fervently that he possessed some savior's power to turn the tide at a critical moment, to rescue his friends and family. Alas, reality was cruel. He had nothing. He could only remember the flames that engulfed everything and the despairing gazes of countless individuals. As for what transpired afterward, he could no longer recall. He only knew that many urged him to escape, and he fled in a frenzy, lost and weeping. In the face of adversity, many believed they would summon the courage to bravely combat malevolent forces. However, more often than not, their legs turned to jelly, rendering them weak and powerless. At that moment, Ron felt the same. He lacked the courage to fight, and as a young boy, what strength did he possess to alter the course of battle? That feeling was the most regretful and painful, watching helplessly as his once beloved friends and family suffered, unable to assist, only able to flee. Who could truly understand that heartache? In light of the current situation, Ron could only feel regret. Yet, regret solves nothing. First, vengeance must be sought. Only by continuously enhancing his strength could he hope to exact revenge. As he departed from that place, Ron only remembered one person named Hulong. I will surely avenge you for my friends. I hope to receive some grand gifts. At times, people are like this. When faced with difficulties, they yearn for assistance, while in times of ease, they may not contemplate such matters. Much like how many seek divine intervention before an examination, neglecting to study diligently beforehand. This often leads to last-minute efforts yielding little effect. Ron was perhaps one of those individuals. When life was good, he overlooked the brutality of the world, believing that this small village could remain untouched in the depths of the ocean. Having traversed here for 3 years, Ron initially yearned for a golden opportunity to traverse this world unhindered, to reach the pinnacle of greatness. Yet, as time passed, the golden opportunity never arrived, nor did any bounty of traversing gifts. Reluctantly, he abandoned that hope and settled into a peaceful existence, finding joy in the simplicity of ordinary days. This naivety stemmed from a lack of profound understanding of the world. It has always been merciless, a realm where the strong devour the weak. If one is not strong, survival becomes exceedingly difficult, and the notion of an idyllic paradise is utterly illusory. Ron drifted aimlessly in his boat, his mind clouded with memories of sorrowful past events. At times, one should not view this world through rose-colored glasses. One must deeply recognize the myriad issues lurking beneath the surface. If these problems remain unresolved, the harmony and beauty will never endure, akin to a castle in the air, destined for destruction. Thus, he drifted for an indeterminate period, the sea calm and serene, devoid of any sea king's ambush. A stroke of luck for Ron. As he pondered these thoughts, dark clouds suddenly obscured the sun. A massive bird soared overhead. Then, An object resembling a bird's egg struck Ron squarely on the head. Ouch, just when I thought I was lucky. What a massive bird droppings. Ron had initially thought it was merely a large bird's excrement, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was not just that, it was a devil fruit. Could this possibly be my compensation? The fate of the celestial bird has descended upon me. Could I be considered a child of destiny? Legend has it that a concubine of the Emperor Ku from the Five Emperors, named Jian, while bathing, was visited by a bird that dropped an egg which she consumed. Afterward, she bore Qi, the progenitor of merchants, leading to the establishment of the Yinshang dynasty for 6 centuries. Had Ron encountered a similar fate today? Of course, consuming this would not lead to pregnancy or childbirth, but it undeniably was a devil fruit. I shall eat it first. Ron had some knowledge of devil fruits, yet he was uncertain about the type and abilities of this particular fruit, having never seen a devil fruit compendium. There are powerful devil fruits, as well as those deemed useless. However, since it was delivered by a bird, it could be considered fate, so Ron decided to consume the devil fruit. Could be the bird fruit, if only it were a mythical zoan type. As it turned out, Ron was partially correct. This fruit was not the bird fruit, but indeed a mythical zoan type. To think it is the human fruit, mythical zoan titan form. It seems my revenge is within reach. Ron felt elated. This fruit was immensely powerful, and he was confident he could develop its potential. Chapter 2. I will handle it. The Moby Dick. At this moment, a banquet was underway aboard the ship, with numerous squad leaders and Whitebeard indulging in merriment. Such festivities frequently occurred on this pirate vessel. Everyone enjoyed a joyous life. All were sons of the sea, and all were sons of their father. Under their father's protection, they lived happily. Suddenly, a person rushed in, flustered, and whispered into Marco's ear. Marco's expression, once smiling, shifted abruptly. Continue your revelry, I have matters to attend to. Whitebeard had intended to inquire about the situation, but as Marco departed, he trusted his ability to handle it. After many years, Marco had risen from an intern to the captain of the 1st Division, possessing formidable strength and adeptly managing affairs, earning the unwavering trust of his comrades. Are you saying that a small village near our father's homeland has been ravaged by a pirate crew? This is Whitebeard's territory. Who dares to inflict harm? This matter is still under investigation. Our subordinates will report any developments immediately. Given the village's proximity to our father's homeland and your oversight, we regard it with utmost seriousness. The messenger was named Macrez, a crewmate under Marco, with a bounty of 300 million berries. He was, after all, a significant pirate. I have always been tasked with protecting our father's homeland, which is also quite elusive. How could a pirate crew infiltrate? Marco felt a surge of anger for him. Certain matters were beyond reproach, and their father's homeland was a sacred line. The homeland of Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, had always been under Marco's protection. Moreover, this location was exceedingly secretive, difficult for anyone to locate. The small village that recently suffered tragedy is not the hometown of the old man, yet lies in close proximity, serving as a gateway to his homeland. Should this place fall into ruin, the old man's home would inevitably be exposed to the gaze of others. Marquez stated with utmost seriousness. Were it an ordinary village facing destruction, Marquez could have managed the situation himself. However, given its connection to the old man's homeland, he deemed it necessary to report the matter to Margot for further deliberation. We must undoubtedly bolster security measures. What is the current state of affairs in the village? A flicker of hope remained in Margot's heart, for this was the territory of the Whitebeard who would dare to slaughter innocents without consequence. The situation is dire. Nearly all the villagers have been slain. Only one individual, a man named Ron, has managed to escape. Due to the village's proximity to the Whitebeard's homeland, the Whitebeard pirates had always taken a keen interest in the population of these small villages, knowing every name and detail with clarity. The newcomer, Ron, had naturally been registered, yet the Whitebeard pirates had never interfered with the village's peaceful existence, allowing it to thrive like a hidden utopia, free from worries. This Ron may very well be the last ember of this village. I implore you to find him. I wish to personally mentor him, Margot said with grave intensity. He held the old man's homeland in high regard and felt a profound responsibility to safeguard it. Although this small village was not technically part of the old man's homeland, its close vicinity rendered it significant. We must conduct thorough investigations of all villages near the old man's homeland. Every gateway must be protected with utmost diligence. I hope to prevent any recurrence of such a tragedy, Margot expressed, visibly enraged. After delegating further tasks, he retreated to enjoy a drink, deeming such minor matters to be handled by his subordinates. As the captain of the 1st Division, he could not afford to act impulsively. Indeed, I shall conduct a thorough investigation, Marquez replied earnestly to Margot before departing to pursue the matter. Ron could hardly fathom that the small village he called home was situated near the Whitebeard's homeland, effectively serving as its gateway. Unbeknownst to him, the tranquility of his village stemmed from the protection afforded by the Whitebeard. Moreover, he never anticipated that his name would be recorded. Now, even Margot was aware of who he was. Upon returning, Marquez immediately instructed his subordinates to search for Ron, directing them based on the known whereabouts. Lovema, lead a team to search in that direction. I suspect he might have drifted out to sea or, worse, met with misfortune. However, we must see him alive or recover his body. If he is alive, Captain Margot wishes to mentor him personally. Marquez diligently executed Margot's orders, recognizing Ron's potential to become Margot's apprentice, and thus felt inclined to ensure his safety. Lovema, a responsible and dedicated officer under Marquez, had a bounty of 80 million berries, making him one of the more formidable members of Marquez's crew. Hence, Marquez entrusted him with the search at sea. Thus, the Whitebeard pirates commenced their quest to locate Ron. Meanwhile, Ron had drifted to a small island, where he began his rigorous training regimen. His ability to transform was still fleeting, as he had only recently consumed a devil fruit and had yet to fully comprehend its capabilities. Only 3 minutes? And during those 3 minutes, I feel like a mere shadow of Ultraman. Once the time is up, I am left powerless. Ron felt a pang of disappointment. The fruit undoubtedly held immense power, yet its current limitations left much to be desired. Perhaps Ultraman is superior, at least he could unleash dynamic light waves. As for me, my transformation grants me only a slight boost in strength, hardly significant. As he spoke, Ron delivered a powerful punch that felled a towering tree. While this strength appears formidable, it requires charging. My body remains somewhat clumsy and unrefined. In the heat of battle, who will afford me the luxury of gathering strength? Thus, he resolved to enhance his agility through training. The Ron of now was no longer the same individual he once was. Having endured such experiences, he had come to realize that peace and tranquility were rare in this world. To survive, he must work diligently and become stronger. Only by gaining strength could he hope to navigate this perilous world. Otherwise, he would not dare venture deep into the island, for encountering a fierce beast could prove perilous. I sense that this current form is not my ultimate manifestation. In this state, I find myself somewhat heavy and unwieldy. I must practice leaping and maneuvering. And so, Ron embarked on a life of relentless training in the mountains, oblivious to the passage of time. Chapter 3. The Pirate Poacher. In the mountains, time seemed to stand still as Ron dedicated himself to rigorous training. Initially, he dared only to traverse the periphery of the small island, even hesitating to venture deeper for fear of the unknown. He understood that he was merely an ordinary individual despite the enhancements from the devil fruit. He was not invincible. Thus, he confined himself to the outskirts, honing his strength and foraging for wild fruits to stave off hunger. Eventually, he lost track of time, consuming every fruit within reach of the island's perimeter. It was time to delve deeper. In a densely wooded island such as this, numerous ferocious beasts surely awaited him. It was time to engage these creatures in combat. After all, he had subsisted solely on fruits for too long. This could hinder his ability to develop the fruit's powers. Given his large frame, subsisting solely on fruits was simply impractical. Of course, many large animals are herbivores. For instance, elephants and even ancient triceratops were massive creatures that feasted on plants. Yet Ron was human despite possessing a powerful fruit. He was not an animal. As he ventured further, he finally encountered some ferocious beasts. A vividly colored tiger with subtle patterns on its head emerged before him. He glared at Ron with predatory intent, refraining from attacking. Instead, he emitted a low growl, serving as a warning. This signified his rising anger, cautioning Ron to vacate his territory. Though they were strangers, he seemed to contemplate making Ron his first meal. Ron unexpectedly bowed to the tiger, leaving the creature somewhat perplexed. What was this gesture? Was it a precursor to an attack? In truth, the tiger sensed the correctness of the situation. Ron's action stemmed from gratitude for the sustenance provided by the tiger. In the next instant, he took decisive action. With remarkable speed, he lunged forward and transformed his stance into a powerful punch, aimed directly at the tiger's head. Yet, what is a tiger? It is the sovereign of this domain. Having witnessed countless spectacles, after deftly evading the blow, it initiated an offensive against Ron. However, just as it was about to complete its assault, the tiger abruptly darted to the side, as though startled by an unseen force. Could it be that I have awakened a sense of dominance, sending this formidable beast fleeing in fear? Ron found the situation rather incredulous. In truth, it was not merely the aura of dominance that caused this. Rather, it was due to his own rigorous training that his physique had grown considerably more imposing. Such a colossal figure, suddenly manifesting, naturally exudes an overwhelming sense of pressure that is rather intimidating. A towering presence inherently possesses a formidable aura. Legend speaks of the renowned warlord, Xiangyu, who, in his youth, was noted for his lack of interest in learning, be it military strategies or other disciplines. Yet, he was undeniably fierce in battle, seldom encountering defeat. What lay at the heart of this phenomenon? It was his extraordinary height and strength. Standing like an iron tower, he instilled a profound sense of trepidation in others, making them falter in his presence. In this instance, Ron seemed to embody a similar essence, having grown to an impressive height of approximately 6 meters. This stature indeed evokes a sense of fear. Consequently, the tiger began to flee in haste. Do not attempt to escape. I have already expressed my gratitude, and you cannot leave. At this moment, Ron was no longer the novice who had just acquired this fruit. After a period of rigorous training, his speed had significantly improved, and he had gained a certain level of mastery over his current physique. He sprinted swiftly, and due to his towering height, his velocity was remarkable. The tiger, in a desperate attempt to flee, had transformed from a creature that seemed capable of effortlessly crushing the bones of a human with a single pounce into a mere behemoth in Ron's eyes. Alas, it was futile. The tiger could not escape. Ron seized its tail and yanked it back. Thus, Ron indulged in a feast of tiger meat. Had I unknowingly grown this powerful? Ron felt a flicker of joy, but he swiftly cast the thought aside. In this world, there exist numerous formidable beings. One must never indulge in pride or complacency, for it could lead to a dire fate. After consuming the tiger's meat, Ron embarked on a deeper exploration of the island, eager to discover what wild creatures might engage him in combat, for perhaps the tiger was not the mightiest of them all. Time eluded him, and countless years seemed to pass as he feasted upon many of the larger beasts that roamed the forest. Ron is not a cruel person. Before consuming any animal, he bows in gratitude for the sustenance they provide. He cannot continue this way, for if he does, this island may transform into an ordinary place devoid of wildlife. Such destruction of the ecosystem would be regrettable, and perhaps it is time for him to depart. Recently, Ron has resumed his fasting, subsisting on wild fruits in preparation for his imminent departure. He has honed every conceivable exercise he could devise. Yet, to swiftly become formidable, mere self-training will not suffice for his advancement. Even if he were extraordinarily strong, one pair of fists cannot contend against 4 hands. In this world, it is challenging for an individual to instigate significant change. He must enlist in the Navy, for only they possess scientifically sound training methods and the means to effectively combat those loathsome pirates. In Ron S. mind, pirates have never represented a commendable image. His disdain for them has deepened following his recent experiences. Thus, he has resolved on his future path to join the Navy and eradicate pirates to the greatest extent possible. If such incidents can occur in serene and peaceful villages, how many others in this world are enduring the scourge of piracy? On this island, he has encountered peculiar creatures. Indeed, a colossal monster unlike any he has ever seen, far larger than ordinary animals, rendering many of the local fauna no match for it. How intriguing! He must discover what this bizarre creature is. Suddenly, he hears footsteps approaching. It is evident that the strange animal he spoke of might be referring to Ron. Could it be a user of a devil fruit? Regardless of its nature, such a rare specimen would fetch a handsome price if captured. One can only imagine the current taste of the celestial dragons. Indeed, if it were a devil fruit user, it might even garner considerable interest. As the voices draw nearer, Ron begins to feel a sense of anxiety. He is somewhat knowledgeable about rare animals. Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, has an affinity for collecting them. Initially, he suspected these individuals might belong to her, but now it seems otherwise. They are likely intent on capturing Ron to sell him to the celestial dragons. Chapter 4. The Weir Brothers. He should remain hidden within this thicket. Are you certain he hasn't left? Rest assured, our team has been observing for quite some time. He has not made an exit. Good. This time we shall bring him back. This will undoubtedly be a significant achievement. The two continue their conversation as they slowly close in on Ron. Ron, to be honest, felt a twinge of anxiety. After escaping from his small village, he had drifted to this island. Although he had consumed a devil fruit, he had yet to engage in a formal battle with any pirates. Just as Ron was contemplating his next move, he was already discovered. This seemed quite ordinary. One burly man, sporting a thick beard and bearing scars on his arms, remarked, "You don't understand the advantages he possesses. Once he transforms, you'll realize he is undoubtedly one of the strangest creatures in existence. Meanwhile, a slender figure, tall and marked by a scar at the corner of his bearded face, added, "In that case, let us proceed." They harbored no intentions of negotiating with Ron. Upon sighting him, they immediately began firing their weapons. It appeared that this was the way of pirates, resorting to gunfire at the slightest provocation. Ron instinctively launched his assault. He swiftly charged forward, directly targeting the burly man. Could he possibly be faster than a bullet? The burly man's eyes were filled with disdain as he aimed his gun at Ron and pulled the trigger. Indeed, it was foolish. There was no need to kill him. Merely to incapacitate him for capture would suffice. The lean man concurred, aiming his pistol at Ron's legs. In their eyes, Ron was merely a slightly more formidable beast, utterly outmatched by their firearms. As Ron commenced his transformation mid-stride, his stature surged dramatically, his physique expanding to a formidable size. The two men, one stout and the other lean, gazed with gleaming eyes, akin to merchants beholding a treasure of immeasurable worth rushing towards them. Without hesitation, they hastily pulled the triggers of their weapons. With such a sizable target, failure to incapacitate him would indeed be a travesty. Yet, their aspirations were in vain. Ron had undergone rigorous training over the years. Though he had never engaged in combat with another human, he had consistently challenged ferocious beasts, honing his speed in pursuit of formidable prey. In no time, he reached the men, seizing their arms and swinging them with ease. In that instant, their bodies lost equilibrium, rendering them incapable of firing their weapons. Ron hurled them into the air and slammed them down, reminiscent of how the Hulk captured Loki. However, unlike the Hulk, Ron employed both hands in his formidable display. Occasionally, the two brutish men would collide midair. In the realm of pirates, it is commonly understood that defeating foes suffices. However, Ron held a different perspective, one that diverged from Luffy's values. Having arrived in this world, he witnessed the devastation of his village, where numerous villagers were plundered. Yet those pirates merely incapacitated the residents without confronting them directly, stealing only material possessions while committing heinous acts of murder and arson. With each passing thought, Ron's anger intensified, and his relentless movements did not cease. Due to the velocity and strength of his actions, the two men became disoriented, robbed of their ability to resist. They began to plead for mercy, crying out in desperation, yet Ron remained undeterred. After all, these men intended to sell Ron to the celestial dragons. Sparing their lives would be akin to a grave misjudgment on his part. Their continuous whirling resulted in anguished cries from both individuals. Ultimately, their plight attracted the attention of others. This time, the effort to apprehend Ron was not in the hands of two but rather a gang. These two men were among the more capable within their group. If they failed to subdue Ron and allowed him to escape, an encirclement awaited outside. "What is happening? Hurry, go check." "Did the Vale brothers fail?" inquired a figure clad in a red cloak, holding a gun in his left hand and a sword at his waist, adorned with a pirate hat and a red beard. If any Navy personnel were present, they would undoubtedly recognize him as one of the more notorious pirates in the vicinity. Katakuri, with a bounty of 30 million berries. While such a bounty was insufficient for survival in the New World, it had yet to reach inflationary levels. And he was merely engaged in trade with Sabaody Archipelago No. 1. Having drifted close to Sabaody, Captain Katakuri heard reports that the Vale brothers appeared to be dead. "Is that so? I shall investigate. You surround the area. If anyone emerges, shoot to capture them immediately." The Vale brothers were Katakuri's most competent subordinates. If they could not handle this situation, he would have to intervene personally. As he ventured deeper into the thicket, Katakuri beheld Ron continuing to maniacally slam the two men, who were now covered in wounds and drenched in blood, seemingly on the brink of death. Witnessing this, Katakuri felt a pang of sorrow. Cultivating such capable subordinates required considerable effort, and without them, he would have to undertake such captures personally in the future. However, upon observing Ron's massive physique, his initial sorrow rapidly dissipated, replaced by exhilaration. Capturing someone of Ron's caliber would fetch a handsome price, making the loss of two subordinates seem trivial. At that moment, it appeared Ron had lost all semblance of reason. Katakuri swiftly drew his pistol and aimed for Ron's knee, pulling the trigger. Yet, in the next instant, an astonishing event unfolded. Ron had inexplicably vanished from his original position, leaving his whereabouts unknown. Here he was. It turned out that Ron had sensed the imminent arrival of others, and from the onset, he was aware that capture operations typically involved multiple participants, compelling him to prepare for such an eventuality. Thus, he had been patiently waiting for others to enter, rather than stepping into their encirclement. He preferred to lure them in and dismantle them one by one. More importantly, at that moment, Ron lacked the ability to perceive the presence of others and was unaware of how many individuals were surrounding him. Therefore, it was prudent for him to remain deep within the thicket, as he was exceedingly familiar with this environment, having dwelled there for an extended period. Consequently, upon spotting an intruder, Ron was poised to launch his assault. His continued struggle against the two adversaries was a calculated move to disorient them. At that moment, Ron had transformed, his stature was immense, and his field of vision had expanded. Thus, when the man clad in pirate attire with a crimson beard entered, Ron immediately detected his presence. Just as the red-bearded man prepared to strike, Ron leapt into action. After extensive training, his jumping ability had reached approximately 3 meters, creating the illusion for the pirate that he had vanished into thin air. Then, at that precise moment, Ron descended with force, landing a powerful kick squarely on the pirate's abdomen. Ron possessed few offensive techniques. His sole weapon was his own strength. With a single blow, the Redbeard was rendered incapacitated, meeting his demise. Chapter 5. The Annihilation of 4. Had Ron been aware that the bounty on Cloacras was 30 million, he would have been utterly astounded. To think he could obliterate a pirate with such a substantial bounty in a single strike. This incident was, in part, a consequence of underestimation. For many years, Cloacras had engaged in trading activities with the islands of Sabaody, establishing his own network and employing unique methods that resulted in rare failures. Thus, he approached this operation with the same casual demeanor as always, intending to conclude his task smoothly and reap the rewards. His attitude lacked seriousness, compounded by his limited understanding of Ron's capabilities. In an instant, before he could even harness the full might of his 30 million bounty, he was vanquished by Ron. Ron gazed upon the lifeless body at his feet. It appeared to belong to an individual resembling a captain. Clad in attire reminiscent of Roger's, a crimson ensemble complemented by a flowing cape and a quintessential pirate hat. Should he don this garb and fight his way through the fray? After a moment's contemplation, Ron concluded that this course of action was indeed prudent. Although lurking within the depths of the thicket, awaiting the enemy's advance might offer him an advantage due to his familiarity with the terrain, the presence of the opposing captain, whom Ron had just slain, signaled a diminished threat from formidable adversaries outside. Thus, this presented a fortuitous opportunity. Remaining hidden in the dense forest would render him excessively passive. Surely, after the downfall of this pirate crew, others would soon follow. Ron is confident in his allure. Perhaps, aside from mermaids, he too possesses an undeniable charm. Having dealt with this pirate crew, it is certain that others will follow, resulting in an incessant barrage of attacks from numerous adversaries. Even with Ron's immense strength, he would find himself at a loss. Given the circumstances, if several skilled fighters aboard the enemy ship have already perished, now may present an opportune moment to make his exit. Ron merely made a rough judgment, which could be considered a gamble. Donning this attire would at least evoke a sense of familiarity in those outside. If he could overpower them, he would engage. If not, he would flee. As long as he stepped out clad in this garment, the opponents would undoubtedly call out to him, and the name they uttered would reveal the identity of the individual. Thus, Ron removed the body from the clothing and adorned himself with the garment. When Ron is not transformed, his height is quite average, making the fit of the clothing just right. After donning the attire, Ron strode out with a swagger. Although he felt a twinge of nervousness, he was determined to adopt a nonchalant gait. "Captain, where are you headed?" After Ron stepped outside, he lowered his head, pressing his hand against the brim of his hat. Glancing furtively from the corners of his eyes to ascertain the number of individuals present, he then contemplated turning his back on them and departing, curious to hear how they would refer to him. To his surprise, he overheard them proclaiming themselves as captains. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that there were indeed 10 individuals. However, each of them was armed with a firearm, making a swift resolution rather challenging. Ron had never been shot, yet he understood that he could not bear the burden any longer. What if he could not withstand the pressure? Lowering the weapon had ensured safety. The two of them had already dealt with that individual. There was no need for everyone to remain so tense. Ron attempted to issue commands to them, curious to see if they would comply. After all, he had never heard the captain's voice and could not mimic it. "Let us prepare for the feast, for fortune is about to smile upon us. My throat feels a bit uncomfortable. I shall take a moment to adjust." Ron, fearing that they might detect the peculiarities in his voice, wove a tale while simultaneously testing their obedience to his commands. To his surprise, they complied, and everyone set about preparing for the banquet. It seemed evident that these individuals had often succeeded in their endeavors before. Their vigilance had waned. Alternatively, it might be that they had previously engaged in collaborations, securing their prey without the fear of others encroaching upon it. Ron strolled to the side and surveyed the current situation. 10 individuals were busy preparing for a banquet, with a pirate ship anchored not far away. Naturally, among these 10, some harbored suspicions about him, though none had yet revealed their thoughts. As he observed the scene, he pondered how he might extricate himself. What had happened to the captain? Why had he not come over? The tone of voice had shifted. Perhaps he was feeling unwell or had caught a cold. Nonetheless, Ron was eager to witness the wondrous creature, and once the Vale brothers emerged, they would certainly have a thorough look. Indeed, it was prudent to remain occupied and prepare for the celebration. It seemed they were on the verge of a significant fortune. For why else would the captain be so insistent on hastening the banquet? Laughter and chatter filled the air, yet some remained wary, occasionally glancing at Ron's condition. After much contemplation, Ron could devise no better plan than to swiftly approach and see if he could board the ship. However, another dilemma loomed. If he managed to board but could not swiftly set sail, it might provoke a backlash from these individuals. The danger of being shot at by so many was palpable. Surely, a banquet without meat would be inadequate. Apart from the extraordinary creature, there were numerous large animals present. Perhaps a few could be hunted and brought back, while the rest prepared the necessary provisions. Having worked diligently throughout the day, the group was growing hungry. Upon hearing Ron's suggestion, some realized that indeed, there were animals available. Preparing a hearty meal for all would be splendid. And the following day they could transport the marvelous creature, securing a substantial profit. Thus, individuals ventured into the depths of the forest. Observing them disappear into the thicket, Ron followed suit. The remaining individuals noticed the captain seemed to have vanished but paid it little mind. For what need was there for the captain to explain his actions to them? Ron pursued them into the fray, biding his time for the opportune moment. As the 4 adversaries dispersed slightly, he launched a swift offensive. With a single, decisive punch, he shattered one man's skull, simultaneously seizing the firearm from his grasp. The entire sequence transpired with astonishing rapidity. In the aftermath of the fatal blow, as the nearby individual began to comprehend the attack on his companion, Ron had already aimed and fired the weapon. Due to their proximity, this person was the first to react to the assault on his ally. Although Ron's shot did not strike a vital area, it nonetheless inflicted a grievous wound upon the man's leg. Without hesitation, Ron advanced and delivered a lethal blow, reclaiming the firearm once more. Meanwhile, the 2 individuals in the distance sensed something amiss and turned to investigate, yet they discerned nothing out of the ordinary. In a dramatic descent, Ron seized their heads and struck them together with tremendous force, extinguishing their lives. After vanquishing 4 foes, Ron found no respite. For 6 adversaries still remained outside. The pressing question loomed: how would he confront the remaining 6? Chapter 6. The annihilation of the Karakla's pirate crew. Why have they not returned for such an extended period? You lot, go and investigate. The current situation is indeed suspicious. Those who ventured into the forest have yet to emerge. With so many individuals, how can they not subdue a large beast? Truly, they are inept. Although Ron now appears quite suspicious, his crew remains unresponsive, likely due to a long-standing fear of their captain. Thus, they may have never dared to look him in the eye, nor have they perceived any oddities in his behavior. Even if they did, they would not express their concerns. Following the captain's orders, 4 more individuals, armed with their firearms, ventured into the forest, prepared to uncover the truth behind the unfolding events. Now, only 2 members remain outside. Ron gradually approached them as they busied themselves with preparations for the feast. You 2 are quite impressive, indeed, he remarked. The sudden praise caught the 2 young pirates off guard. There existed a certain distance between them and their captain. Often, such a gap is prevalent between leaders and their subordinates, with some employees harboring a modicum of apprehension towards their superiors. In this particular pirate crew, the dynamics were distinct. While some crews foster camaraderie among their members, others, like this one, tended to embody a hierarchical structure, creating a significant divide between ranks. This disparity rendered Ron's compliments even more surprising for the 2 young pirates. Thank you for your kind words, Captain. We shall strive to do our utmost. In the future, we will certainly work as diligently as the others for you. Upon hearing this, Ron realized that these 2 individuals were likely newcomers to the crew, colloquially referred to as interns in this world. Ah, so you 2 are interns aboard this ship, are you? Indeed, Captain. My name is Kuchi, and I have been here for 6 months. A splendid name, Ron replied. Ron nodded in agreement. Captain, I am Pace, and I have been here for half a year. Upon witnessing the commendation bestowed upon his comrade Cookie, Pace felt compelled to introduce himself as well. Do you know what business our pirate crew is involved in? Naturally, A newcomer who has spent 6 months within the crew would possess a clear understanding of their operations. Yet, Ron still felt the urge to inquire. He was curious about the intentions that led the two of them to join this crew. A pirate crew engaged in trade with Sabaody Archipelago? No. One was bound to be involved in rather unsavory dealings. It was astonishing that so many were drawn to such distasteful enterprises, including trainees. Of course, we aim to trade with Sabaody Archipelago No. 1. Each time we do, we amass considerable wealth, Cookie explained. It seems you are quite familiar with our business, Cookie. You truly are an excellent crew member. I suspect a promotion may be in your near future. Thank you, Captain. Cookie was elated by the captain's unexpected enthusiasm. This was the first time in half a year that the captain had engaged with him in such a manner, even recalling his name. What are your aspirations? What future plans do you envision upon joining our pirate crew? Such inquiries were quite typical. Leaders often posed similar questions. In the realm of piracy, many captains strive to lead their crew towards prosperity through various means. However, most captains resort to the simplest methods, plundering and subsequently distributing the spoils. To inspire loyalty among their subordinates, the most direct approach lies in the fair distribution of riches. Of course, in this world, there are crews bound by genuine camaraderie, navigating the seas together through trials and triumphs. Yet, this bond forged through shared experiences, sailing through adversity and fortune, may be better described as adventurers rather than mere pirates. Many pirates operate in a manner where the crew follows the captain's commands, engaging in rampant pillaging. Within such crews, the primary connection between superiors and subordinates often hinges upon the allocation of wealth. Ron, having traversed through realms, understood the paramount importance of envisioning a grand future. As the captain of a business-minded pirate crew, he recognized that to lead effectively, one must inspire hope and ambition. In order to motivate his crew to labor diligently, it often proved beneficial to paint an enticing picture of their aspirations. Above all, discussions should revolve around lofty ideals rather than mere material wealth. After all, while the captain may reap the rewards, it is the dedicated efforts of the crew, driven by their dreams, that embody the true essence of value. It may sound amusing, yet we aspire to become the aristocrats of the world, Pace asserted with unwavering conviction. Ah, such a noble aspiration. Pray tell, why do you desire to ascend to the ranks of global nobility? Ron inquired, prompting Pace to feel a tinge of embarrassment. Nevertheless, he proceeded to elucidate. In the realm of Sabaody Archipelago, all nobility must heed the whims of the world's aristocrats. Even the seating arrangements reflect this hierarchy. Common nobles are relegated to the lower tiers, while the world's nobles enjoy their own exclusive seats. The auction items they covet are beyond the competition of others. And as they traverse through the common populace, all must bow in reverence. Truly, it is a sight of great majesty. Indeed, you possess aspirations and ambitions worthy of admiration. Ron patted Pace on the shoulder while casting a glance at Kiki. What are your aspirations? Are they akin to his? Kiki replied, my ambition is to become a king, where all the riches of the realm belong to me. I could plunder the citizens at will, taking their wealth and their women to my palace without hesitation. As he spoke, Kiki's face flushed slightly. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, since Ron had inquired, he spoke candidly. Very well, very well. Your dreams shall soon come to fruition. Ron laughed heartily. After his laughter subsided, he immediately took action, grasping two heads and forcefully colliding them together. In that fleeting moment, Ron exerted all his strength, catching them off guard, leading to their demise. Once he had dealt with the two, Ron felt that the four individuals had been in the forest for quite some time, and it was time to confront them. Thus, he ventured deeper into the woods, armed with his firearm. Meanwhile, the four companions had discovered the bodies of their comrades, their anxiety palpable. How could they have perished? Weren't they here for hunting? How did they meet their end here? Who could have done this? It was perilous indeed. Perhaps we should turn back instead. How will we explain this to the captain upon our return? We must tell the truth. The situation is beyond our control. And what of the Veer brothers? Why haven't they emerged yet? Do you think the captain is acting strangely? The captain? Perhaps. His voice seems off, possibly due to a cold. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that the captain has been replaced. Otherwise, why would he be acting so oddly and not return with the Veer brothers? As he pondered this, a figure descended from above, delivering a crushing blow to his skull. The individual fell lifelessly to the ground. Before the remaining companions could react, Ron reappeared, swiftly twisting the head of another nearby person before making his escape. What is happening? Is this place haunted? At that moment, only two individuals remained, utterly terrified and disoriented. Chapter 7. The next course of action. There are no ghosts. It was I who killed them. Ron emerged from the shadows, revealing his towering figure. Now, only the two of you remain in the pirate crew. If you wish to survive, lay down your weapons and surrender. Ron now stands an imposing 6 meters tall, a sight that is undeniably intimidating for an ordinary individual. Moreover, having witnessed the remains of so many comrades, it is understandable that the two of them are somewhat apprehensive. Yet, they still refuse to lower their weapons. Do they truly believe that they stand a chance against me? Ron fixed his gaze upon them. Feeling the intensity of Ron's eyes and the weight of his presence, the two were filled with trepidation, leading them to lower their pistols. Now that I have dispatched every member of your pirate crew, if you wish to preserve your lives, you must heed my instructions. The two nodded repeatedly. Ron stepped forward and crushed their firearms beneath his feet. Then, as if lifting two chicks, he hoisted the two individuals into his grasp. Thus, he emerged from the forest, bearing them along with him. Ron has successfully acquired the majority of the firearms and ammunition, all of which are now in his possession. The remaining two individuals are utterly defenseless. At this moment, this vessel belongs solely to the three of us. I shall retain 90% of the riches, while the two of you shall share the remaining 10%. Do either of you have any objections? Naturally, the two individuals shake their heads in unison. Even if Ron were to claim the entirety for himself, they would scarcely dare to voice any dissent. Very well, may I inquire about your names? Ron inquired. I am called Skinny. The lean individual spoke first. All right, you shall henceforth be known as Skinny. Ron then pointed to the other person. You will be referred to as Fatty. The two men naturally dared not voice any objections. Now, the task is assigned. You two will navigate the ship, sail toward a nearby inhabited island. For Ron, survival in this world was undeniably arduous. At times, he reflected on his initial arrival in that village with a sense of profound fortune. In that quaint village, there were those who tended to his every need, friends to share companionship, and individuals who prepared meals for him. Now, adrift in the vast ocean, he could scarcely discern the direction of the sea. Living alone was profoundly isolating. Many tasks fell solely upon him, and he was confronted with numerous perils. The thought that such a once beautiful life had been shattered filled Ron with fury. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for the pirate known as Hu Lang and countless others like him. Surely, many individuals akin to him faced the destruction of their homes, left to wander aimlessly. To avoid being bullied by others, one must grow stronger. To enable more individuals to lead prosperous lives, one must wield greater power and alter the rules of this world. Otherwise, tragedies akin to Ron's would unfold daily in this realm. He glanced at the compass. Yet, life must persist. All that had transpired was immutable. Even when confronted with an abundance of suffering and sorrow, one could only forge ahead. Upon hearing Ron's words, Fatty promptly presented a compass for Ron's inspection. It was merely an ordinary compass. This indicated that Ron was not currently in the New World. Had he been in the New World, the compass would possess a distinct design, as evidenced by Nami's compass in the anime, which featured 3 needles pointing in different directions. Navigating the Grand Line necessitated relying on one's judgment to select the most optimal route. Conversely, if he were not in the New World, a single compass would suffice. Seeing this solitary compass, Ron felt a sense of relief. The New World was perilous indeed. I ask you, who is the current fleet admiral of the Navy? These individuals frequently operated in the Sabaody archipelago, so they should have access to this information. The current fleet admiral is Sengoku. Indeed, they were well informed. Upon hearing Skinny's response, Ron exhaled in relief. If the current admiral were Kong, it would indicate a perilous era. Back in his former village, life was stable, and there was little awareness of external matters. Ron merely wished for a peaceful existence there. He mused that perhaps this was not an era ruled by Admiral Kong, nor by Admiral Sengoku, but rather a postmodern naval age where the world had been pacified. It now appeared that they were indeed in the age of exploration. Although it was an age of exploration, Ron believed it was not as perilous as the Rocks era. He was not well versed in the maritime calendar, and thus could only glean insights from the current appointments of officials. Now, I ask you, have you heard of a pirate named Monkey D. Luffy? Did he cause a ruckus in the Sabaody archipelago? Monkey D. Luffy? I have not heard of him, Fatty replied. From Fatty's response, Ron gathered that this period must be prior to the Marineford War. Luffy may have already set sail, or perhaps he had not yet done so. If he had set sail, he would likely still be engaged in skirmishes in smaller locales and not yet reached the Sabaody archipelago. For had he arrived there and caused an incident involving the celestial dragons, it would certainly have been known throughout the island. Now, I inquire about the current warlords of the sea. Who are they? As for the warlords of the sea, I am not very certain, Fatty admitted. These questions were beyond the knowledge of both Fatty and Skinny. However, Ron had managed to piece together some understanding of the situation. He could further comprehend the current era by perusing newspapers. From a broad perspective, it appeared to be before the Marineford War. You too focus. Once you find a small island, anchor the ship. If you comply, I shall spare you. Ron believed that the two of them would not dare to steer the ship into treacherous waters. After all, they valued their lives and understood the necessity of navigating the vessel with care. However, Ron was mistaken. He ultimately underestimated the nefarious intentions of the ruthless pirates. Crucially, Ron was unfamiliar with the routes at sea, oblivious to the navigational paths. Although the fat one and the thin one appeared obedient, they secretly exchanged glances filled with conspiratorial intent. In fact, within the Kurokura's pirates, only the two of them remained alive. The fate of their comrades was an indisputable clue pointing to the monster responsible for their demise. They had scouted the island thoroughly prior to their actions, confirming that no one else remained. The only entity capable of annihilating their crew was that very monster. Its formidable strength only underscored its immense value. Unbeknownst to him, Ron lacked knowledge of their destination. All they needed to do was navigate the ship to the Sabaody archipelago and seize the opportunity to escape. At that time, they could summon allies to ambush the monster, thereby reaping substantial rewards. It was rumored that a celestial dragon had a particular affinity for powerful pirates as mounts. The fat one and the thin one exchanged furtive glances, their faces betraying sinister smiles. Chapter 8. Arrival at the Sabaody archipelago. As the fat one and the thin one plotted against Ron, he too was observing his surroundings with a keen eye. While the three of them might coexist peacefully aboard the ship, disembarkation would herald a shift in dynamics. Thus, Ron was convinced that the two would remain diligent in their navigation. After all, any mishap could spell doom for all three. Yet, once they set foot on land, Ron suspected that these two rascals would not remain compliant. Having spent considerable time aboard a pirate ship, one could hardly claim innocence of treachery. Consequently, Ron remained vigilant, wary of potential schemes against him. In this world, it was wise to be cautious, as every pirate harbored ulterior motives or was inherently treacherous. Hence, Ron frequently peered through his telescope, surveying the distant scenery. Meanwhile, the fat one and the thin one observed Ron and began to converse. "Do you think he'll uncover our scheme?" the fat one inquired. "I doubt it," the thin one replied, casting a glance at Ron. "He seems like a savage. Although he bombards us with questions, I believe he has traveled extensively and doesn't recognize that the island before us is the Sabaody archipelago." The fat one pondered this, noting that Ron's inquiries were rather nonsensical. Wasn't he the current Admiral, a widely acknowledged fact? Everyone knew it was Sengoku. Then he asked if a pirate named Monkey D. Luffy had ever caused a ruckus at the Sabaody archipelago. Where would such a figure come from? Thus, it seemed Ron was indeed a savage, clueless about the present circumstances, posing absurd questions and likely unaware of the true nature of the Sabaody archipelago. Even if he did recognize it, would he comprehend its significance? The thin one chuckled, sharing this notion with the fat one. The fat one echoed the sentiment with a laugh. Indeed, that savage would not fathom that this island was their stronghold. At this moment, Ron also leaped down. "You too. Please describe what island lies ahead, and what is so enchanting about it, particularly with those enormous bubbles adorning its surface." Ron undoubtedly noticed the immense bubble. The island of Bubble, renowned for its distinctive culture, is most famously represented by the archipelago of Sabaody. Thus, Ron was already aware that these two individuals harbored ulterior motives in bringing him to Sabaody. While the island is home to Sherbazarelli, he is not its most illustrious resident, choosing instead a life of seclusion. The island's fame stems from its unique bubble culture and breathtaking scenery, making it a veritable paradise for numerous pirate poachers. Many of these marauders thrive here, skilled in the art of hunting mermaids and other rare species. They often collaborate with the Dakihote family, occasionally capturing leaders from rival pirate crews. Given the current circumstances, the intentions of these two individuals have become glaringly evident. They aim to eliminate Ron on the island. This remarkable island, known as the Sabaody archipelago, boasts stunning vistas that one might not have encountered before, prompting their desire to share its beauty with him. The lean man enthusiastically introduced Ron to the locale, casting a glance at the portly fellow, whose eyes conveyed the unspoken thought. How could this wild man, unfamiliar with Sabaody, possibly comprehend their true motives? Ah, indeed, it is a remarkably beautiful island, and I am filled with anticipation. How much further do we have to travel to reach this island? Ron continued to inquire. Isn't it quite soon? We are almost there, merely about 10 minutes away. Please be patient. Soon you shall relish the breathtaking scenery of the island. The portly companion enthusiastically chimed in. Indeed, the view is splendid. But I prefer to enjoy it alone. At that moment, Ron took swift action, seizing both the stout man and the slender one, and leaped high into the air. With a forceful clash, he brought their heads together. After their demise, Ron cast their lifeless bodies into the sea. The Shambadi archipelago serves as the stronghold for these human traffickers, where many survive by collaborating with the Don Quixote family, engaging in transactions that are well understood among the elite. Gazing towards the distant island, Ron pondered that he ultimately needed to make landfall here. The proximity to the Navy headquarters was significant. Could it be possible to enlist directly at the base? Yet, the foremost concern remained how to sustain himself on this island and seek an opportunity to reach the Navy's dock. The vessel numbered 6069 is under Navy jurisdiction, once ashore. He would simply need to locate it. Throughout the voyage, Ron had closely observed the sailing techniques employed by the two men, acquiring some skills in navigation. Mastery of seamanship is paramount on these vast waters. Without proficient navigational skills, traversing the sea becomes exceedingly arduous. Beyond this, there is a wealth of knowledge Ron must pursue, particularly in marksmanship. Confronting such a pirate crew required considerable effort and cunning, as he lacked the ability to harness hockey and could not withstand the impact of bullets. Furthermore, having never wielded a firearm, his shooting proficiency was abysmal. During encounters with the pirates, he had attempted to use a gun against them, but accuracy eluded him. Thus, much learning lay ahead. Both navigation and shooting were of utmost importance. With just over 10 minutes remaining in their journey, Ron took the helm. It appeared one way. Yet when he attempted it himself, it proved quite different. Consequently, the 10-minute stretch extended to 20 minutes under his guidance. However, as he gradually became more adept, Ron began to perceive that sailing was not as daunting as it initially seemed. Thus, he arrived at the Shambadi archipelago, expecting to catch his breath. Yet, before he could disembark, he was already greeted. Kurokuras, ha ha ha. What treasures have you brought back this time? Ron finds himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. The pirate ship bears a massive emblem of the pirate logo, serving as the insignia of this notorious crew. Consequently, it is only natural that some individuals assume the return of the Kurokurasa pirate group. Currently, encounters with mermaids have become increasingly rare, and the coveted auction items are increasingly difficult to procure. Moreover, personally hunting them down proves to be a cumbersome task. As a result, certain pirate crews have begun to focus their attention on ships from distant lands arriving at the Sabaody archipelago or those venturing out to hunt. Rumor has it that the Kuro pirate group has recently secured a lucrative deal. Thus, Scar, the big knife, is filled with curiosity, waiting at sea each day for the return of Kurokurasu. Today, as fate would have it, they indeed returned. Ron gazed at the imposing scar on the leader's face, which was somewhat chilling. Surrounding him was a dark throng of subordinates, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. Was his luck truly so abysmal? Just as he escaped the jaws of the tiger, he found himself ensnared in the den of wolves. Sigh, while others traversed through realms indulging in luxury and delight. Why was it that his brief moment of stability was swiftly followed by a frantic flight? Ron let out a sigh. Chapter 9, A Great Crisis. Observing the scene before him, Ron realized he was once again confronted with a significant crisis. He gradually maneuvered the ship closer to the shore. By the time the vessel finally docked, a throng of people had already rushed towards him, encircling the ship. This time, it seemed they were poised for a bountiful return. Rumor had it they were in pursuit of an extraordinarily mystical creature. Ha ha ha, exclaimed a man with a prominent scar across half his face. He was the captain of the scarred pirate crew, who had been lying in wait for several days. During this time, a few pirate ships had also arrived, from which he had reaped considerable benefits. Now, upon seeing the familiar emblem, his excitement surged. He had long heard of the Coral Claw pirate crew's anticipated haul. His enthusiasm was palpable, matched by that of his eager subordinates. The enterprise of such a large pirate crew naturally surpassed that of their smaller counterparts, and their operations had evolved from personal hunting to the plundering of others. It could be said that they constituted the largest raiding organization in the Sabaody archipelago. Any solitary vessel that ventured into these waters would inevitably have to share a portion of its spoils with him. Failure to do so would lead to dire consequences. As the ship gently came to a halt, they awaited, with bated breath, the surprises that the Coral Claw pirate crew had in store for them this time. Ron, upon witnessing the individuals before him, felt a surge of apprehension. Thus, he firmly lowered the brim of his hat and slowly disembarked from the vessel. Clad once more in the garments of Kalaklis, your careful gait suggests a reluctance to share in the spoils with us this time. inquired the imposing figure known as Big Scar. Ron shook his head repeatedly. Everything is already on the ship. If you want it, go search on board. Upon hearing this, Scar immediately signaled several of his subordinates to swiftly board the vessel and commence their search of the pirate ship, which was already devoid of valuable items. All eyes were fixed on the ship, for they believed that this time it had returned with some spoils. There are no secrets that remain hidden forever. The Croclocka's pirate crew had recently engaged in a significant venture, and each of them had heard the whispers of its success. Seizing the moment, Ron promptly set his plan into motion. Initially, he surveyed his surroundings, intending to make a hasty retreat into the depths of the jungle as soon as he set foot on land. However, upon further contemplation, he realized that such a plan was fraught with peril. Navigating through this unfamiliar terrain without caution could lead him into danger. The reason Ron was able to defeat the Calocra's pirate crew on the previous island was due to his extensive familiarity with the environment, climate, and terrain after spending many days there. Although he had seen the Sabaody archipelago in the manga and had a general understanding of its structure and the unique features of each numbered area, such as the renowned No. 1, which is associated with their line of work, and others which boast amusement parks, coding craftsmen, or naval stations, he was not well acquainted with the island's topography and surroundings. Therefore, if he were to rashly flee upon arrival, he could encounter danger. Contemplating the sheer number of adversaries and the unfavorable environment, he concluded that it would be wiser to employ a strategy of targeting the leader first. Seizing the opportunity while they were unguarded and focused on the ship, Ron stealthily approached the scarred-faced man, and, when the moment was ripe for a decisive strike, he seized him with a swift and powerful grip. The scarred face bore significant marks, exuding an imposing presence that suggested formidable strength. However, he lacked the ability to perceive Ron's movements due to his failure to awaken observation haki. A powerful pirate with such abilities would not stoop to engaging in business in the Sabaody archipelago. Thus, Ron swiftly captured the scarred man, declaring, "Do not move. Your leader is now in my grasp." Even without transforming, Ron possessed immense strength, tightening his hold around the scarred man's throat. "You dared to covet my treasures. You truly seek your own demise." After Ron apprehended the scar-faced man, all of his subordinates aimed their handguns at Ron, displaying an unmistakable air of tension. Ron forcefully grasped Scarface's throat. "If you dare to fire a shot, he will surely perish before I do. Therefore, I strongly advise you to relinquish your firearms. Quickly, lower your weapons." Scarface pressed his hands downwards, signaling his subordinates to drop their guns. A portion of his men complied obediently, setting their firearms aside, while others continued to aim their weapons at Ron. "What are you doing? Do you intend to rebel?" Scarface inquired, observing them. In truth, it was evident to all that they had recently acquired a substantial treasure. If one less person were to share in it, each individual might receive a greater portion. Moreover, within their pirate crew, it has always been the leader who reaps the largest rewards. If the leader were to fall, would not the treasure then become available for all? In that fleeting moment, Ron was taken aback by the apparent disloyalty of the pirates. When faced with the leader's peril, their thoughts did not turn to rescuing him, but rather to the prospect of acquiring even more riches should he meet his demise. Among the crew was a thin man with a mustache who spoke up. "Scarface, rest easy. After your death, these lackeys will avenge you." He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to open fire. This turn of events was entirely unforeseen by Ron. Initially, he had considered the unfamiliar surroundings and feared the dangers of a hasty escape, opting instead to capture the leader first. Yet, now he found himself confronted by immediate betrayal. Ron had grossly underestimated the depths of treachery among these pirates. Each member of this ruthless crew was cold-hearted, and Scarface had reigned supreme within the gang, his power unchallenged until now. The mustached man had long harbored disdain for Scarface and had been quietly preparing for this moment. Over time, he had successfully bribed several of Scarface's men. Now, with the crew having recently plundered a wealth of treasure and enjoying a period of prosperity, the timing was ripe for rebellion. Everyone was aware that Calocra's was on the verge of capturing a rare creature, which would fetch an impressive price. Coupled with the growing discontent towards Scarface, the mustached man had amassed sufficient support to initiate a coup. Ron not only lamented his unfortunate predicament, but also pondered on the next course of action. Was he truly destined to meet his demise here? Chapter 10. The Arrival of Lovenma. The situation had become exceedingly perilous. Surrounded by a multitude, Ron was at imminent risk of being riddled with bullets. Initially, he believed that the scarred face he held hostage would serve as a bargaining chip, granting him at least a chance to escape. However, it now seemed that a direct dash to safety would have been wiser. As Ron grappled with uncertainty, the others had already devised their course of action. What were they waiting for? They should fire and eliminate these two individuals, thereby allowing each of them to claim a larger share of the spoils. The man with the mustache continued to incite his followers. He was now engaged in a perilous endeavor, one that could be deemed treasonous. If they did not decisively eliminate the scarred figure, the repercussions could be dire. Wait, do not fire yet, Ron interjected. Do you not wish to understand why I am the only one from the pirate crew to emerge? Ron's mind raced with thoughts. Surely, each of you must have heard that the pirate crew has a significant undertaking ahead. Yet, here I stand, the sole individual disembarking from the ship. And I am not even the captain. Ron lifted his head, allowing them to clearly observe his countenance. The crowd was familiar with Krolokris, and upon closer inspection, they realized he was indeed not Krolokris, which sparked a sense of doubt among them. Enough with the idle chatter, fire your weapons. As long as we eliminate him, all treasures shall be ours, including the share of the former captain, which we can subsequently divide among ourselves. The man with the mustache naturally wished to avoid unnecessary delays. Recognizing that this was an opportune moment. Hold on. Are you not curious as to why I am the sole survivor aboard the ship? It is precisely because the captain anticipated your presence here, waiting for me to return and deliver news. This venture is beyond the capacity of the captain alone. On that island, we encountered a colossal creature, yet that beast is not the most valuable prize. Do you know what is the most precious? Undoubtedly, it is the mermaid. That creature is, in fact, the guardian of the mermaid princess. Consider the immense fortune at stake. It far surpasses all the wealth you currently possess. Should you choose to slay me, you will forfeit any chance of partaking in this treasure. Once I am gone, the captain will opt for an alternative route back to the archipelago of Shambadi or directly reach out to Doflamingo. Ron spoke these words rapidly, his mind racing with thoughts on how to bring these ruthless marauders to a halt. Ron's words caused them to pause momentarily. If it were indeed the mermaid princess, she would be worth her weight in gold. I understand your desires. You merely wish for the death of Scarface. I can eliminate him, yet should I perish, how would you seize the opportunity to locate the mermaid princess and acquire even greater riches? This chance is singular. The mermaid princess seldom strays alone, and capturing her is no easy feat. Should the Fishman Island become aware, this treasure would vanish. Ron, upon uttering these words, had already captivated many hearts. The allure of a mermaid is undeniably enticing, a treasure of immense worth. If it were the mermaid princess, her value would be beyond compare. One must consider that the mermaid princess is renowned as one of the most beautiful women in the world. After hearing such a declaration, it was evident that more individuals were swayed, causing them to relinquish their weapons, even the mustached man, who was typically enamored by beauty. The prospect of such an exquisite enchantress was irresistible to him, and a knowing smile crept upon his lips. Thus, he gestured for his subordinates to lower their firearms. As for the supporters of Scarface, most had been dispatched elsewhere today, leaving Scarface himself vulnerable, akin to meat upon a chopping block, even in the instant he was seized. Some prepared to shoot Ron, while others aimed at the mustached man, all of whom were loyal to Scarface. At that moment, they too laid down their arms. Within this pirate crew, all were driven by greed and lust, with Scarface being particularly grotesque. Many spoils he acquired were rendered unusable by his subordinates. Now, should the mustached man ascend to leadership, there would be an abundance of treasure to share. The thought of orchestrating a grand venture to procure the mermaid princess ignited a fervor among the crew, who were already inclined towards avarice. The prospect of beauty to accompany their riches sent a wave of loyalty towards the mustached man, at least in their hearts. Observing the few remaining loyalists to Scarface relinquishing their firearms, the mustached man felt a surge of joy. Meanwhile, attention turned to those scouring the ship. The vessel yielded little more than a meager collection of treasures, confirming the earlier claims. Scarface seethed with fury at the sight of his subordinates reporting deferentially to the mustached man. "Have you betrayed me as well?" he fumed, struggling to accept the reality that most of his men had been swayed by the mustached man, especially those who had boarded the ship, who were supposed to be his trusted allies. "You have no future with him. Aligning with the mustached man is your best option," one of them boldly asserted. "It seems your words hold truth. Now is the time for you to prove your worth. If you wish to avoid our wrath, you know what must be done." The mustached man directed towards Ron, his eyes glinting with determination. Ron nodded and swiftly snapped the neck of the scar-faced man, who then departed from his wicked life. "I would accompany my esteemed leaders to search for the mermaid princess." My leaders, indeed, exuded a remarkable charisma that inspired admiration, and I was eager to lead them. Upon hearing Ron's praise, the mustachioed man felt quite pleased. He was somewhat sensible, As long as you guided them earnestly, they would spare you. I warn you. Do not attempt any tricks, or the consequences could be dire. I understand. I fully comprehend this principle. The mustachioed man, filled with self-satisfaction, commanded several of his subordinates to keep a close watch on Ron. He maintained a certain distance from Ron, ensuring that such a hostage situation would not occur again. Moreover, the mustachioed man had never intended to spare Ron. As soon as they located the mermaid princess, he would order Ron's execution without hesitation. Thus, Ron led them aboard the pirate ship. Once back on the vessel, Ron's mindset had shifted drastically. Previously, he had been the captor, but now he found himself the captive. His life was temporarily preserved, yet he remained in grave danger. What should he do? At that moment, a golden-feathered eagle soaring in the sky spotted Ron boarding the ship and flew over. Others remained oblivious to the eagle's movements. This little imp was quite a handful. Always nearly caught, but this time it seemed he wouldn't escape danger. Lavinma circled above, searching for an opportunity to rescue him. She had been observing this fellow's talent and survival skills, preparing to intervene at the most perilous moment. It must be said, this little imp had brought her many surprises. Chapter 11. Arrival at the naval base at this moment. The entire Scarface pirate crew was engulfed in an atmosphere of immense jubilation, while some retained a semblance of rationality, unwilling to believe that such good fortune could befall them. Many others were already consumed by visions of the future. These individuals had never encountered highborn mermaids and were unaware of the concept of the mermaid princess, only knowing that she was one of the most beautiful women in the world. Consequently, upon such an occurrence, they chose to believe without hesitation. Another reason was that they likely thought Ron would not dare deceive them in such circumstances. Even if Ron were to deceive them, he would ultimately suffer dire consequences. Once aboard the ship, Ron found himself surrounded by the throng, guiding them amidst their watchful eyes. Shortly after the vessel drifted away from the shore, an eerie sensation enveloped the atmosphere. The sky above appeared to be shrouded. A monstrous cry echoed, as if from a beast. The weather seemed to change unpredictably. Was that the sound of the wind, or something else? The commotion disturbed my sleep, grumbled the mustachioed man, who then dispatched his subordinates to investigate the source of the disturbance. However, after a long wait, no one returned with news, only strange cries filled the air. Damn it. Why is no one reporting to me? What is happening? With that, the mustachioed man emerged, only to be met with a shocking sight. The entire deck was strewn with corpses. Apart from Ron, there were no survivors. The scene was utterly astonishing. Before the mustachioed man could even utter a word of lamentation, he was pierced through the throat by a sword. His eyes widened in disbelief, and even as he fell, he remained unaware of what had transpired. Ron was equally astonished, rendered speechless. He could not comprehend the situation. Could it be that this mustachioed pirate crew had offended a formidable figure? Consequently, this powerful individual was exceedingly enraged, erasing them all from existence. Yet, why had Ron been spared? Ron was equally uncertain. Are you afraid? A gentle girl asked him. At this moment, Ron finally discerned the visage of the young woman. She was undoubtedly the most exquisite lady he had encountered in the past 3 years. Her appearance resembled that of an ethereal sprite, with delicately pointed ears, a regal profile, a slender waist, and elongated legs that epitomized elegance. She was akin to a luxurious automobile. Naturally, one would feel trepidation, for she had approached with the swiftness of the wind, effortlessly dispatching all in her path. How could one not feel fear? However, it seemed he was not overwhelmed by dread. His speech remained composed and steady, devoid of any tremor. For now, he found himself liberated from fear. Ron gazed calmly at the enchanting beauty before him, taking a few extra moments to admire her. In this world, most young women possess a certain charm and alluring figures. Particularly those skilled in combat exhibit a striking physique. Even Charlotte Linlin, in her youth, was a stunning beauty. Are you not afraid that I might take your life? Lavinma scrutinized the man who was unabashedly staring at her bosom. If you truly intended to kill me, you would have acted by now. Your hesitation suggests you have no such intention. I am merely curious about your motives and what value I hold for you. The fact that he refrained from harming her must indicate her worth, and perhaps he recognized her in some capacity. Otherwise, why would he spare her life? Yet, Ron did not know her. You were quite perceptive and composed. Should I not have arrived? Do you have a plan to extricate yourself from this pirate crew? Lavinma remained unfazed by Ron's gaze. She was aware that her figure was indeed captivating. This young man, likely inexperienced, had probably never encountered anyone like her before. Ron was well aware that staring at someone's chest was rather inappropriate. It was an exceedingly impolite act. Yet, he He found himself unable to resist the temptation to sneak a glance. Rather than furtively stealing a look, he preferred to gaze openly and unabashedly. That being said, I am truly grateful for your assistance in resolving my current predicament. Had you not come, I would have led them to the island where I once lived. A place where I am intimately familiar with the surroundings and could engage them at my leisure, significantly increasing my chances of success. I trust you are quite familiar with that island from my past, are you not? Ron retorted to Lovenma. Since this woman was aware of herself and had not taken her own life, it was most likely that she had already been conscious of her existence on that small island. You are indeed quite astute. It was Mr. Marquez who sent me to rescue you. Of course, you may not be familiar with Mr. Marquez. He is the officer in charge of your village's vicinity. Upon learning of the calamity that befell your village, he immediately began reporting the matter and conducted a thorough investigation, discovering that you were the sole survivor of your village. He instructed me to bring you back. Bring me back? To where? That village no longer exists. The mention of painful memories caused a twinge of sorrow in Ron's heart. Yet, he had not anticipated that the village was under jurisdiction. But where could he return now? To Ron, he had become a child without a home. Fear not. For as the last hope of this village, Captain Margot has resolved to take you under his wing and will ensure that you achieve vengeance for your suffering. This is a fortuitous opportunity for you. After hearing this, Ron finally understood the origins of the individual before him. She must be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. And if I choose not to return, will you kill me? Ron inquired. This question had crossed Lovenma's mind. In her perspective, it was an irresistible proposition, after all. It would be an immense honor for the captain of the 1st Division, Captain Malgo, to offer his guidance. Are you aware of who Captain Malgo is? Lovenma suspected that Ron might not be familiar with Malgo, for if he were, he surely would not have declined so readily. I am indeed aware of his identity. And I appreciate your kindness. However, I do not wish to return. If you intend to kill me, then go ahead. If you do not wish to kill me, I kindly ask for your assistance with something. Lovenma was somewhat taken aback. It was rare to encounter someone capable of refusal even after learning of Malgo's identity. I certainly have no intention of killing you. What are your plans henceforth? Lovenma inquired. I aspire to join the Navy, to become an esteemed naval officer, to uphold justice, and to eradicate piracy. At this moment, Ron found himself in the clutches of a pirate subordinate. Uttering these words in a situation where he was akin to a fish at the mercy of a butcher. Nevertheless, Ron remained remarkably composed, faced with such a formidable adversary. He could not employ any stratagems, for all cunning plans became mere jest in the presence of such might. Naturally, Ron held the conviction that this individual would not take his life, as he was under the protection of Margot, who would not disregard her own reputation. It was, however, a surprise to him that he had once lived for 3 years in a village under the dominion of Margot's disciples. Yet, even with the enticing offer of becoming Margot's apprentice, Ron's heart remained steadfast in his desire to join the Navy. The eradication of pirates through naval means seemed a far nobler pursuit, allowing him to prevent others from experiencing the same devastating loss of home and loved ones that he had endured. Do you realize you are speaking such words in the presence of a pirate? Lovenma inquired with a smile. I am aware, and I trust you will assist me in this endeavor. It is merely a matter of escorting you to the Navy's headquarters in the Sabati archipelago, is it not? I shall help you. Lovenma gazed into Ron's eyes, knowing that the point of no return had been reached. Assisting him this once seemed acceptable. Thank you. I assure you, I will not become your enemy in the future. Ron declared resolutely, haha, to stand against me, one must possess the requisite strength. Lovenma chuckled in response and, accompanied by Ron, soared into the sky, heading towards the naval office in the Shambati archipelago. Chapter 12. Enlistment in the military. At this moment, Ron was in close proximity to Lovenma, nearly pressing against her bosom. Lovenma secured Ron with her legs and soared towards the naval base. At that moment, Ron's gaze was fixed upon Lovenma's chest. In summary, this encapsulates the essence of the content. Ron sighed, reflecting on the brevity of time, as he was soon deposited at location 63. I can only escort you this far. Beyond this point, it is a matter of your fortune, he was told. The pirate, Lovenma, had indeed chosen an unfavorable entry point into the naval territories. Consequently, she set Ron down and made no further intention to venture deeper. Thank you for bringing me here. I wish you good luck. Farewell. After delivering Ron, Lovenma did not linger but promptly departed. Ron had finally arrived at the naval entrance. Preparing to seek out the Navy and explore the possibility of enlisting, he swiftly located the naval station. Who goes there? What brings you here? The naval entrance. Being a prominent target, was relatively easy to find, However, Ron was uncertain about how to engage with them. He couldn't simply barge in or be aware of the necessary protocols. Thus, he wandered around the naval base in the Shambadi archipelago, and soon enough, he was noticed. "I wish to inquire if there is an opportunity to join the Navy," he stated. "Joining the Navy? Allow me to report this." Upon hearing Ron's intention to enlist, it was deemed a significant matter, prompting the need for immediate notification to the commanding officer. The Navy's recruitment efforts were at their zenith. Yet the timing hadn't quite aligned with the onset of a global conscription. The backdrop for this worldwide enlistment was the aftermath of the Summit War, which had resulted in considerable losses among mid-level commanders within the Navy, necessitating a substantial recruitment drive. Following the Summit War, the warlord relinquished his title and retreated from active duty, recommending Admiral Akiji as the new commander of the Navy. However, the world government favored Admiral Akainu, leading to a fierce battle that lasted 10 days and nights. Ultimately, Akiji was defeated and left the Navy, while Akainu emerged victorious and assumed command. Consequently, a significant vacuum arose within the Navy, leaving only Admiral Kazuru among the ranks of the admirals, necessitating the recruitment of new leaders. As there were none capable of fulfilling the position, the severe losses among mid- to high-level officers further underscored the need for global conscription, aimed at infusing fresh talent into the Navy, making this recruitment drive particularly noteworthy. Even in the absence of a global conscription era, Ron firmly believed that the Navy continuously sought to bolster its strength. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that recruitment activities occurred annually, albeit on a smaller scale compared to global conscription. Before long, a Marine returned, accompanied by a sergeant. "You wish to join the Navy?" the sergeant inquired directly, without any preamble. "Indeed," Ron replied. Ron nodded. Chow Chong inquired about Ron, and then took him to register and sign. Ron was uncertain about the circumstances, but having arrived at the naval base, he felt assured that everything would be well. He believed he would successfully enlist in the Navy. Indeed, the Navy has recruitment centers scattered across the globe, allowing anyone to apply for service. With the advent of the age of exploration, the demand for naval personnel surged significantly, leading to annual recruitment drives. However, these enlistment activities often lack prominence, rendering them somewhat unremarkable. Many recall the Navy's grand recruitment campaigns but remain oblivious to the fact that the Navy engages in various efforts to expand its ranks each year. Ron followed Chief Chow to a location for registration. "You may wait here. In a few days, we will dispatch a vessel back to the naval headquarters for assessment. In the meantime, familiarize yourself with some fundamental naval skills," Chief Chow remarked, his tone neither warm nor cold. This demeanor was understandable, given their relative unfamiliarity, as they had only just met and the air was tinged with a sense of awkwardness. Thus, Ron complied with his directives and temporarily settled in, initially engaging in menial tasks. At the Shambadi Naval Recruitment Office, a considerable number of individuals, approximately 300, had registered for naval service. Over the course of these days, Ron gradually discerned the motivations that brought them here. All were undoubtedly preparing to serve as sailors. Among them were some ambitious souls aiming for immediate advancement to the rank of naval officer, while others expressed aspirations to ascend directly to the status of senior officers. Ron, of course, did not express his thoughts. The specific arrangements would depend on the internal decisions of the Navy. However, he has clarified the procedure. Generally, those participating in the Navy undergo assessments at nearby bases, and the base near the Shambadi archipelago serves as the Navy's headquarters. Thus, they must travel to the Navy headquarters for evaluation. This presents both a stroke of fortune and a misfortune for them. The fortunate aspect lies in the possibility of encountering high-ranking Navy officials during their inaugural assessment, potentially earning their admiration and receiving substantial support for their development. Conversely, the misfortune arises from the stringent conditions associated with the assessment at the Navy headquarters, leading to the likelihood that many candidates may be eliminated. Ron also harbored a reasonable suspicion that even individuals of considerable strength could not be directly appointed. It was likely that a background investigation would be conducted to prevent spies from infiltrating the Navy. With this understanding, Ron diligently performed his duties over the past few days while earnestly studying the foundational theories of the Navy. Joining the Navy is not merely about possessing martial prowess. Often, military theory and various competencies must also be enhanced. Have you observed how many among these sailors might emerge as exceptional leaders? Sonier, the captain responsible for recruitment, serves as the overall authority of the Navy in the Shambadi archipelago. He has been stationed here for an extended period, and certain critical decisions must, of course, be referred to the Navy's headquarters. Most of these recruits are reluctant to engage in the arduous and dirty tasks, often complaining after their duties or not taking them seriously while working. Sergeant Davian reported to him with utmost diligence. Are there any among them who possess genuine skills? There should be some with true talent. Many are overly ambitious, directly aspiring to hold officer ranks during assessments. Sonier furrowed his brow but refrained from commenting. After all, this is the Shambadi archipelago, situated very close to the New World, so encountering formidable individuals here would not be unusual. Have you noticed any particularly remarkable individuals? Or do you believe someone might shine exceptionally in this upcoming assessment? I find that young fellow named Ron to be quite commendable. Though young, he is grounded. Even if his strength is not formidable, he is bound to develop well. Chapter 13. Navy Assessment in the Shambadi Archipelago. Approximately half a month passed. Captain Sonier gathered everyone for a briefing. You have all registered with me, but this does not guarantee that you will become members of the Navy. My intention in having you here for practical training is to test your character. During this time, some individuals have already left, unable to endure this lifestyle. However, those of you who remain should prepare to face further trials. Of course, I will allow you time for contemplation. If you wish to stay and continue participating in the Navy assessment, then remain. If not, you are free to leave at any time. For you are not yet formal members of the Navy and may choose your own paths in life. However, I must clearly inform you that once you embark on this path, it is fraught with danger, yet it is also a path of honor. I hope each of you will regard this profession seriously, approach your studies with humility, and strive for improvement. Regularly enhance your physical training to increase your chances of survival on the battlefield and minimize the risks of sacrifice, thereby forging your own glory. Moreover, in another half month, we shall proceed to the Navy headquarters. As we are closest to the headquarters, our office in the Shambadi archipelago is somewhat unique. Thus, we lack the authority to directly appoint sailors, and all assessments must be conducted at the Navy headquarters. This presents an opportunity for each of us, albeit one filled with peril. If you had registered at other bases, you might have quickly undergone assessments and easily joined our Navy ranks as colleagues. However, here in the Shambadi archipelago, which is nearest to the Navy headquarters, the difficulty of the assessments will undoubtedly be elevated compared to other bases. Nonetheless, this also represents a chance. If you can fully unleash your potential and showcase your abilities, you will certainly receive focused training. Therefore, I hope that during the next half month in the Shambadi archipelago, each of you will train earnestly. If you can capture some pirates before we embark on the assessment, it will significantly enhance your standing in the Navy evaluation. I must remind you that you may be elite individuals from various regions. And being alive to reach the Shambadi archipelago is, in itself, a stroke of fortune. Please cherish your lives and do not underestimate the strength of pirates. Therefore, capturing pirates before becoming a Navy member is merely my suggestion. Do not act recklessly and always assess your own capabilities. That is all I have to say. For the remaining half month, you may engage in free activities or continue training here. After that half month, we will officially depart for the Navy base. Although Captain Sonier spoke at length, his words were grounded in truth. To aspire to be a Navy member, one must possess that awareness. It is a perilous yet honorable profession. If one wishes to ascend the ranks, military merit is paramount. Beware of overreaching ambition, for recklessness will inevitably exact a toll. Ron listened intently to Captain Soniel's speech. However, many others were dismissive. They scoffed, believing they could easily resolve any issues themselves. At his age, still holding the rank of captain, it was evident that he lacked significant prowess. They boasted that capturing a pirate with a bounty of 10 million would be a trivial feat. It was merely a matter of apprehending a few pirates to enlighten him. The Sabaody archipelago, due to its unique geographical position, was home to a multitude of pirates, most of whom possessed only moderate strength, engaging in sordid dealings. Nevertheless, some notorious pirates would occasionally pass through. Yet, they seldom lingered or caused disturbances, often employing a stealthy approach to navigate the area before swiftly departing. This location, being the closest point to the Navy headquarters, posed a risk of provoking an admiral's intervention. Thus, no pirate would dare to stir trouble here. Consequently, the officer stationed here was merely of lieutenant rank, sufficient to handle minor affairs. Should a significant incident arise, the Navy headquarters would promptly dispatch reinforcements. This also implied that the recruitment in this area could attract both seasoned veterans and inexperienced recruits, as the unique geography allowed anyone to venture here. It was not uncommon for powerful individuals to appear alongside those of lesser ability. One certainty remained, however, The pirates frequenting this region were far from ordinary, and even those with lower bounties demanded utmost caution and preparedness. After all, many pirates engaged in despicable trades. Ron has no intention of capturing pirates anymore, as he is not well acquainted with the terrain and environment of this island, making the task somewhat troublesome for him. This island is rather unique. Most individuals who traverse it into the New World are formidable warriors. For instance, it is likely that the 11 supernovas may appear here in the future, and figures such as Shiryu reside on this island. Moreover, after their training, Luffy and his companions embark from this very island towards the New World. Of course, there are also some lesser pirates on this island, such as the imposters encountered by Luffy and his crew during their reunion at Sabaody Archipelago. This imposter managed to assemble a remarkably large crew, albeit consisting of numerous pirates with relatively low bounties. However, even among these lower-tier pirates, there are those like Caribou, whose bounty exceeds 100 million. While he may appear weak, compared to the trained Luffy and his companions, Ron perceives such individuals as exceptionally skilled adversaries, beyond his current capabilities. Thus, during his time at Sabaody Archipelago, Ron diligently immerses himself in theoretical knowledge, recognizing that even a small sparrow possesses complete organs. There is an abundance of excellent naval literature available here, particularly on navigation and marksmanship, subjects Ron has longed to master. He resolves to focus on his training and refrain from pursuing pirates, instead awaiting the assessment at the naval base, hopeful of successfully qualifying as a Marine. Ron firmly believes that with his dedication, he can forge a promising future. Possessing a formidable devil fruit only heightens the necessity for hard work. Otherwise, it would be a waste of such a gift. Therefore, in the remaining half-month, Ron earnestly undertakes the mundane tasks of an ordinary Marine at Sabaody Archipelago, akin to how Kobe began his journey in the Navy. He believes that these qualities are fundamental for a Marine. Without tenacity, one will find it challenging to excel. Following the reminder from Chief Davian, Lieutenant Sonier has recently taken notice of Ron, recognizing his earnestness and grounded nature. He perceives Ron as a promising candidate and decides to mentor him. Chapter 14. The Marksman Lieutenant Sonier. Ron, do you not harbor any ambitions while you are here? One day, Ron was diligently cleaning. Lieutenant, what do you mean? This is Sabaody Archipelago, the closest point to the New World. Many pirates dwell here, though their strength is not particularly formidable. Have you ever considered capturing a few? Such endeavors would greatly benefit your future promotions, Sonier inquired. Lieutenant, I am not very familiar with the environment here. It is already fortunate that I have arrived. Therefore, I simply wish to fulfill my duties well. And I am not in a hurry regarding promotions. My current focus is on how to successfully pass the assessment, Ron replied. Haha. It is indeed rare to find such a grounded young man like you, Lieutenant Sonier chuckled. Many Marines enter the Navy with grand ideals, dreaming of becoming the pinnacle of combat prowess, the brightest stars of the Navy, or even admirals. However, to speak candidly, this is a challenging path. While having such lofty goals from the outset is commendable, failing to recognize one's own shortcomings will yield little success, Sonier continued. Ron wholeheartedly agreed with Sonier's words. One can certainly aspire to great ideals, yet without diligent effort, those aspirations will inevitably dissipate into mere illusions. Much like in his previous life, when he penned a novel on a platform called Chidian Chinese Network, he fantasized about becoming a platinum author upon registering his pseudonym. Yet, reality proved to be quite harsh. He faced numerous failures, unable even to secure a contract. After several setbacks, Ron learned to temper his mindset, understanding that with sincere dedication to refining his craft, recognition would eventually come. Those who blindly aspire to be the best while dismissing the efforts of others will never find success. Through his experiences, Ron came to realize that ideals are not mere fantasies. It is permissible to have lofty goals, but one must also acknowledge their own capabilities and work diligently towards those ambitions, as great edifices are built from the ground up, not by attempting to construct the highest floors first. Lieutenant, I comprehend your words, Ron humbly remarked. May I inquire, do you willingly undertake this work? I observe your diligent efforts each day. However, to be candid, you are soon to undergo an evaluation at the naval headquarters, and there is no guarantee you will be assigned to the Sabaody Archipelago. Your hard work may not yield significant rewards. Furthermore, I trust you are cognizant of the fact that working here offers little benefit. So what compels you to exert yourself in such a manner? Captain Sonier found Ron's actions perplexing, for the Sabaody Archipelago is a unique place. Despite its conscription function, many Marines do not remain here. Consequently, Numerous recruits from this location do not approach their cleaning duties with sincerity, opting instead for a cursory completion of tasks, merely going through the motions. In light of these occurrences, Sonier could only turn a blind eye, as the annual conscription quotas must still be met. I simply hold myself to the standards expected of a Marine. A true Marine should diligently execute orders and strive to fulfill their responsibilities, Ron stated earnestly. Sonier felt a surge of happiness upon hearing Ron's sincere words, as he had not encountered such a young individual in quite some time. Many young people today are rather restless, harboring dreams of soaring to great heights. Numerous individuals possess the powers of devil fruits, leading to a certain arrogance. Oblivious to the depths of this world, they mistakenly believe that possessing a single fruit renders them invincible. Unaware that mastering such abilities requires dedication and effort to achieve optimal results. Individuals like Ron, who are humble and grounded, are indeed rare. I believe you shall achieve greatness in the future. If you're willing, you may join me in learning, Captain Sonier proposed. Absolutely, I would be delighted. I kindly ask you to share your wisdom and not regard my ignorance with disdain. Very well, starting this afternoon, you shall train with me in marksmanship. Thank you, Captain. Having arrived in this world not long ago, it was Ron's first encounter with a devil fruit and his initial foray into the Marines. He understood his abilities were still quite limited, and to enhance his skills, he must engage in rigorous training while approaching everyone here with humility and caution. He was acutely aware of his own inadequacy compared to true powerhouses, recognizing that to reach the heights of figures like Akainu, immense effort was essential. After earning Sonier's admiration, Ron earnestly followed him into training. It was only upon commencing the exercises that Ron grasped Sonier's formidable prowess. Sonier's marksmanship was remarkably precise, with virtually every shot finding its mark. Through his interactions with Sonier, Ron absorbed a wealth of fundamental firearm knowledge and grasped several essential shooting principles. From Ron's perspective, Sonier appeared to be an exceptional expert. Yet, Ron found himself perplexed as to why, at such an age, Sonier remained a mere captain, seemingly in his 40s or 50s. Do you harbor doubts as well, wondering why I hold the rank of captain at my age? Sonier inquired of Ron. Ron nodded, neither denying nor affirming the statement. In my youth, I sustained injuries that rendered me incapable of engaging in combat, forcing me to rely on distant marksmanship. Individuals like me, who cannot command the battlefield and can only shoot from afar, cannot possibly achieve greater feats. Sonier chuckled at his own predicament. It was my lofty ambitions that blinded me to my own limitations, compelling me to confront challenges head-on, which ultimately led to my severe injuries. I can no longer partake in intense combat. Thus, I urge you, Ron, to remain grounded. We may aspire to grand objectives, yet we must also possess a clear understanding of our capabilities. If faced with an adversary beyond our means, we must not engage recklessly nor succumb to pride. Instead, let us strive to enhance our abilities before retaliating. I have learned from you, Mr. Sonier. Indeed, you are a promising talent. Dedicate yourself to rigorous training. Although many in this world exhibit extraordinary resilience to bullets, you must believe that should you master the art of shooting and infuse it with the prowess of hockey, the resulting power will be truly formidable. As he spoke, Sonier demonstrated his point. With every ounce of strength, he fired a shot at a distant tree. The impact was akin to a thunderous explosion, causing a section of the tree to shatter, sending dust and splinters flying. Sonier gasped for breath, collapsing to the ground, drenched in sweat and appearing utterly weakened. The event transpired in an instant, as though that one shot had drained him of all his energy. Ron was profoundly astonished. Yet he quickly regained his composure and assisted Sonier to his feet. Alas, age has ultimately taken its toll. With but a single move, his body could no longer endure. Sonier managed a bittersweet smile, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of desolation. In gazing into Sonier's eyes, Ron felt that this might be the lingering regret of many a sailor. It also imparted an important lesson to Ron. Within the Navy, there surely exist hidden talents, with numerous veterans possibly possessing unique and unparalleled skills. Chapter 15. Arrival at Naval Headquarters. A fortnight swiftly passed, and for Ron, those 2 weeks were filled with a sense of fulfillment, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. He and Captain Sonier had forged a deep revolutionary camaraderie. He had not anticipated that a mere captain could possess such extensive theoretical knowledge, exhibit remarkable marksmanship, and even wield the power of hockey. Though Sonier was no longer able to fully demonstrate his mastery of hockey, he still imparted theoretical insights to Ron, even if Ron struggled to comprehend them fully. He earnestly endeavored to grasp the concepts, diligently taking notes along the way. Today marked the departure to Naval Headquarters, heralding the commencement of Ron's naval career. All gatherings must eventually come to an end. Farewells are an inevitable part of life. Ron, you have made tremendous progress. It has been a pleasure to see you. And I hope to hear good news from you in the future. Captain Sonier bid farewell, presenting Ron with a book, a compilation of his life's experiences and various marksmanship techniques. Captain, I shall strive to excel, Ron replied earnestly. Very well, keep up the good work. I look forward to hearing your success stories. Ron boarded the ship, bidding farewell to Sonier, who was required to remain stationed at the Comoros Islands. Others escorted the recruits to the naval headquarters for evaluation. Those who passed would officially become Marines. The assessments at the naval headquarters were notably more rigorous than those at other bases, with the majority of successful candidates destined to remain at headquarters, while a portion would be assigned to various other installations. Thus, Ron set sail towards his dreams. He firmly believed that he would acquire extensive knowledge and enhance his abilities, which would significantly aid him in his quest for vengeance in the future. Hulang, await me. I shall undoubtedly pass the evaluation and encounter you upon the vast ocean. Ron clenched his fists, and the scene of his departure from that small village resurfaced in his mind. The haunting cries seemed to linger in his ears, while the cruel images appeared vividly before his eyes. After leaving his small village, Ron harbored a resolute ambition to avenge himself through diligent effort, aspiring to join the Navy and deliver a formidable blow to his adversaries upon the vast sea. However, the path to enlisting in the Navy was fraught with challenges and setbacks. Having encountered numerous perils along the way, he now found himself on the cusp of reaching the naval headquarters. Ron was equally exhilarated. Due to the relatively short distance, the journey was quite smooth, and soon Ron arrived at the Grand Marinvando. Following the guidance provided, Ron and his companions settled into a temporary residence, preparing for the upcoming assessments. This time, most of the individuals arriving from the Shambadi archipelago were accommodated in close proximity, as they hailed from the same place, which facilitated this arrangement. Thus, Ron commenced his studies in his quarters. What did that old rascal Sonier give you today? Let me see. Someone spoke to Ron. This individual was familiar to Ron. He was also a fellow naval recruit, and, it seemed, had indeed apprehended a pirate during their time in the Shambadi archipelago. It was rumored that he possessed the powers of a devil fruit. What Sonier gave me has nothing to do with you, Ron replied. Ron expressed his irritation, remarking, with you calling him captain so often, it seems your relationship is quite special. Has he perhaps bestowed upon you some of his treasure maps or access to his private vault at the Navy headquarters? Do show me. The speaker was humid. Seemingly a user of a devil fruit ability, though Ron was unaware of the specifics, as he had never witnessed Humid transform nor heard others mention his powers. It was merely known that he claimed to possess such abilities, earning him both admiration and a hint of fear from others. Why should I show you anything? Regardless of what it is, it belongs solely to the two of us and has nothing to do with you. I advise you to temper your enthusiasm, Ron retorted. In Sabaody Archipelago, Humid and his companions found themselves at odds with Ron, as many regarded Humid as their leader, while Ron remained indifferent, treating him with a cool detachment. During their time in Sabaody, Humid's group had long sought to confront Ron, yet they had never found the opportunity, as Ron consistently remained at the Navy office in Sabaody. Moreover, due to Sonier's formidable strength, Humid refrained from taking action within the Navy's premises. Although Humid believed himself strong, he was still a novice, and facing an experienced veteran like Sonier could prove disadvantageous. Additionally, Sonier was the commanding officer of the Navy in Sabaody, and defending him would yield no benefits. And what if I insist on seeing it? While aboard the ship, my curiosity was piqued regarding what Sonier gave you, but it was inappropriate to act then. Now that they were all settled in a dormitory, Humid felt assured that Ron would relent among familiar faces. And what if I refuse? Do you intend to transform? Observing Ron's demeanor, Humid seethed with anger, yearning to unleash his powers upon him. This insolent youth had repeatedly disregarded his authority. You've provoked me. If I don't teach you a lesson today, then I am not my father's son, Humid declared furiously as he prepared to transform. Humid, please exercise restraint. This is the Navy headquarters. You cannot cause a ruckus here. Do you wish to forfeit your status as a Marine? If you create chaos now, all your prior efforts will be in vain, his subordinate, Carls, urgently cautioned. Although Humid was infuriated, he soon regained his composure, recognizing the imprudence of acting against Ron in a location controlled by the Navy. At that moment, Ron interjected, You are not your father's son. Am I then your son? You persist in uttering such pointless remarks. If your father were to hear you, he might well consider having another child, as you seem to lack promise. Of course, expecting me to take on the role of your father is out of the question. I am not a son as disloyal as you. You seek death. Humid fumed, feeling as though he might explode with rage. He had never anticipated Ron's biting tongue. Brother, do not act rashly. We have come this far. And if anything were to happen now, resulting in the cancellation of our Navy examination qualifications, it would all be for naught, Carls continued to implore. But I am truly furious. What should I do, Carls? Humid inquired, visibly distressed. Humid, isn't it simple? During the assessment, you may very well encounter him. Once you do, you can deal with him as you wish, Carls suggested. Upon hearing this, Humid's expression brightened, and he shifted his mood entirely. Ron, anticipate how I shall handle you tomorrow. He laughed triumphantly. Hearing Humid's words, Ron furrowed his brow. If they crossed paths during the assessment, he would show no mercy. I hope you do not regret your words by tomorrow. Ron spoke softly. Chapter 16, The Mightiest Rookie. The naval assessment had finally commenced. Yet the absence of the legendary top-tier commanders rendered the evaluations of these mere soldiers rather unremarkable. The atmosphere was stark and desolate, following a procedural cadence. The combat scenarios were meticulously documented by designated personnel, and the reports would be compiled and relayed to higher-ups, who would then provide directives based on the battlefield outcomes, subsequently assigning the new naval recruits. Should any promising talents emerge during the skirmishes, their potential would attract the attention of the higher echelons. If deemed exceptionally gifted, arrangements would be made for them to receive tutelage from distinguished instructors. In extraordinary cases, the Navy might even entrust them to Zephyr for guidance. Generally, any student of Zephyr would ultimately achieve remarkable success. In this context, Ron participated in the naval evaluation. The assessment consisted of two components, physical prowess and military theory, with an emphasis on the former. The first evaluation entailed physical training, commencing with a daunting task of running 20 laps around the training field. This unexpected initiation into the assessment surprised everyone. Who would have thought the first test would be running? Thus, the participants began to jog. Often, the simplest exercises reveal much about an individual's capabilities, and even in the realm of running, 20 laps could expose the stamina of many. As they ran, numerous individuals fell behind. 20 laps, upon standard calculation, amounted to approximately 20 kilometers. Indeed, given the dimensions of the training ground, each lap was nearly 1 kilometer, making the total distance a formidable challenge. For those newly enlisted in the Navy and yet to undergo formal training, 20 kilometers represented a significant hurdle. However, for Ron, this was merely a minor challenge. Since leaving that island, he had consistently honed his physical endurance, and running had been a substantial part of his regimen. In a world where defeating adversaries was not always feasible, the ability to escape was equally vital. Moreover, in this world, pirates were as cunning as foxes, adept at seizing opportunities to ambush villages, plunder treasures, and evade capture when the Navy approached. Thus, many pirates were exceedingly shrewd. Upon sensing danger, their acute instincts would prompt a swift retreat. Consequently, for the Navy tasked with pursuing these rogues, speed was an essential skill. Without sufficient velocity, how could one hope to apprehend a pirate? Thus, the first evaluation focused on running, assessing who possessed superior endurance and speed. It was evident that Ron, having endured numerous life-or-death situations and engaged in rigorous training, led the pack. Many struggled to maintain their pace. Such a daunting distance was unfamiliar to them, and few could anticipate that the Navy's assessment would prioritize running. As fatigue set in, some began to resort to transformation. For those endowed with the powers of devil fruits, consuming such a fruit significantly bolstered their physical capabilities. When their inherent stamina waned, transformation often resulted in a substantial increase in strength. Consequently, several participants on the field suddenly transformed. The record keepers, observing these transformations, diligently documented the occurrences. The Navy had always welcomed those with devil fruit abilities, as these individuals distinguished themselves from the rest. Possessing a devil fruit typically signified a unique capability, often valued at hundreds of millions of berries. However, merely acquiring a devil fruit did not guarantee strength. It merely facilitated swifter cultivation of power. Conversely, for those lacking such powers, achieving notable success required considerably greater effort. Yet, even with transformations, none could surpass Ron. Ron continues to maintain an impressive lead, consistently occupying the first position. This phenomenon has caught the attention of the observing Navy personnel. This newcomer is indeed intriguing. How is it that he, amidst so many wielding the powers of devil fruits, manages to outpace them? It seems this extraordinary occurrence warrants a report to higher authorities. Consequently, the recording Marine reported the participation of individuals utilizing devil fruit abilities in the race, as well as Ron's unwavering first-place status despite their advantages. Ultimately, Ron secured the first position without contest, achieving the highest score in the initial assessment of running. Among the participating Marines, there were undoubtedly individuals of remarkable talent, many of whom believed they could claim the top spot. Yet, the understated Ron emerged from obscurity to seize victory, surprising all. Next came the second assessment, which evaluated the combat capabilities of our Navy. The candidates would be grouped for combat, engaging in duels with the stipulation of not inflicting lethal harm or causing severe injuries on their opponents. Following the announcement of the second round's rules, the confrontations commenced. This round was designed to discern which Marine possessed superior individual combat skills, serving as a critical measure of a Marine's innate talent. Now, that is a worthy challenge. Running is trivial compared to the display of my prowess in this round, where I shall showcase my strength and demonstrate my superiority. Indeed, running reveals little. It merely indicates one's training regimen. The genuine test lies in this round, where various skills will be pitted against one another to reveal who possesses the most refined combat techniques. Many who did not perform well in the first round confidently proclaimed their intent to excel in the second, creating much anticipation. However, the first round already indicated that many lacked the necessary stamina. Without endurance, how could they possibly excel in combat? Regardless, excitement filled the air as everyone eagerly awaited the second round, with Humid keeping a close eye on Ron, ready to confront him. He intended to deliver a stern lesson to Ron, making it abundantly clear who truly held the upper hand in this world, where some individuals simply cannot be trifled with. Chapter 17. The Most Powerful Newcomer. 2. The second assessment consisted of duels among the newcomers, designed to test their responsiveness in combat situations, revealing numerous insights into their capabilities. The matchups were determined by drawing lots, yet, as they were unfamiliar with one another, the distribution was inconsequential. This allowed for the convenient exchange of combat sequences among participants. Humid had long desired an opportunity to challenge Ron. For some time, Humid had grown weary of Ron's aloof demeanor. During their time at Sabeti Archipelago, Ron displayed an air of indifference, sidestepping interactions with others, which made him seem exceptionally out of place. Since that moment, Humid had harbored a dislike for Ron, wishing to confront him, but Ron had remained elusive at the naval office in Sabeti. When they finally set sail, the open sea proved an inconvenient venue for confrontation. Upon being assigned to the same dormitory, Humid thought he might finally have the chance to engage Ron. He was particularly curious about what Lieutenant Soniel had given Ron. However, being in the naval headquarters, any untoward actions in the dormitory could jeopardize his qualifications for the assessment. After investing so much effort, a failure would be a tremendous loss. But now, an opportunity had presented itself. Although Humid did not claim first place in the initial round, he still garnered attention, and many recognized him. After his transformation, he exuded a unique charm that made him memorable. Thus, he easily exchanged combat sequences with another participant. For that individual, it made little difference whom they faced. So a simple switch posed no issue. Ron likely did not anticipate this encounter. We meet now in a straightforward duel from which he cannot escape. Had I known it would come to this, I might have acted differently. I imagine you are quite fearful now, but let me assure you, fear will not spare you mercy today. Humid sneered, declaring, even if you had not sought me out, I would have pursued you. Your lack of respect towards Lieutenant Soniel is unacceptable, and I detest your bullying attitude towards the less fortunate. Ron's gaze was somewhat frightening. Humord found himself unable to meet Ron's eyes directly. He snapped back to attention and continued, so what if I bully the weak? Ron's current predicament is entirely of his own making. I have offered you chances before. Humord believed that what he had just witnessed was undoubtedly an illusion. How could Ron possibly possess such a fierce demeanor? If he truly wished to provoke a confrontation, then let it come. Ron scoffed disdainfully, yet he reminded, bear in mind, it was I who granted you this opportunity, which you failed to seize. Humid ceased his words and immediately commenced his transformation. He prepared to deliver a decisive blow. Eager to showcase his impressive demeanor before the throng of new students, simultaneously asserting his status as the most striking figure among them, he aimed to convey to Ron that mere verbal prowess would yield no favorable outcome. Thus, Humid's physique began to swell. His muscles gradually expanded. Crimson fur oozed from his limbs, enveloping his face entirely. A tail sprouted from behind him, and his height surged, ultimately reaching approximately 3 meters. Do you feel the pressure now, Ron? Humid proclaimed with self-satisfaction. Next, I shall demonstrate what it truly means to possess the power of a devil fruit. Blade piercing. With his hands outstretched, long, gleaming claws emerged, shimmering with a chilling radiance that indeed resembled blades. He launched a direct attack towards Ron. For an ordinary person like Ron, this single strike would suffice to inflict grave injury. Yet, he could scarcely anticipate that Ron would firmly grasp the attack. After human transformed, Ron began his own metamorphosis. The capabilities of a devil fruit user post-transformation were markedly distinct from their former selves. Following his transformation, Human experienced a significant enhancement in height, weight, explosive power, and speed. Had Ron chosen not to undergo his transformation, he would undoubtedly have faced considerable disadvantage. Thus, Ron too embraced his transformation. At this juncture, Ron's physique became even more imposing. Compared to his stature while contending with the Katakuri's pirate crew on the Nameless Isle, he grew an impressive 4 meters taller, now standing at approximately 10 meters. Ron has never ceased his relentless pursuit of the development of the devil fruit, nor has he ever faltered in his physical training. He has grown significantly and can maintain this state for approximately 10 minutes. He does not wish to squander his energy on Humid, nor does he desire to be further troubled by him. Thus, he aims to subdue Humid in one decisive move. Seizing Humid's wrist, he executed a swift maneuver, sending Humid soaring into the air, swaying uncontrollably as he was flung about, landing awkwardly on the arena floor. The stark contrast in their heights was apparent, with Ron towering at 10 meters against Humid's mere 3. Furthermore, Ron's strength far surpassed that of Humid. This astonishing spectacle, coupled with the resounding thuds of the arena, inevitably drew the attention of Lieutenant Carroll, the chief overseer of this assessment. Who is this individual who has undergone such a transformation? Lieutenant Carroll inquired of his subordinates. Reporting to you, sir, this is Ron, the one who secured first place in the initial round of evaluations. Ron's prowess was indeed formidable. As the supervising examiner responsible for this assessment, Lieutenant Carroll meticulously recorded the performances of many, all of whom were of the rank of Sergeant Major. These sergeants maintained detailed accounts of each participant's performance during the evaluations. With keen interest, Lieutenant Carroll focused on Ron, eager to witness any further remarkable displays of his abilities. What was his time for the 20,000-meter run? He asked. Approximately 10 minutes, came the reply. That is quite impressive, he mused. Such speed is reminiscent of the explosive capabilities of wild animals. To sustain such a burst of speed for 10 minutes and still perform excellently in the second round is truly the mark of a genius. Lieutenant Carroll reflected on his own inadequacies and prepared to report Ron's status to his superiors. Though he remained intent on observing Ron's subsequent performances to gauge just how formidable he truly was, Ron was naturally unaware of these matters. However, numerous individuals who were concerned about him had already begun to report on his situation. When it was discovered that he possessed the ability of a Zoan-type devil fruit and could transform into a colossal giant, Ron's file had already found its way to the desk of Admiral Sengoku. This year had seen the emergence of remarkable newcomers, and the allure of the human fruit was particularly intriguing. One could ponder whether it surpassed even the form of the great Buddha. As Carp munched on a rice cracker, he glanced at Sengoku and chuckled. Admiral, I have official duties to attend to. If you are interested, you should witness it in person. Sengoku replied with a hint of exasperation. Chapter 18, The Mightiest Newcomer, 3. At times, height can indeed speak volumes. The combat prowess of the giant race is undeniably formidable. Luffy's Gum fruit, in its third stage, was inspired by the might displayed by giants. In this world, while height does not invariably correlate with strength, it does, to some extent, signify power. Typically, esteemed naval officers stand between 2, 7, and 3 meters tall. This includes Carp, Sengoku, Akiji, Kizaru, and Akainu, all of whom fall within this height range. The most powerful figures within the Navy share this stature. The height of the Yonko Big Mom is 88 meters. Kaido stands at approximately 77 meters, and Whitebeard measures around 66 meters. Thus, height does play a role in determining strength. Presently, Ron has the remarkable capability to elevate himself to a towering height of 10 meters. This stature is indeed astonishing. However, Ron is still in the nascent stages of developing his devil fruit powers, managing to maintain this elevated form for only about 10 minutes. Yet, that is more than sufficient. Such towering height instills a formidable pressure upon his adversaries. Some individuals, merely gazing upon Ron's imposing form, find themselves hesitant to engage in battle. This young man is quite intriguing. He seems to belong to the mythical beast category. Perhaps he can continue to grow taller. remarked an elderly woman with silver hair and a kindly visage. Lieutenant Carroll was taken aback. Who would have thought that Vice Admiral Tsuru would make an appearance? It was a rare occurrence, for Tsuru was often too busy to attend a newcomer duel. You've come. I am here to observe this fascinating newcomer. Vice Admiral Tsuru, too, had been troubled by various matters lately. Zifa had been lamenting that the current generation of students was not as exceptional as those of the past. In truth, how many geniuses could there be? Moreover, the recent state of warfare had been particularly tense. Upon hearing of a remarkable newcomer capable of transforming into a 10-meter giant, Tsuru decided to personally witness the spectacle. The Navy has always placed immense value on talent. When news of an astonishing genius arose, especially one like Tsuru, she would attend the matches to assess the individual's potential. It was she who discovered that silent boy, a master of swordsmanship, and subsequently recommended him to Zifa. Under Zifa's tutelage, he abandoned his sword techniques to develop the powers of the magma fruit, ultimately becoming the formidable Sakazuki. Tsuru relished the opportunity to nurture newcomers. Despite her busy schedule, she consistently found time each day to observe the recruits, searching for those who might display extraordinary talent. Over the years, she had identified and promoted numerous promising individuals. Yet, it had been quite some time since a new recruit had captured her interest. I didn't expect you to be here too, she remarked upon seeing Carp, who donned a dog-headed hat and held a rice cracker. Compared to others, it was Ron's devil fruit abilities that piqued their curiosity the most. Ron possesses the human fruit, akin to that of Sengoku. It was through the power of his human fruit's Buddha form that Sengoku gradually ascended to the rank of Admiral in the Navy. Now, a newcomer has emerged, also endowed with a similar human fruit. Although this individual's development does not evoke the same awe as Sengoku's colossal Buddha, it certainly appears formidable. Kapu, what brings you here to witness this? He inquired, to which Kapu responded with a smile. Naturally, it is also due to the human fruit. The presence of these two esteemed figures caused a palpable tension among the soldiers responsible for the evaluations. They had never anticipated that Kapu and Tsurugi would grace this venue to observe the assessments of the new recruits. Ron was engaged in combat, having just hurled the individual who had transformed into a brown bear. In the distance, he spotted Carp and Crane in the stands. He was taken aback that this fresh confrontation could attract the attention of both of them. Ron could not help but become cautious. Could it be that there were even more formidable adversaries lurking within? Although Ron was aware of his own prowess, he never allowed himself to become arrogant. The reason for this humility lay in the hidden talents that permeated the world around him. Thus, when Carp and Crane approached, Ron did not perceive their attention as directed towards him. Instead, he believed there were even more formidable individuals among this cohort of new students, with newcomers who possessed exceptional capabilities. Ron never imagined that they were watching him. He had little time for contemplation, as his primary focus was to vanquish his immediate adversaries. Unbeknownst to him, he had defeated numerous opponents in the process. Since his transformation, he had amassed the highest score. By the time Ron returned to his original stature, few remained capable of continuing the fight. That individual was truly terrifying. How had he transformed into such a colossal monster, exhibiting extraordinary strength and agility? Indeed, he was expected to possess a rather cumbersome physique. Why, then, was the situation so drastically different? Ron's combat prowess defies logic. For many, the notion of a being of such immense size suggests a lack of agility and a reduction in the swiftness of attacks. Yet, in reality, Ron moves with remarkable speed. This creates an impression of profound unfairness. How can one so gargantuan exhibit such nimbleness? His mastery of his fruit's abilities is commendable, showcasing a notable talent. Achieving agility in such a colossal form is no simple feat. Carp has discerned Ron's potential, a realization I share. Moreover, he has engaged in combat for a mere 10 minutes since his transformation. While his fighting techniques may not yet be refined, he demonstrates a foundational proficiency. Many of his maneuvers appear to be basic naval techniques that he seems to have practiced prior to this encounter. Indeed, his training time may have been limited, resulting in a lack of polish. Nevertheless, his performance is commendable and sufficient for the rank of a lieutenant. Carp, usually nonchalant about many matters, adopts a serious demeanor when it comes to guiding his naval subordinates. I never expected you to take a rookie's duel so seriously, Crane remarked, equally astonished. Ron can no longer utilize his devil fruit abilities. How will he fare in the upcoming battle? In truth, the forthcoming confrontation poses little challenge for Ron. The rationale is straightforward. The majority of formidable adversaries, particularly those possessing devil fruit powers, have already been vanquished by him. The remaining opponents will be determined by whose marksmanship reigns supreme. Of course, Ron maintains a humble and cautious demeanor. He cannot guarantee that his shooting skills will surpass those of the remaining adversaries, as there may well be hidden masters among them. Thus, Ron retrieved his tranquilizer gun, preparing to continue the fight. In the naval assessment duel, the use of weapons is permitted. Guns are no exception, though they utilize tranquilizer rounds instead of live ammunition. Now that he has lost his devil fruit powers, let me handle him, a Marine declared with a grin as he charged towards Ron. Bang! With a single shot, Ron brought him crashing to the ground. Chapter 19, Zephyr's Recruitment. I didn't expect his marksmanship to be quite impressive, Haji lamented. It seems he must have done considerable preparation before his arrival. Karp nodded in agreement. The remaining individuals were swiftly subdued by Ron's tranquilizer gun. No one anticipated the extent of Ron's shooting prowess. This, of course, was also attributable to Ron's prior victories over numerous formidable opponents using his devil fruit abilities, coupled with the fact that the remaining few had already expended a significant amount of their stamina. Had they maintained their vigor, Ron might not have been able to defeat them as swiftly. Nevertheless, Ron's marksmanship possessed its own unique qualities: steady, precise, and ruthless. Karp and Hiji departed. Having conducted a brief evaluation of Ron has achieved first place in the Navy Headquarters recruitment examination. Judging by his performance, he possesses the potential to be accepted as a student by Zephyr. Indeed, the Titan form of the human fruit is quite an impressive ability. Hand him over to me. I assure you, he will eventually rise to the rank of Rear Admiral, perhaps even Admiral. Zephyr was exceedingly pleased and had already made a promise to Crane over the phone. I have faith in your teaching abilities. Let him learn alongside you, he said. Crane expressed her anticipation for his arrival. After the phone call with Zephyr, Crane proceeded to Sengoku's office. Detailed information regarding the examination results was already laid out on Sengoku's desk. Ah, Crane, you're here. What brings you? He inquired. I wish to discuss your thoughts on the results of this examination, Crane replied. I have reviewed Ron's profile as well. His strength is indeed formidable, and he shows great potential. The endorsements from both you and Zephyr are testament to his capabilities. As for his assignment, his skill set qualifies him for the rank of Major. Yet he still requires further training. There are numerous areas where he falls short. We cannot simply promote him to Major based solely on talent, Sengoku articulated with caution. You are absolutely correct. However, is there not a possibility for him to develop further and enhance his abilities? Crane questioned. Are you suggesting we place him under Zephyr's tutelage? Sengoku responded. Given that both he and Zephyr were once strong contenders for the position of Admiral, there existed a certain tension between them. Many perceive their relationship as less than cordial. Let us entrust him to Zephyr. He will be able to better cultivate Ron's talents, ultimately benefiting the Navy, Crane proposed. You don't suspect any underlying issues between Zephyr and me, do you? While I do harbor some dissatisfaction regarding the prevalence of Zephyr's students within the Navy, I am not devoid of perspective. Look at Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji. They have all ascended to the rank of Admiral. As long as they can unlock their potential and uphold justice, that is what truly matters. Very well then. I shall send him to study under Zephyr, Sengoku confirmed. Despite their differences, Sengoku was magnanimous enough to recognize Zephyr's exceptional talent in nurturing newcomers. However, while Zephyr excelled in developing their abilities, he often had little influence over their personalities, resulting in a diverse array of characters among his students. For instance, Akainu was overly rigid, Kizaru excessively laid back, and Akiji appeared indifferent to everything. Zephyr, Sengoku has agreed. This newcomer will soon be sent to you. You must nurture him well. Striving to cultivate someone of Rear Admiral caliber or higher, Crane communicated over the phone. That is agreeable. Once he arrives, I shall dedicate myself to his training, Zephyr assured her. Years of discord had arisen between Sengoku and Zephyr due to disagreements over the Admiralty position. Throughout this time, Crane had consistently sided with Sengoku, feeling a certain indebtedness towards Zephyr. Hence, she had been working to mend the rift between them. Many of the Navy's distinguished officers were trained by Zephyr before Sengoku assumed the role of Admiral. Since then, Zephyr had seldom produced high-ranking officers. On one hand, true genius was indeed rare. On the other, Sengoku had imposed certain restrictions on Zephyr. Consider the implications of having high-ranking officers under Sengoku's command, all of whom were Zephyr's students. Crane sought to address this situation, believing that Ron, as an exceptional talent, would thrive under Zephyr's guidance. In reality, Sengoku had been in command for many years and had gained complete control, no longer worrying about Zephyr causing disruptions. Thus, he permitted this arrangement, also wishing to ease the tension between them. Meanwhile, Zephyr was elated at the prospect of mentoring a new user of the human fruit. Teacher, I hear you have acquired another student, a young female student with sea blue wavy hair, draped in a blue cloak and wearing shorts, inquired. Indeed, Ein. He may very well be your junior in the future. Be sure to look out for him, Zephyr replied. Teacher, the Navy headquarters has not provided you with exceptional talent for many years. This one is likely to be another disappointment, Ein expressed with skepticism. He should be a promising candidate. After all, he comes highly recommended by Vice Admiral Crane, who is known for her discerning eye. She would not endorse someone unworthy. Akaina was also recommended by her, Zephyr explained. Oh, really? Ein was taken aback. Does that mean this newcomer has the potential to become an admiral? Not necessarily, Zephyr chuckled. Individuals like Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji are exceedingly rare. Perhaps in my lifetime, I have only encountered 3 such talents. Although this young man named Ron is impressive, it remains to be seen if he can reach such heights. Ultimately, it depends on his own efforts. Ein, you must understand that while diligence is crucial, innate talent holds greater significance. Many of my students have become vice admirals, yet only those 3 attained the rank of admiral. Does that imply the others lacked effort? Not at all. Many are diligently honing their skills to achieve their current status. However, without talent, one must train rigorously. Through perseverance, one can become formidable. I understand, teacher. I will ensure to work even harder, Ein replied earnestly, harboring curiosity about what the new student would be like. At that moment, Ron found himself in a dilemma. He had received 2 appointment letters. Which path should he choose? Chapter 20. 2 appointment letters. Before Ron lay 2 appointment letters. The scripts were distinctly different. One was written in a bold, robust font, while the other appeared more delicate and refined. It was evident that one letter was penned by a man, and the other by a woman. Ron contemplated for a moment and decided to begin with the document authored by the woman. Women are a rarity within the Navy headquarters, which piqued Ron's curiosity regarding the situation. Hello, Ron. Congratulations on achieving first place in this naval selection. Your talent is exceptional. Our esteemed Vice Admiral holds you in high regard and has recommended an outstanding mentor for you. This distinguished instructor is none other than the former Admiral Zephyr. Please keep this certificate safe, as you will soon be able to reach Admiral Zephyr's location via the vessels of the Navy headquarters. This appointment letter serves both as your admission notice and your credential, so please safeguard it diligently. I hope you will dedicate yourself to learning, strive earnestly, and contribute to the noble cause of naval justice. We look forward to your remarkable achievements in your future career. This appointment letter appears to have been penned by one of Vice Admiral Crane's female sailors. While the Navy predominantly comprises men, there are indeed female sailors, most of whom are led by Crane. There are a total of over a dozen Vice Admirals within the Navy headquarters, and aside from Crane and Peach Rabbit, the remainder are male. This further underscores Crane's capabilities and strength. Ron was astounded to have gained the favor of such a distinguished figure as Crane, who even had her subordinate draft an appointment letter for him. This was entirely beyond his expectations. The notion that he could earn the recognition of such a prominent individual left him momentarily flabbergasted, feeling both honored and overwhelmed. However, he quickly regained his composure. There was still another appointment letter to peruse, after all. Thus, he proceeded to open the second letter. Hello, Ron. Do you enjoy eating rice crackers? The opening line left Ron momentarily bewildered. Admiral Karp asked me to inquire if you would like to share some if you do. The weight of that statement was considerable. Who was Karp? He was a hero of the Navy. For many, he embodied their faith. Consequently, Karp's standing within the Navy was indisputable. The very fact that he proposed sharing rice crackers with Ron raised questions about his intentions. Ron is merely an ordinary individual, a novice who has recently undergone assessment. I must, with utmost responsibility, advise you not to take this lightly. Excessive consumption of senbei is detrimental to one's health. Throughout my extensive career, I have witnessed Mr. Karp succumbed to slumber due to senbei on numerous occasions. There were times when he would doze off while merely walking. Hence, I have concluded that an overindulgence in senbei is indeed harmful. Therefore, I strongly recommend that you refrain from harboring any ambitions regarding Mr. Karp's senbei. However, it is important to note that the preceding statements were all in jest. I am bound to execute Mr. Karp's orders, and since he inquired about your fondness for senbei, I too must pose the question. Now, let us turn to more serious matters. Mr. Karp is exceedingly impressed with your performance and expresses a keen interest in you. Consequently, he hopes you will join his ranks as a subordinate. This is the reason for the appointment letter. Should you be inclined, please bring the letter and report to me at the Navy headquarters, room 302 on the 3rd floor of Building 17, where I shall await your arrival. Ron felt a slight sense of disorientation. He had never imagined that one day he would earn the admiration of two legendary figures. Moreover, both of them had simultaneously dispatched their subordinates to extend formal appointments to him. What could this possibly resemble? It was akin to receiving acceptance letters from two prestigious institutions. Picture this: achieving a score of 700 on the college entrance examination and subsequently receiving notifications from two elite schools. What an immense honor that would be. Now, Ron faced two divergent paths. One was to seek out the legendary Mentor Zepho within the Navy and pursue his tutelage. The other was to join the ranks of Admiral Karp and learn alongside him. This indeed posed a perplexing dilemma. Had he received an invitation from only one party, he would have readily accepted without a second thought. What is the purpose of joining the Navy? It is to exact vengeance. Beyond that, it is also about enabling others, like himself, to attain a life of greater peace and stability. Thus, upon joining the Navy, it is imperative to enhance one's strength and elevate one's rank. For only with increasing influence can one hope to realize their ambitions. However, the unexpected invitation from two of the most distinguished individuals had rendered his decision all the more challenging. Consequently, Ron found himself in deep contemplation about which path to choose. After a moment of reflection, Ron suddenly pondered a crucial question. At present, Monkey D. Luffy has yet to set sail, but Ron remains uncertain about the exact year. Indeed, he has inquired of numerous individuals regarding the current year. Some have responded with the year of the Sea Circle calendar. However, Ron is unfamiliar with the Sea Circle calendar. Due to his lack of understanding, he has yet to grasp which time period the Navy belongs to and what the state of the world is like. He remains entirely in the dark. Ron's heart leaned towards training under Zephyr. However, a pressing concern loomed before him. Where was Edward Weevil now? Had he launched an assault on Zephyr? Or was he merely preparing for one? This was of utmost significance, a matter of life and death. Zephyr, a compassionate general, had never taken the life of a pirate, earning him the moniker of the Merciful Admiral. Yet, his fate was tragically intertwined with loss. His family had been shattered by the very pirates he spared. Despite his clemency towards many, he himself was not spared from their wrath. The most devastating blow came when a cohort of his students fell victim to an attack by Edward Weevil, leaving only Ein and Benz alive, while Zephyr himself lost an arm. Furthermore, Weevil's nomination as one of the 7 warlords of the sea left Zephyr disheartened with the Navy, prompting him to establish the Inyo Navy. Thus, the timing was critical. If Ron could not ascertain the current situation and Weevil's intentions regarding Zephyr, he might very well sacrifice his own life in the process. Ron understood that despite possessing some innate talent and a seemingly powerful fruit, he lacked the capability to survive against a formidable opponent like Edward Weevil. Consequently, Ron resolved to ascertain the present circumstances. Would Weevil attack Zephyr soon? Or had he already done so? Weevil had been appointed as a warlord after the Marineford War, at which point Zephyr was already 73 years old. However, Weevil had attacked Zephyr when he was 65. By the time Luffy encountered Zephyr in the New World, Zephyr was 74. Therefore, it could be deduced that the attack occurred approximately 7 years prior to the Marineford War. Considering Zephyr would be 74 2 years after the war, and Garp would be 78 at that time, it established that Garp was 4 years older than Zephyr. Thus, all that remained was to ascertain Garp's current age. With that determination, Ron proceeded to the Navy's 17th building, 3rd floor, room 302, clutching the appointment letter pinned by a male authority. Chapter 21. Journey to Zephyr's base. Upon arriving at the Navy's 17th building, room 302, Ron felt a wave of nervousness. Here, he encountered Garp's aide, Bogart. This marked Ron's first direct interaction with Bogart, a figure renowned for his discretion and seldom seen in the world of One Piece. While the world recognized him as a swordsman, his true strength was undoubtedly formidable. A strong general commands no weak subordinates, and given the long-standing rivalry between Roger and Garp, one must ponder who dealt with Roger's entourage. Perhaps it was this unassuming subordinate, Bogart. Thus, standing in the presence of such an eminent figure, Ron couldn't help but feel apprehensive. There's no need to be anxious, Bogart remarked. It seems you wish to remain here and serve as a subordinate to Mr. Garp. Ron glanced at Bogart, perceiving that he still appeared rather youthful. He pondered the age of Mr. Karp. I am curious, how old is Mr. Karp this year? You audacious fellow, upon your arrival, you dare to inquire about Mr. Karp's age, implying that he is old? At present, Mr. Karp is 64 years old. In the prime of his life, Bogart was taken aback that Ron's first question after their meeting pertained to Mr. Karp's age. Perhaps this newcomer, being a Marine, was unaware of Mr. Karp's current age and mistakenly believed that his prowess had waned. Thus, Bogart felt compelled to enlighten him. Given Ron's status as a rookie, Bogart bore no ill will. After listening to Bogart's remarks, Ron began to analyze the situation. From the known data he possessed, he could deduce the current time frame. Mr. Karp was 76 years old prior to the Marineford War, while at that time, Luffy had just set sail at the age of 17. Presently, with Mr. Karp at 64, it indicates that we have regressed 12 years back to the period before the Marineford War. At this juncture, Zepho would be approximately 60 years old. Luffy, therefore, would be around 5 years old, still just a mere child. Red-haired Shanks was 37 years old before the Marineford War, which means he is 20 years older than Luffy. Consequently, with Luffy being 5 years of age, Shanks would be 25 years old. Ron was diligently attempting to recall the ages of these characters to infer the trajectory of current events. It was at the age of 27 that Shanks encountered the 7-year-old Luffy, who, through a twist of fate, consumed the gum-gum fruit. Thus, projecting from the present moment, Luffy would meet the red-haired Shanks in 2 years. Consequently, this implies that Nami, one of the two illustrious beauties of the Straw Hat Pirates, is merely 6 years old at this juncture. It is indeed a pity to consider that Nami is still a rather unassuming young girl at this time. However, Robin should be 16, a splendid age. Yet, as Ron pondered further, a slight headache ensued. He could not clearly recall where Robin was at this moment. "What are you contemplating, kid?" Bogart inquired. "I am pondering how to decline Mr. Garp's invitation. I have previously received a letter of appointment, and while it is a tremendous honor to be invited by Mr. Garp, I find myself at a loss regarding my choice, leading to this predicament." "What are you referring to? Please articulate your thoughts more clearly. Is there something that has complicated your decision?" Bogart, the eminent swordsman, remarked. "The reality is that had I merely received Mr. Garp's invitation, I would undoubtedly have accepted and devoted myself to learning under his guidance. However, I have already received an invitation from Mr. Zephyr, which makes my choice exceedingly challenging at this moment. I am merely a novice, unworthy of their commendation, hence my trepidation. I have come to the conclusion that I should proceed in the order of my invitations, which is why I am currently at a loss for words. I believe I understand your sentiment. Young one, do not be troubled. As long as you strive to become a formidable force in the future and uphold the justice within your heart, that is what truly matters. Mr. Garp's interest in nurturing you stems from his recognition of your talent, enabling you to better develop your abilities and ultimately showcase your prowess in this world, fulfilling your aspirations and upholding the justice that supports you." Ron was surprised to find Bogart so eloquent. "Therefore, you need not worry about inciting the Rear Admiral's displeasure. Ultimately, it is for your own development. If you have chosen Mr. Zephyr, that too is a commendable decision. With Mr. Zephyr's mentorship, you are destined for greater accomplishments." Mr. Garp seldom bestows attention upon the youth, which is why Bogart views this young man with particular regard, offering him much sage advice. Over the years, Bogart has remained remarkably understated, often overlooked by many. Yet, in truth, he is an exceptionally formidable master. Having battled alongside Garp against Roger for so many years, it is implausible that Garp faced Roger's crew alone. His aid must have played a significant role. Given that Bogart has been with Garp the longest and is a swordsman, he likely aided Garp in contending with Rayleigh during their confrontations. "Thank you, sir. I shall take my leave now." Ron ultimately decided to follow Zephyr. Enhancing one's strength is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. Having a distinguished mentor to provide guidance can yield remarkable results. At this moment, Zephyr is 60 years old, with 5 years remaining until Edward Weeble's assault. Ron is confident that over the course of 5 years, he will undoubtedly undergo significant growth. Perhaps by then, he will be able to directly vanquish Edward Weevil and rescue all those whom he has harmed. This would also alleviate some of the tragic burden borne by Zephyr, enhancing the quality of his later years. Ron harbors considerable sympathy for Zephyr. Presently, an opportunity arises, allowing him to learn valuable skills from Zephyr while simultaneously repaying him for his mentorship. What could be more beneficial? Thus, 2 days later, Ron embarked on a naval vessel bound for Zephyr's base, armed with a recommendation letter penned by Crane, which served as his appointment. The duration of his studies remains uncertain, yet it promises to be an exceptionally memorable and exhilarating experience. As he watched the Seagull flag ascend and the Navy ship set sail, Ron felt a surge of emotions. From this moment forth, he would be an exemplary member of the Navy, and his life would embark on a new trajectory. With the guidance of the world's finest teacher, coupled with his own dedication, Ron firmly believes he will soon exact his revenge and better protect those who, like himself, are vulnerable. However, amidst his excitement, a tinge of melancholy lingers. Nami is only 6 years old. Yet, Ron is merely 16. A 10-year age difference does not seem insurmountable. Moreover, he finds himself well matched in age with Robin and likely similar to that of Aang. Alas, what am I contemplating? The paramount focus must be on enhancing my own strength. Ron shook his head and began to immerse himself in the book gifted to him by Captain Sonier. This tome primarily chronicles the art of shooting, encapsulating decades of life experiences from Captain Sonier. It proved to be immensely beneficial for Ron. Chapter 22. Suggestions for developing fruits aboard a naval vessel. Ron swiftly arrived at Zephyr's location. Upon disembarking, he was warmly greeted by Zephyr and all of his students. For Ron, this was an exceptionally high-level reception. He had not anticipated that Professor Zephyr would personally welcome him. "Are you Ron? We have been eagerly awaiting your arrival to welcome you into our midst," said a woman with blue curls, draped in a blue cloak and clad in exceedingly short shorts, revealing her long, fair legs. Ron scrutinized her for a few moments, quickly recognizing him as Aang, one of Zephyr's distinguished students and a future cadre of the Neo Navy. At that moment, Aang's legs were perfectly smooth and unblemished, devoid of scars. Typically, when Luffy encountered Aang, there was a cross-shaped scar adorning her leg. While a scar may not significantly detract from Aang's allure, it nonetheless had a slight impact. Witnessing Ain's unblemished and sleek legs evoked a uniquely special feeling. Observing Ron's gaze fixated on Aang, Binzi, also an esteemed student of Zephyr, felt a twinge of discontent. It was rather impolite to stare at a senior in such a manner, especially after everyone had been waiting for so long. Binzi's voice was not loud, yet both Zephyr and Aang heard it, as did Ron. Ron felt a tinge of rudeness and promptly addressed Zephyr. "Teacher Zephyr, I am grateful for your warm welcome. Here is the letter of recommendation bestowed upon me by Admiral Crane." The letter, however, was of little significance. What truly mattered was the demonstration of one's capabilities. "With my presence here, let us showcase your prowess." Zephyr's words resonated with wisdom, regardless of what the letter conveyed. It ultimately amounted to mere words on paper. Only through genuine demonstration can one ascertain true strength. Encouraged by Zephyr's remarks, Ron cast aside his hesitation and commenced his transformation. He began to grow taller, his form gradually ascending from an average height to that befitting a general. He proceeded to elevate himself further, reaching heights of 3 meters, 6 meters, and ultimately 10 meters. The sheer magnitude of his stature alone exuded an overwhelming sense of authority. "Now, please exhibit your strength. Engage in a duel with Binzi," Zephyr instructed, seemingly intent on assessing Ron from the moment he welcomed him. The edge of the island provided an ideal setting for combat. "Binzi, step forward and exchange a few moves with him," Zephyr commanded. Binzi was indeed one of Zephyr's most distinguished students, having survived alongside Aang following the ambush on Zephyr by Edward Weeble. This undoubtedly attested to his formidable abilities. While Binzi's fruit-based powers were somewhat inferior compared to Aang's, his martial skills were notably superior. Initially harboring a sense of discontent towards Ron, a newcomer, Binzi, in his youthful exuberance, felt slighted by the preferential treatment afforded to Ron, particularly as Aang had been tasked with overseeing him. Among the students, only a handful of females existed, with Aang shining the brightest. Thus, Binzi wasted no time, launching a punch directly towards Ron's chest. Ron observed Binzi's movements and immediately began to defend himself. However, to be candid, Binzi's speed was astonishingly swift for Ron, and he ultimately failed to block the punch that struck him squarely in the chest, causing him to stagger back a step. Ron had trained his speed to a commendable level, and for many pirates, he was indeed quite rapid. During the Navy's rookie assessments, his speed garnered considerable praise. His imposing physique combined with such agility made him the envy of many. Yet, when faced with Binzi, Ron realized the vast chasm that separated him from these seasoned sailors. Fortunately, Ron's physical resilience was formidable, and he came away from the blow unscathed, indicating his considerable potential. "However, I shall exert even greater force, so prepare yourself. This encounter shall reveal the extent of Ron's innate talent." Thus, Binzi would gradually increase the pressure on Ron, and he resumed his assault. Binzi refrained from utilizing the powers of his Moku no Mi, opting instead for the Navy's 6 styles, launching a direct spear thrust toward Ron's body. In combat, one must always gauge one's strength, yet if ensnared in a dire predicament, retreat is not an option. One must commit entirely to the fight. In the face of adversity, hesitation leads to certain demise. Thus, one must confront the enemy with bravery and maintain a calm demeanor to discern any weaknesses in their combat style. Regardless of whether one can exploit those weaknesses, one must unleash all their might upon the vulnerable point. This principle was gleaned from the writings of Captain Soniel, who, despite being a marksman, possessed a profound understanding of various theoretical concepts and recorded several combat techniques. Drawing from his extensive experience, he advocated for a measured approach in confrontations, emphasizing the importance of recognizing the disparity in strength between oneself and the adversary. Should one be unable to overpower the enemy, it is vital to avoid reckless engagement, for it is only oneself who will suffer. Moreover, he documented strategies for navigating perilous situations. While it is essential to act within one's capabilities and acknowledge the strengths and weaknesses of oneself and the opponent, one must not succumb to fear or trepidation when confronted with dire circumstances. In such cases, a measured approach will lead only to a dead end. Thus, one must go all out. His writings clearly state that in moments of desperation, it is the brave who emerge victorious. Ron comprehended the wisdom of his predicament. He found himself in a dire situation. He was acutely aware that Binzi would not take his life, yet he would relentlessly pursue him, driving him further into despair. Ron contemplated means of resistance, yet he consistently found himself unable to evade Binzi's assaults. This presented an exceedingly awkward scenario. At times, his mind grasped the solution, but his body failed to execute it in harmony. Nevertheless, Ron persevered, diligently seeking opportunities to evade. Ron, you must consider the abilities of your fruit. Is it solely about offense, defense, and strength? Might there be other powers yet undiscovered? Zephyr interjected, reminding him, every zoan-type fruit possesses its unique characteristics, and yours, being of the mythical variety, is bound to harbor extraordinary abilities. For instance, Admiral Sengoku wields the power of shockwaves. Could you perhaps possess similar capabilities? Ron's fruit should belong to the mythical beast category, yet at this moment, it merely displays the capabilities typical of ordinary zoan fruits, lacking any extraordinary functions. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Ron began to ponder whether his Titan fruit could be further developed. Chapter 23. Terrifying talents. Listening to Zephyr, Ron delved into contemplation. The Titans are part of an immensely vast system endowed with powerful and enigmatic forces. Legend has it that the Titans were born of Uranus, the god of the sky, and Gaia, the goddess of the earth. There are 12 Titans in total, divided into 6 males and 6 females. Their strength is formidable, granting them dominion over the sky, earth, and ocean. Should Ron be able to inherit their legacy or elevate his Titan fruit to their level, thereby controlling the sky, earth, and sea, he would become invincible in this world. The 6 male Titans are Oceanus, the god of ocean rivers; Ceus, the god of intellect and questioning; Hyperion, the god of light and the sun; Crius, the god of growth and vitality; Iapetus, the god of the soul and death; and Cronus, the god of time and space. The 6 female Titans are Thea, the goddess of treasures, sunlight, and vision; Rhea, the goddess of fertility, time, and seasons; Themis, the water goddess, embodying order and justice; Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory and one of the 3 muses of poetry; Phoebe, the goddess of prophecy and the moon; and Tethys, the goddess of the vast ocean. Their powers alone possess the potential to overturn the world. Of course, Ron is acutely aware that he is unlikely to attain such capabilities. To what extent can this fruit be developed? Is there a possibility for resonance with these powers? This remains to be explored. However, he can contemplate whether awakening these talents is feasible through various means. Thus, during his battle with Binz, Ron began to reflect on these matters. The ability to control the sky, earth, and ocean is indeed a challenging endeavor. Therefore, he resolved to start from the instincts inherent in animals. Ron closed his eyes, seeking to harness the power of his hearing. How could he close his eyes when even with them wide open, he could not evade Binzi's speed? Would shutting them truly make a difference? The others questioned in unison. Ron began to listen with his ears and to perceive with his heart. Unfortunately, it yielded little effect. Was he perhaps attempting to comprehend the ability of observation hockey? Many inquired. Typically, the training for mastering hockey requires one to close their eyes. relying on alternative senses for understanding, as keeping them open may compromise one's judgment. Generally, when individuals train in observation haki, they do so with closed eyes to better sense the attacks of others. Alas, it was still ineffective. Ron kept his eyes shut, only to find himself subjected to even harsher blows. If one remains passively on the receiving end of an assault, the outcome is inevitably dire. Perhaps I ought not to evade. Ron opened his eyes, realizing that closing them offered him no respite. The notion of truly feeling eluded him entirely. He resolved to no longer evade, but to confront directly. For evasion was futile. Binzi's speed was simply too swift. Poof! Ron collided directly with Binzi's pointed finger, resulting in a profusion of blood. Undeterred, Ron launched an attack against Binz, delivering a punch aimed at his opponent's body. Binz effortlessly evaded the blow. The large brute should be focused on how to dodge my attacks rather than attempting to strike me. Such efforts are utterly futile, Binz remarked with a chuckle. Ron's towering height of 10 meters indeed imposed a considerable sense of intimidation upon many, yet witnessing him being subdued by Binz brought a collective sigh of relief, allowing the onlookers to relax. Binz's playful jabs elicited knowing smiles from the crowd. Size alone, it seemed, merely rendered one clumsy. Ein observed Ron with a sense of pity. He was merely a newcomer who had recently completed his rookie assessment, having joined the Navy for less than a month. How could he possibly compete with those who had trained extensively alongside the world's most distinguished instructors? Let us give Ron some grace, Ein mused. After all, he has only just arrived and has yet to undergo systematic training. The fact that he has persevered this far is commendable. Do not fret, let us observe further. Currently, Ron has only sustained superficial injuries, and it appears that his latent potential is awakening. Have you noticed the unusual resilience of his physique? Examine his initial wounds. They seem to be healing rapidly. What a remarkable ability his devil fruit must possess. After hearing Zifa's words, Ein began to scrutinize Ron's earlier injuries, noting that the wounds had indeed formed scabs and were slowly mending. This is truly astonishing, Ein remarked, recognizing that such a healing process had only just commenced. Zifa continued his commentary, suggesting that this might be the unique power of the fruit Ron had consumed. Ron was unaware that his fruit now possessed a remarkably vigorous vitality. He only knew that in order to defeat Binzi, he must strive to launch an assault. After all, there was no escaping his attacks. It was better to confront him directly. Weakness, weakness. Ron endeavored to uncover the vulnerabilities of Binzi. He had been meticulously observing Binzi's movements. At last, a plan formed in his mind. I never anticipated your resilience. It seems you shall require a period of recuperation. This time, Binzi launched a fierce assault towards Ron's chest, both hands imbued with the power of haki. With a swift thrust, his fingers pierced through Ron's flesh. Just as Binzi resolved to withdraw his hands, Ron swiftly embraced him, then seized Bin's wrist. He commenced his rapid movements. Although this assessment was a test of Ron's innate talent, Binz did not hold back in his approach. Furthermore, Ron sensed a hint of animosity from Binz. Thus, Ron deemed it unnecessary to show restraint. As Ron grasped his wrist, Binz immediately prepared to retaliate, aiming a kick towards Ron's chest in an attempt to escape his grasp. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ron grasped Binzi's wrist tightly and swiftly began to spin. With great force, he hurled Binzi to the ground, only to quickly lift him again and slam him down on the opposite side. This back-and-forth motion continued for 20 or 30 repetitions. Although this maneuver was one of Ron's usual tactics, it undeniably brought immense satisfaction during the battle. As Ron swung Binzi around, the wounds on his body gradually healed, and his height steadily increased. At that moment, Ron became acutely aware of the transformations within his own body. He felt as though he had grown taller, and his strength had significantly increased. Could this be attributed to Kress's abilities? Kress is the deity of growth among the Titans. Might it be that the Titan giant fruit inherently possesses remarkable restorative and life-giving properties? Teacher, do you think he has awakened the devil fruit? Ein inquired. She was well-versed in the awakening of devil fruits. For instance, the beast of the abyss in the deep-sea prison could engage in endless combat, a direct consequence of such an awakening. No, this may be a form of innate talent, Zephyr remarked. He is still far from awakening the fruit. Yet this talent is indeed extraordinary. I just wonder what limitations this talent might have. Chapter 24. Training for the Titan fruit. At this point, Binzi had slipped into a state of unconsciousness. Logically speaking, how could he find himself in such a predicament when facing someone of Ron's caliber? Ron is merely a newly enlisted recruit in the Navy. yet he has already undergone training here at Zephyr for several years. Ultimately, it boils down to underestimating the situation. It is precisely due to this complacency that many individuals experience significant shifts in circumstances on the battlefield, ultimately reaping the bitter fruits of defeat, and in some cases, paying the ultimate price of their lives. Ron had long understood this principle, which is why he approached every duel with utmost seriousness. The rise of the great Chu under Chen Shang, who proclaimed, "Are there not noblemen and generals born of the common people? How can a sparrow comprehend the aspirations of a swan?" ignited the first great wave of resistance against the Qin dynasty. Ultimately, his downfall stemmed from underestimating the Qin army. In the absence of substantial strategic accomplishments, his self-proclamation as king of Chu led to his demise. After Chen Shang's death, the most formidable force among the anti-Qin factions belonged to Xiang Liang. At that time, the Chu army was immensely powerful, exhibiting remarkable combat prowess, and Xiang Liang achieved several significant victories against the Qin forces. This success, however, bred complacency, and he ultimately fell to the Qin general Zhang Han. Following Xiang Liang's death, Zhang Han erroneously believed that Xiang Yu and Liu Bang posed no real threat, prompting him to lead his troops northward across the Yellow River to confront the forces of Zhao. This too was a grave error stemming from arrogance. Had he recognized the potential of Xiang Yu and Liu Bang, history might have taken a different course. At that time, Xiang Yu and Liu Bang were still relatively weak and posed no match for Zhang Han. Later, one of Xiang Yu's generals, Long Xie, in his battle against Han Xian, dismissed Han Xian as merely a coward who slipped through the legs of others, failing to regard him as a worthy opponent, which ultimately led to his own death. Thus, in the theater of war, underestimating one's adversary is akin to inviting one's own demise through their hands. Ron firmly grasped these principles, understanding from historical events that one must possess a clear self-awareness while also comprehending the nature of one's adversaries in any undertaking. Thus, he approached every confrontation with utmost seriousness, ultimately securing his victory. In stark contrast, Binzi suffered a devastating defeat at Ron's hands. Several individuals were instructed to carry Binzi away for treatment. Zephyr directed a few students to assist in this matter, then turned his attention to Ron. "Your potential is extraordinary. Now, show me your capabilities. I wish to gauge the extent of your prowess and uncover the true nature of your innate talent." It was evident that Ron's devil fruit was exceptionally unique. To accurately assess his abilities, Zephyr realized that only his direct intervention would suffice, as others would struggle to discern the nuances of Ron's powers and could easily sustain injuries. The balance was precarious. Exhibiting excessive strength could gravely wound Ron, while insufficient force might result in his own defeat. Thus, Zephyr stepped forward. "Come, attack me. Let me measure the essence of your talent." Zephyr was genuinely intrigued. It had been quite some time since he encountered a student of such caliber. Consequently, he took to the arena to engage Ron in battle. Ron was certainly no match for Zephyr, yet recognizing that his mentor sought to assess him, he resolved to demonstrate his utmost capabilities. Thus, Ron engaged in the duel with Zephyr with unwavering seriousness, withholding nothing. Approximately 10 minutes later, Ron was thoroughly defeated. Zephyr, having gained a profound understanding of Ron's abilities, instructed, "Ein, please escort Ron to rest and arrange suitable accommodations for him, allowing him to familiarize himself with our surroundings. Additionally, keep a close eye on his injuries and recovery." "Understood, teacher." After the 10-minute confrontation, Zephyr discerned Ron's current fruit development capabilities, innate potential, and possible future trajectories. However, Zephyr recognized that he required additional time to reflect and consult relevant materials before arriving at a definitive conclusion. Ron was thus led away by Ian. "Are you able to walk on your own?" After the recent confrontation with Zephyr, Ron was quite injured, so at this moment, he was being supported by Ian. Ron is slightly taller than Ian. His physique is well-proportioned, yet his weight is considerable, which makes it somewhat burdensome for Ian when he supports him. Additionally, Ron's hand often inadvertently grazes Ian's lantern, causing a hint of embarrassment for Ian. Having witnessed Ron's remarkable recuperative abilities, Ian assumed that Ron need not rely entirely on his own weight to walk. "All right, I shall give it a try." To be honest, in such close proximity, this being their first intimate encounter, Ron is somewhat reluctant to distance himself from Ian's presence. Ron struggled to support his own body, yearning to distance himself from Ian. "Oh dear, my legs cannot bear the weight." As he attempted to lift himself, he found himself heavily pressing down once more. His right hand inadvertently pressed against Ian's car light, causing a hint of embarrassment to flicker across Ian's face. Yet, gazing at Ron's innocent and slightly pained expression, Ian felt at a loss for words. Very well, let us hasten back to your dormitory. Given your grievous injuries, it is imperative that you rest. After all, it was Zephyr who had dealt the blow, and Ian harbored no doubts about Ron's sincerity. In truth, Zephyr's strike had not been excessively forceful. Ron felt he could still walk, albeit with a modicum of discomfort, pain that was bearable. Were it not for Ian's immediate support, Ron might have attempted to walk unaided. Yet, with such an opportunity at hand, how could Ron let it slip away? Such moments were rare and precious. The proximity, imbued with the fragrance of youth, made him reluctant to return alone. Indeed, he wished to linger a while longer. However, every path one desires to traverse eventually reaches its conclusion. Much like the affection one harbored for a girl in their youth, one cherished the unanticipated encounters along the same street. Walking side by side in a comfortable silence or sharing casual conversation, imagining that the journey would stretch on indefinitely. Yet, every journey must come to an end. Ron was finally returned to his dormitory. Given that you were injured and in need of care, your accommodation has been temporarily arranged next to mine. Originally, Ain intended to assign Ron's dormitory among the boys. However, due to Ron's serious injuries and the fact that Professor Zifa requested to monitor the recovery of his condition, it was decided to place Ron by my side. Please wait here, and I shall fetch you some food shortly. I am uncertain as to how much you might be able to eat. Ron spoke somewhat shyly. As his abilities from the devil fruit grew, Ron's appetite expanded significantly, and his consumption increased. Consequently, he was uncertain of his limits. All right, I shall do my utmost to provide you with ample food. Only by satiating your hunger can you recuperate more effectively. Chapter 25. Diligent Training and Preparation for the New Recruit Assessment. Ron was thus settled in, and then Ain went to prepare some food for him. She initially made twice the amount she usually consumes. Naturally, it proved insufficient. Consequently, she prepared an abundance more. After consuming approximately 10 times the amount of food as Ain, Ron finally ceased his indulgence. Am I perhaps overeating? To be frank, Ron felt a twinge of embarrassment. No worries. This merely indicates that you are recovering remarkably well. Allow me to examine your wounds. Thus, Ain began to assess Ron's injuries. Upon closer inspection, many of the shallower wounds had commenced healing, while the deeper ones were gradually mending. What an astonishing capacity for recovery. A wound that would typically take a normal person 10 days to heal seems to have improved for Ron in merely the span of a meal. Is that so? Indeed. Ordinarily, the state of your wounds would require a standard marine of full 10 days, yet you have achieved such progress in just one meal. I believe that by evening, many of your wounds will be healed. As for the deeper injuries, they might well be resolved by tomorrow. I did not anticipate your abilities to be so extraordinary. It is merely a matter of heightened recuperative power. Ron truly wanted to articulate that her ability was rather extraordinary, capable of reverting others' age by a decade or more with a mere touch. Yet, upon reflection, he refrained from voicing this thought. After all, being a newcomer in this realm, how could he possibly know that In's devil fruit was the fruit of reversion? Should he have spoken up in that moment, it would have evoked an intriguing curiosity. How did he possess such knowledge? Indeed, this moment ought to be attributed to your meticulous care. Without your attentive support, my recovery might not have been as remarkable. For me, the proximity to my senior has been beneficial in mending my wounds. Oh, did I assist you in your recovery? Ian, hearing for the first time that she could impact another's injuries, felt a surge of curiosity. Upon first encountering my senior, I was utterly captivated, as if the very flow of my blood quickened and my heart raced. Perhaps this exhilarating sensation contributed to the rapid healing of my wounds. However, the acceleration of blood flow and heart rate could, conversely, exacerbate bleeding. Yet, Ian remained oblivious to this nuance. Is there truly such an effect? If increased blood flow can expedite healing, then why should I experience it upon meeting you? Ron was uncertain about In's age, but it seemed they were not vastly different. Even if she were a few years his senior, she still embodied the innocence of youth. Perhaps it was her beauty that elicited such a reaction from me. I find that when I encounter particularly lovely young women, my blood seems to race, and my heart quickens. Ian felt her cheeks flush at Ron's candid remarks. She had never encountered such directness before. At her age, she stood at the threshold of youth, a time when many sought her affection, and a phase ripe with dreams of romance. Yet, due to her status as a senior, few dared to speak to her so openly. Ron was indeed the first. Do you not understand why? Is it to say that whenever you encounter a beautiful girl, you experience such sensations? Ian's reaction was equally swift, instantly seizing upon Ron's vulnerability. Ron mentioned that he tends to experience such feelings when he encounters particularly attractive women. This implies that Ron harbors such sentiments towards many individuals. At this moment, Ron realized that he may have misspoken. I suppose that is indeed the case. However, the senior sister is the very first girl I have ever met. The first. Upon hearing this, Ian was somewhat skeptical. I initially perceived him as a rather sincere and honest individual, yet he turned out to be quite the smooth talker. Noticing Ian's growing irritation, I observed the shift in his demeanor. Ron sincerely remarked, "Indeed, my senior sister is the first girl I have ever encountered." This statement, while not entirely inaccurate, carries a certain weight. Since arriving in this world, Ron has only met two beautiful women, one being Lovenma and the other, Ein. Lovenma, being a mature woman, does not quite fit the description of a girl. Ein, however, undeniably embodies that youthful essence. Yet at Ron's age, it seems implausible that he would have never encountered a girl before. It appears you are not a forthright individual. Ein found herself momentarily at a loss for words to adequately convey her dissatisfaction. Ron continued, "I have encountered numerous girls, yet they all tend to be rather mischievous and unruly. Thus, in my perception, they do not resemble girls at all. Rather, they appear more like boys. However, someone as gentle and beautiful as you, senior sister, is a first for me. That is why I declare you to be the first true girl I have ever met." Is that true? Do you truly find me beautiful? Indeed, I have never before seen a girl as stunning as you, senior sister. Ron spoke the truth. In this world, he had encountered only two women, Lovenma and Ian. Lovenma, no longer youthful, could hardly be considered a girl. Thus, at present, Ian was undoubtedly the most beautiful girl Ron had ever seen. Upon hearing Ron's praise, Ian was no longer upset. She felt immense joy. "Well, your injuries have nearly healed. I must report to the teacher. Please continue to rest." "Thank you for your care, senior sister," Ian replied cheerfully, waving goodbye to Ron before seeking out Zifa. Meanwhile, Ron lingered on the sensation of touching the lantern. It was undeniably delightful. Ian was the first girl Ron had encountered in this world, and the proximity of their interaction stirred his emotions. In the realm of One Piece, beyond the survival of the fittest, there existed many wondrous things, such as the breathtaking scenery and enchanting girls. Moreover, the scale of the lanterns here was quite magnificent. According to the official statements by Oda, Nami and Robin possessed lantern models that were ABCDFGHIJ. Just the thought of it filled him with excitement. Were it not for the pirates plunging the seas into chaos, many villages would enjoy a tranquil and harmonious existence, a delightful way of life devoid of excessive pressure, akin to a pastoral idyll. Yet, it was the very presence of pirates that rendered the seas tumultuous, where any event could ignite the flames of war. The pastoral dream was merely an illusion, and beauty itself might lead to peril in many places. If only this world could be transformed into one of harmony and beauty, accompanied by a few beloved girls in a cherished locale, indulging in delicious meals daily. Such thoughts filled him with a sense of pride. "Awake, awaken." Ron gently patted his head. All impractical thoughts are mere fantasies. To achieve such aspirations, one must engage in diligent efforts. His current abilities were still quite rudimentary. At this moment, the most crucial task was to enhance himself further. Pragmatism and realism were paramount. Thus, Ron ceased to ponder other matters and devoted himself to his studies. Chapter 26. The Navy Newcomer Assessment under Zephyr's guidance. Ron underwent training for a year. Throughout this period, he endured numerous trials. However, his progress was remarkably swift. Primarily, he possessed a unique talent, the ability to recover rapidly. Even after sustaining severe injuries without constant assault, he could heal most wounds within half a day. By the second day, he would regain full mobility, and by the third day, he would be entirely restored. This recovery capacity was astonishing. Against opponents of comparable strength, Ron might outlast them in endurance. Yet, if faced with significantly stronger adversaries, Ron could also meet his demise, as his ability to recuperate could not keep pace with the severity of his injuries. I believe your fruit ability encompasses far more than mere recovery. Beyond this aspect, you should contemplate further avenues for development, Zephyr remarked earnestly. I have consulted numerous texts regarding this fruit, yet none provide adequate documentation. Thus, The guidance I can offer is primarily derived from conclusions about the great Buddha form from the Warring States period. Ultimately, the specifics must be explored by you personally. Yes, teacher, I shall continue to strive, Ron affirmed. Over the past year, Ron trained with Zephyr almost daily, and under such intense tutelage, his strength surged significantly. He had now become one of the most outstanding students in Zephyr's cohort. Binz was no longer a match for him. Furthermore, throughout the year, Ron had awakened both observation hockey and armament hockey. He had also mastered the 6 styles of the Navy: finger pistol, moonwalk, and iron body. The remaining 3 techniques proved challenging due to Ron's massive physique, now reaching 12 meters in height. Learning the moonwalk was exceedingly difficult, and mastering the gale and shave techniques was even more troublesome. Particularly, the paper drawing technique was nearly insurmountable for Ron. How could such a large frame be transformed to achieve the thinness of paper? Such flexibility was arduous to cultivate. In addition to his physical training, Ron also honed his marksmanship. His shooting accuracy had improved considerably, yet he had yet to learn the technique that would allow bullets to be imbued with armament hockey. As described by Lieutenant Soniel, your progress is substantial. Upon returning to headquarters for the assessment, I hope you can deliver an impressive performance. The Navy frequently conducts evaluations every year, 3 years, 5 years, and 10 years. These assessments gauge the individual growth of Navy personnel, and based on performance over the years, promotions in rank may be granted. This year's evaluation focuses on the growth of new recruits and examines their innate abilities. The results will influence future personnel arrangements and the paths they may choose. Ordinarily, Ron would not be required to participate in this assessment. As he was already a student of Zephyr, he could choose to partake in the evaluation or remain with Zephyr for further learning. Nonetheless, he was determined to present an outstanding performance, showcasing the capabilities of Zephyr's newly accepted disciple to the Navy headquarters. Ron initially contemplated continuing his studies with Zephyr, aspiring to enhance his abilities and not to assume that a mere year of learning would render him exceptionally powerful. History serves as a cautionary tale. Despite the fact that many events have not transpired in this world, they nevertheless stand as a testament to his understanding. For instance, after 2 years of training, Luffy and Rayleigh ascended to the status of the 5th Emperor. Although their strength saw significant augmentation when confronted with an absolute powerhouse, they too would find themselves brought to their knees in a single blow. An illustration of this is the confrontation between him and Kaido, where he unleashed Bound Man, employing an array of formidable techniques and a multitude of punches, yet they were met with little effect on Kaido, who ultimately dispatched him with a single swing of his club. The root of this predicament lies in the brevity of his training period. Despite his innate talent, he has yet to reach the pinnacle of his potential. Although Ron recognized that his talent was considerable and his teacher was exceptional, he was still aware that, after only a year of training, he remained significantly inferior to the stronger individuals. Initially, he had no intention of participating in the Navy's newcomer assessment. It was Zephyr who insisted he attend. Since Sengoku ascended to the rank of Marshal, Zephyr had not had the opportunity to mentor any outstanding students for quite some time. Ron was the first of such caliber in many years, and Zephyr wished for him to make an appearance, hoping to foster good relations with several senior peers. This time, let us see if you can secure the top position in the newcomer assessment. I eagerly anticipate your remarkable achievements. Very well, teacher. Ron earnestly adhered to Zephyr's directives and diligently absorbed his teachings, meticulously reassembling the knowledge he had recently acquired. Ultimately, he journeyed to the Navy headquarters alongside Ein and Binzi. Over the course of a year, it was astonishing to witness such immense growth. I find myself no longer a match for you. Ein, now a year older, appeared even more enchanting and formidable. Although she had not engaged in a confrontation with Ron, the nature of the duels between Binzi and Ron suggested that she, too, might not stand a chance against him. It is truly the care and guidance of my senior brothers and sisters that have enabled me to realize a fraction of my potential. Compared to all of you, I am woefully inadequate. It is your humility that has led you to perceive me as somewhat stronger. Ron humbly expressed himself, and upon hearing his words, Ein felt a wave of happiness. Ron consistently exhibited a modest demeanor, which endeared him to her even more. It is often observed that as one's strength escalates, one's character may undergo transformation. However, in many instances, hidden aspects of a person come to light with the rise in their power. For example, some individuals who were once deferential when their abilities were limited may become arrogant when they attain greater strength. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Yet Ron remained steadfastly humble and courteous. In contrast to Binzi, who took pride in his progress, Ayn found Ron's character to be truly admirable. Thus her fondness for him grew. Thus, the group set sail towards the Navy headquarters, where a grand event awaited. Most of the newcomers who had joined the Navy the previous year would return from various corners of the world to undergo an assessment of their achievements. This evaluation would consider their actions and growth over the past year. Naturally, not all new recruits would have the opportunity to return for this assessment. One needed a recommendation from relevant authorities to participate. This meant that only those who had demonstrated remarkable performance throughout the year would be afforded such an opportunity. Consequently, Ron arrived at the Navy headquarters once again. In the year Ron joined the Navy, a formidable powerhouse also enlisted. Rest assured, young master, I shall undoubtedly showcase sufficient prowess this time, came the distinctive laughter of Don Quixote Doflamingo from the other end of the transponder snail. That year, Doflamingo had sent Virgo into the Navy, hoping he would serve as an undercover agent. A year had passed, and it was time to compile the performance evaluations of these exceptional newcomers, a critical step for their future prospects. I am confident you will achieve commendable results. They need not be extraordinary, yet should not fall short either. This will expedite our advancement, Doflamingo advised through the transponder snail. Who could have anticipated that an undercover agent from the Don Quixote family had already infiltrated the Navy? Fear not, with me around, all shall be well. Virgo was also en route to the Navy headquarters, having made notable accomplishments over the year, particularly in his mastery of hockey. To many, he was perceived as an individual of exceptional talent, and thus, expectations for his assessment were high. Were there any other remarkable newcomers participating in this evaluation? Among those who excelled was a newcomer named Virgo, known for his formidable combat abilities and high potential. Oh, what makes this Virgo so special? Sengoku, rarely attentive to newcomers, inquired. Generally, it was uncommon for him to encounter talents that truly caught his eye. This Virgo demonstrated formidable strength and an exceptional command of armament hockey, capable of enveloping his entire body in it. Clearly, he was an outstanding newcomer. Aside from Virgo, were there any other exceptional talents? Following data analysis, the most distinguished newcomer was identified as Ron, a student of Zifa. The subordinate continued to report. The name Ron sounds somewhat familiar, Sengoku mused, struggling to recall where he had heard it before. Ah, Ron. To be honest, I am indeed looking forward to his performance, Carp interjected while munching on rice crackers. I am eager to see how much he has grown in a year and whether Zifa has been able to cultivate his innate abilities. Upon hearing Carp's remarks, Sengoku finally recognized Ron as someone who possessed the mythical Zoan-type ability of the human fruit. Sengoku was curious about the other forms of the human fruit and what kind of power they might reveal. Were there any other noteworthy newcomers? The subordinate reported several additional names. After listening to these names, Sengoku nodded and gestured for the reporting subordinates to leave. At that moment, only Sengoku and Carp remained in the office. So, are you interested? Carp inquired. I must admit, I have a fascination with those who possess the mythical Zoan-type abilities. What about you? Carp smiled. If you are interested, you may go watch. If I find the time, I will join you, Sengoku replied, waving Carp off to signal his departure. Thus, Carp donned his hat and exited, eager to observe Ron's performance and the effects of the human fruit after Zifa's guidance, all of which promised to be exciting developments. Ron was unaware that he had once again caught the attention of Carp. He had now arrived at the Navy headquarters and, following the arrangements made for him, found a place to stay. However, Ron was restless, with nothing pressing to occupy his time. He resolved to visit the library at the Navy headquarters to acquire some technical knowledge. During his time with Zifa, Ron had diligently trained and took every opportunity to immerse himself in books. In addition to the gunfighting manual provided by Lieutenant Sonier, he delved into a myriad of theoretical knowledge, encompassing troop deployment, rapid situational assessment on the battlefield, navigation techniques, and more. Notably, he devoted the most time to studying the 6 forms of the Navy and hockey. Zifa's teachings primarily centered on physical training, offering limited insights into battlefield strategy, whereas the Navy headquarters boasted a far richer variety of knowledge. Upon Ron's arrival at the naval headquarters, he certainly could not let such an opportunity slip by. He intended to delve into the intricacies of navigation, as well as acquire knowledge in scientific and technological disciplines. Science holds immense significance in this world. Although many may deem combat prowess as paramount, science remains a critical component. Dr. Vegapunk, the foremost scientist, has developed numerous advanced weaponry for the Navy. and is currently engaged in pioneering research to harness the powers of devil fruits for mechanical applications, having already achieved preliminary success. His myriad scientific theories have significantly aided the Navy in executing their operations more effectively across the globe. For pirates, traversing the Sargasso Sea presents considerable challenges. The absence of wind renders navigation arduous, compounded by the presence of numerous sea kings, posing a substantial threat. At this juncture, the Navy is investigating a technology designed to evade sea king attacks while navigating through the calm waters, thereby circumventing unnecessary complications. These advancements are a testament to Vegapunk's brilliance. Moreover, in the North Sea lies a kingdom known as Germa 66, which has established its presence in this world through technological prowess. Sanji, the culinary expert of the Straw Hat Pirates, hails from this lineage, with his full name being Vinsmoke Sanji. Thus, Ron's curiosity about science is only natural. Acquiring additional knowledge can only serve to benefit him. Consequently, Ron made his way to the library of the Naval Headquarters, where he commenced his studies on the relevant mechanical theories of the Navy. Although these concepts posed a certain degree of difficulty for him, he managed to grasp the fundamentals with some effort. Throughout the past year, Ron has diligently honed his marksmanship, striving to imbue his bullets with the formidable power of hockey, a task that proves somewhat challenging. He contemplates whether this difficulty may be attributed to the firearms themselves. Could it be possible to forge weapons of immense potency? Or perhaps, firearms crafted from particular materials might better facilitate Ron's endeavor to channel hockey into his ammunition. Thus, Ron embarks on his scholarly pursuits, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time, ultimately confining himself within the library's walls. Chapter 28. Where has Ron disappeared to? The Naval Library harbors the most extensive repository of knowledge in this world, with many records available for public perusal. However, access to certain areas within this library is restricted. As a mere ordinary sailor, Ron's exposure is limited to fundamental knowledge, rendering him unable to view classified documents. In his exploration, Ron encounters various historical texts, which evoke a sense of astonishment within him. Upon perusing these volumes, he discovers they are filled with accounts extolling the virtues and remarkable deeds of the celestial dragons. It is no wonder such records have endured. Despite the limited scope of what Ron can access, the knowledge he uncovers proves invaluable, particularly the foundational theories of mechanics. While these may not be deemed classified by the Navy, their presence here implies a belief that few possess the aptitude to master such concepts. Indeed, fields of science and engineering require a certain level of innate talent, particularly when delving into the intricacies of mechanical theory, which demands a relevant aptitude to truly grasp. Although Ron did not major in mechanical studies, he has attended university for a period, thus possessing a certain degree of understanding across various disciplines. Consequently, his pursuit of knowledge in these subjects was not overly strenuous. Nonetheless, he invested considerable time to comprehend the material, and before he realized it, he had spent an extensive duration in the library, losing track of time. Meanwhile, the Naval Recruits Assessment had commenced. This competition attracted numerous participants, showcasing the most outstanding new recruits of the year. Among them, Virgo stood out prominently. Although his physique was not particularly large, his relatively petite frame was capable of enveloping himself in armament hockey, a remarkable ability. Who dares to challenge me? I aim to claim the title of the top recruit. In the Navy, promotions primarily hinge on military achievements, yet occasionally, talent and strength also play a role. A naval officer demonstrating exceptional ability and performance could ascend the ranks swiftly. This principle mirrors that of NBA players. Those who shine in their rookie season often secure lucrative contracts in the future. Thus, some individuals display formidable prowess during the draft year and, within a couple of years, ascend to superstar status. The same logic applies within the Navy. Powerful recruits are more likely to be promoted. These recruits had only recently enlisted, many of whom had yet to even grasp the basics of hockey, making it implausible for them to rival Virgo. Among the new recruits were indeed some formidable individuals, including users of devil fruits. However, those who had not yet mastered hockey were significantly outmatched by Virgo, who possessed it. As a core member of the Don Quixote family, Virgo demonstrated immense combat capability from a young age, fully enveloping himself in armament hockey even as a child. He had been dispatched by Don Quixote to infiltrate the Navy, yet there was no need for him to conceal his strength entirely. After a year of performance, he had proven himself capable, accruing numerous accomplishments. and now he could showcase his abilities freely, which would greatly aid his future promotions. Many naval personnel, witnessing Virgo's astonishing performance, felt overshadowed and hesitated to step forward. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, Virgo was poised to emerge as the top recruit in this assessment, significantly benefiting his future rank and garnering increased attention from the Navy. It seems no one dares to challenge me, Virgo chuckled. This young man is indeed formidable. Sengoku nodded in agreement. If no one else challenges him, he shall likely secure the top spot in this assessment. I am preparing to appoint him as a lieutenant. Despite being a newcomer, Virgo had reached a lieutenant's level within just a year of effort, a remarkable pace of advancement. I do not believe he will achieve the first place. I have my hopes set on that young man named Ron, Garp interjected, expressing keen anticipation for Ron's appearance. However, it was only at this moment that Garp realized Ron was absent. What is going on? Where's that brat? Garp's eagerness to see Ron stemmed from his curiosity about the potential of the devil fruit ability and its effects, particularly under the guidance of Zifa. Garp pondered whether a newcomer might emerge with strength comparable to Sengoku's. He might be too frightened of the assessment, perhaps even fleeing at the last moment. Facing such formidable opponents, if he fails to secure first place, it would bring shame to Zifa, Sengoku remarked. His observation held merit, as Zifa's student. Failing to clinch the top spot in the recruit assessment would indeed reflect poorly on Zifa, given his student's expected excellence after training under such an esteemed mentor. Thus, if Ron lacked confidence in securing first place, the wisest course of action would be to withdraw from the competition, leaving the question of who was stronger, Ron or Virgo, unanswered. Go find out what happened to Ron and why he hasn't shown up. Today is the Navy's new recruit assessment. Garp commanded a sailor to investigate. The sailor swiftly set out and soon encountered Ein, who was also searching for Ron. It was reported that Ron had not returned the previous day, a matter of concern. Consequently, Ein began to investigate using the Navy headquarters' Din Mushi, only to discover that Ron had entered the library and had yet to emerge. He went to the library yesterday and hasn't come out. He might be engrossed in his studies and forgot about the assessment. Ein quickly reported this to Garp, who personally went to the library to bring Ron out. Well done. Hurry and bring him here. I eagerly await his performance. At that moment, Ron was near Garp's sailor, able to hear Garp's voice through the Din Mushi. You heard that, right? Come with me quickly. Truth be told, Ron felt considerable pressure. His purpose in attending the assessment was to secure first place, fulfilling Zifa's expectations. Now, Garp's keen interest in Ron only intensified his anxiety. Chapter 29. Beating Virgo. Ron's objective in attending the recruit assessment at the Navy headquarters was to achieve first place. I truly apologize. I did not anticipate the assessment would commence so swiftly. Ron never anticipated the remarkable efficiency exhibited by the naval headquarters. Typically, significant events necessitate a series of speeches and meetings, requiring a considerable amount of time before any substantial action can be taken. An imperfect analogy would be the live broadcast of a competition. Take, for instance, the realm of esports. During a League of Legends live stream, there is often an abundance of unnecessary chatter before the match commences. Many viewers enter the stream eager to witness the thrilling and intense confrontations, only to find themselves waiting indefinitely. After a prolonged period, often exceeding half an hour, they finally reach the champion selection and ban phase. Ron believed it was unlikely that the naval headquarters would expedite a competition among the Marines, as the workload was considerable and required ample preparation. He thought that before the preparations commenced, representatives from each rank should deliver their speeches prior to the naval duel. To his surprise, the confrontation unfolded rapidly, and they were already nearing the final showdown. Consequently, Ron hastened to the venue, where the competition was approaching its conclusion, leaving only Virgo standing in the arena. Undoubtedly, Virgo was the strongest contender of the year. Among the naval newcomers, none could withstand Virgo's formidable armed hockey, rendering him a formidable adversary for anyone. How dare you put on airs? I've been waiting here for so long, and you only just arrive. Garp, seeing Ron approach, clapped him on the shoulder, suggesting a familiarity between them. Garp was one of the most formidable masters within the Navy. At that moment, Ron felt a twinge of nervousness. Given the force of Garp's pat, had Ron not possessed a sturdy constitution, he might have stumbled to the ground. I apologize. I didn't anticipate our duel would commence so swiftly. I was engrossed in some reading at the library. It's commendable that someone as young as you is so diligent and eager to learn, but one must not lose track of time. Hurry and prepare for your match. Having often heard mention of Ron, this was the first encounter for Sengoku, who felt a spark of curiosity about him. Ron had previously secured first place in the new recruit assessments and had even received an opportunity to study under Zifa after Crane petitioned the Admiral's office on his behalf. Carp occasionally referenced this name, and Sengoku, intrigued, wondered about the nature and power of Ron's abilities as a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Very well, sir. Ron agreed to their words and ascended the stage. He never anticipated that, as merely a rookie Marine with a year of service, he would find himself under the gaze of so many spectators. In truth, ever since he was recommended by Admiral Crane to become a student of Zifa, he had garnered a certain degree of notoriety. Many were intrigued by the nature of his abilities, as Zifa commanded immense respect within the Navy, having nurtured numerous distinguished commanders. Are you truly my opponent? I have heard you are a student of Zifa. If that is the case, allow me to witness your prowess. At this moment, Virgo was filled with fervor. He was on the verge of claiming the top position when Ron appeared unexpectedly. Let us dispose of Ron then. Moreover, as a student of Zifa, defeating him would significantly enhance my own standing and advancement within the ranks. The rationale is simple. Overcoming a student of such a renowned teacher would underscore my own talent, leading to greater resources from the Navy for my development. This would grant me access to more secrets and opportunities. Indeed, I did not foresee you reaching this final stage. Ron never anticipated that he would encounter Virgo here. It was surprising that he had joined the Navy at such a diminutive height. To his astonishment, both he and Ron were of the same cohort of Marines, having enlisted the previous year and returning this year for assessments. The coincidence was uncanny. After 2 years of Virgo's undercover infiltration within the Navy, their paths crossed. If it were anyone else, Ron would simply defeat them. However, with Virgo, he would employ greater force. The threat posed by this spy was substantial. His presence could lead to the demise of many within the Navy headquarters, as he would likely pilfer numerous confidential documents for Doflamingo. At that moment, Doflamingo was not yet one of the 7 warlords and maintained a somewhat adversarial relationship with the Navy. As the referee signaled the commencement, both combatants sprang into action. Virgo transformed, enveloping himself in a coat of armament hockey. Although Virgo was currently of a lesser stature, his combat prowess, augmented by the hockey, was truly formidable. For many novice Marines, mastering armament hockey was an advanced technique that proved challenging. Observing this individual named Virgo, I noted the considerable strength of his hockey. If Ron's mastery of his devil fruit was insufficient, he might very well be felled by a single blow. Sengoku remarked, having attentively watched the duels among the newcomers, and was particularly impressed by Virgo. To grasp armament hockey within a year during their rookie phase was undoubtedly a testament to his genius, further evidenced by his ability to envelop his entire body in hockey, showcasing his extraordinary talent. Those without knowledge of hockey would swiftly succumb to such a powerful adversary. Even those endowed with devil fruit abilities would not be spared. As Virgo charged towards Ron, the latter began to transform, his body gradually enlarging, towering over Virgo by several meters as their confrontation approached. With a resounding thud, Virgo's fist connected forcefully with Ron's foot. Ron did not retreat, nor did Virgo. How immense! I never imagined it could grow to such a size, Carp remarked, visibly astonished. One cannot help but acknowledge that Zephyr's teaching prowess is exceptionally remarkable. Considering the intensity of Virgo's combat, many newcomers would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand even a single blow from him. I always said Ron possesses extraordinary talent, Carp added, casually digging into his nostril. Yet, despite such remarkable gifts, he may not necessarily be a match for the armament hockey. Sengoku continued, eager to compare his judgment against Carp's today. Chapter 30, A Brutal Confrontation with Virgo, Part 2. At this moment, Ron was locked in a contest of strength with Virgo, determined to ascertain who was superior. Even if Ron were not Virgo's match, victory in this battle was imperative. Virgo, having once sought to capture Ron for sale, was hardly in a better position. He later ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy's G5 branch, under whose jurisdiction many children fell victim to Caesar Clown's grotesque experiments in human gigantification. This signifies that, although Virgo did not directly partake in the abduction of those children, he served as a nefarious protector. Such a person is nothing short of a scoundrel. I didn't expect you, a user of a devil fruit, to be quite formidable. Virgo sneered. But this is where it ends. Piercing finger. With that, Virgo accelerated, enveloped in armament hockey, unleashing a devastatingly powerful attack. Ron has indeed witnessed Virgo's prowess in combat, which is truly astonishing. Although Ron's physique is agile, and he has been training to enhance his flexibility over the past year, he still cannot match Virgo's swiftness. Ron's muscles were marred, blood seeping from the abrasions caused by the harsh grip of the gun. Ron, enduring excruciating pain, raised his fist, searching for the opportune moment to strike Virgo. For Ron, the primary focus of his current training was the observation haki. It is common for many Zoan fruit users, once they awaken their haki, to predominantly concentrate on armament haki. This tendency is entirely understandable, as Zoan fruit users possess extraordinary strength and enjoy a significant advantage in speed and power. Thus, mastering armament haki can enhance these attributes further. However, Ron was different. His pursuit lay in perfecting observation haki, aspiring to elevate it to the pinnacle of mastery. This is not to say he would neglect armament haki entirely. Rather, he chose to emphasize observation while maintaining a standard proficiency in armament. Why this choice? Ron had deliberated this matter with Zephyr. The rationale was straightforward. Ron's physical resilience was unparalleled. His recovery capacity was second only to awakened Zoan fruit users. In essence, many relatively weaker Zoan fruit users only attain Ron's level of physical strength and recuperative abilities after their powers have been awakened. Thus, Ron ultimately resolved to prioritize the enhancement of his observation haki, ensuring he did not forsake his armament training while striving for breakthroughs in observation. Ron recalled Zephyr's words, even if one masters observation haki to its fullest extent, the ability to foresee future events does not necessarily equate to keeping pace with an opponent's movements. Therefore, during combat, it is prudent to feign vulnerabilities, bide one's time, and seize the opportunity to strike decisively, turning the tide of battle. Consequently, Ron remained attuned to Virgo's movements, keenly observing where vulnerabilities might be exploited, which led him to endure numerous attacks from Virgo. To be candid, Ron's approach was somewhat reckless. Zephyr had cautioned him that while his recovery was swift, it was not without limits. Persistent injuries could pose a grave threat to his life. Thus, it was crucial to prepare adequately for confrontations, ideally securing a partner to assist in critical moments, facilitating Ron's escape, and providing medical aid when needed. Kapu, I dare say your judgment pales in comparison to mine. Observe how this lad named Ron is currently passively enduring attacks without the capacity to retaliate. This clearly demonstrates that his devil fruit stands powerless against armament haki. He remarked with a hearty laugh. Ah, so you concede that you fall short of my prowess, Sengoku? Your devil fruit proves ineffective before my armament haki, Kapu jested. Sengoku, typically articulate, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. You, Kapu, you Sengoku stammered, struggling to form a retort. Kapu continued with a smile, yet this time, I believe armament haki may not surpass a paramecia fruit user. I trust in my judgment. Shortly after Kapu's remarks, Ron finally discerned an opening amidst Virgo's relentless onslaught. Continuous execution of a singular action invariably leads to fatigue, and that moment had arrived. Ron sustained severe injuries. However, the moment was worth the sacrifice. Virgo seemed to be experiencing some discomfort, possibly due to muscle fatigue, as his speed gradually began to decline. Ron suddenly lunged forward, seizing Virgo. His hands firmly clasped around Virgo's two fingers, or at least that was Ron's intention. By the reasoning of an ordinary person, if someone were to jab you with such force using their fingers, one would instinctively desire to grasp their fingers and twist them until they broke. However, in reality, Ron's hands were far too large. He had tightly grasped Virgo's wrist instead. Ron exerted tremendous force, ultimately breaking Virgo's hand. In excruciating pain, Virgo attempted to retaliate with a kick aimed at Ron. However, at that moment, Ron had already launched a kick of his own. With his body restrained and Ron's grip unyielding, Virgo was struck squarely. Had Ron not released his hold, Virgo's arm might have been shattered, or even completely severed from his body. Yet, as Ron did let go, Virgo was propelled backward, the outcome proving equally dire. Ron pursued him, leaping into the air to deliver a heavy blow to Virgo's lower body. Whether Ron succeeded in breaking Virgo's leg remained uncertain, but it was evident that at least one of his legs would never function again. Children who deceive others and subject them to experiments do not deserve to bear children of their own in the future. The sudden turn of events left all present in utter shock, while the spectators struggled to recall the multitude of attacks Virgo had unleashed upon Ron. They could distinctly remember that Ron had executed only 3 strikes, yet those 3 had nearly cost Virgo his life. Some naval officers attempted to voice their thoughts but fell silent, at a loss for words. Indeed, Virgo had unleashed many attacks against Ron, and it seemed unreasonable to chastise Ron for his minimal response at that moment. It was a misjudgment on my part. Sengoku was equally astonished by Ron's explosive power. His previous belief that Ron was of little significance stemmed from the fact that Ron possessed a mythical Zoan fruit without any discernible special abilities. Consequently, he regarded Ron as lacking strength or innate talent, failing to manifest the unique capabilities associated with mythical Zoan fruits. Even now, while he acknowledged Ron's explosive power and strength, he merely classified him as a formidable user of a Zoan fruit, unable to perceive any latent potential of the mythical variety. Frankly, Sengoku still could not discern what special abilities Ron's mythical Zoan fruit possessed. What he exhibited was merely that of an ordinary Zoan user, albeit with a somewhat larger physique. If Sengoku were to examine Ron's current wounds closely, the truth would become evident. Sengoku was left speechless in astonishment. Most of Ron's wounds had begun to heal, with lighter injuries already fully mended. Although his regenerative abilities did not rival Marco's, he had only recently begun to wield this fruit. Moreover, Marco possessed the Phoenix's regenerative flames. Could one truly identify any unique elements in Ron's healing process? This moment evoked a sense of embarrassment in Sengoku, a seasoned admiral who had encountered much, yet was outshone by the seemingly simple-minded Carp. Due to recent demanding duties and his lack of focus on this newcomer, he had failed to notice such remarkable qualities. I hereby declare Ron as the first-place winner of this year's rookie evaluation, the referee announced, eliciting thunderous applause from the audience. Chapter 31. A rising star. The chief judge proclaimed Ron the ultimate victor of this year's rookie assessment. There were many reasons for the audience's applause. Primarily because Virgo's conduct had always been arrogant, leaving others dissatisfied yet powerless to act against him. In contrast, Ron had no direct conflicts of interest with the crowd. More significantly, he had defeated Virgo in a most brutal manner. Akaina nodded in acknowledgement of Ron's performance before departing. Meanwhile, Akiji, who had just awakened from a nap in the attic, stretched and cast a glance at Ron, making a mental note of his appearance. On the other hand, Kazara marveled at the terrifying prowess displayed by the rookie trained by Zifa. Ron was unaware that he had caught the attention of 3 prominent generals. In addition to these 3, several vice admirals had also taken note of him, along with others. At that moment, a woman with long pink hair and sunglasses approached him. This young lady, strikingly beautiful and tall, momentarily left Ron unable to recognize her. "Junior brother, I didn't expect your combat prowess to be quite impressive. Your wounds are healing remarkably fast," Tina remarked with delight. Upon hearing her distinctive catchphrase, Ron immediately recognized her. "Thank you for the compliment, senior sister. I, too, did not anticipate securing first place." Tina and Smoker had joined the Navy concurrently, and in terms of their training, they were contemporaries of Ein and Benzi. They had only recently commenced their official duties within the Navy, hence their ranks were not particularly elevated. Tina beamed. "You certainly have a way with words. Is it just you here for the assessment? Come, senior sister will take you to enjoy some delicious food." Tina's enthusiasm was palpable as she prepared to treat Ron. "Very well, senior sister, let us go together," Ein interjected from the side. "Great. Let us all proceed together then." Thus, Tina, Smoker, Ein, and Ron gathered, sharing a meal that celebrated their camaraderie as classmates. Having achieved first place, it was believed that junior brother would undoubtedly receive a commendable appointment. "Given the new recruits assessment and the formidable opponents you've bested, your final designation will surely be significant," Smoker remarked, taking a drag from his cigarette. Ron was meeting Tina and Smog for the first time, and he was pleasantly surprised by their amiable conversation. The 3 of them engaged in discussions about camaraderie and shared a meal, which brought great joy to their lives. Just as they were preparing to celebrate the recent personnel appointments, news reached Doflamingo. With a sharp crack, Doflamingo shattered a cup in anger. Virgo was a figure of immense significance to him, someone who had weathered storms by his side and was a vital part of the Don Quixote family. As a celestial dragon, Doflamingo had suffered the repercussions of his father's departure from the celestial dragon tribe, enduring retaliation from the oppressed populace. His childhood was marred by trauma, culminating in the brutal act of murdering his father to establish the Don Quixote family. Though he exhibited cruelty towards his father, he displayed a gentler side towards those he had nurtured within his family. He would not allow anyone to harm his kin. Within the family hierarchy, Doflamingo reigned as the king, known by the codename Joker. His subordinates included the 4 elders, each occupying significant roles. This structure was likened to a deck of cards, with Doflamingo as the highest-ranking king and the elders as the twos. The 4 elders were Virgo, Pica, Treble, and Diamante. Virgo had been covertly placed within the Navy by Doflamingo the previous year, excelling in his duties with Doflamingo providing him with crucial intelligence. Consequently, Virgo's performance had been commendable, earning him numerous military accolades, and the upcoming assessment presented him with an excellent opportunity for advancement. However, no one could have anticipated that Virgo would be defeated. And not merely defeated, but rendered incapacitated, suffering severe injuries that might permanently diminish his strength. Doflamingo was engulfed in a furious rage, leaving those around him silent and still. The gravity of Virgo's condition weighed heavily on him. He might never recover to his former prowess. "What's the matter, young master?" a subordinate inquired. Doflamingo's voice dripped with anger. Since Virgo had departed the Don Quixote family to join the Navy, the position of heart had been vacated, now held by Doflamingo's brother, Don Quixote Rocinante, also known as Corazon. Rocinante had been feigning muteness, communicating with Doflamingo solely through writing. "Virgo, so strong, could be defeated? Is there some mistake?" Corazon questioned incredulously. "Indeed. Virgo was bested by a newcomer named Ron, which infuriates me. Not only did he defeat Virgo, but he also rendered him crippled. Even should he recover, he may never regain his former abilities. My anger compels me to eliminate this newcomer. If left unchecked, he will undoubtedly pose a significant threat in the future," Doflamingo declared. "But he is at Navy headquarters. How shall we deal with him?" "Certainly not at Navy headquarters. I refuse to believe he will remain there indefinitely. I have gathered information. He is Zepha's latest protege, Ron, a user of a devil fruit. He will soon be appointed as a Navy lieutenant. I will ascertain his assignment and future movements swiftly. Prepare yourselves. We must ensure he does not return," Doflamingo commanded, galvanizing the Don Quixote family members into immediate action, eager to avenge Virgo. Corazon nodded solemnly, agreeing with Doflamingo's course of action and immersing himself in the planning. The members awaited Ron's appointment, knowing it would present an opportunity to strike. Following this, Corazon sought an audience with Sengoku, with whom he had established a connection during Sengoku's tenure as a general. Now, as Fleet Admiral, Sengoku still relied on Corazon for intelligence regarding the Don Quixote family's movements, which often hindered their operations, leading to suspicions of internal betrayal. Chapter 32. An invitation from Garp. "Garp, it seems you haven't returned to the East Blue in quite some time," Sengoku remarked from his office. The wall emblazoned with the motto of justice reigning supreme. Garp was indulging in rice crackers, oblivious to the reason behind Sengoku's sudden inquiry. "Ha ha ha, Sengoku. You wouldn't be avoiding me after losing our recent wager, would you? Trying to grant me a holiday?" Garp chuckled. "While it's true you haven't visited the East Blue in a while, I also sense your keen interest in Ron. Why not take him back to your hometown? It might benefit his training. After all, you are a top-tier master," Sengoku suggested. Garp, not lacking in intelligence but rather disinclined to overthink, considered Sengoku's words. Since Sengoku had proposed it, Garp resolved to take Ron back to his hometown. He was curious about Sengoku's intentions but felt he could not refuse, especially as he missed his grandson. "Very well, I shall make the trip. It seems you believe my hometown will aid Ron's training. Who would have thought that the Fleet Admiral would show such concern for a newcomer?" Garp replied with a smile. "Go ahead. This newcomer is intriguing, a fellow user of a devil fruit, and I cannot discern the element that aids in his recovery. He warrants closer observation," Sengoku remarked as Garp prepared to return home with Ron. Moreover, Garp pondered whether Ron's unique abilities could provide Luffy with a richer experience. Surely, encountering such a Navy warrior would delight Luffy and further cement his resolve to join the Navy. Garp understood his grandson well. Luffy was perpetually curious about novel experiences. If Ron could transform and entertain Luffy, it might inspire him to consider a future in the Navy. Thus, Ron received the notification, "Mr. Garp has invited him to his hometown, Windmill Village." Ron inquired of Ayn beside him. They had already dined with Smoker and Tina, who had other tasks to attend to and thus did not continue to entertain Ron. He and Ayn were here awaiting their appointments following the conclusion of this assessment. Unexpectedly, they received an invitation from Carp. "Why would Mr. Carp invite you to Windmill Village?" Ayn mused. However, since the invitation had been extended, it would be impolite to decline. "Let us go together." Carp had no objections to an additional companion, so the group boarded his ship. The intentions of Carp remained a mystery. Yet being in the presence of such a legendary figure of the Navy promised potential rewards. "Doflamingo is furious that Ron has already boarded the ship," he exclaimed. "Let us seize his vessel and eliminate him." Virgo, a significant leader within Doflamingo's family and an essential asset, had been incapacitated by Ron before he could even demonstrate his value. Virgo, deemed crucial by Doflamingo, held a status even surpassing Corazon. Therefore, vengeance was imperative, and it had to be executed by Doflamingo himself, for anyone else might not stand a chance against the formidable Ron. Virgo's combat prowess was among the finest in the family, his mastery of hockey intimidating many and garnering numerous admirers. Yet, he was no match for Ron, necessitating Doflamingo to take charge directly. Doflamingo's intelligence network was indeed advanced, capable of gathering substantial information, though not always in great detail. He was aware that Ron was setting sail, but remained oblivious to the presence of Karp aboard Ron's ship. Consequently, they prepared to intercept Ron along his inevitable route. From the moment he learned of Virgo's injury and resolved to avenge him, Doflamingo had departed Dressrosa, now intending to block this crucial passage and eliminate the Navy's rising star. Karp, expressing a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Sengoku truly perplexes me. He sends me home for a vacation, yet insists on mapping my route, and even requires me to travel on another ship." However, he dismissed the minor inconvenience of a detour. At that moment, their vessel was traversing the very course Ron would take back to Sabaody. Though Karp found Sengoku's maneuvering puzzling, he sensed a deeper significance and refrained from contesting it. Despite the longer journey and not piloting his original ship, the prospect of returning home to see his grandson brought him joy. Thus, their ship continued forward. Suddenly, an alarm rang out. Enemy attack. As they reached a certain maritime area, an assault was launched against their vessel. Boom, boom. As the attack commenced, Karp emerged from the cabin, realizing Sengoku's intent. It seemed that someone aimed to deal with Ron. Yet, Ron had only recently joined the Navy and had not offended anyone. This very question puzzled Sengoku as well. If Ron had indeed crossed paths with Doflamingo, the latter could have acted before Ron even reached the Navy headquarters. Why, then, would Doflamingo choose to strike now, as Ron was returning? Did this suggest that Ron had provoked Doflamingo during his brief time at the Navy headquarters? Ron's activities there had been limited to two matters, one of which was visiting the library. Surely, one could not incur Doflamingo's wrath merely for reading. The answer became evident. The issue stemmed from Ron injuring Virgo. Although Karp could not immediately connect the dots regarding the incident involving Ron and Virgo, he understood that Sengoku's directive to take a detour was to protect Ron. He thus proceeded to the bow of the ship. "Bring the cannonballs," he ordered, preparing to retaliate. The soldiers swiftly produced the ammunition, accustomed to Karp's readiness for any eventuality. Karp then commenced firing, his aim precise, unlike when he was targeting his grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, and the cannon's power was formidable. The opposing ship suffered significant damage from Karp's barrage. Damn it, how did that old coot Karp end up here? After launching his cannon assault, Doflamingo intended to leap aboard and personally eliminate Ron. However, he was taken aback to find Karp on Ron's ship. What is this situation? Retreat immediately. Doflamingo was no fool like Jack the Drought. Upon recognizing Karp's presence, he promptly ordered a withdrawal. Yet, his anger intensified as he pondered how the Navy had learned of his plan to ambush Ron and why Karp was aboard Ron's vessel. Unable to resolve these mysteries, Doflamingo found himself increasingly agitated, unable to find peace in his meals or sleep. Chapter 33, Windmill Village. Upon Karp's appearance, Doflamingo retreated without further combat. Doflamingo was cunning and astute. He would flee at the sight of Vice Admiral Tsuru, let alone Karp. Though he spoke with bravado and carried himself with arrogance, the gap between himself and an admiral was considerable. He was understandably infuriated, having gathered numerous elite members of his family only to retreat without nearing Ron, failing to avenge Virgo and losing face in the process. Who leaked the information? If I find out, they will pay dearly, Doflamingo seethed. Yet he could not discern which of his family members might be a traitor. This situation is bizarre. The more peculiar it is, the more we should remain calm and contemplate who betrayed us, Corazon wrote. Of course, within the Don Quixote Doflamingo family, Corazon communicated through writing, as he was mute. No one suspected he could speak, for he conveyed his thoughts solely through written words. This method made it exceedingly difficult to suspect him as the messenger. Doflamingo, now seething with rage, managed to regain his composure, prepared to deal with the menace at his side. As long as the traitor remained, he would be in perpetual danger. Fortunately, he had not acted impulsively. Otherwise, had he stormed the ship, Doflamingo would not have returned. While Doflamingo pondered the identity of the traitor, Karp began questioning Ron regarding Doflamingo. "Do you hold any grievances against Doflamingo? It seems he intends to kill you." "Mr. Karp, I have no acquaintance with Doflamingo, nor do I understand why he would choose to eliminate me now. If he bore animosity towards me, why not resolve it before I arrived at Navy headquarters for the assessment? Indeed, let us not dwell on this matter any further. Cap is reluctant to ponder further. This time, upon returning to my hometown, I shall introduce you to my adorable grandson. I hope that when the time comes, you can spend some quality time playing with him, and it would be delightful if you could transform and engage in play with him. As a Vice Admiral, Cap is fully capable of commanding Ron and Luffy to participate in the games. However, he opted for a more collaborative approach, choosing to discuss it with Ron instead. Very well. Ron nodded in agreement. Mr. Carp has returned. The villagers were exceedingly warm-hearted, welcoming Carp back with open arms. They graciously hosted him, exuding a sense of joy. Haha, I shall seek out my grandson, Luffy. That rascal is quite the mischievous one, yet undeniably lively and endearing. Indeed, this little imp has grown. He may very well become an exceptional Marine in the future. The villagers hold Luffy in high regard and take good care of him. At this moment, Luffy had yet to consume the gum-gum fruit and, in accordance with the natural timeline, had not yet encountered Ace. It is possible that Carp was less occupied than he would be later, allowing him to look after Luffy. Hence Luffy should have been sent to the mountain bandit Dayton without having met Ace. Thus, Carp, Bogart, Ron, and Nine found themselves in the company of the youthful Luffy. Throughout the journey, Ron diligently observed the surrounding environment, which was indeed picturesque, and the local customs were delightful, likely a testament to Carp's influence, as his frequent returns to the East Blue had nearly eradicated the nearby pirates. The refreshing and unspoiled surroundings astonished Ron. However, what truly captivated him was Bogart. As Carp's deputy, Bogart must possess formidable strength. Ron speculated that he might have engaged in combat with Rayleigh. Even if he had not, he was undeniably a powerful figure, likely a master swordsman. Yet, without careful scrutiny, one could easily overlook his presence. In this group, Bogart exuded an aura of profound humility, to the point of being somewhat unsettling. It is often those who are most easily overlooked who exhibit astonishing combat prowess. Does Luffy miss his grandfather? Carp laughed heartily as he watched Luffy approach and embrace him with enthusiasm. Iron fist of love, Carp exclaimed, delivering 2 playful punches to Luffy's head. Ron was genuinely astonished. Is this how Mr. Carp typically instructs Luffy? Their encounter was marked by 2 swift punches, resulting in 2 prominent bumps appearing on Luffy's head. Nevertheless, Luffy did not shed a tear. It was evident that he had grown accustomed to such treatment. Grandfather, why do you hit me the moment you return? Ron pondered. If it weren't for your grandfather's relentless training, perhaps you wouldn't possess such a remarkable resilience to blows. Moreover, your grandfather would ensure you repay him. Who in this world could possibly defeat Garp with a single punch? Perhaps only 3 individuals could. One of them is Luffy, who knocked Garp down with 1 strike, then prepared to rescue his brother Ace. The second is Sengoku, who might count as a single blow, having halted Garp's further actions. Otherwise, Garp might have killed Sakazuki. The third is the mountain bandit Dayton, who, in his fury over Ace's death, delivered a severe beating to Garp upon his return to the village. Therefore, having the opportunity to defeat Garp is an achievement Luffy can boast about for a lifetime. Ha ha ha. This is the iron fist of love, Garp chuckled. Only through the education of love can one become an exceptional Marine. Is being a Marine really that enjoyable, Grandpa? 6-year-old Luffy remains unaware of the allure of piracy. It would be a year before he comprehended the true nature of pirates. Being a Marine is indeed delightful, Luffy. You too shall become an admirable Marine and uphold justice, Garp said, lifting Luffy with a face full of affection. In truth, for the Straw Hat crew, Luffy had a remarkably joyful and happy childhood. However, this is relative. Luffy might not even know what a father or mother is, and without Garp's love, he may not have survived. Such is the world. Even the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp grows up in a single-parent household. Regardless of the reasons, his parents cannot be by his side as he grows. This seems somewhat unfair for a child, yet it is an unfortunate reality. Most children experience similar circumstances, with few enjoying a truly happy childhood. Oh dear. Please stop the chatter. Dinner is ready. Come to my place. We are about to host a feast. A girl with long green hair and a headscarf, radiating kindness and cuteness, exclaimed. Michino, the owner of the bar in Windmill Village, is likely the wife of red-haired Shanks. A feast. Meat, my favorite, Luffy exclaimed, wriggling free from Garp's embrace and dashing towards Michino's tavern. Chapter 34. The gourmet battle. Luffy devoured his meal with great enthusiasm, laughter echoing around him. Upon arriving at Michino's quaint tavern, Garp remarked to Luffy that, in his educational philosophy, filling one's belly is of utmost importance. Thus, Garp, Ace, and Luffy's eating habits are astonishing, disregarding appearances entirely. Vice Admiral Garp's remarkable gluttony was on full display as he swiftly stuffed food into his mouth with both hands. Little Luffy mirrored his actions, devouring food with equal fervor. "Why aren't you all eating? Come on, let's eat together," Luffy called out, noticing that the others showed no inclination to partake. Observing Luffy's enthusiasm, Ron and the others began to join in as well. They all indulged heartily. As the food was plentiful, Michino, thinking they might be hesitant, assured everyone that there was enough to go around. "Shall we dig in?" Before Ron lay a grand platter of food. At that moment, Ron rose to his feet and bowed before the feast, expressing his gratitude. Ron's behavior has left many feeling somewhat perplexed. What is the situation? Grandpa, what is he doing? Little Luffy, too, does not comprehend Ron's intentions. It is Ron's custom to bow to his food before each meal, expressing gratitude for the sustenance. Ian commented from the side. Initially, Ian found this peculiar, but she has since grown accustomed to it. Now, whenever Ron is presented with a copious amount of meat, he performs this bowing ritual, pronounced arigato, meaning thank you. Luffy mimicked Ron's actions, standing up to bow to his own food. This caused a ripple of laughter, as everyone found little Luffy irresistibly adorable. Subsequently, the scene transitioned into a culinary contest. Except for a few who dined more quietly, the majority of Karp's soldiers consumed their meals with a vigor akin to Karp himself. With both hands full of food, they devoured it heartily. Soon, Luffy's belly appeared round and full. "Ah, I'm stuffed," Luffy exclaimed, letting out a burp as he settled down. At this point, Luffy had yet to acquire the powers of the gum-gum fruit, and his appetite was markedly less than it would later become. Nevertheless, he still managed to fill his little stomach to the brim. Remarkably, despite his insatiable appetite, Luffy remained slim. After feasting, Luffy felt a tinge of boredom and sought a place to rest, only to observe Ron indulging with great enthusiasm. In mere moments, Ron devoured the vast array of food on his plate. Luffy was astounded by the speed and volume at which Ron could consume. Pronounced sugoi, meaning amazing, he marveled. Karp, intrigued by Luffy's admiration, chimed in. "Ron, shall we have a contest?" "Absolutely, Mr. Karp," Ron replied. Thus, the two engaged in a friendly competition to see who could eat more swiftly. It must be noted that Karp's appetite was prodigious. In his normal form, Ron found it difficult to keep pace with Karp. As they ate and sipped their drinks, a slight inebriation set in, prompting Ron to loosen his belt and tap into his devil fruit powers, causing him to grow slightly larger. "Ha ha, you're cheating," Karp laughed, pointing at Ron. "Aren't you concerned that when your devil fruit powers wear off, you'll revert to your original size and suffer from a stomachache?" "Not at all, Mr. Karp. My transformation duration has significantly increased, allowing ample time for digestion before returning to my normal form." The banquet proceeded joyfully, with everyone well fed and satisfied. "I shall take a stroll. You all stay here and digest," Karp announced. Each time he returned to Windmill Village, he would take a solitary walk for a while. Everyone assumed he was merely enjoying a leisurely stroll, but Ron could surmise his true purpose. He was likely visiting Ace, the boy who had lost both parents at a young age. Ace, with his stubbornness, refused to acknowledge Karp as his grandfather, persistently referring to him as an old codger. Karp always visited Ace after checking on Luffy, hoping to nurture Ace into an exceptional warrior of the sea. "Ron, you're incredible. How can you grow so large? Can you teach me?" Luffy, with his round belly now deflated, approached Ron with curiosity. "Of course, you can grow as big as I am in the future," Ron assured, not exaggerating. After consuming the gum-gum fruit, Luffy would indeed be able to grow to giant proportions during the third stage of his transformation. "Can I really?" "Haha." Luffy laughed heartily. Perhaps it was simply a part of Luffy's innate abilities. His infectious smile inspired a sense of optimism in others. "Certainly, you can," Ron replied with a smile. "Come, let me show you my powers." The innocent little Luffy followed Ron eagerly, witnessing the wonders of the devil fruit for the first time. "Will eating this make me grow as large as you?" Luffy inquired. "Not exactly. Different devil fruits yield different effects. However, I believe you will eventually grow as large as I am." "No, I want to be bigger than you," Luffy proclaimed with determination. "Very well. I look forward to your future achievements. I hope you can join me in becoming a remarkable Navy officer." "A Navy officer? That sounds rather dull." Being a Navy officer is far from boring. There are grand sailing ships and marvelous weapons, along with opportunities for thrilling adventures. Moreover, There are many like me among the Navy who possess unique devil fruit abilities. Why are such extraordinary powers referred to as devil? Luffy inquired. Because it is said that these fruits are the embodiment of sea demons. Consuming one grants special abilities, but it also incurs the ocean's disdain, rendering one unable to swim. Ron chuckled. Oh, it's all right. I'm just delighted that it can grow larger. Ha! Indeed, Luffy possessed a certain infectious charm. However, Ron could not fathom why. At such a young and vibrant age, the soon-to-be warlord Boa Hancock would harbor affection for such a childish boy. Luffy, do you wish to become stronger? Of course. I aspire to be as powerful as you. I can assist you in becoming stronger, but you must agree to one condition. Oh, what is that condition? I accept. How about you let me have Hancock? What does Hancock have to do with this? At that moment, Luffy had no idea who Boa Hancock was. Haha. Let's make a pact. A pact. Ron found it quite intriguing and struck a pact with Luffy. However, is it not somewhat inappropriate to deceive a child in such a manner? Chapter 35. Unintentionally revealing one's thoughts. Ron and Luffy were enjoying their time in Windmill Village. And for Luffy, it was the first occasion of forging a delightful friendship. Perhaps due to the current lack of pressing engagements for Garp, Luffy had yet to meet Ace. In any case, Luffy found himself torn between the paths of the Navy and piracy. His true inclination lay towards adventure. Is it true? Once you become a Navy officer, you can explore the world? Luffy inquired. Indeed. Moreover, being part of the Navy allows for a legitimate pursuit of adventure. One can chase after pirates and engage them openly. What's more, a career in the Navy ensures one is never hungry, with an abundance of delectable food and entertaining diversions, making it exceedingly appealing. Ron began to discuss with Luffy the concept of choosing between a future as a Navy officer or a pirate. His intention was primarily to extol the numerous benefits of serving in the Navy. The reason behind this was Ron's belief that Garp had but one grandson, and he found traversing the original timeline rather mundane. Perhaps altering the course of events could lead to a more thrilling outcome. Although Ron's approach towards the child could be seen as somewhat manipulative, it could also be interpreted as an encouragement towards virtue. While the Navy is not entirely devoid of flaws, it is undoubtedly far superior to the life of piracy. Statistically speaking, the proportion of nefarious individuals among pirates exceeds 90%, whereas the majority of Navy personnel are committed to upholding justice. Ron merely wishes to explore the possibility of altering Luffy's perspective. The outcome has become secondary. His endeavor is simply to make an attempt. Ace was able to be swayed by the persona of Whitebeard. Why then could Luffy not be influenced by the character of Garp? If Luffy could be captivated by Shanks's charisma, what prevents him from being inspired by Ron's essence? Luffy possesses a fervent desire for adventure. Why could he not embrace a role within the Navy, embarking on a quest to apprehend pirates, thus engaging in his beloved pursuits under a legitimate guise? Of course, these musings are solely Ron's reflections. The ultimate choice rests with Luffy. Just as Luffy was inspired by Shanks, preparing to set sail as an exceptional pirate, Ron also wished to inspire Luffy, urging him to become an exemplary member of the Navy. Is it truly as advantageous as you claim? Surely, you are not deceiving me. My grandfather often cast me into various remote mountains and forests, insisting it was to cultivate my courage and willpower. Being a part of the Navy must be quite challenging, right? Luffy innocently inquired. Whether serving in the Navy is difficult or not, I cannot say. I only know that among the powers in this world, the Navy remains relatively untainted. Ron sighed and spoke. Some may perceive me as a weakling, questioning why I do not declare myself king. Others might suggest that I should embrace the life of a pirate, living freely and without constraint. Yet, there are moments when one possesses the capacity for empathy. Witnessing acts of cruelty, while being powerless to effect meaningful change, engenders a profound sense of helplessness. When one observes numerous individuals being oppressed and countless innocent lives being extinguished, in a world devoid of laws to shield them, it seems that only violence can counteract violence to address this plight. Ron began to speak in enigmatic terms, and Luffy found himself utterly confounded. I am uncertain whether it is due to my own shortcomings or some other reason. Perhaps one might label me as overly compassionate. In any case, I find myself profoundly dissatisfied with certain phenomena. Confronted with the harshness of reality, I cannot help but feel an overwhelming sense of indignation. Ron spoke, tears streaming down his face. He believed that humanity should possess such empathetic abilities when a fragile life is ruthlessly snatched away. When others witness a vibrant existence vanish before their eyes, few can remain indifferent. Just as Ron used to feel enraged upon encountering some appalling news in his previous world, he often found himself at a loss for action. Even with well-reasoned arguments and impassioned debates online, the outcome remained bleak, for the strength of an individual is ultimately minuscule, rendering significant change elusive. Ron, your mindset is perfectly normal. Each of us possesses the capacity for empathy. I understand that you have endured a rather sorrowful childhood, and you wish to spare others from experiencing similar hardships. In this world, true empathy is a rarity. Only those who have personally endured suffering can truly grasp its profound impact. It is only within the depths of darkness that one longs for light. And only in moments of vulnerability do we recognize the necessity for assistance. What we must strive for is to prevent further tragedies from occurring. We must ensure that the vulnerable can perceive a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness and receive help in their times of need. This is the mission of our Navy, and it embodies the essence of our work. Aang was uncertain when he had arrived, but he might have been here for quite some time. The past is behind us. Dwelling on it serves no purpose, for it has become history. Yet, the humiliation must be remembered, and the hatred must reside within our hearts. Ron had not anticipated that you possess such a profound sense of compassion, demonstrating an ability to empathize with others. This suggests that, even if you were to ascend to the ranks of a distinguished leader in the future, you would undoubtedly excel in guiding the Navy. What are you all discussing? Lu Fei inquired, his large, bewildered eyes reflecting his confusion. Though I cannot comprehend your words, it seems what you are saying carries significant meaning. When I grow up, I too aspire to join the Navy and engage in meaningful endeavors. Although Lu Fei did not grasp the conversation, he appeared to be moved nonetheless. I sincerely apologize for my lack of decorum, he added. Ron wiped away his tears, vowing to himself that he would not behave in such a manner again. In the naval library, he harbored a desire to uncover some pirate-wanted posters, hoping to find clues about a certain individual named Hu Lang. Alas, Ron was merely a lowly seaman, lacking any rank or sufficient clearance to peruse more extensive documents. One should embrace joy and play, rather than dwell on sorrowful matters. Whatever burdens you carry, I believe you shall find a resolution, Aang advised compassionately. I understand, rest assured, Ron replied with a smile. He realized it was inappropriate to display such vulnerability in front of children. Perhaps it was the recent indulgence in drink. Or perhaps he simply perceived Luffy as an innocent child, prompting him to open his heart. Hearing Aang's words did not trouble him. It seemed she could comprehend his feelings. Shall Aang accompany you and play for a while? I will take a stroll over there, she suggested. All right, big brother Ron, you may go, he replied. A sudden thought emerged in Ron's mind. Would it be possible to exhibit an even greater prowess without the loss of a single arm? After all, the only one-armed masters Ron was aware of were the legendary Yang Guo and the fiery-haired Shanks. Logically speaking, one would assume that those endowed with both arms would possess superior strength. Ron was uncertain whether he could alter the course of history. Yet his current desire was to eliminate the Sea King. Should he succeed in vanquishing the Sea King, perhaps he would experience an extraordinary sensation coursing through his crimson-haired arms. Thus, Ron embarked upon a modest raft, gliding across the small expanse of water adjacent to the village. Undoubtedly, this was a perilous undertaking. However, the 17-year-old Luffy had managed it. At 16, Ron believed he was not necessarily inferior to Luffy. Chapter 36, Titan, the First Extra Energy. Ron boarded the small boat, awaiting the arrival of the King of the Near Sea. Indeed, it was not long before the King of the Near Sea approached. Charging directly at Ron with its gaping maw, prepared to engulf him, Ron launched a direct punch forward. Bang! He struck the Sea King squarely. A howl erupted from the Sea King, who was utterly enraged. In his eyes, how could such a diminutive human possess such formidable strength and audacity to provoke him? Thus, he lunged once more, his gaping maw wide open. His colossal form indeed exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. At that moment, Ron began to grow, his height soaring to 12 meters. He activated the moonwalk, a technique from the Navy's 6 powers, propelling himself into the air as he aimed to grasp the Sea King. However, he fell just short of the necessary height to seize him. How I wish I could capture him from a distance. It would certainly bridge many gaps. Ron pondered within himself. Recently, he had been contemplating whether the fact that his fruit was of the Phantom Beast variety meant it lacked any extraordinary abilities. Was it merely the capacity for enlargement that it possessed, devoid of any other powers? I grasped. Ron's recent attempt at the moonwalk was unsuccessful, prompting him to once again propel himself upward by kicking against the air. However, at that moment, the King of the Near Sea had already evaded his attack with remarkable agility. Ron's execution of the moonwalk was rather clumsy. He had merely acquired the technique but had yet to master it. He could only manage brief moments of levitation, lacking the speed required to effectively counter his foe. Perhaps it stemmed from an insufficient understanding of his devil fruit powers, possessing a formidable physique yet lacking the requisite strength, which led to such a predicament. Whenever he attempted the moonwalk, he felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Clearly, his practice was still lacking, as he remained subject to the laws of gravity dictated by Newton. The king of the near sea deftly sidestepped Ron's assault, then turned to face him, opening its gaping maw from below, preparing to swallow him whole. Did it truly believe him to be an easy target? Iron. Iron could serve both as a weapon and a means of defense. Ron opted for an aggressive approach. With a resounding thud, his fist struck the Sea King squarely on the head. The Sea King yelped in pain and promptly plunged into the water, only to resurface moments later. He was acutely aware of Ron's formidable strength, yet his spirit was unyielding as he prepared to seize an opportunity to eliminate Ron. "I refuse to believe I cannot catch you," the Sea King declared, charging once more towards Ron. In response, Ron sprinted towards the Sea King, his hands poised to grasp his foe. At that moment, an instinctive sensation washed over Ron, as if he could manipulate an unseen energy. He felt a stream of force coalesce between his hands, an enigmatic power that stirred an extraordinary feeling within him. Approaching the Sea King's proximity, Ron found the Sea King observing him with a calculating gaze, ready to strike at any moment. He believed this distance to be safe, convinced Ron could not reach him, and regarded Ron with a hint of provocation. "Come closer." Ron enveloped the figure before him with both arms, sensing an intangible current of air forming between his hands. With a vigorous pull, this current, akin to an invisible rope, was deftly manipulated by him, drawing the Sea King closer. The Sea King, initially brimming with confidence and anticipating Ron's performance to find an opportune moment for his own attack, was taken aback as he felt an unseen force nudging his body forward. In the face of such formidable power, he found himself leaning precariously. Subsequently, Ron succeeded in grappling the Sea King. This sensation was peculiar. Ron had not truly made physical contact with the Sea King, yet there existed an undeniable feeling of connection. How might one articulate such an experience? It was as though Ron's hands had not touched the Sea King directly, but the currents of air surrounding his hands had indeed made contact. Ron was uncertain of the name for this ability, yet it felt as if the air currents around his hands could transmit a signal, signifying that he had made a grasp. With a swift maneuver, he attempted to execute a shoulder throw, and to his astonishment, it worked flawlessly. The impact resonated. Thud. Boom. Ron hurled the Sea King from his shoulder, sending it crashing into the water with a resounding splash that sent waves surging around him. What extraordinary power is this? How marvelous. Is this truly the might bestowed upon me by the mythical beast? No, perhaps this is merely one facet of my abilities. There may yet be other powers I have yet to unveil. I must cherish this sensation. Ron was acutely aware that he existed in a unique state, and thus he sought to preserve this extraordinary sensation. He aimed to etch this feeling into his memory, or rather, to cultivate it into a habit, enabling him to summon it at will. The King of the Near Sea seemed to sense the enigmatic power emanating from Ron, causing a flicker of unease within him. Yet, his mind was clouded with uncertainty, and he launched yet another assault against Ron. Perhaps it was due to Ron's lack of awakened conqueror's haki that the king felt little fear. He merely found himself submerged in the water once more, prompting him to attack again. Was this pulling ability a manifestation of the wind's power? It seemed to be both similar and dissimilar. In any case, let us refer to it as the art of attraction, Ron remarked. At this moment, the Sea King launched a full-scale assault, accelerating to its utmost limit, aiming directly for Ron's arm with a fierce bite. Previously, it had believed that swallowing Ron whole was a splendid choice. However, it now seemed that this task was a tad too daunting. Thus, it decided to begin from the side, attempting to sever one of his arms first, and then reassess the situation. It felt a connection, sensing its proximity. The distance was approximately half a meter. Here it comes, with a chaotic flail. Ron seized the King of the Near Sea, preparing to execute a throw, much like he had in times past. However, the King's massive frame posed a considerable challenge to such an endeavor. Nevertheless, Ron could indeed manage to hurl him, provided his hands were within half a meter of the colossal figure. Yet, given their current position upon the water, such a maneuver would yield little effect, and could even risk capsizing the small vessel. It remained to be seen how long this ability could be sustained. Ron's hand was merely half a meter away from the Sea King, and he exerted strength to manipulate this energy, drawing the Sea King closer to the shore. What an astonishing ability it was, capable of reaching out and grasping the opponent from such a distance, providing an almost tactile sensation of contact that was truly remarkable. Moreover, Ron was confident that this technique would yield additional effects. However, time was of the essence. For now, it was imperative to bring the Sea King ashore. Ron utilized this method to drag the Sea King ashore. At this moment, the Sea King began to feel a hint of panic, yet it proved futile. No matter how it struggled, it could not break free from Ron's formidable strength. At times, Ron's power manifested in peculiar ways. At other moments, it exhibited remarkable steadiness. This might be attributed to his mastery of the fruit, as in certain states, his strength remained unwavering, while in others, it fluctuated unpredictably. He had yet to reach a level where he could wield his strength at will. With a resounding thud, the Sea King was unceremoniously cast onto the land. Chapter 37. The return voyage. At this juncture, the Sea King was secured and commenced the roasting process. One could only speculate on the palatability of this creature. Nevertheless, judging by Luffy's demeanor, it seemed he relished the prospect of consuming it. Luffy, since childhood, appeared to have an insatiable appetite, daring to eat anything without a trace of fear. Luffy, do you truly intend to become a Navy officer in the future? Ron inquired. I am not entirely sure. But it seems that the Navy possesses a certain grandeur that is quite appealing. I shall contemplate it. Luffy, still chewing on his meat, spoke with a muffled voice, perhaps still in a state of hesitation. Regardless, Luffy, we are indeed good friends, are we not? Of course, Ron, he replied with a hearty laugh. The two shared a moment of joy. No matter the path Luffy chooses to tread in his life, it is ultimately his own decision. Ron has exerted his utmost effort to sway him toward the Navy. Moreover, he has resolved the issue of the Near Sea King, which could be considered a way to repay Mr. Carp for his life-saving intervention. Had it not been for Carp, Ron might have perished at the hands of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Indeed, Ron's strength is still far from matching that of Doflamingo, and he is not even a match for Virgo. His victory over Virgo was primarily due to Virgo's underestimation of him. Had Virgo exerted his full strength from the onset of their confrontation, he would undoubtedly have defeated Ron. This tendency to underestimate others seems to be intrinsic to Virgo. From a young age, he mastered the art of armed hockey, rendering him extraordinarily formidable and garnering respect wherever he went. This very arrogance led to his swift downfall. When Ron first witnessed Virgo's complete armed hockey, he was taken aback, believing that in Punk Hazard, Luffy and his companions were facing an insurmountable challenge. He thought it would take considerable time, perhaps several episodes, for them to overcome Virgo. Yet, who could have predicted that the fully empowered Virgo would be cut down by Ron in a single strike? The primary reason was his hubris. He had thought that Trafalgar Law was merely a child he once knew. Similarly, during their confrontation at Navy headquarters, Virgo did not regard Ron as a formidable opponent, treating him as a mere child toying with him. Thus, he paid a heavy price for his arrogance. This battle solidified Ron's belief that Don Quixote Doflamingo would not underestimate him. If faced with Doflamingo, Ron truly might have faced grave peril had Carp not invited him here. Ron, you should eat as well, Luffy urged. All right, Luffy. I shall return to visit you again. After enjoying their meal, the moment lingered in the air. Ron prepared to bid farewell to Carp and returned to Zepha's place to continue his training. He had just grasped some new insights that he needed to discuss with his mentor. At this moment, embarking on the sea was deemed safe, as Admiral Aokiji was planning to pay a visit to his own teacher. Thus, Ron was to travel alongside Admiral Aokiji, which should mitigate any potential troubles. Brother Ron, are you leaving? Will you come back? Little Luffy gazed at Ron with teary eyes. After all, he was merely a 6-year-old child. Naturally, he felt a sense of reluctance when a dear friend was about to depart. I will return, Luffy. I promise to visit you often. All right, but you mustn't lie. Of course, I would never deceive you, Luffy. You must strive to become stronger. Okay, just remember to come see me. Luffy said with a smile. I will. And I will bring you delicious food too. Meat. I want meat. All right, I promise you, Luffy. As Ron departed, Luffy felt a bittersweet pang of longing. At the tender age of 6, Ron was truly his first genuine friend. It was only after consuming the gum-gum fruit that he met Ace. And he desperately sought Ace's approval, even when Ace initially ignored him. Thus, Ron and Ace left Windmill Village. Upon arriving at a small island, they encountered Admiral Aokiji, who had been waiting there. Together, they set off for the island where Zephyr resided. With Aokiji's company, safety was assured, and they made their way back to Zephyrs' abode without incident. Ron shared with Zephyr the experiences he had undergone during this period, along with his reflections. Zephyr listened attentively and subsequently offered Ron numerous insightful suggestions. Moreover, Zephyr began to place increasing importance on Ron. The moments spent alone between Ian and Ron also lengthened. Naturally, this development led to discontent amongst certain individuals. Compared to all of them, Ron was the last to join this place, belonging to a younger generation. Yet, He garnered the utmost favor from Teacher Zephyr. Each day, Teacher Zephyr dedicated a substantial amount of time to accompany Ron, addressing a myriad of his cultivation queries and personally guiding him in the development of his abilities. This elicited a sense of unease among many of Zephyr's original students. The proximity between Ein and Ron further intensified the ire of numerous onlookers. Within the Navy, female sailors were already scarce, and exceptional ones like Ein were even rarer. At that moment, Ein stood as the sole female sailor in Zephyr's camp. The crux of the matter was not merely Ein's exceptionalism, but rather her combination of intelligence and beauty. Such a remarkable female sailor naturally became the treasure of all her male peers, who took it upon themselves to protect and cherish her, regarding her as their goddess. In the past, this goddess had maintained an aloof demeanor, her attitude toward everyone tepid and indifferent. Peers observed one another, engaging in competition, yet none could claim her attention. She existed as an enticing presence, equally distant from all. Everyone had an equal chance to win her favor. However, the situation had drastically changed. The magnet that drew the attention of all male sailors was now captivated by another sailor. How could they not feel anger? They believed their own inadequacies stemmed from the lack of guidance from Teacher Zephyr, rather than their own lack of effort. They perceived Zephyr's treatment as unjust, feeling that Ron's arrival had usurped everything they held dear. Ron has snatched away their beloved goddess, and now the distance between her and them grows ever wider. Ron not only took away the goddess, but also their teacher, leaving Zephyr to dedicate half of his day to guiding Ron. All of this turmoil arose from the arrival of that boy, prompting everyone to unite against him. Indeed, he is a menace. Otherwise, why would Zephyr have such unwavering trust in him? Why is Ein so close to him, sharing laughter daily? We must devise a plan to expel him. Chapter 39. The Trap. Although Ein bid farewell to Ron with a smile, she has since refrained from acknowledging him for several days, her demeanor becoming icy. This left Ron bewildered. Everything seemed fine until she suddenly became angry and distant. Such matters often unfold in this manner. Initial reactions fade, only to be replaced by growing resentment over time. Ein felt that Ron was somewhat dismissive of her. After spending so long by his side, he still had the audacity to compliment Boa Hancock's beauty. Moreover, Ron's actions toward Ein had crossed significant boundaries multiple times, yet she did not hold him to account. If he admired Hancock, why did he engage in flirtation with her? Ein, a Marine raised among men, typically exhibited a bold and carefree attitude. However, being a girl, she quickly grasped the crux of the issue and wished to see if Ron would appease her. This was of utmost importance. Their rapport had always been strong. But with the introduction of a woman named Boa Hancock, it seemed Ron was quite taken with her. What did their shared experiences amount to now? Thus, Ein resolved to maintain some distance from Ron to gauge his feelings and her standing in his heart. Consequently, their relationship appeared to have soured, with both parties keeping their distance. Indeed, they had once been inseparable. I suspect Ein has perceived Ron's flattery and hypocrisy, prompting her coldness toward him. Should we take action? If we all band together to drive Ron away, might it yield a favorable outcome? Personally, I believe we must assess Ein's stance. If she harbors disdain for Ron, we should collectively approach Zephyr to discuss the matter. Perhaps the teacher will heed our concerns. A few individuals agreed to consult Ein, eager to ascertain her thoughts. If Ein truly severed ties with Ron, and if the consensus deemed him a disruptor of their camaraderie, then Zephyr would surely act justly. Did that fellow Ron offend you? You find him insufferable, do you not? One named Halbiers ventured to ask Ein. Leave me be, she snapped. You heard me. I have no desire to converse with you right now. Ein was engulfed in a haze of anger, yet it was a peculiar sentiment. While she yearned for Ron's attempts to soothe her, she could not tolerate others speaking ill of him. Your current frustration stems from Ron, does it not? Therefore, we ought to rid ourselves of this blight. No matter his talent, it cannot disrupt our training here. Indeed, his presence has caused both you and Zephyr to lose focus on us, others chimed in. I said leave me alone. Do you not comprehend? I have no interest in your chatter. Must you provoke me to action? Uninterrupted. We only wish to help you. How can you treat us this way? They protested. As the group retreated, dejected, their anger simmered. Is Ein truly so unreasonable? Our actions were for her benefit. She is evidently upset with that scoundrel Ron. Why direct her ire at us? Indeed, she shows no gratitude. Are we to endure this indefinitely? Ultimately, the root of the problem lies with that fellow Ron. If he had not appeared, Ein would not be so estranged from us, nor would circumstances have devolved to this point. Yes, his presence has diminished Zephyr's dedication to our instruction, which is profoundly unjust. He's the source of this disruption. We cannot allow this situation to persist. We must take action. Unbeknownst to them, Ron remained oblivious to their scheming. His thoughts were consumed with how to appease Ayn. Clearly, she was upset. Boa Hancock was undeniably beautiful, and at just 18, she had already made a significant impression. Yet Ayn was equally stunning and exceptional. Furthermore, Ayn had been attentive to him since his arrival. Their bond resembled that of siblings. What should he do? Ron found himself utterly perplexed. The art of charming a lady was not one of his fortes. As someone who had never experienced a romantic relationship in his past life, he possessed no pertinent experience. In his attempts to woo women, he had perused a collection of domineering CEO novels, gleaning some insights into romantic gestures. He pondered carefully which approach might be most suitable. Option 1. Purchasing an atomic bomb to use as fireworks, which might elicit a joyful laugh from Ayn. No. Ron shook his head in dismay. Setting aside the question of whether such a weapon even existed in this world, how could one possibly use it as fireworks? If it were to detonate, the entire island would vanish. What was he to do? Why did the strategies gleaned from those domineering CEO tales prove entirely ineffective? Wasn't the most romantic notion the one involving an atomic bomb as fireworks? Ron scratched his head, genuinely at a loss for what to do. Perhaps I am not the domineering CEO I fancied myself to be, for I do not possess a staggering fortune of 900 trillion. Consequently, I find myself utterly incapable of resolving the predicament at hand. Ron shook his head, pondering the absurdity of his thoughts. Emotions must be sincere. It no longer mattered. He resolved to offer her a heartfelt apology. Generally speaking, when a woman is in sorrow, she becomes most vulnerable to the advances of others. In many narratives, such a woman often succumbs to intoxication, providing an opportunity for others to take advantage of her state. Subsequently, as the male protagonist comforts the female lead, extraordinary events may unfold, perhaps even leading to a dramatic turn of events. Ron's mind raced as he pondered whether he could encounter some unforeseen circumstances with Ayn. What on earth was Ron thinking? He gave his head a light slap, preparing to apologize to Ayn. Ron, are you here to find Ayn? Indeed, I am. Ayn has gone to the seaside. He said if you want to find him, just follow me. Halbyers replied with a smile. Chapter 40. The angry Ayn. Having spent considerable time together, the brothers in arms had forged a bond through their studies. Although Master Zephyr had guided Ron more than anyone else, Ron saw no issue with that. Anyone encountering difficulties would find that, with dedication to completing the assignments given by their instructor and by asking questions, they would receive answers. If the teacher remained silent, it might be because the question posed was too simplistic, or perhaps the previous assignment remained unfinished. However, each individual approached the same matter from a unique perspective. To others, Ron's rapid progress was solely attributed to the extended time spent with Master Zephyr, while Ron attributed it to his diligence and inquiry. In any case, Ron had unwittingly become a thorn in the eyes of many. Thus, he followed Halbyers to the seaside. Halbyers exchanged glances with the others waiting there, their collective intent being to ensure Ron's departure from this place. When they sought Ayn for a conversation, they discovered him engulfed in anger, showing no intention of emerging to meet them. It seemed he had no plans to come out today. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck them. What if they used Ayn's name to lure Ron to the seaside, where a multitude could then cast him into the ocean? Ron is a wielder of a devil fruit ability. As soon as he enters the ocean, all his powers will vanish. Once he has completely lost his capacity to resist, he can be retrieved and transported away by ship, which would suffice, wouldn't it? At that point, it could easily be explained that Ron departed of his own accord. Such a sudden departure would undoubtedly be considered exceedingly impolite. Furthermore, if this behavior were to come to the attention of Ayn and Zephyr, they would never forgive Ron. Thus, Halberts and his companions solidified this plan. Little did they anticipate how easily Ron could be deceived. Where is Ayn? Ayn is by the seaside. Halberts gestured towards the waters near the island. Ron could not discern Ayn's presence. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over him. A throng of individuals had gathered, intent on confronting Ron. They encircled him, and among them, Halbyers charged forward with the ferocity of a truck, unleashing all his strength in the assault. With a resounding splash, Halbyers plunged into the depths of the sea. Ron's keen observation allowed him to evade the attack. What is the meaning of this? He inquired. Ron felt a surge of anger. It was evident that they were orchestrating a design against him. Since your arrival, Professor Zephyr's teaching has become noticeably less rigorous, resulting in diminished interaction for each of us. Furthermore, Ayn's sister is perpetually entwined with you, disrupting the rhythm of our lives. Should you vanish, everything would revert to its former state of normalcy. Ron had not anticipated that his fellow disciples harbored such thoughts about him. Did they not recognize their own shortcomings? Why was it that after Edward Weeble's arrival, all of them perished, leaving only Binns and Ian? Was it not due to their own lack of strength? Ron has exerted such diligent effort. Beyond his personal aspirations, it is also to ensure that he can triumph over Edward Weeble in the years to come. However, those future events remain unknown to these individuals, and one cannot tether the present to the uncertainties of tomorrow. If you truly wish for me to depart from this island, I shall take my leave, but I must bid farewell to Teacher Zephyr. Although one cannot bind the present with the prospects of the future, their actions have already incited Ron's ire. Ron is a wielder of the devil fruit, and his greatest vulnerability lies in his fear of seawater. Should Ron find himself submerged in the ocean, he would lose his powers and ultimately succumb to drowning. Given our shared bond as brothers in arms, I harbor no desire to engage in conflict with you. Halberts was taken aback by Ron's unexpected declaration. Initially, their collective intention was to cast Ron into the water and then set him adrift on a small boat, allowing the sea to take its course. Is everything you say true? Halberts inquired. I assure you, it is indeed true. If you are unwilling, I shall remain here. However, I must bid farewell to both Master Zifa and Ein before I depart. Very well, but you must keep your word. Rest assured, I shall uphold my promise. Ron stated. Well, if you consider yourself a man, then you had better follow through on your words. Halberts and the others parted, granting Ron a path to return. Ron then prepared to bid farewell to Ein and Zephyr. Knock, knock, knock. Ron knocked on the door. Who is it? Came Ain's voice from within. It is I, Ron. Your senior. I have matters to discuss with you. Ron's voice was somewhat low and tinged with a sense of despondency, which left Ain feeling quite unsettled. Yet, she did not permit him to enter. Instead, she spoke to him from the threshold. Very well, senior sister. I have come to bid you farewell, for I may soon depart from here. Are you perhaps intending to seek out Boa Hancock? Ain's heart was pierced by these words. She had been waiting for Ron to offer her a proper explanation, only to be met with his farewell. This led Ain to believe that he indeed wished to find Boa Hancock. In recent days, her mind had been tumultuous, and her thoughts disordered, unbeknownst to her. She had developed deep feelings for Ron, which was why the usually composed Ain now found herself in such disarray. Of course not. I have no intention of seeking Boa Hancock. Over the past few days, I have been contemplating ways to earn your forgiveness. Although I remain uncertain of what transgression I have committed, I am aware that I must have upset you. This farewell is not an attempt to evade our issues, but rather a recognition that my presence has disrupted the tranquility of this place. Many of my peers believe that since my arrival, Master Zephyr has not been as diligent with them, and my influence has hindered their prospects. Now, I find myself in a situation where no one on this island seems to hold me in esteem. What purpose does my staying here serve? Although I may disappoint Master Zephyr, I do not wish to create discord among my peers or put the teacher in a difficult position. Thus, I have resolved to leave. Perhaps believing that in my absence, you will no longer harbor anger, and they will rejoice at Master Zephyr having more energy to devote to their instruction. Therefore, I prepare to depart, hoping to receive your forgiveness before I go. Creaking, the door swung open. Is this truly the reason you intend to leave? Have you not considered that there are those on this island who care for you deeply? Ain was astonished to find tears streaming down her face, a sight that pained Ron's heart. Now, my senior sister has turned away from me, and my peers have distanced themselves. Perhaps only the teacher still thinks of me. Yet, that concern only serves to further distress my comrades. Ron exclaimed, You fool. In a fit of anger, Ian leapt into Ron's embrace. I have been thinking of you. I care about you. Do you truly not comprehend what I am feeling? As Ian wept, he struck Ron's back. This unexpected turn of events left Ron somewhat bewildered. Chapter 41. Major Ron Bang. Bang. What is that resounding noise? Is it the sound of a heartbeat? At this moment, Ron stood at an impressive height of 2.38 meters, while Ain was merely a petite girl measuring 1.7 meters. Indeed, by conventional standards, 1.7 meters is already considered quite tall for a girl. But in the realm of pirates, such a stature is undeniably diminutive. Nonetheless, Ron's height is subject to his whim, and he has chosen to maintain a height of 2.38 meters, as he feels somewhat embarrassed in the presence of the admirals, who are nearly 3 meters tall. Despite Ron's considerable height, the disparity between him and the admirals remains striking, with even the shortest of them, Akiji, towering at 2.98 meters. Ron now cradled Ain in his arms, akin to lifting a small child. Despite this tender embrace, the sound of their heartbeats resonated loudly, audible to both. Are you truly going to leave? Ain inquired. Perhaps it is time for me to depart, although I am acutely aware that my current abilities are insufficient. However, Many of my senior brothers believe my presence here may hinder their cultivation, thus my departure would be for the best. If that is the case, then take me with you. Ain had initially thought he would spend his entire life by Master Zephyr's side, as he might be the last student of Master Zephyr. Are you genuinely willing to set sail with me? Even if we are on a mission, we can frequently return to see the Master, Ain remarked with a smile. We are not embarking on a pirate venture. Indeed, that makes sense, Ron agreed. Let us bid farewell to the Master. Is this how we will say goodbye? In such a manner? Ain chuckled. Ah. Ron's face flushed suddenly as he impulsively embraced Ian, feeling a rush of emotions. You're feeling shy now, aren't you? Ron fell silent, for he was now unable to utter a word. The specific content of the 404 is not suitable for description. Readers are encouraged to use their imagination. 2 minutes later, Ian was gasping for breath. Why are you unaffected at all? Of course. It's because my lung capacity is quite substantial. Ron smiled and gently set Ian down. Let us bid farewell to our teacher. All right. Ian initially contemplated taking Ron's hand, but hesitated, feeling that such an action might be awkward in front of their mentor. However, Ron grasped Ian's hand firmly. We are departing together, so what does it matter if we hold hands? Ian struggled momentarily, but upon realizing he could not withdraw his hand, he resigned himself to the gesture. At that moment, Ian was uncertain of his feelings. He sensed an unfamiliar sweetness blossoming within his heart. Teacher, I regret to inform you that I may no longer be able to study here. We must leave today. Huh, did I hear that correctly? It is both of you. Not just one, right? Zephyr chuckled. Teacher, are you not surprised? There is little surprise. I am quite aware of many matters on this island. Perhaps it is beneficial for you to venture out and gain experience, as it will enable you to better showcase your abilities. Do not forget that you are part of the Navy. Thus, you must uphold justice. Despite having endured numerous hardships, Zephyr still held hope for the Navy, valuing it greatly. Indeed, teacher, we will. Ron, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Ian has grown up by my side, akin to a daughter to me. You must protect her well. Should you fail her, I will not forgive you. Rest assured, teacher, I will take good care of her. Now go. Birds must eventually fly out to explore the vastness of the sky. When you do not forget to return and visit this old man. Teacher, I promise to come back often. Ian could no longer contain her tears, having spent a long time with Zephyr. She held a deep respect for him akin to that of a daughter for a father. Zephyr, in turn, had provided her with care and imparted a wealth of knowledge. Go now, teacher. I hope to hear news of your promotions, and may you strike down many pirates. The elderly man before them was now lonely. Left with only these students. He had led a life of righteousness, yet it ended tragically. He had countless disciples, yet was betrayed by one of his own. It is indeed ironic that often, kind-hearted individuals receive little in return for their goodness. However, with Ron's arrival, it seemed that fate would take a different turn. Thus, Ron and Ian bid farewell to Zephyr. Despite Ian's reluctance, she ultimately chose to follow Ron. The two returned to the Navy headquarters. I did not expect you to return so soon. Congratulations on completing Zephyr's training and officially joining our ranks. Admiral Sengoku expressed his sincere appreciation and personally welcomed them. Both Ron and Ian were formidable, being pupils of Zephyr, who was known for producing exceptional students. Sengoku, having previously held some reservations about Zephyr, recognized his students' excellence. However, this only served to highlight Zephyr's remarkable teaching abilities. Based on your last performance, I believe you possess the capability to serve as a lieutenant. After your extended training with Zephyr, your skills should have improved. I hereby appoint you as a major. Furthermore, there is a perilous mission I wish for you to undertake. Are you prepared for it? Sengoku's decision to promote Ron to major was driven by his own motives. Very well, I shall accept. Ron harbored an unwavering belief that Sengoku would never assign him a task beyond his capabilities. This endeavor was well within his grasp. Thus, our objective this time is to engage with Admiral. Once a student of Zephyr, he held the rank of a naval officer, yet he has now turned to piracy. The significance of this mission cannot be overstated. It is imperative that you ensure Admiral's safety prior to the completion of our transaction and guarantee the smooth execution of this agreement. May I inquire as to the nature of this transaction? That information is classified. Your sole responsibility is to carry out this task. Given that Sengoku personally issued this command and conveyed the details directly to Ron, the importance of this mission is evidently paramount, with a confidentiality level of the highest order. Were it not for the inherent dangers and the elevated secrecy, Sengoku would not have taken the initiative to assign such a directive to Ron. Nor would he have promoted him to the rank of major. The necessary materials, along with navigational charts, will be provided to you shortly. Prepare yourself, for you are soon to embark on this mission. Understood, Commander. Recently, Sengoku has been diligently seeking the right candidate to fulfill this task. Ron's return presented him with an exceptional opportunity. Furthermore, Ron had brought back an ally named Ain, both of whom were students of Zephyr, ensuring a remarkable synergy in their collaboration, which would undoubtedly enable them to accomplish their mission effectively. Chapter 42. The Northern Sea. The task at hand involved safeguarding an individual named Admiral in the Northern Sea. The mission was of significant importance, with many specific details left undisclosed, merely instructing Ron to ensure the completion of the transaction between him and the Navy. Furthermore, this protection was to be executed discreetly, without the knowledge of Admiral. Are we indeed heading to the Northern Sea? Yes, but do not fret. While the Northern Sea poses certain dangers, I shall ensure your safety. Ron addressed Ain, remarking that it remains uncertain who will protect whom in the end. Ain chuckled, unaware of the gravity of the situation, believing it to be merely a straightforward task exaggerated by Sengoku. However, this mission bore a perilous classification, as it pertained to the most expensive devil fruit in existence, the Opopnomi. This particular fruit commanded an astonishing price of 5 billion berries. And apart from Edward Newgate and Gold Roger, no other bounty surpassed that figure. This fruit is extraordinary. It is said that when fully developed, it possesses a secret technique that grants eternal life. Consequently, the confidentiality surrounding this task is exceedingly high. Initially, Ron could not recall who this person was. Barrels was a rather unfamiliar name. Nevertheless, based on the information provided by Sengoku, he had once been a pupil of Zifa and served as a naval officer before turning to piracy, now seeking to engage in a transaction with the Navy. Moreover, this is a top-secret mission taking place in the North Sea. Thus, Barrels should be the father of the later supernova, Drake. At this moment, he must have acquired the Opopnomi, preparing to negotiate with the world government for the sum of 5 billion berries. The North Sea has been the birthplace of many exceptional individuals. Among the later 11 supernovas, 3 hail from the North Sea: Trafalgar Law, Drake, and Basil Hawkins. However, they do not represent the pinnacle of talent from that region. The 3 most distinguished figures from the North Sea are Admiral Kazan, Admiral Sakazuki, and the currently drifting figure, Ben Beckman, who is poised to soon gain worldwide renown. The mission to the North Sea is indeed arduous. The Navy has efficiently gathered their supplies and provisions, allowing Ron and Ain to swiftly embark on their journey. Sengoku believes this operation is manageable, thus appointing Ron, a major, to lead it. Yet, Sengoku remains unaware that the news of the Opopnomi has already been leaked, and there is an individual who has long been fixated on it, the Doflamingo family. Ron had not anticipated that his inaugural mission at sea would be of such gravity, particularly with the formidable Doflamingo family as his adversary. However, his objective was not to confront the Doflamingo family directly. Rather, his responsibility was to ensure the safety of Diaz Barrels and facilitate the smooth execution of the transaction. Nonetheless, Ron could not disregard the implications posed by the Doflamingo family. What are you contemplating? Is the furrowing of your brow indicative of the challenges posed by this mission? There may be certain issues at hand, yet they are not insurmountable. Ron simply struggles to recall certain matters, hence he is diligently attempting to remember. Ron recalled that Sengoku had sent the Navy to restrict Don Quixote Doflamingo's activities. However, due to the presence of Virgo among the Navy, the attempt to curtail Doflamingo's actions ultimately failed. Furthermore, the undercover agent placed by Sengoku, Don Quixote Rosinante, also known as Corazon, was discovered and subsequently killed by Doflamingo. It seems that Sengoku will indeed send reinforcements to support Ron. Without Virgo, locating the undercover agent within the Don Quixote family will not be an easy task. Enough pondering. Let us rest early. We shall depart tomorrow, Ain remarked. Very well, Ron replied, as Ron and Ain prepared to head to the North Sea. The Don Quixote family was also making preparations. After searching for so many years, I have finally found this fruit. I wonder who would be best suited to consume it. Doflamingo mused. Whoever it may be, they would be willing to pay a great price for it. His subordinate, Pika, responded. Indeed, that is quite logical. However, this fruit cannot be given to just anyone, Doflamingo said with a cruel smile. One must possess a certain level of medical knowledge to fully develop the abilities of the Opop fruit and ultimately perform that eternal surgery. Fortunately, I already have the ideal candidate in mind. Understanding Doflamingo's implication, the others exchanged knowing glances. After thorough investigation, they concluded that Doflamingo's brother, Rosinante, was the prime suspect. Thus, to prove that Rosinante was not a Navy spy, it would be simple. He must consume the op fruit and be willing to carry out Doflamingo's ultimate surgery. At that moment, a meeting was underway, and Rosinante and Law were not present. Law's amber-lead syndrome was worsening, and without treatment, he would soon perish. Therefore, Rosinante was diligently searching for a remedy for Law. Amber-lead syndrome is a disease caused by the mining of amber lead, and it is non-contagious. However, the world government had concealed the fact that extracting amber lead from the white town of Flevence would lead to poisoning and illness, resulting in the entire population suffering from this affliction, with lifespans decreasing with each generation. Since everyone was susceptible to the disease and the age of each subsequent generation was diminishing, it gave the impression of a malignant epidemic. Consequently, neighboring countries were unwilling to allow the residents of Flevence to live among them or to treat individuals afflicted with such an illness, fearing contagion. Thus, Rosinante's efforts to treat Law were exceedingly arduous, as no one was willing to assist. "Mr. Corazon, there is no need to trouble yourself. My illness is beyond cure. You truly are overburdened," the 13-year-old Trafalgar Law said weakly. Initially, Law had been quite antagonistic towards Corazon, but he had gradually come to accept him. Corazon had always claimed to despise children, primarily to prevent them from joining the Don Quixote family and to diminish its power. After discovering Law, Corazon had dealt him a harsh lesson, which had prompted Law to contemplate assassinating him. However, following that incident, their relationship began to thaw, and Law was deeply touched. Never having realized Corazon's inherent kindness, "Do not give up. There is always hope." They exchanged these words several times each day. Law urged Corazon to abandon his endeavors, while Corazon encouraged Law to persevere. Suddenly, Corazon's din-din mushy rang. Doflamingo informed him of the discovery of the op fruit and expressed his intention for Corazon to consume it. After hanging up, Corazon leapt with excitement. "Law, we have hope." "Ha! Is it truly so?" Law asked, astonished. "Indeed, this time we shall surely cure your amber-lead syndrome." Chapter 43. The operation for the op fruit. Due to his amber-lead syndrome, Trafalgar Law was gravely ill, with little time left. Don Quixote Rosinante had been seeking an opportunity to treat Law, but unfortunately, neighboring countries viewed this severe illness as contagious and were unwilling to offer assistance. The emergence of the op fruit reignited Rosinante's hope. "Let us go. This time, you are saved. I hope you can live well," Rosinante declared. He had already consumed the silence fruit and could not eat another devil fruit. Doflamingo's inquiry had raised suspicions about his allegiance. However, such concerns were now trivial. He had resolved to give the op fruit to Trafalgar Law, believing that if it could heal Law, it would be worth it. In the coming days, they prepared to head to Minion Island, where Doflamingo awaited. Prior to the arrival of Trafalgar Law and Don Quixote Rosinante, note, Rosinante is Corazon, Ron and Ian had already arrived and hidden themselves, anticipating that someone would soon come. Ron said to Ian, "Are you certain?" "Almost," came the reply. Ron stated that if anyone were to arrive, it would undoubtedly present a perilous situation. "We must remain prepared, given the clandestine nature of our mission. Aside from the warring states, no one is aware that Ron and I have also come to Minion Island. Rest assured, I am always ready." Days passed, and eventually, someone arrived on the island. However, Diaz Bareilles and his companions remained oblivious to the impending danger. Many indulged in revelry, celebrating their anticipated great fortune, having been in high spirits for quite some time. Yet, the grim reality is that one must never rejoice too early when matters are still unsettled. A journey of 100 miles is only half accomplished at 90. If a task is not entirely completed, the possibility of unforeseen complications arises before its conclusion, especially when significant interests are at stake. The more substantial the stakes, the more serious the circumstances, necessitating utmost caution. Otherwise, the entire endeavor may collapse before fruition. In the waning days of the Qin dynasty, Xiong Yu proclaimed himself the hegemon of Western Chu, distributing fiefs to 18 feudal lords. Liu Bang became the king of Han, while Wei Bao was designated as the king of Wei. An augur foretold to Wei Bao's wife that she was destined for great wealth and would assuredly bear a dragon son. Wei Bao, upon hearing this, mused that if his son were indeed a dragon, it would indicate his own rightful claim to the throne, thus inciting his rebellion. Ultimately, he was slain by Liu Bang, who captured his wife, the Lady Bo. One day, Liu Bang took her as his concubine, resulting in the birth of Liu Hong. After numerous trials and tribulations, Liu Hong ascended the throne, earning the title Emperor One of Han. This tale imparts a crucial lesson. Until a matter is completely resolved, significant uncertainties loom. Wei Bao, in his folly, assumed that the potential birth of a dragon son entitled him to the imperial crown. However, the child had yet to be born, and his ambition led to his demise. Presently, Diaz Bareilles finds himself in a similar predicament, celebrating prematurely the sum of 5 billion belly, which has not yet been secured. Moreover, a critical question remains unaddressed. Can they truly safeguard such a vast amount even if they attain it? Regarding the world government, Ron is confident that after acquiring the surgical fruit, he will ultimately eliminate Diaz Bareilles, retrieving the 5 billion in the end. The reason for acquiescing to such a lofty price stems from the fear of the unknown. There is concern that someone among them might act rashly and consume the surgical fruit. Should that occur, even eliminating the individual would not guarantee the recovery of the fruit. Hence, such a price was proposed. Ron believes that even if the actual transaction is completed, the 5 billion berries will not be spent by Diaz Bareilles and the others. Is it truly acceptable for them to drink in such a manner? Uninquired. It is indeed quite problematic. Ron heaved a sigh. Indeed, Don Quixote de Rocinante had arrived. Look, someone is coming. Ian, you protect them while I confront that individual. All right. With that, Ron dashed out, intercepting the advancing Don Quixote de Rocinante. Shall we have a conversation? Ron spoke up. You are Ron. Indeed, I did not expect you to recognize me, Mr. Corazon. Ron indeed had interactions with Don Quixote da Flamingo's family, so it is not surprising that Corazon is familiar with him, especially since it was Ron who incapacitated Virgo. You were Sengoku, lying in ambush here, preparing to capture me. Corazon was momentarily taken aback. His actions had concealed the plans of Sengoku and Da Flamingo. He never anticipated that Sengoku would strategically place Ron here to wait for him. I am not, Ron replied. I am merely here to ensure that the dealings of Diaz Bareilles proceed smoothly. Should a formidable force approach, the Navy will conduct reconnaissance and resist. If it is merely a handful of individuals, then I shall take responsibility. However, I am not here to apprehend you. I believe we can engage in a dialogue. Ron said with a smile, what shall we discuss? Cola's son remained very vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on Ron. Let us talk about the surgical fruits, Ron remarked. Observing that Corazon's countenance had grown exceedingly grim, Corazon had devised a battle strategy to confront individuals like Diaz Bareilles, believing that his silence fruit would prove immensely beneficial. However, standing before him was Ron, the individual who had triumphed over Virgo, presenting a formidable challenge. I am aware of your intentions, and I shall not impede you. I merely hope you can expedite your departure with him from this place and relay the intelligence back to the Navy headquarters. Upon hearing Ron's words, Corazon surmised that Ron had uncovered his identity as a covert operative placed beside Doflamingo by Sengoku, hence the insinuation. Yet, a degree of confusion lingered within him. The surgery fruit was an object of interest to the world government, and Sengoku was likely executing their orders to retrieve it from Mariewa. Why then? Would Ron encourage him to take action? Did Ron presume that Corazon's intent to seize the surgery fruit was to hand it over to Sengoku? Or was this part of Sengoku's stratagem, anticipating Corazon's attempt to procure the surgery fruit, thus allowing Ron to afford him some leeway or to shield his endeavors while securing the fruit for himself? Very well, I hope for your cooperation, Corazon stated. Not a problem. Proceed with audacity, and I shall provide cover for you, Ron replied. After Ron finished speaking, he and Ein returned to the vicinity of their gathering, preparing to provide cover for Corazon. As for the reason behind this decision, Ron had pondered it for quite some time. The Opopnomi must not fall into the hands of the world government. That creature known as him, whose longevity remains a mystery, could plunge the world into chaos if granted the fruit's ultimate ability, the surgery for eternal youth. Equally concerning was the prospect of this power being entrusted to the likes of Don Quixote da Flamingo, which would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. After much deliberation, Ron concluded that the best course of action was to allow events to unfold organically, permitting Trafalgar Law to consume the fruit. Chapter 44, Doflamingo's Assault Under Ron's Protection. Don Quixote Rocinante successfully completed the mission without sustaining any injuries. Why are we doing this? Uninquired of Ron after the operation, her confusion evident. Wasn't it Admiral Sengoku's directive to ensure the smooth conduct of the transaction? During the operation, Ein had harbored doubts, yet she followed Ron's lead, placing her unwavering trust in him. Sister, do you know what is being traded? She asked. I am not certain. Admiral Sengoku did not elaborate, Ron replied. Have you heard of the Opopnomi? Ron continued. This fruit is quite renowned. I remember my teacher mentioning it. It is said that its ultimate ability grants the power of eternal youth. As long as the user performs the surgery, the recipient can attain immortality. Is this surgery fruit the object of this transaction? Ayn asked, her astonishment palpable. Ron nodded and continued. You are well aware of the nature of the celestial dragons. Thus it is imperative that this fruit does not fall into the hands of the world government. I believe that one individual is particularly suited to possess this item, as he has indeed suffered greatly at the hands of the celestial dragons. He then recounted the tragic tale of Trafalgar Law. In the White Town, all inhabitants were afflicted by a disease that erupted at a certain age, resulting in each generation living shorter lives than the last. This affliction is known as lead disease, caused by a specific type of lead ore. The town of Flevence gained notoriety for its production of this mineral, yet when the world government began its mineral exploitation, the residents were not informed, leading to widespread infection of lead disease among them. Prolonged exposure to this or caused toxins to accumulate within the body, leading to a transformation where skin and hair turned white, culminating in excruciating pain and death. The severity of the disease varied across generations due to the different stages of mining, resulting in a grim reality where each generation's lifespan diminished. The world government, by concealing information, caused neighboring nations to believe that the residents of Flevence were suffering from a dire contagious disease, thus preventing their escape. In such dire circumstances, war broke out. The residents of Flevence sought to flee but were met with gunfire from the world government. Tragically, Trafalgar Law's parents, both physicians, perished during this massacre, while his sister, receiving treatment in a hospital, also lost her life amidst the raging inferno. Now, he is the sole survivor of his family, barely clinging to life in this world. Without the surgical fruit, his demise would soon follow. Therefore, the surgical fruit is perfectly suited for him, not only to heal his own body, but also as a potent weapon against the world government, fueled by his profound hatred. In the future, he will undoubtedly deliver a crushing blow to the world government. This child is indeed a figure of profound tragedy. What shall we do next? Has this trading mission failed? No, how could it possibly be a failure? Ron smiled and remarked, I will contact Jean-Gua tomorrow morning. Ayn was perplexed by Ron's unwarranted confidence, considering the mission had evidently failed. Meanwhile, Corazon, having successfully acquired the Op no Mi, promptly fed it to Law, proclaiming, with this fruit, your ailment will be cured. Now, let us escape from this place. Corazon led Trafalgar Law away. On the other side, Don Quixote Doflamingo's men had also arrived. Why can we not reach Corazon? Is he deliberately ignoring my calls? Doflamingo furrowed his brow, pondering the possibility of a traitor among them. Suddenly, a chilling laughter escaped his lips. So, what shall we do next? Let us not concern ourselves with Corazon for now. Our foremost priority is to seize the Op no Mi. Upon docking, Doflamingo was immediately ambushed by the Navy. Ayn, let us depart. Our mission has been accomplished. Ron grasped Ayn's hand as they departed from the place. Are we truly leaving like this? Not offering any assistance? Ayn inquired. Our mission is to ensure the smooth execution of the transaction. Assisting the Navy in combat is not our current responsibility. I did not ponder this matter further, adhering to Ron's directives without question. There was no better time to flee than now. Thus, Ron and Ayn set sail from that location. Doflamingo possessed formidable power. He was a person with royal potential, equipped with mastery over all three forms of hockey, and his devil fruit abilities had reached an awakened stage. Most crucially, his ultimate technique, the birdcage, was nearly insurmountable. To break through the strands of the birdcage, one must defeat Doflamingo himself. Hey, what will we do if our mission fails? Ayn continued to ponder this dilemma. Having chosen the path of the Navy and aspiring for promotion, failing at the very first task felt rather unacceptable. We succeeded in our mission. You need not worry, for I shall handle everything. Oh, then where do we go next? Ayn queried. Next, we shall seek out a peculiar child with golden hair. It promises to be quite entertaining. Perhaps we might still make it in time. A child with golden hair? Indeed, this child is fascinating, with eyebrows that curl clockwise. Is there truly such an oddity in this world? Of course, once you see him, you will understand. Very well, your ideas are always intriguing. I never contemplated the deeper meanings behind Ron's actions. She simply followed his lead. For instance, despite the evident failure of their mission, Ron claimed it a success. And Ayn was curious to see how he would reconcile this later. Are you full? Sister, shall we engage in some exercise? Ron inquired. Sure, what kind of exercise? Ayn responded, eager to aid digestion after their meal. A type of physical activity that requires cooperation between us and is quite exhausting, Ron replied with a mysterious smile. Oh, I have yet to hear of such an exercise that demands collaboration and is physically taxing. Ine expressed her curiosity. Well, this exercise will benefit both of us. Allow me to explain. It should be like this, Ron whispered into Ine's ear. Ah, Ine's cheeks flushed slightly. Have you ever heard the saying, hunger breeds thievery, while warmth breeds contentment? Ron continued. What is that saying? It suggests that when one is deprived, one may resort to desperate measures, while comfort leads to peace of mind. The following day, Ron began to report the situation to Sengoku. This mission was executed exceptionally well. The transaction had been completed even before Doflamingo arrived. Sengoku had intended to hear Ron's explanation regarding the failure of yesterday's task. However, to his surprise, Ron uttered a statement that left him utterly perplexed. Chapter 45, The Child with Clockwise Curling Eyebrows. Ron, your mission has indeed failed. Why do you claim it was successful? Are you aware of the grave transgression of failing to earnestly fulfill your duties and then seeking excuses? Sengoku expressed his irritation upon hearing Ron's words. I am not making excuses. I diligently completed the task. Let me explain it to you in detail. Was it not you who asked me to assist you with this mission? Ron began to patiently elucidate the completion status of the mission to the warring states. You instructed me to ensure that the transaction proceeded smoothly, yet you did not specify with whom Dias Bareilles was engaged in trade. However, one of your informants, a man named Don Quixote Rosinante, claimed that it was he who conducted the transaction with Dias Bareilles. Now that their trade has been finalized, how can you assert that my task remains unfulfilled? Ron's words plunged the warring states into contemplation. Are you suggesting that Rosinante and Doflamingo engaged in a transaction, successfully executing it? The warring states reiterated their understanding. Indeed, Don Quixote Rosinante stated that he was the informant you positioned beside Doflamingo. This mission was orchestrated to facilitate this transaction and thwart Doflamingo's endeavors. I observed him presenting an abundance of evidence, asserting that this was executed in accordance with your directives, necessitating our collaboration, and thus, I acquiesced to his request. Ron spoke earnestly, his tone imbued with sincerity. Regardless, this matter has reached a point of no return. Corazon would never relinquish the Ope no Mi to Sengoku. It is believed that the fruit has already been consumed by Trafalgar Law. Very well. If that is the case, please return to headquarters at your earliest convenience. Sengoku sensed something amiss and prepared to reach out to his informant, Rosinante. Ron and Corazon conveyed that it signified the will of the warlords, urging him to cooperate with Corazon's endeavors. Subsequently, Ron reiterated to the warlords that Corazon had indeed expressed the will of the warlords, requesting his collaboration with Corazon's actions. This logical connection is somewhat convoluted. Nevertheless, the essence of Ron's communication ultimately reflects the intent of the warlords. As for the misunderstandings among them, they shall resolve those on their own. Ron believes that Corazon has been misunderstood. He is sent by the warring states. The warring states may also mistakenly think that Corazon indeed assisted him in the transaction of the surgery fruit. I find myself struggling to comprehend your words, Ine remarked. In truth, I too am somewhat at a loss regarding what I am expressing, making it all the more challenging to ensure they grasp my meaning. Now, let us proceed with our endeavor. Ron elucidated the matter once more. He felt that his explanations were not sufficiently clear, yet they undeniably evoked a sense of ambiguity. Both Aine and Ron journeyed along the northern sea towards the eastern sea. Ron believed that he should be able to catch up with the child. If he succeeded, perhaps he could alter the child's fate. If not, it was of little consequence, for the child would grow up to be quite lustful. Indeed, this child was none other than Vinsmoke Sanji, the Prince of Germa 66, the technological kingdom of the North Sea. Two tales stand out most prominently in the North Sea. One is the deceitful Rolando, and the other is the story of Germa 66. So much so that when Sanji first donned his protective suit to confront Page 1, Trafalgar Law exhibited a greater familiarity with the functionalities of the number 3 battlesuit. After several days of drifting, Ron and Ine finally caught up with Sanji just before misfortune struck him. Had Sanji met with disaster and sunk to the ocean's depths, there would have been no recourse. His fate might have been sealed. Whisked away by Redleg Zeph to become a chef at the floating restaurant, Baratai. For had Sanji plunged beneath the waves, Ron and Ine would have been powerless to swim to his rescue. Fortunately, they found him before he faced those trials. Greetings. Where do you wish to go? Shall we embark together? Ron was the first to pose a question to Sanji. I, too, am uncertain of my destination. In any case, I wish to depart from the North Sea. At the tender age of 8, Sanji had just severed ties with the Vinsmoke family. With the tacit approval of his father, Judge, and the assistance of his sister, Reiju, he set sail towards the East Blue. Had he not encountered Ron, he would have crossed paths with Redleg Zeph. who would lose a foot in the process of rescuing Sanji. The two would then await salvation on a desolate island, suffering the agonizing pangs of hunger, for there was no sustenance to be found. Ultimately, Sanji would come to work at the floating restaurant, Baratai, honing his culinary skills alongside Zeph's kicking techniques. Then let us depart from the North Sea together, for we too are seeking to leave. I am a naval officer, trust in my words. Under normal circumstances, one would approach a stranger in such an unfamiliar environment with a degree of caution, and Sanji naturally harbored skepticism towards Ron. However, Ron was acutely aware of Sanji's vulnerabilities. Following Ron's unsuccessful attempts at persuasion, I conversed with Sanji for a while, expressing his willingness to guide him into the Navy. Upon seeing Ein, the young Sanji acquiesced to his request. The three core members of the Straw Hat crew were all distinctly unique. Luffy had an insatiable appetite for mate. Zoro had an affinity for swordsmanship, and Sanji had a penchant for the fairer sex. During their confrontation with Moria, the shadows of the trio were ensnared, rendering them unconscious. In a moment of desperation, Usopp devised a plan that instantaneously roused the three mainstays with a single phrase: "Beauty, the swordsman brings meat." This simple utterance proved remarkably effective in awakening them. Thus, Sanji accepted Ein's invitation to join the Navy. This child has endured his share of tribulations. Perhaps we should entrust him to Master Zeph for guidance, Ein proposed. No, I believe there exists a more suitable destination, came the reply. Ron suggested. Let us send him to the G8 fortress. Why there? Ian inquired. I believe it may provide a more conducive environment for his growth. Among the distinct chefs in the Navy, the one who left the deepest impression on Ron was none other than Jessica, the wife of Vice Admiral Jonathan from the G8 branch. Therefore, sending Sanji there to hone his culinary skills seems to be an excellent choice. Furthermore, Vice Admiral Jonathan is exceptionally formidable and possesses profound wisdom. He is also a close friend of Admiral Akainu, which would greatly benefit Sanji's future development. As for how far he can progress, that ultimately rests in Sanji's own hands. Ron initially joined the Navy with the intention of seeking vengeance. Yet he currently lacks any leads. His ultimate aspiration in this world is to ensure that individuals like himself receive assistance during their vulnerable youth. Alternatively, he yearns for a world devoid of war, a place where tranquility reigns and everyone can lead a simple, untroubled life. After much contemplation regarding the Straw Hat crew, Ron considers that should he encounter them, he might instigate some changes in their paths, potentially altering their destinies and producing different outcomes. However, Ron merely serves as a guide. The eventual developments depend on their own choices. Chapter 46. Ron, the Lieutenant of the East Sea. Undoubtedly, Ron's execution of this mission has encountered several complications. Nevertheless, Sengoku cannot dismiss Ron's actions, as Razanani was indeed his undercover agent. Yet, Don Quixote da Flamingo remains at large, having instead eliminated the user of the Opop no Mi, Diaz barrels. Furthermore, the Opop no Mi has gone missing. Consequently, he awarded Ron a commendation, declaring him Lieutenant Ron from this day forth, and dispatched him to the East Sea to fulfill his mission. Thus, Ron found himself sent to the East Sea. Ein accompanied Ron on his journey to the East Sea. It seems you have received a promotion, congratulations, she remarked. Sister, please don't tease me. This is merely a FAA of promotion masking a demotion. The East Sea is the weakest among the four seas. The number of pirates is scarce, making any further advancement quite challenging. Nonetheless, being here has its merits. The East Sea is generally perceived as the feeblest of the four seas, devoid of any renowned pirates, and is often looked down upon by others. However, it has birthed many illustrious figures. Notable individuals from the East Sea include the pirate king Gold, Roger, the marine hero Monkey D, Garp, and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D, Dragon. Additionally, the current sharpshooter of the red-haired pirates, Yasopp, also hails from the East Sea. Yet, the East Sea now suffers from a lack of strength, as these prominent figures have long since departed, leading to a prevalent disdain for the region. The primary reason for the East Sea's weakness lies in Garp's frequent visits home to see his grandchildren, resolving encounters with pirates en route. Oh, didn't he say it was quite pleasant here? He mused. Indeed, there are advantages to this situation. Ron smiled enigmatically. A few days later, the two arrived at the East Sea. Greetings. I am Colonel Ron from the Naval Headquarters, here to report. Oh, so you are Ron? From now on, you shall be my subordinate. You must demonstrate a bit more respect, understand? Colonel Mouse said with great severity. I shall certainly show you the utmost respect, Ron replied, only to suddenly rush forward, seizing Colonel Mouse and throwing him to the ground. Who do you think you are? to demand respect from me. Ron effortlessly lifted Colonel Mouse with one hand, delivering several sharp slaps across the Colonel's face. How dare you strike a superior? The events unfolded with such swiftness that many were caught off guard. At that moment, several Marines surrounding Colonel Mouse raised their handguns, aiming them at Ron. I advise you to consider your position carefully. Will you align yourselves with me, or with Colonel Mouse? Upon hearing Ron's words, the Marines gradually lowered their weapons. Birds of a feather flocked together. Those who surrounded Colonel Mouse were, predictably, a collection of unscrupulous sycophants. Thus, these individuals were adept at sensing which way the wind was blowing. If they disapproved of Colonel Mouse's actions and failed to curry favor with him, they would never have ascended to such positions of authority at his side. After a moment of contemplation, they chose to abandon Colonel Mouse. Before them stood Ron, a rising star within the Navy, having attained the rank of lieutenant colonel in less than 2 years since his enlistment. Moreover, he was one of Zephyr's most valued protégés. It was evident that aligning with Ron promised a brighter future. Now that your men have surrendered to me, what do you intend to do? Ron inquired of the severely swollen Colonel Mouse. Even in the absence of the dragon, known as a long, the colonel must have amassed a considerable fortune. It was merely less than what he would have accumulated alongside the dragon. If given the chance, Ron would genuinely contemplate eliminating him. A powerful Marine, if malevolent, inflicts harm on the populace no less than that of a pirate. I surrender. I shall heed your commands and follow your arrangements. Very well, use the broadcast telephone worm to carry out a task for me. Ron, with Colonel Mouse in tow, arrived at the broadcasting station. He fixed a stern gaze upon him and then withdrew a piece of paper. Read this aloud, and should you mispronounce even a single word, I trust you are well aware of the consequences. The terrifying demeanor of Ron instilled a sense of fear in Colonel Mouse, who was inherently a coward, easily intimidated by the strong. Initially, he had planned to assert his authority over Ron, but to his surprise, Ron swiftly turned the tables upon his arrival, denying Colonel Mouse the opportunity to assert himself. Instead, he found himself vanquished by Ron. Attention, Marines. Today, we have a distinguished guest from headquarters, Colonel Ron. I hold Colonel Ron in high regard and would like to take a moment to introduce him properly. He achieved first place during his evaluation after a year in the Navy and was an exemplary student of the esteemed Master Zephyr. His presence here is a result of his significant accomplishments during a covert mission. I trust you are already familiar with him. I greatly admire such a young individual. And since he is here, it is undoubtedly for the purpose of gaining experience. Therefore, I shall delegate authority to him. If you have any needs or matters to address, feel free to report them to him. For issues beyond his decision-making capacity, he will personally relay them to me, and I will provide solutions for you. Colonel Mouse, trembling with trepidation, glanced at Ron, silently hoping this arrangement would suffice. Ron nodded. You have done exceptionally well. Now, go, he said as he cast him beside Ain. Ain smiled warmly and activated his ability. What have you done to me? I recited it word for word. The voice of Colonel Mouse took on a youthful tone. The onlookers regarded him with astonishment, their shock palpable. What is happening to me? Colonel Mouse touched his face, realizing that his mustache was gone. Seeking a mirror, he discovered that he had transformed into a younger, smaller version of himself, resembling a teenager of approximately 13 or 14 years. At present, Colonel Mouse was around 25 or 26. Had Ain invoked his power twice, he would have regressed to merely 1 or 2 years old, which would be quite inappropriate. Thus, only a single activation was employed, resulting in his current state. Do you wish to revert to your original appearance? Colonel Mouse nodded earnestly. Then you must obey, and instructed. Colonel Mouse nodded once more. Now, go and clean the base. But, Colonel Mouse hesitated, having not performed such tasks for many years. Having indulged in comfort for far too long, being suddenly ordered to clean the base was somewhat overwhelming. Cleaning the base was typically the responsibility of new recruits in the Navy. It was the most menial of tasks, reserved for the lowest-ranking sailors, who were tasked solely with maintaining cleanliness. Kirby had also begun his journey in the Navy from this very point. You must comply. Did you not just pledge to listen attentively? Ron gazed at Colonel Mouse. There was no alternative. He had to go. Now, at the tender age of 13 or 14. His task of cleaning the naval base went unnoticed by anyone as unusual. Chapter 47. Diligent Training. It had been 5 years since he arrived in this world. The events of 2 years prior lingered in Ron's mind, refusing to fade away. The rising flames, accompanied by billowing smoke, resembled a colossal beast, voraciously devouring the entire village. Ron was the sole survivor. Once, his family and friends existed only within the recesses of his memory. Who exactly was Hulong? Ron had long contemplated that upon joining the Navy, he would uncover clues by perusing the naval database. However, it was only recently that he recognized a critical oversight. For over a year in the Navy, Ron had been engrossed in training, pondering how to access the naval records and even visiting the library. Yet he had neglected a matter of grave importance. His village was no idyllic paradise. It was a settlement that had attracted the attention of Margot, known as Marco previously, but in 2 years would be referred to as Margot, who had even sent individuals to seek Ron as a disciple. This detail was pivotal. Margot, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, would undoubtedly have a vested interest in a village that lay within Whitebeard's territory. Therefore, Ron's original village was likely situated in the New World. Given the current timeline, Whitebeard had undoubtedly ascended to the status of one of the 4 emperors. Regardless of the strength of Whitebeard compared to Roger, it was indisputable that Whitebeard was the most formidable man in the world. So, who would dare to pillage and wreak havoc in Whitebeard's domain? After joining the Navy, Ron trained diligently, and after parting ways with Zifa, he first ventured to the North Sea and then to the East Sea. Now, having settled into a semblance of stability, he realized he had overlooked this serious issue. There were only 2 possibilities for intruders into Whitebeard's territory. Either they were inexperienced pirates newly entering the New World, unaware of the formidable power that lay within, or they were seasoned marauders who, fully cognizant of the danger, chose to invade Whitebeard's realm. If it were the former, Ron could analyze bounty information and the rise in ranks to investigate the pirates who had recently entered the New World. If it were the latter, the only possible affiliations would be with Big Mom or Kaido. Beyond these 2, no one would dare to disrupt the peace of Whitebeard's territory. Even Big Mom and Kaido would need to tread carefully in such matters. Ron believed that if it were Kaido and Big Mom's pirates, then that previous endeavor was merely a simple test, a small village to gauge Whitebeard's disposition. Would Whitebeard become enraged over a mere village? Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, this wolf among men was indeed a pirate of the New World, possessing formidable strength. Thus, Ron understood the necessity of honing his own skills diligently. Bang, bang, bang. After a morning of relentless practice, Ron's arms ached, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Ain trotted over, wiping the sweat from Ron's brow. Your marksmanship has become remarkably proficient. Why persist in such arduous training? Seeing Ron struggle, Ain felt a pang of sympathy. When I was at Sabaody Archipelago, Lieutenant Soniel demonstrated a particularly potent shooting technique. The bullet was infused with hockey, and when it struck a massive stone, the trees before me shattered as if they were mere pebbles. The vividness of that scene lingered in her memory. So, you were contemplating how to imbue your bullets with hockey. Ain observed Ron's expression, torn between laughter and a hint of embarrassment. Hey, sis, what is that expression? If you want to laugh, just let it out. Ron felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Oh, my dear junior apprentice, you are adorably foolish. Ain put away the sweat towel, embraced Ron, and then continued, your hockey remains at a rudimentary level, incapable of fully enveloping your own body. How could you possibly expect to shield against bullets? Are you suggesting that I must first envelop my entire being with hockey before mastering this extraordinary technique? Ron, while speaking, embraced Ain's waist, his hand gradually sliding down to an indescribable area, experiencing an indescribable sensation. Ain reached out and repositioned Ron's hand back to his waist. It is not necessary to cover the entire body. My point is that your mastery of the armament color adhering to the body is still lacking. How could you possibly practice it directly on a bullet? Since Ain did not permit Ron's hand to move downward, Ron redirected his hand upward, once again encountering an indescribable area and sensation. Yet, I wonder why some individuals can shoot arrows while having the armament color applied. Ain then took Ron's hand down again, this time gripping it tightly. Unfortunately, Ron's hand was too large, allowing only for a two-handed grasp. Arrow shooting involves direct contact, making the application of the armament color relatively easy. However, bullets do not permit such direct interaction. Ron pondered for a moment, and indeed, it made sense. Given that one of his hands was grasped by Ian, Ron began to employ his other hand. Once again, he experienced an indescribable sensation. Ahem. You train for a while on your own. I shall take my leave. Ian could no longer tolerate allowing Ron to continue in such a manner. Even though this was Ron's private training ground, it was still possible that someone might come to report matters. After Ian departed, Ron began to shift the focus of his training. It is no wonder that a single shot left Captain Soniel utterly exhausted. It turns out that infusing bullets with hockey is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. One can reflect on the Marineford War, where Beckman merely pointed a pistol at Kizaru, compelling him to surrender. Even if Kizaru's capitulation was partially feigned, it nonetheless underscores Beckman's formidable prowess, which undoubtedly enables him to imbue bullets with armed haki. After all, how else could one contend with a Logia-type devil fruit user? There is also the possibility that the bullets were made of sea stone, coupled with Beckman's exceptional marksmanship. The exact reasons remain unclear to Ron. In any case, infusing bullets with haki proves to be quite difficult. Thus, it is prudent to commence training with the application of haki to the body. Ron prepared a large boulder. Then, he activated his armament haki and struck it with a powerful punch. Boom. An imprint of his fist appeared on the stone. Ah, it hurts. Is it merely a meter thick? Why does it hurt so much? Ron is deeply distressed, his fists bleeding. This training method is rather challenging. How did Garp manage to shatter 8 mountains? I shall not concede defeat. Onward. Ron resumed his vigorous assault on the rocks, striking the particularly dense stones with force. Bang, bang, boom. Regardless, Ron possessed an extraordinary ability to recuperate, and these superficial injuries would mend within a day. After training for a spell, a formidable pirate crew suddenly emerged in the East Sea. Chapter 48, The Black Cat Pirates. Upon receiving reports from his subordinates, it became evident that a remarkably powerful pirate crew had arrived in the East Sea. Ron promptly convened an emergency meeting, fearing that this encounter might prove to be a fierce battle. After all, the descriptions of these individuals were rather terrifying. Allow me to introduce the key members aboard the ship. Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates is a man of profound cunning, with a bounty of 16 million berries. His first mate, Zango, is a hypnotist skilled in the art of suggestion. Sam, a crew member wielding claw-like weapons, possesses astonishing combat prowess. Similarly, Boo, like Sam, employs claw techniques and is equally formidable in battle. Upon hearing the introductions from his subordinates, Ron realized that these individuals shared certain traits with the notorious Captain Mouse, particularly a penchant for exaggeration. A bounty of 16 million berries for Kuro, could he truly be considered a fearsome pirate? However, it must be acknowledged that despite Kuro's lack of combat strength, his intellect is undeniably sharp. He orchestrated a feigned death and infiltrated the village of Cyrolub, assuming the role of steward for the wealthiest resident, Koya, with the intent to embezzle her family's fortune. At this moment, it is still early in the timeline, precisely when the Black Cat Pirates were beginning to rise to prominence. Ron gazed at Colonel Monka, who was seated nearby. Indeed, everything seemed to converge at this moment. Ron remained silent, and the others naturally refrained from speaking. For the past few months, it had been Ron who presided over matters, and none had glimpsed Colonel Mouse. Perhaps the colonel was unwell, or perhaps there were other reasons. In any case, Ron's word was law. Furthermore, everyone was acutely aware of Ron's formidable capabilities. Even those who had never encountered him had heard tales of his prowess. A profound silence enveloped the room, and the atmosphere was palpably tense, with many pondering whether this particular pirate would prove exceedingly formidable. Ron had not anticipated the myriad thoughts swirling in the minds of his subordinates. His own thoughts were solely focused on what Claw's next move should entail. Claw, a mere pirate worth 16 million, possessed an astute intellect. Ron believed that Claw would soon ascertain his presence and recognize the futility of opposing him. It was in accordance with Claw's nature to initiate a feigned death scheme. Monka, on the other hand, had always been rather arrogant, having risen through the ranks largely due to his capture of the false Claw. Thus, Ron considered the possibility of delivering Claw into Monka's hands to test the latter's true capabilities in securing the elusive pirate. Should the endeavor prove unsuccessful, it would serve as an opportune moment to offer Monka some constructive criticism. The atmosphere had grown increasingly tense, and Ron finally spoke up. The Black Cat Pirates are entrusted to you, Colonel Monka. I have every confidence that you will accomplish this task. Ron and Monka are both lieutenants colonel. However, Ron, having come from the naval headquarters, has garnered the recognition of Colonel Mouse, thus compelling Monka to heed Ron's commands. Monka accepted this challenge, although it posed certain difficulties. He believed in his ability to succeed. As anticipated, a few days later, Monka discovered the stronghold of the Black Cat Pirates and launched an assault. In an effort to enhance the authenticity of their ruse, Claude decided to forsake his crew, resulting in the unfortunate demise of actual members of the Black Cat Pirates at the hands of Monka and his subordinates. Ron gazed through the telescope from a distance, with Ain by his side. Do you think this Monka task was completed rather effortlessly? How could they locate the Black Cat Pirates' hideout so swiftly? Ain remarked, sensing something amiss. Sister, I never expected you to grow so astute. Indeed, There is something suspicious. Otherwise, given Chloe's moniker of Master of Deception, how could he so easily uncover their base? Ron inquired. Are you implying that I was not intelligent in the past? Ian placed her hand on Ron's waist, her fingers pinching a tender patch of flesh. Just as she was about to twist, Ron activated his armament hockey. Do you dare to resist? Do you believe I could reduce you to a mere child? Ian's smile concealed a profound, enigmatic meaning. Ron was acutely aware of the implications lurking behind that smile. Being transformed into a child was not merely uncomfortable due to the forced wearing of various skirts. The most distressing part was donning open-crotch pants. Such attire would expose certain aspects, rendering him a plaything for Ian. In summary, the sensation was excruciatingly delightful. Consequently, Ron relaxed his muscles and dispelled his armament hockey. Ian seized the opportunity to twist even harder. Now, answer me truthfully. Was I not intelligent before? Ron gasped. Of course, my senior sister is exceptionally astute. He inhaled sharply. The twist was indeed painful. I spoke without consideration earlier. I beg for your forgiveness, senior sister. Ron's demeanor softened, and his hands became gentle. Above the waist. The indescribable areas were indeed quite tender. Sister, look, Munka is preparing to return. He has captured someone. Do you think it could be Chloe? From behind. He bears a striking resemblance, though his face remains unclear. Yet, I possess an instinct that tells me he is not Chloe. Unremarked. Where do you believe Chloe might be? Having just endured a hardship, Ron now sought to reclaim some advantage. After all, being softened is a blessing for a man. Thus, while conversing, he placed his other hand on In's indescribable area below the waist and continued, he must be the Marine preparing to flee to the shore. Currently, amidst the chaos, if we were to avert our gaze, no one would notice a Marine disappearing. Indeed, it should be him. If that is the case, let us eliminate him. Ron withdrew his hand, leaping swiftly towards the Marine, positioning himself directly in front of him. Meanwhile, Ian continued to survey the situation aboard the ship. The primary reason for the mistaken identity lay in the fact that Monka had already been hypnotized. The individual responsible for this hypnosis was none other than the man with heart-shaped glasses, who was now preparing to flee. Which department do you belong to? What is your name? Ron inquired of Chloe. Chloe remained remarkably composed. Initially startled by the sudden appearance of a figure, he soon regained his composure. Now, while conversing with Ron, he had completely calmed down, looking directly into Ron's eyes as he stated with poise, I am Clabatel, a private. The name Clabatel was indeed the alias he used while serving as a steward at the Koya residence. Indeed, it is you, Clabatel. Ron swiftly approached him and seized him. Colonel, what are you doing? Encountering you, Crow, is indeed unfortunate for you. Otherwise, you might have escaped. Colonel, what are you saying? You must have mistaken me. I am merely a Marine assisting Mr. Monka in retrieving an item. As Ron made his move, Crow's glasses slipped slightly down his nose, prompting him to push them back up with the palm of his hand, maintaining an expression of calmness. A typical person would adjust their glasses with a gentle touch of their fingertips along the bridge of their nose, but Crow, accustomed to wielding claws as his weapon of choice, employed the unique motion of pushing his glasses up from below the frame with his palm facing upwards. Your actions have betrayed you. Your habitual use of claws has rendered your motion distinctly different from that of an ordinary person. Crow, you are quite clever, but alas, this is where it ends. With that, Ron lunged forward and knocked Crow unconscious with a single blow, subsequently placing handcuffs upon him. The rationale behind incapacitating Crow was straightforward. He was officially recognized as possessing an intellect second only to Ben Beckman. If not for his lack of strength, he would undoubtedly be a formidable pirate. Thus, subduing him was a prudent choice to prevent any scheming. Although he might not stir much trouble, Ron deemed it wise to render him unconscious. Conversing with such an astute individual could be quite exhausting. Chapter 49. True masters of the pirate crew. After Crow was rendered unconscious by Ron, he was taken into custody. With such highly intelligent criminals, there was no need for extensive dialogue. As long as he had committed a crime, apprehending and confining him sufficed. There was no necessity to afford him the opportunity for defense or interrogation, as engaging in such discussions with individuals of his caliber could prove to be a taxing endeavor. Therefore, Ron promptly secured him in confinement. Naturally, all his subordinates were also apprehended. Meanwhile, Monka, after enduring a fierce battle, returned with a sense of triumph. Believing he had successfully captured Crow and was eager to report his accomplishment to Ron. Colonel Ron, I have fulfilled my duty and completed the mission. Monka's demeanor was exceedingly respectful. However, his eyes betrayed a hint of arrogance. This time, he had achieved a significant feat. capturing the high IQ criminal Crow, whose bounty, while not excessively high, had caused remarkably detrimental impacts. Under normal circumstances, had this military merit been reported, Monka could anticipate a promotion. A subsequent promotion would elevate him to the rank of colonel, granting him the autonomy to command a station independently of Ron's jurisdiction. Monka believed that those endowed with power were the true giants of this world. He had already envisioned the life that awaited him upon his ascension. Thus, despite his outward display of respect, his inner excitement began to swell. Ron gazed at Monka for a while, remaining silent, his expression inscrutable. This steady, indifferent observation made Monka feel somewhat uneasy, as if something within him was amiss. "Colonel, what do you mean by this?" Monka found himself experiencing a hint of pressure. Ron glanced at Monka, fully aware of the type of individual he was dealing with. Monka was an exceedingly ambitious man, unrestrained even in the presence of a colonel. The audacity he displayed by daring to strike Cap was a testament to his arrogance. Had Ron not been present, and had Crow not found the situation somewhat peculiar and sought to escape amid the chaos, Monka would likely have suffered a shattered jaw. It is important to note that, according to the typical timeline, Monka ascended to the rank of naval lieutenant commander after his entire fleet fell to ruin in a confrontation with the Black Cap pirates, leaving him as the sole survivor, only to have his jaw subsequently crushed by Crow. Strangely enough, Crow managed to flee in the midst of battle this time, perhaps due to his innate perceptiveness, which resulted in Monka sustaining less severe injuries. Thus, one might say that Ron inadvertently saved him. "Monka, do you not recognize your transgressions?" Ron's thunderous voice echoed throughout the vast hall, sending shivers down the spines of those around him. Even Monka felt a slight tremor, though he quickly composed himself. He resolved to endure for the time being. Once the appointment from above arrived, he would be able to transfer to a more favorable location. The East Sea was relatively devoid of pirates and distanced from the Navy headquarters, attracting little attention. Thus, securing a post in such a tranquil place would be quite a blessing. "What do you mean by that?" "I have fulfilled your task. Where have I erred?" Monka raised his chin defiantly, locking eyes with Ron, attempting to bolster his courage by elevating his voice. "Oh, is that so?" Ron crushed a cup beside him. "Bring Chloe here." Upon hearing Ron's command, they immediately pressed Chloe forward. "Can you see who Chloe truly is?" Upon hearing Ron's words, Monka began to ponder deeply. Suddenly, he comprehended the situation entirely, his mind clearing in an instant, and a cold sweat broke out upon him. "Had it not been for my presence, our naval soldiers would have suffered grievously. Your carelessness nearly cost many of your comrades their lives. Do you not recognize your fault? This is a grave offense." Monka was utterly terrified, trembling as he knelt on the ground, at a loss for words to defend himself. Any thought of claiming credit vanished. From this day forth, Monka is to reflect in solitude until further instructions are received from above. Although Ron's imposing demeanor instilled fear in Monka, he could not take any substantial action against him, as he lacked the authority to dismiss Monka from his position directly. For now, all he could do was impose some restraint, with the matter needing to be reported to superiors for further directives. Ron reported to his superiors, requesting the dispatch of personnel to escort Chloe and others to the deep-sea prison. Simultaneously, he submitted a report regarding Monka's crimes to his superiors. Thus, the East Sea once again settled into tranquility. Unbeknownst to him, Ron has inadvertently altered the course of history. The events in Shell's Town are unlikely to transpire, and similarly, the occurrences in Zillabu village seem fated to be averted. Nevertheless, Ron finds himself with numerous obligations to fulfill. On one hand, he must await directives from above, coordinating with superiors regarding the handover of Chloe and others, deliberating on the handling of Monka, and contemplating his own potential promotion. On the other hand, having ventured to the East Sea, he should seize the opportunity to visit Luffy, for he is, after all, Luffy's elder brother. Moreover, there is a green-haired young friend eagerly anticipating his arrival. This green-haired child is far more endearing than the yellow-haired, curly-browed one. Although the green-haired lad has a penchant for losing his way since childhood, his innate talent is extraordinary, marking him as a promising candidate for a future swordsman of unparalleled caliber. Thus, this young boy is not to be overlooked. Presently, Ron remains uncertain as to which pirate crew reigns supreme in the East Sea, though it is likely that the Crick pirate crew is currently in a phase of development. Ron prepared to patrol the area alone, hoping to encounter pirates during his aimless journey. The success of this endeavor relied solely on fortune. He left Ein at the base for two primary reasons. Firstly, he genuinely wished to ascertain the likelihood of encountering pirates. Secondly, he He was curious about the potential changes at the base in his absence. Would the personnel adhere to Ain's authority? It could be argued that their reluctance stemmed from a fundamental disregard for Ron's leadership. His departure would reveal much. After all, it was Ron who demonstrated strength before them, and it was his name they had heard most often. In contrast, Ain, a petite girl standing at merely 1.7 meters, might not command their respect. Ron sought to observe how the sailors would behave in this scenario. The answers to these questions would soon unfold. At that moment, Ron was reveling in the breathtaking seascape. The azure sky met the cerulean ocean, occasionally graced by a gentle sea breeze, creating an utterly delightful sensation. As he spread his arms to embrace the wind, every pore of his being expressed a profound sense of comfort. However, this bliss was short-lived as he soon spotted a pirate ship approaching from the distance. The sails bore the unmistakable emblem of piracy, a skull and crossbones, with 2 swords crossed beneath it. Notably, a trio of slashes adorned the skull's left eye, descending from left to right. Ron widened his eyes in astonishment. He never expected to encounter him. At this moment, he must be the most formidable pirate on the East Sea, as the ship gradually approached him. Chapter 50. The first encounter with the user of the face fruit. The emblem on that ship was unmistakable. It depicted a skull with 2 swords crossed beneath it, and the left eye of the skull bore 3 crimson scars, arranged from left to right. Indeed, Ron could now confirm that the vessel was the Red Force, the ship of Shanks, the user of the face fruit. Although Shanks had not yet been dubbed one of the 4 emperors, it was only a matter of time before he ascended to become the 4th emperor of the seas. His might was indisputable. Among the 4 emperors, he alone stood at a height of 1.99 meters without the powers of a devil fruit. In contrast, Kaido towered at approximately 7.77 meters. Big Mom reached about 8.88 meters, and Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, was 6.66 meters tall. Yet, despite his relatively modest stature, Shanks had risen to the rank of a 4 emperor, having already lost an arm in the process. However, with the defeat of the Sea King at Ron's hands, it was likely that Shanks would no longer be known as the one-armed emperor. These statistics clearly illustrated the formidable nature of red-haired Shanks. He possessed the most superior conqueror's haki, which could overwhelm even the most battle-hardened veterans. Now, as Shanks traveled through the East Sea, it was quite the coincidence that Ron, on his patrol, stumbled upon him. This situation was undeniably awkward. Both parties had now made visual contact. Ron could see the opposing ship, and naturally, they could see Ron's vessel as well. It was possible that they had noticed Ron before he had noticed them, especially with a top-notch sniper aboard, arguably the world's best. Thus, it was likely that Ron had already been detected. Should he flee or stand his ground? To flee would imply a desire to engage them in combat. However, if he ran, would it signal to them that he was seeking reinforcements? Although the red-haired pirates would not fear reinforcements, they might choose to eliminate Ron first to avoid complications, given their intent was to travel, not to engage in conflict. If Ron were to disclose their whereabouts, a confrontation would be inevitable, disrupting their travel plans. Thus, not fleeing seemed to be the wisest course of action. If he fled, it could be misinterpreted as a call for help, and to prevent any trouble, they might decide to deal with Ron first. Yet, how should he address this imminent confrontation without retreating? In that moment, Ron found himself at a loss, his mind racing to devise a strategy. As he pondered, the pirate ship drew nearer to Ron's navy vessel. "Ah, young sailor, what are you doing here all alone? Are you preparing to challenge our pirate crew?" It was evident that they had already discerned Ron's solitary presence. He had set out without a single companion. The climate and conditions of the East Sea were favorable. In piloting one of the Navy's finest warships, he believed he could handle any pirate threat alone. Little did he anticipate crossing paths with the red-haired pirates. I am here to apprehend pirates," he stammered, which was indeed his primary objective for being there. "Oh, so you wish to capture us?" A rotund figure wearing sunglasses and a green and white striped outfit laughed, munching on a chicken leg. "That is not my intent. I am not your match." Ron spoke calmly. At that moment, the crew of the red-haired pirates was dressed very simply, making it impossible to discern their true strength, resembling ordinary individuals. "Indeed, you should not apprehend us. We are merely commonplace people," remarked Shanks with a smile, donning his straw hat. "Captain, you're pulling our leg," Lockheed remarked helplessly, having already spotted the enormous emblem. "Ah, I've been discovered," Shanks chuckled. "So, would this marine comrade kindly allow us to pass? Would you grant us a favor?" The red-haired pirates had come to the East Sea solely for leisure and wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Thus, he prepared to activate his face fruit ability. Very well. I can permit you to proceed, but I would like to pose a few questions. Given that Ron could not escape, he felt a sense of calm confronting the renowned Shanks. Generally, the members of the red-haired pirates were quite approachable. It was their first encounter with such an unusual marine who dared not pursue pirates and even sought to ask questions. They found it amusing. Oh, what questions do you have? Please ask away. Well, I have 3 inquiries. Should you answer them, I shall allow you to pass. Unbeknownst to him, Ron unexpectedly found his resolve hardening. Deep down, he was acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between himself and the red-haired pirates. They would hardly deign to eliminate someone of his insignificance. The mountain bandit, Sig, had made quite a scene, yet Shanks had not resisted. For the gulf between Sig and them was simply insurmountable. Now, one could observe that the entire red-haired pirates displayed an air of earnest attentiveness. Ron inquired how he might swiftly enhance his observation haki and armament haki, seeking any techniques or experiences that could aid him. Furthermore, he mentioned that he had recently been endeavoring to learn how to imbue bullets with armament haki and wondered if there were any specific techniques involved in this process. These were the questions he posed, asserting that if they could provide answers, he would allow them to depart. Upon hearing his queries, many members of the red-haired pirates were taken aback. It seemed he was indeed a remarkably skilled marine. What brought him to the East Blue? Moreover, shouldn't such inquiries be directed towards your instructor? Beckman interjected, suggesting that with such an esteemed mentor as Zephyr, there would be little need to consult them. He also presumed that Ron was already aware of their identities, leaving him unperturbed by the prospect of violence. I am unafraid, Ron affirmed. Ron smiled and said, I am merely an ordinary marine. My strength pales in comparison to yours. Since escape is futile, I might as well inquire about a few matters. You truly possess remarkable courage. In that case, I shall share my insights with you, Shanks replied. Thus, he imparted knowledge on how Ron could enhance his abilities, sharing various techniques. Subsequently, both Ben Beckman and Yassop also conveyed methods for infusing haki into bullets. However, their theories were rather profound, proving difficult for Ron to grasp at his current level. Nevertheless, he committed their techniques to memory. Now, may we pass? I implore you to show us some leniency. Shanks chuckled. Very well, you may proceed, but refrain from engaging in any misconduct within the East Blue. Should I discover any wrongdoing, I will not hesitate to impose severe consequences. Understood, understood. Ha ha ha. With that, Ron allowed Shanks and his crew to continue on their way. They did not trouble Ron, viewing him simply as an amusing marine. Their purpose here was leisure, and encountering such an intriguing marine was indeed delightful. Thus, Ron and Shanks met for the first time. Despite the light-hearted atmosphere, Ron's back was already drenched in sweat. Chapter 51. The obedient subordinate. After Shanks departed, Ron resumed his journey across the sea, relishing the liberating ocean breeze, breathing in the fresh air, and admiring the surrounding beauty. One must say that the environment in this world is splendid, with picturesque scenery, invigorating air, and azure waters. Such an ambience is truly refreshing. After sailing for 3 days, Ron encountered no pirates and decided it was time to return. He had not seen his senior sister, Ayn, for several days and wondered how she was faring. However, Ron was not merely enjoying the scenery. He was also contemplating Shanks' words on how to swiftly enhance his observation and armament haki. Naturally, there were certain techniques and training methods involved. Some methods eluded Ron's understanding and were beyond his grasp, yet others, upon careful reflection, he could indeed comprehend. As for the more challenging theories, he recognized that only after advancing his strength could he fully appreciate them. Moreover, it seemed that due to the nature of his devil fruit, Ron's haki level was progressing rather slowly. To this day, his haki remained at the beginner level. He pondered when he might cultivate a power as formidable as that of Shanks. Ron felt a tinge of melancholy. Little did he know that while he pondered how to emulate the likes of red-haired Shanks, the members of the red-haired pirates were already discussing him. Is that the Navy rookie who blocked our path? Shanks inquired. It must be Ron. The Navy rookie dispatched to the East Blue possesses considerable strength. There are no others who fit the description, Ben Beckman responded. What is your opinion of him, Beckman? Shanks expressed a keen interest in Ron and sought Beckman's perspective. Ron is an exceptionally gifted individual. I observed that when he faced us, his armament haki flickered intermittently, and it could even extend 3 inches beyond his body. This indicates that his haki is layered. He simply has yet to fully master it, Beckman explained. Indeed, his talent is remarkable, and his devil fruit abilities are said to be formidable as well. Coupled with such powerful armament haki, he could very well evolve into a top-tier fighter. Perhaps even a Marine Admiral, Shanks remarked with a smile. It appears we have gained another formidable adversary. Yet, there is one thing I do not comprehend. He is evidently a Zoan-type devil fruit user, so why does he insist on mastering marksmanship and imbuing his bullets with armament hockey? Yasop pondered, finding the matter perplexing. This has been a consideration of mine as well, Beckman responded. Under normal circumstances, with his devil fruit powers and hockey, he should only need to refine his physical combat to its limits. Why expend energy on marksmanship? It seems superfluous. I suspect he may have endured some troubling experiences in his childhood that left him with a fear of firearms. Even though he is now powerful enough to be unafraid of bullets, he still seeks to master the skill of shooting, Beckman continued. Furthermore, it is likely someone demonstrated to him the effects of bullets infused with hockey. If Ron were present, he would surely be astonished at how much Beckman was able to deduce. Beckman, do you think he will inform the Navy of our movements? Lockie asked, taking a bite of chicken leg. He will not. Upon encountering us, he likely considered fleeing but ultimately recognized who we were and refrained from escaping, knowing it would be futile. Thus, he took a gamble, assessing whether we would take action against him. Since we did not engage in conflict, he naturally has no incentive to expose our affairs. This was a decision he made from the moment he set his wager, Beckman analyzed. One cannot deny that Beckman is an exceptionally astute individual, possessing a keen intellect that stands out even among the pirates. His statements largely align with reality. Since no one will disturb us, let us enjoy ourselves without further thoughts, Shanks said with a smile. Ron was unaware of the high regard in which the red-haired pirates held him. At that moment, he had returned to the naval base, eager to ascertain the state of affairs there. Everything at the naval base appeared to be in order. Upon receiving the news, Ron promptly emerged to greet Ron, expressing, "Sister, are you unharmed? I must admit, I was quite concerned for your well-being." Ron chuckled and remarked, "What is there to worry about? Do you still doubt my abilities?" "Many have already begun to obediently comply," Ain replied. Upon closer inspection, Ron noticed the presence of numerous youthful faces within the base, likely influenced by the powers of the Ein devil fruit. "Sister, you are truly remarkable. However, amidst your diligent management of naval affairs, do not forget to nourish yourself. I sense that you appear to have lost some weight." Ron, with an intent gaze, prepared to reach out towards Ian, suggesting, "Allow me to examine your body and ascertain if there are any underlying issues." Ian, however, reassured him, "I am perfectly fine, so you need not worry." Having grasped Ron's intentions, Ian firmly took hold of Ron's hand, preventing any further advance. Leaning in discreetly, he whispered into Ron's ear, with so many people around, "Do you still dare to make such advances in plain sight? I must say, your audacity seems to be growing." Ron approached Ian, whispering closely against his cheek. "So, what you mean is that if no one is around, I can be a bit more hands-on." Feeling Ron's breath, Ian's face flushed with embarrassment. To be honest, the two of them had engaged in intimate activities before, yet Ian remained quite shy. "All right, it's inappropriate to converse here. Quickly return and tidy up. Someone will be coming soon to inspect Chloe and the others. Additionally, the directive regarding Monko will be issued shortly. And concerning Colonel Mouse, this issue must also be addressed, as he is the superior here. Indeed, your foresight is commendable, senior sister." Although Ron is temporarily overseeing the affairs of the entire base, the actual authority still rests with Colonel Mouse. Therefore, once the higher-ups arrive, it will be essential for Colonel Mouse to receive them personally. We need to reinstate him in the next couple of days. Have you gathered the evidence against Colonel Mouse, senior sister? You mentioned my thoughtful planning. How could I possibly overlook this? Everything has long been prepared. When the time comes, I will ensure that Colonel Mouse reveals his flaws, allowing the higher-ups to witness his true nature. Ah, senior sister, you are truly clever. Now, please hurry and organize yourself. Familiarize yourself with the current situation here. In a couple of days, the higher-ups will arrive, and we must be ready. Mua, senior sister, you are exceptionally suited for the role of a secretary. What is a secretary? Ron smiled with a hint of profundity. As the saying goes, a secretary excels in matters of importance, yet thrives in the absence of pressing tasks. Where did you conjure such a saying? Spare me your banter. Although I did not fully grasp Ron's meaning, she could infer the general essence. She nudged Ron, urging him to immerse himself in his work. Chapter 52. Colonel Ron soon, the naval officers from the Navy headquarters arrived, approaching the escort of the pirates with utmost seriousness. Over the years, the reputation of the world government had nearly deteriorated, as the celestial dragons continued to engage in actions that diminished their standing, leading to widespread public discontent. Consequently, the populace's trust in the Navy, an arm of the world government, had also waned. The Navy had previously experienced a crisis of confidence. However, its image had improved remarkably in recent times, primarily due to its unwavering commitment to justice. Through various operations against pirates, the Navy had rekindled public trust. Thus, they approached the matter of piracy with great diligence and efficiency. Should irrefutable evidence arise, they would swiftly deploy personnel to thoroughly investigate the situation. Captain Mouse and Monko were apprehended by the Navy and incarcerated. The reason? Both had embezzled wealth. Greed was ingrained in Captain Mouse's nature, as he delighted in plundering the common folks' resources. Monko's involvement in embezzlement stemmed from his premeditated aspirations to establish his own domain, for which he had already prepared some funds. Consequently, both were taken to the deep-sea prison alongside the members of the Black Cat Pirates due to their corrupt practices. As a result of Ron's exemplary performance, he was promoted to the rank of Naval Colonel. Thus, he fully assumed control of the base, becoming its youngest and most distinguished colonel. Henceforth, the surrounding villages fell under his jurisdiction, and he bore the responsibility for any potential dangers. Naval bases are established in various locations around the world, each with distinct purposes, yet primarily serving a defensive role. This is a straightforward necessity, as the prevalence of pirates is overwhelming. Actively pursuing pirates often proves futile due to the vastness of the seas. Thus, at times, the Navy must adopt a passive approach, defending and repelling threats, only arresting pirates when they take the initiative. Now, I am the colonel here, the rightful leader of this base. Moving forward, all decisions will rest upon my authority. Although I previously held some power, it was not sufficient to appoint personnel across departments. The circumstances have now changed. I am the highest-ranking officer at this base, and I will initiate personnel adjustments. During Captain Mouse's tenure, his shortcomings fostered a culture of corruption within our ranks. Flattery became commonplace, and genuinely capable individuals found themselves overlooked for promotion, while sycophants ascended to higher positions. We must rectify this issue. The former leader, Captain Mouse, now languishes in the deep-sea prison due to his embezzlement charges. I have refrained from sending his former associates to join him, extending them a measure of mercy. I have long possessed their names and evidence. My decision to withhold this information was based on the belief that their transgressions were not as severe as Captain Mouse's and that they still had the opportunity for redemption. Ron now commences his inaugural address, simultaneously initiating a thorough rectification within the base. This was a course of action he had long desired to undertake. Yet previously he lacked the legitimacy to do so. Now, however, presents an opportune moment. In truth, he remains uncertain about the extent of Colonel Mouse's loyal followers and how many among them are connected to his own supporters. His current proclamation serves merely as a means of intimidation. I now extend to them a final opportunity for redemption by dawn tomorrow. All ill-gotten treasures must be placed in the square. As long as the treasures are presented in the square, no further repercussions will ensue. Otherwise, I shall personally ensure their transfer to the depths of the oceanic prison, and I will inform Warden Magellan to take good care of them. Ron's actions served to intimidate the Marines, as he indeed lacked sufficient evidence. However, this approach was likely to be quite effective. Given that these individuals had previously conspired with Colonel Mouse to embezzle treasures, and their characters were, to some extent, influenced by him, they exhibited a tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong. Under the dual pressure exerted by both Ron and Ian, it was believed that many would be unable to withstand the burden of relinquishing the ill-gotten gains amassed over the years. Any recovered plunder could be utilized as military supplies. If the amount was substantial, it could be used to procure superior weaponry. If not, it might at least improve the rations, allowing the troops to enjoy better meals. This represented a solution to the issue of past embezzlement alongside Colonel Mouse. Now, let us address the matter of personnel appointments. Ron had spent considerable time here and was familiar with many individuals. Some Marines were upright and passionate, while others were sycophantic and eager to curry favor. Ron was acutely aware of these dynamics. Thus, his intention was to appoint those who could significantly enhance the Navy's influence, who would diligently fulfill the tasks assigned by their superiors, and who would uphold justice in key positions. As for the flatterers and bootlickers, Ron had no intention of dismissing them. They, too, had once demonstrated dedication and effort to become Marines, and there were numerous tasks within the ranks that required their assistance, such as cleaning ship compartments and managing waste disposal. After delivering his inaugural address, Ron proceeded to arrange personnel assignments, keen to observe their performance. He aimed to unify the base into a cohesive entity, aligning everyone's thoughts and efforts. After all, The primary purpose of the Marines stationed here was to safeguard the tranquility of this region. The discourse was quite commendable. It was the first time I had witnessed you speak so extensively. Following the conclusion of the inaugural address, Ian began conversing with Ron. Senior sister, please refrain from mocking me. This is all I could think of at the moment. I am still unfamiliar with handling certain matters and must continue to strengthen my skills in this area. It seems you have aspirations of becoming a commander? Ian remarked with a smile. I aspire to become a great general, Ron replied. Ron resolutely declared, thus, I shall diligently tread each step, fulfilling my responsibilities in every position, while simultaneously nurturing my growth and enhancing my abilities. What an admirable ambition. I had not previously perceived such thoughts within you, Ron remarked with a smile. Sister, this is different. Monka harbors an insatiable desire for power, seeking to wield it without restraint. However, I require power as a means to achieve certain objectives. Chapter 53. The brink of collapse. After some time of restructuring, the atmosphere at the base has significantly improved. The current climate no longer glorifies corruption and bribery. Rather, it now esteems diligent work. Previously, under Colonel Mouse's command, their thoughts were predominantly consumed with currying favor with superiors and cultivating connections to advance their own interests, neglecting to focus on substantive matters. Ron established tangible results as the criterion for evaluation, rewarding those who excelled in their duties with promotions and accolades, while imposing penalties on those who approached their tasks with indifference. Initially, this system was met with considerable resistance from many. However, as time passed, individuals gradually acclimated to this new standard. A sense of diligence began to permeate their minds, and the atmosphere within the base became increasingly filled with joy and laughter. Now, individuals no longer concern themselves with how to secure better promotions or please their superiors. Instead, their focus is solely on excelling in their respective roles. Those who perform their duties exceptionally well are duly rewarded. In this environment of clear rewards and penalties, everyone is progressing toward favorable outcomes. From the outset, Ron needed to closely monitor those with poor habits, but now, even in his absence, many continue to approach their work with seriousness and dedication. This commitment has become second nature. It is remarkable how the morale of everyone has transformed, exhibiting a stark contrast to their previous state. This newfound vigor has undoubtedly elevated their combat readiness to an entirely new level. To aspire to be an exemplary Marine, one must inevitably begin with concrete actions. As engaging in the superficial proves utterly futile, Ron couldn't help but feel a sense of joy, even a touch of pride. He hadn't anticipated your insights would be so profound. The combat strength of this base has truly become formidable. If pirates were to arrive, we might achieve remarkable results. Ian remarked with a smile. Much of this success is attributable to you, my senior. Without your presence by my side, I am certain my endeavors would not have been so orderly. Therefore, I am genuinely grateful to you. It is because of you that I have been able to transform this place and experience such personal growth. Hearing these words, Ian felt a slight blush on her cheeks. Indeed, you have grown considerably over these past few months. Indeed. Ron smiled, his expression imbued with deeper significance. Over the past few months, he had experienced growth in various aspects, including strength and physique. Certain areas had also seen development, such as his wingspan, muscles, and other, more delicate regions. Notably, these changes had provided Ian with an exceptionally rewarding experience. Enough of the banter. I've noticed you've been practicing your hockey with that large stone lately. Doesn't it hurt? Ian inquired. Initially, it did cause discomfort, but as I practiced more, I became somewhat accustomed to it. Now, the pain has diminished to the point where I no longer grimace, and the sensation is not as intense as it once was. Ron replied earnestly, you truly are diligent. It seems that you are indeed willing to exert considerable effort for your ideals. Ian remarked, hard work is something within everyone's reach. In this world, every exceptional leader has been a person of great diligence. Ron spoke with utmost seriousness. Effort is not worthy of praise. It is a duty that we all must fulfill. Is not our senior sister also diligently striving to enhance her own abilities? If I do not commit myself to rigorous training, I shall soon be left far behind by you, and what will become of me then? Senior sister, do not overthink. I am but a pure-hearted man. How could I possibly forsake you? That may not necessarily be the case. Ian's expression grew grave. Yesterday, due to everyone's commendable performance, you treated us to quite a bit of drink, did you not? Indeed, after all the toil we have endured, it was only natural to unwind. Thus, I took the initiative yesterday to allow everyone to indulge in joyous revelry. Rest assured, senior sister, the security measures will remain intact. A portion of the group, who are unable to partake in alcohol, will be tasked with patrolling and safeguarding while we celebrate. I shall arrange another banquet for them later. You need not worry about this matter, senior sister. Ron believed that Ian was inquiring about this matter, concerned that he might forget those who had never indulged in alcohol to unwind. You all had a splendid time drinking yesterday, didn't you? Indeed, senior sister. After all, everyone has been working so hard, so it is only fitting that we take a moment to relax. Thus, I encouraged each of them to drink heartily, akin to hosting a grand feast. But do you recall what you uttered after getting intoxicated? Ian posed this question with a calm demeanor. Yet his eyes glimmered with a hint of menace. Ron felt that something was amiss. He scratched his head and, somewhat sheepishly, confessed, I truly cannot recall. You may not remember, but I remember quite vividly. Ian's tone had turned icy at this moment. Ron felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. He sensed that he had landed himself in a serious predicament. Senior sister, what on earth did I say? Words spoken in a drunken haze cannot be taken seriously. Ron realized there might be some issues, so he promptly began to apologize, his demeanor exceedingly sincere. What I said while intoxicated should not be taken to heart. Did I perhaps utter something that struck a nerve, senior sister? Humph. Ian let out a disdainful snort. Then, astonishingly, she retrieved a small notebook from her pocket. I shall wait. I want to hear your explanation. Ron was encountering this situation for the first time. After getting intoxicated, what could he have possibly said that senior sister Ian would diligently jot down in her little notebook? At this moment, Ian began to recite from the notebook. Nami, Robin, Boa Hancock, Wami, Monet, Baby, 5, Shizu, Daski, Bonnie, Shirahoshi, Nokigo, Carla, Galette, Tina. Could you elucidate who these individuals are? Among these names, I have only heard of Boa Hancock, as well as senior sisters Peach Rabbit and Tina. Please clarify the matter. Who exactly are they? Furthermore, how did you ascertain that Peach Rabbit's original name is Shizuyu? What connections do you have with these women? At this point, Ian was a stark contrast to the person she had been when she first met Ron today. She resembled a volcano, exuding a chilling aura of murder from the outside, while internally brimming with the potential to erupt with lava at any moment. Senior sister, have you made a mistake? Who are these individuals? I do not recognize them. Do not feign ignorance with me. These names have escaped your lips in your slumber. And each was uttered multiple times, for I would not remember them so clearly otherwise. You owe me a thorough explanation. Otherwise, we shall part ways. Inez's heart was a tumult of emotions. From the previous night until now, she had not rested, her mind consumed by this matter. She felt utterly disordered, her spirits deeply affected. The fact that she had managed to endure until now and not embarrass him in front of the soldiers indicated she was on the brink of collapse. Chapter 54. Ian visits Zephyr senior sister. What on earth did I say? I have forgotten it all. Could you offer me a hint? After calling out those names, what else did I say? Ron's mind is currently in a state of complete disarray. He cannot recall what he had previously uttered, having indulged in excessive drinking. He struggles to recollect, but his mind remains a blank slate, leaving him unable to remember his words. Are these names insufficient? Please enlighten me regarding the significance of these names. Why do they include Sister Peach Rabbit and that Hancock? Are all the names you invoked feminine? Upon hearing Ian's words, Ron begins to grasp the situation. It seems the circumstances have not yet escalated to a dire state. If things were indeed grave, and Ron had appended compliments like wonderful, strong, or gentle to these women's names, today would have been perilous and difficult to explain. As it stands, he has merely uttered names. Sister, you have truly misunderstood me. Are you aware of my past? Ron had previously shunned confronting his history, then bravely faced it, and now he can narrate these events with a sense of detachment, as if they had not transpired in his own life. The reason for this transformation is that Ron is drawing ever closer to his aspirations. He is increasingly confident in his ability to resolve these issues and to seek justice for his former village. In truth, sister, I experienced a nightmare. This nightmare bore a striking resemblance to my past. Most of the names I called out were those of companions from my village within that dream. Many of them were joyously celebrating with me, when suddenly, the tides turned as the pirate Boa Hancock launched a fierce assault on our village. In an instant, flames erupted, and cries of despair filled the air. Many companions who had been drinking with me fell victim to the pirate attack. At the moment the pirates descended, I managed to protect you, my sister, but I could not shield the others. Thus, I was left to watch helplessly as they perished, crying out their names in anguish. Ain possesses a modicum of understanding regarding Ron's past and is aware that he has endured much suffering. Upon learning that Ron had a dream reminiscent of his past, her heart softened considerably. Hearing that Ron prioritized protecting her in a moment of peril stirred a flicker of emotion within her. Yet, what concern do Tina and Sister Peach Rabbit have in this matter? Ain expressed her confusion. Of course, they have a role as members of the Navy. They are stationed at a nearby base. Naturally, when pirates attack, they are compelled to intervene and apprehend the intruders. Ron's explanation is indeed reasonable. However, it raises a significant concern. How did you come to know the name of Sister Peach Rabbit? For many years, she has been known by her nickname, Peach Rabbit, and seldom reveals her true name to others. Ain, acutely perceptive, posed this incisive question. Furthermore, how did you learn that she is called Gun? This is undeniably a perplexing matter. Given Ron's identity and status, he would not have had access to someone of Peach Rabbit's caliber. In a moment of peril, when she was unable to overcome Boa Hancock, she implored me to document her deeds, revealing to me her true name just before her demise. After a swift contemplation, Ron remarked, how could there possibly be any danger? With Sister Peach Rabbit's prowess, Boa Hancock is certainly no match for her. Ain responded, is that so? She is that formidable? Ron feigned astonishment as he continued. How could I dream of such a powerful commander? It's truly remarkable. I have never encountered her before. Dreams are indeed peculiar, perhaps even more enigmatic than the devil fruits. Ron's words hold a certain validity. Ain pondered for a moment, realizing that many matters indeed seem difficult to elucidate, and Ron's explanations appear quite reasonable. I warn you once, if you dare to entertain thoughts of other women, I shall not show you any mercy. Beware, for I could make you vanish from this world, Ain declared. Oh dear, why be so upset over a mere dream? It hardly seems worth it. Furthermore, should peril arise in dreams, the first person I would protect is you. Ron continued, in this world, there exists no one as beautiful and enchanting as you, my dear senior sister. I firmly believe that I will never encounter a woman who surpasses your grace, charm, gentleness, and loveliness, now or in the future. Moreover, your meticulous approach and formidable abilities in every aspect are truly commendable. How could I possibly seek someone else? Ain pondered over his words and found a semblance of truth in them. After Ron's heartfelt explanation, her anger had significantly subsided, though she could not articulate the reason. She recalled feeling intensely furious while jotting down her thoughts the previous night, and even today, remnants of her ire lingered. However, as Ron elucidated his sentiments, Ain felt her heart soften, and she recognized the validity in his words. This sensation was difficult to articulate. Perhaps she had long desired to forgive him. Perhaps she believed that Ron would never engage in any misconduct. Or, even if he were to stray, she might still choose to absolve him. In any case, this feeling was peculiar. She was no longer angry, yet she found it challenging to grant him forgiveness so readily. Ron glanced at Ain's expression and could discern that she had calmed down, yet lacked a suitable reason to forgive him. The senior sister's base is now capable of operating independently. Even in our absence, no significant issues will arise. Perhaps we should return and pay a visit to our teacher. Ron suggested, the time distance to the teacher is quite far. What if something goes awry while both of us are absent? Ain inquired. That is indeed a valid point. Perhaps it would be better for the senior sister to remain here while I return to check on the teacher. Ron deliberately spoke. How could you do this? Ain replied angrily. All right, senior sister, I was just joking. I know you have missed the teacher for a long time. Now that the base in the East Sea has become remarkably united, and the relationships among everyone are quite harmonious, I can manage things here on my own. Senior sister, I can grant you a leave of absence to visit the teacher. This was the first time Ain had been away from the teacher for such an extended period. Moreover, given Ain's tender age, Zephyr regarded her as a daughter, which naturally fostered a unique bond between them. After contemplating for a moment, Ain nodded in agreement. As she had many uncertainties lately that she wished to discuss with the teacher, it seems that you genuinely wish to return. I will assign some individuals to act as your guards. There is one female sailor among our ranks named Belmere. I find her to be quite capable. Perhaps we could have her accompany you back. Very well, in that case, I shall return to visit the teacher while I am away. If you dare to engage in any reckless behavior, you shall know the consequences upon my return, Ain warned. Do not worry, senior sister, I will patiently await your return. Ron assured her. Chapter 55. Frostmoon Village. After Ain's departure, Ron trained alone at the base. He had finally mastered the ability to shatter a stone 1 meter thick. How dull it is. The base currently does not require my assistance. There are simply too few pirates in the East Sea. Thus, Ron resolved to embark on another sea voyage, this time with intentions beyond merely seeking out pirates. Ron felt it was time for him to visit Frostmoon Village. The East Sea is often regarded as the weakest maritime region, yet few recognize its lurking terrors. For instance, in Frostmoon Village resides a formidable swordsman, Gungshiro. Gungshiro exudes an aura of harmlessness. He once told Zoro that while some swordsmen can sever steel, others struggle to slice through paper. When he demonstrated his swordsmanship to Zoro, he failed to cut even paper. However, this might merely be a guise. Numerous sources indicate that Gungshiro hails from Wano country. And the blade he gifted to Zoro, along with the sword called the Ikamanji, was crafted by Gungsabiru. Gungsabiru is one of Wano's master artisans who departed 50 years ago, potentially making him Gungshiro's father or elder brother. Thus, it stands to reason that Gungshiro also comes from Wano and has long since left, belonging to an ancient lineage that, like the Kazuki clan, likely holds some secrets of Wano. Furthermore, Gungshiro may very well be affiliated with the Revolutionary Army. According to the timeline, this year marks the arrival of Ivankov, Bartholomew Kuma, and Monkey D. Dragon in Frostmoon Village to gather provisions. Assisting them in this endeavor is none other than Zoro's master, Gungshiro. Within both the pirate and navy ranks, there are numerous elite swordsmen. In the navy, figures such as Kizaru, Akiji, and Akainu are all accomplished swordsmen. Kizaru wields the power of the Pika Pika Nomi to conjure a light sword called Amatsukitsune, showcasing his extraordinary swordsmanship. Akainu, in his youth, was an adept swordsman, having devoted himself to the sword before shifting his focus to the development of his devil fruit powers. It is difficult to fathom that he was once a master of swordplay. Akiji favors the use of an ice sword, a skill he has also demonstrated. Rear Admiral Momotaro, a candidate for Admiral, is likewise a top-tier swordsman. On the pirate side, there is the world-renowned swordsman Dracul Mihawk, as well as the soon-to-be Emperor, Shanks, who frequently engages in sword duels with Mihawk, indicating his formidable swordsmanship. Besides these two, there exists another elite swordsman among the Whitebeard pirates, the 5th Division Captain, Bista. Thus, it is evident that both the Navy and the pirates boast several exceptional swordsmen. Logically, the Revolutionary Army should also have at least one swordsman, quite possibly Gungshiro himself. As Ron made his way toward Frostmoon Village, his thoughts drifted to the matter of Gungsiren. How could such a formidable master swordsman, known for his commanding presence, allow his daughter to fall from a great height and meet such a tragic fate? This manner of death was indeed far too lamentable. Ron pondered while stroking his chin. Well, if fate is benevolent and I survive my journey to Guena, I shall rescue her. If she has already perished, then there is nothing I can do. However, if Guena is still alive, the situation will be much more manageable. Ron swiftly arrived at Frostmoon Village. Within the village, a serene tranquility enveloped the surroundings, adorned with picturesque landscapes. He advanced slowly, undisturbed by anyone. After inquiring for directions, he soon reached a small dojo. Inside the dojo, a girl clad in plain garments and a boy with green hair were engaged in a duel of swordsmanship. Today marks our 2001st match. You shall never be my equal. Zoro. Nonsense. One day, I shall defeat you. Thus, the two children began their earnest confrontation. Zoro, aged 9, faced off against Kuina, who was 11. Despite their youth, the sophistication of their swordplay was remarkable. At the tender age of 10, Kuina had already triumphed over adults. While Zoro could not surpass Kuina, his swordsmanship had already transcended that of his peers. Ron gazed from a distance, and indeed, there was a sense of tranquility. The profession of a swordsman is quite popular in the world of pirates. However, those who can attain the status of a swordsman are exceedingly rare, as it requires a particular talent. Ron once contemplated honing his skills to become a master swordsman. He had engaged in discussions with his mentor Zephyr about the feasibility of achieving such a goal and had even sought to learn various sword techniques. The reality, however, is that Ron possesses a natural inadequacy for swordsmanship. Much like a character named Song Shuhang from a remarkable novel he once read, he is simply not suited for the sword. Instead, he possesses a remarkable affinity for marksmanship. This was something Zephyr had not anticipated. Nevertheless, the combination of a Zoan-type devil fruit user with gunplay indeed produces an unexpectedly effective outcome. Before long, Zoro was once again bested in battle. I will defeat you. I am certain of it, Zoro declared stubbornly. Indeed, you shall overcome me, for as a girl, I could never aspire to be the world's foremost swordsman, Kuina wept, her tears cascading down her cheeks. For a young girl fervently pursuing her dreams, the swift shattering of her aspirations was a profound source of despair. She possessed extraordinary talent in swordsmanship with the ambition to become the greatest swordsman in the world. Yet, before she could embark on her journey to martial supremacy, her father had forewarned her that due to the limitations of physical strength inherent to females, such a goal would forever remain unattainable. Why are you crying when you have one? Young Zoro was perplexed, unaware of the depth of Kuina's sorrow. Because I am a girl, Kuina choked back her tears. As I grow older, the limitations of my strength will prevent me from ever reaching my peak. Young Zoro found himself at a loss for words. Unsure of how to console Kuina, how could he possibly alleviate her sorrow? Ron applauded. You are truly remarkable. At such a tender age, you possess such formidable prowess. His arrival drew the gaze of the two individuals. With that smile on your face, are you mocking me? Kuina inquired, her sensitivity and vulnerability palpable, as any inadvertent gesture could strike a chord in her fragile heart. Zoro gripped his sword tightly, ever ready to react. In this unfamiliar environment, he sensed the inherent sharpness of a swordsman. Do not be alarmed. I merely find it genuinely impressive that you both have achieved so much at such a young age. And I sincerely admire your accomplishments. Ron remarked, moreover, I find myself intrigued by a certain matter. Do you know if it shall rain tomorrow? This inquiry seems peculiar. Chapter 56. Come, join the Navy. Are you aware if there will be rain on the morrow? Is this merely a matter of weather inquiry? No. It transcends to a philosophical question. Please, contemplate your responses earnestly. Can you ascertain with certainty whether it will indeed rain tomorrow? Such determination eludes us. Zoro scratched his head. Speaking first, and why is that? Ron continued to inquire, for tomorrow has yet to arrive. Zoro earnestly replied, stating that since tomorrow has not yet come, it is difficult to ascertain whether it will rain. This question is aptly posed to Zoro and Kuina, were it directed at Nami. It would be nonsensical and devoid of any philosophical depth. Young lady, did you hear that? Because tomorrow has not yet manifested, we cannot determine if it will rain. Kuina seemed to comprehend these words, yet there was a hint of confusion. Whether one becomes a top-tier swordsman is a matter of the future. As the future has not yet arrived, how can one be certain of the absence of opportunity? Ron smiled and inquired of Kuina. His father had stated that women, due to physical limitations, could never become top-tier swordsmen. Kuina stubbornly replied, my father's words are always accurate. I am aware that many things can indeed be foretold. However, life and the future are not subject to prediction. As long as you are willing to strive, anything is possible. Little girl, would you care to share a few more words with me? A stranger named Ron suddenly appeared here, engaging in conversation with a young girl and a child with green hair. Regardless of the circumstances, Ron exuded an air of suspicion. However, this was Frost Moon Village, and it was in close proximity to the dojo, so there was no cause for fear. All they needed to do was call out to the villagers, and her father would soon arrive. What do you think? Kuina's tears still lingered on her cheeks, leaving 2 tracks of sorrow. She had ceased to weep. Yet her curiosity was piqued by what this visitor might wish to convey, as his words seemed to hold a certain influence over her. Kuina felt an intuition that a conversation with this older brother would lead to profound enlightenment. Little girl, do you believe in the existence of talent in this world? Ron inquired. I believe that both Zoro and I possess a certain aptitude for swordsmanship, and we have now reached a level where we can defeat some of the ordinary adults present. When it comes to talent, Kuina is indeed something to be proud of. Her skill with the sword is extraordinary. At just 10 years old, she was already able to best the adults in her dojo. You must realize that many individuals in this world exhibit only average talent. The majority are rather unremarkable, while those with exceptional abilities are but a rare few. How many have yet to master the art of the sword? I find myself envious of you swordsmanship experts. Your movements and techniques are so graceful and captivating. Yet, I feel entirely devoid of any talent, and even if I wish to practice, I would achieve little. From the very beginning, you have already triumphed over most. So, why not strive onward? Ron inquired. Because I am a girl, there exists a disparity in physical strength between girls and boys as they mature. Thus, I will never become a great swordsman. Kuina replied earnestly, this is something your father conveyed to you, isn't it? Ron inquired, indeed. This is what my father conveyed to me. He has never been able to deceive me. Ron nodded in agreement with Kuina's statement. Your father did not deceive you, indeed. As girls mature, there is a certain physical disparity compared to boys. However, what if one could transcend these physical limitations? Ron spoke earnestly, expressing his concern that Shiro's words stemmed from a fear that Kuina might endure excessive hardship in her pursuit of becoming a master swordsman. The path to mastery is undeniably arduous, and for a young girl, it becomes even more challenging. As a father, he naturally wished to shield his daughter from unnecessary suffering. Yet, for a girl with aspirations and goals, the shattering of her dreams could prove to be a far more painful experience. Do you believe this cumbersome form of mine can ever take flight? Upon hearing this, both Zoro and Kuina shook their heads, conveying their disbelief that someone as hefty as Ron could ever achieve such a feat. It is true that my weight poses a significant challenge to achieving flight. However, if one could transcend the limits of human physicality, then anything would become possible. Ron spoke to them with great seriousness. He then prepared to demonstrate the moonwalk. The 6 forms of the Navy are training methods that transcend the limits of the human body, and once one surpasses these limits, extraordinary effects ensue. Among the 6 forms of the Navy, Ron has already mastered 4. Except for the paper drawing and the gale foot, he has mastered the rest. With a powerful push from his feet, Ron leaped into the air. However, one must eventually descend. It is impossible to soar indefinitely. Zoro remarked earnestly, "Is that so?" Ron began to employ the technique of the moonwalk, swiftly treading upon the air as his body ascended rapidly into the sky. 2 young children, witnessing Ron truly soaring into the air and rising ever higher, were filled with amazement as if they had encountered a miraculous phenomenon. Zoro's mouth fell agape in astonishment. He had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Kuina was also utterly astonished, unable to comprehend how such a large and hefty individual could actually take flight. Both Kuina and Zoro, still in their youth and of modest stature, stood in stark contrast to Ron, who towered over them at over 2 meters tall, resembling a small mountain. The fact that Ron's mountainous figure could ascend into the air was nothing short of astonishing to them. Soon, Ron descended gracefully, smiling as he addressed Kuina. It is indeed true that, upon reaching maturity, women may face certain physical limitations compared to men. However, what if one could transcend those physical boundaries? The display of power I just showcased was a manifestation of breaking through such limits. If one were to surpass their physical constraints, might you not have the opportunity to become a formidable swordsman? Why then, should one succumb to despair? Is it not worth enduring a modicum of hardship in pursuit of greatness, to strive beyond one's own limits in the quest to become a master of the sword? Ron continued to weave his tale, captivating both Kuina and Zoro, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. If one could truly transcend physical limits, perhaps they could indeed become peerless swordsmen. Your technique is remarkable. Might you impart your wisdom to me? Kuina, filled with profound curiosity, eagerly sought to learn such skills from Ron. Teach me as well. I implore you, Zoro chimed in, imagining how splendid it would be to soar into the air while wielding his sword. In truth, this knowledge was not meant for dissemination. Yet there existed a particular place where one could acquire it. Although deceiving children felt somewhat dishonorable, much of what Ron spoke was grounded in truth. Where can one learn this? Kuina inquired with enthusiasm. I simply must go there. Her tears had dried, replaced by a long-awaited smile. And witnessing Ron's demeanor filled her with renewed confidence in her aspirations of becoming a swordsman. As long as I join the Navy, there is nothing I cannot achieve, Ron said languidly. Chapter 57, Preparing for the 2002nd Battle. Are you a sailor? Are you part of the Navy? The 2 children clearly had a faint understanding of the Navy. Indeed, I am a sailor. If you wish, I can assist you in joining the Navy and mastering the techniques that transcend physical limits. Ron spoke earnestly. I cannot make a decision on this matter just yet. I must return and consult my father first. Kuina pondered thoughtfully, clearly exhibiting the demeanor of an obedient child. And what about you, Green Algae Head? Ron chuckled and said, Do not call me Green Algae Head. Zoro, slightly irritated, responded, I too shall adhere to my master's wishes. I will certainly defeat Kuina. Thus, the 2 children returned. And Ron believed they would discuss this matter with Jinshiro. Why not take me along to meet your master? He suggested, since Jinshiro would eventually learn of Ron's existence. It seemed prudent to meet now. All right, I am eager to hear what my father has to say, Kuina replied. Consequently, Kuina and Zoro led Ron to the dojo. However, Jinshiro was rather busy at the moment and could not attend to Ron right away. Instead, it was the other members of the dojo who assisted in welcoming him. Ron remained unhurried, patiently awaiting the arrival of Gung Sailang. Surely, he would come to see Ron. Indeed, after dinner, Gung Sailang sought out Ron. I wonder when you arrived in Frost Moon Village. I have heard you are a naval officer. What brings you here? He inquired. Our village has always been tranquil and harmonious, and there should be no elements of lawlessness among us. Gung Sailang, with his round spectacles and long ponytail, exuded an aura of benevolence and serenity. However, the words he spoke created a palpable distance. I am here on patrol, and upon my arrival, I witnessed two children engaged in a duel of swordsmanship. I must say, their talents are remarkably high. In my view, they are truly exceptional prospects, ideally suited for the Navy. Ron spoke directly and candidly, expressing his desire for Guena and Zaro to join the Navy. However, given their tender age, he believed that the direction of their future lives should be left for them to choose. It was only when they reached a certain age that such matters warranted consideration. For now, there was no need to deliberate on these issues. Thus, he sincerely regretted having to decline your request, as the children were still young and everything must adhere to his arrangements. Kung Silang's expression hardened, and his tone turned icy. He had no intention of allowing his children to enlist in the Navy. I can empathize with your feelings as a parent. Out of fear that your children might face too many hardships, you even suggested that Guena, as a woman, would never become a great swordsman. Despite her efforts, she would inevitably fall short due to physical limitations. Ron smiled and remarked, "You advocate for allowing children to make their own decisions, yet they are still quite young. Let you take the reins for now, and their future choices will depend on their own thoughts." "Is that what you mean?" Kung Silang nodded in agreement, for indeed, that was his belief. "Then I must ask you," he continued, "did the words you spoke to Guena bear any influence on her future? Might they sway her decisions?" Kung Silang's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Ron. "This is a matter of my family. What concern is it of yours? You come here with intentions of persuading my daughter and my prized disciple to join the Navy. I even suspect you are not genuinely affiliated with the Navy. For anyone, the sudden arrival of an outsider in the village, seeking to whisk away one's daughter and most esteemed student, would indeed raise eyebrows. Thus, it was no surprise that their discussion ended in disagreement. Ron recognized this as a perfectly natural outcome. If an unfamiliar person approached him, claiming to be from the Navy and wishing to take his child to enlist, he would similarly refuse. They were still strangers to him. Should Mr. Ron wish to appreciate the beauty of Shuangyue village or admire the swordsmanship of the dojo, he would always be welcomed. However, the prospect of allowing Guena and Zaro to join the Navy was something to which he would never consent. Ron shrugged helplessly. "Very well. I shall refrain from uttering any further words that might entice them to join the Navy. For the next few days, I shall indulge in the picturesque scenery of Frost Moon Village and observe the swordsmanship practiced within your dojo." In truth, King Shiro harbored some reluctance towards Ron's presence. After all, it is not a pleasant surprise for anyone to find an individual suddenly vying for the affections of their daughter. However, he could not explicitly expel Ron from this place. So he suggested that if Ron so desired, he could enjoy the beauty of Frost Moon Village and witness the swordplay performances in the dojo. Little did he know, Ron would actually choose to stay. Was he unaware of the underlying implications in King Shiro's words? Ron was acutely aware that Gung Sureo's tone was far from amiable, and the underlying message was a clear indication for him to vacate the premises swiftly. Nevertheless, having arrived, how could he leave without reaping some benefits? The green-haired individual would inevitably depart from this place, driven by the ambition to become the world's greatest swordsman, all the while striving alongside Guyana. The destination for his maritime journey was none other than the abode of the unparalleled swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. However, due to his notorious lack of direction, he had never returned to Frostmoon Village. Had he not crossed paths with Luffy, he might have met his demise in Shell's town, either succumbing to starvation or falling victim to Bellamy. Of course, Monka is now imprisoned in Impel Down, rendering it unlikely that his son would wreak havoc in Shell's town. In essence, the course of history has shifted. One need not become a pirate to attain the status of the world's foremost swordsman. Thus, Ron's primary objective here is to persuade Zaro to join the Navy, ultimately to become his ally. He is not inclined to depart easily. Moreover, it is crucial to note that today marked the 2001 duel between Guyana and Zaro. Tomorrow, a significant event will transpire, one that will alter Zaro's life forever. With Ron present, the likelihood of this event occurring has been reduced to 50%. Ron was unaware of the precise moment when these events transpired. He could only endeavor to seize every opportunity to resolve the matter and alter the course of history. Although Kong Shiro was somewhat reluctant to have Ron remain, he nonetheless extended every courtesy, arranging for Ron a most splendid guest room. "Mr. Ron, I have faith that your words will hold true. Even if Kuna and Zoro still wish to join the Navy, I hope you will decline their requests. They are still young, and many decisions should not be made so hastily. Are you perhaps worried about me, Mr. King Shiro? Fear not. I shall put your mind at ease. I keep my promises." With Ron's reassuring response, King Shiro departed with a sense of relief. Chapter 58. Ivankov as the sun rose. Casting a myriad of hues across the sky, the following day arrived. The environment of Frost Moon Village remained tranquil and beautiful. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing Ron's room in warmth. He promptly rose, for today held the most significant task ahead. Kuina was preparing for her 2002nd battle with Zoro, and this time she intended to sharpen her blade even further. However, in her quest for the whetstone, complications were likely to arise. After a light meal, Ron meandered about the dojo, appearing aimless yet intentionally drawing closer to Kuina and Zoro. "Big brother, you're still here. Master disapproves of our joining the Navy. What do you think we should do?" Zoro inquired. "What should we do? I'm uncertain. It ultimately depends on the choices within your hearts. When will you leave this place?" Zoro, still curious about Ron's aerial technique, wished to witness it once more, hoping Ron would demonstrate it several times before his departure. "I may leave tomorrow, or perhaps the day after. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Ron inquired. "I am quite curious about that technique of yours. Would it be too much to ask you to demonstrate it once more?" Zoro replied earnestly. Ron remained silent, merely casting a faint glance at the diminutive Zoro. Is this truly the renowned swordsman, often affectionately dubbed the Lost One by countless admirers? He was rather endearing in his youth. Observing Ron's reticence, Zoro speculated that perhaps such skills were not meant for casual display. "To ensure fairness, I shall engage in my 2002nd duel with Kuina today, allowing you to witness the encounter from the sidelines. Therefore, might you once again showcase your techniques for our observation?" Zoro's eyes gleamed with anticipation. In the natural progression of events, it was unlikely that Zoro and Kuina would engage in their 2002nd duel on this day. It remained uncertain whether Kuina's quest for the whetstone was indeed to prepare for a duel with Zoro. However, following Ron's remarkable display yesterday, Zoro and Kuina had resolved to duel again today. Even in Ron's absence, Zoro would have encouraged Kuina to regain her confidence, though whether today's duel would transpire remained uncertain. Moreover, Zoro's persuasion held a different weight compared to Ron's influence, as Ron had instilled hope within Kuina, although she had not fully restored her confidence. She was no longer profoundly disheartened, thus consenting to another duel with Zoro today. "Very well, should you engage in another duel before me, allow me to witness this splendid exhibition of swordsmanship, and I shall once again unveil my techniques for you." Ron acquiesced to Zoro's request. "Where is Kuina? Let us seek her out." Kuina was preparing to locate a whetstone to meticulously sharpen her sword. This time, she intended to give her utmost in the duel. She aimed to demonstrate that she, too, could transcend the limits of physical endurance. Zoro stated this with a serious expression. "However, I shall not allow myself to lose too disgracefully. I am determined to win." Upon hearing Zoro's words, Ron realized that an incident was likely imminent. In which room could the whetstone be located? Ron inquired. "It must be that room." Zoro gestured towards a particular direction. Ron made his way towards that room. But after a short distance, he felt an unsettling sensation. Thus, he turned back. A foreboding feeling enveloped him. Alas, it turned out that Kuina had inadvertently fallen from the building. Ron swiftly employed one of the techniques from the Navy's 6 as he advanced towards Kuina. During his movement, he began to transform, his height surging to an astonishing 10 meters, while his arms extended to nearly 4 meters. The suddenness of this metamorphosis left many spectators utterly astonished. Those present at the dojo were taken aback, momentarily frozen in disbelief at the sight of the colossal Ron. However, they quickly regained their composure and turned their gaze towards Kuina, a sense of foreboding enveloping them like a dark cloud. Gungshiro, too, sensed the impending danger. From his distant office, he opened the window and witnessed Kuina plummeting from the upper floor. The distance was considerable, rendering him incapable of rescuing her in time. Even for Ron, despite his transformation and the use of the technique shave, the gap remained insurmountable. The innate ability, the force of attraction. Ron let out a mighty roar, and an invisible wave of energy surged around his arm. It felt as though his hand had elongated. An imprint of a colossal hand formed in the air before him, precisely in line with Kuina's descent. However, this maneuver was executed in haste, merely serving as a cushion rather than fully catching Kuina. Ultimately, she still fell to the ground. Ron swiftly approached to assess the condition of Kuina. She still had a faint breath. It seemed she was merely unconscious. Whether she would recover remained uncertain. In the world of pirates, her demise would be particularly tragic. A few of Gunshiro's companions hurried over to examine Kuina's state. "Kuina! Kuina!" Many voices called out her name, yet she did not awaken, remaining in a deep slumber. Gungshiro carefully carried Kuina back to the room and then bowed deeply to Ron. "Sir, had it not been for you, Kuina might have already perished." However, her current condition is far from optimistic, Mr. Gungshiro. We must quickly summon a doctor to attend to her. Ron spoke earnestly. He had intended to vigilantly watch over Kuina throughout the day, striving to save her life at a critical moment and persuade her to join the Navy. Such remarkable talent, likely the making of a top swordsman, would be a tragic loss if it were to perish. Yet, he had not anticipated that he would ultimately fall short, leading to his own unconsciousness. In hindsight, Ron regretted inquiring about the location of Zoro's sharpening stone, for direction posed a significant challenge for him. His reputation as a spatially challenged individual appeared well-deserved. Kongshiro began searching for a doctor, and soon a figure arrived, clad in a black cloak. Beneath the cloak was a large head adorned with deep eye makeup, thick and full lips, and long eyelashes. His purple hair was voluminous and curly, reminiscent of purple wool. Given Ron's life-saving actions for Kuina, Kongshiro was less wary of him, believing that Ron genuinely desired Kuina to become an exceptional Navy officer. Thus, Ron found himself in the presence of the doctor attending to Kuina, none other than the fearsome Emporio Ivankov. Chapter 59. The Bear Travel Agency. Wherever you wish to go, Emporio Ivankov was indeed a figure of great trepidation for many. This fear was not solely due to his formidable combat prowess, but rather the peculiar ability bestowed upon him by his devil fruit, the power to alter an individual's gender. This terrifying capability allowed him to transform a man into a woman and vice versa. It was widely speculated that Crocodile had undergone such a transformation at Ivankov's hands, though this remained merely conjecture. In due time, Ron vowed to inquire of Crocodile about his true gender. Ivankov's hormone fruit not only allowed for gender transformation, but possessed other remarkable abilities as well. During Luffy's confrontation with the formidable Magellan, the warden of Impel Down, it was Ivankov who ultimately saved him from certain death. Thus, treating Kuina should pose no considerable challenge. Ron, your timely intervention proved exceedingly effective. Had it not been for your swift actions, Kuina's fate could have been dire, Ivankov expressed gratefully. There's no need for thanks. I am simply relieved to see Kuina well. Her potential is extraordinary, and I hope she chooses to join the Navy and become my ally, Ron replied earnestly. While Ivankov tended to Kuina, Kongshiro had already briefed him on Ron's situation and had even revised some of his views regarding the Navy. At that moment, Kongshiro engaged in conversation with Bartholomew Kuma and Monkey D. Dragon. Provisions had been adequately prepared, and Kongshiro acknowledged the pivotal role played by the young Marine, Ron, in saving his daughter. What do you know about this Ron? Asked Dragon. This Ron appears to be the newly appointed colonel from the East Blue, a Zoan-type devil fruit user, transferred from Navy headquarters. Beyond that, I am not well informed, Kongshiro replied. He had been preoccupied with gathering resources for the Revolutionary Army and had only gleaned limited information about Ron. This newcomer named Ron is quite remarkable. He was promoted to colonel after demonstrating valor during a mission, having previously secured first place in a year-long newcomer competition held by the Navy. He was subsequently mentored by the esteemed instructor Zifa, known for cultivating many outstanding students, Kuma elaborated. Indeed, he is exceptionally talented. But does he harbor ulterior motives for being here? Kongshiro inquired earnestly. Unlikely, he is simply surveying the East Blue, Kuma responded. Are you suggesting you would consent to Kuina joining the Navy? Dragon probed. I intend to respect Kuina's wishes. If she desires to enlist, I will honor her decision. While it may position her as an adversary to you all, I would prefer she pursue her dreams rather than lose her altogether. I have contemplated this since she fell unconscious, Kongshiro stated sincerely. Initially, his firm opposition to Kuina's desire to join the Navy stemmed from his fear of creating a rift between her and the Revolutionary Army, possibly leading to enmity. You need not harbor such concerns, Dragon reassured. Her enlistment will not affect our operations, and I believe we need not become enemies. Indeed. I may even look out for her in the future, Kuma added. I am preparing to join the Navy to gather intelligence, which may allow me to keep an eye on her. You intend to join the Navy? Kongshiro exclaimed in surprise. While it might be relatively straightforward for Kuina and Zoro to enlist, it seemed considerably more challenging for Kuma. There is nothing insurmountable. You must be aware that the world government has enacted a new decree known as the 7 Warlords of the Sea. These 7 formidable pirates, elected by the world government, assist in managing other pirates. 3 have already joined, Dracula Myhawk, Boa Hancock, and Crocodile. I may soon become the 4th or 5th, he explained. The 3 of them were about to delve into further confidential discussions when they suddenly fell silent, sensing the approach of someone. As it turned out, it was Ron. Kongshiro, Kuina has awakened. Ron announced. After being administered hormones by the enigmatic Ivankov, Kuina was slowly recovering and had finally regained consciousness. Ron hurriedly brought the news. Zaro and the others had already gone to the bedside to visit Kuina. Meanwhile, Ron, overwhelmed with excitement, burst through the door without knocking. In truth, he could have tapped on the door, but upon realizing there were others present in the room, he feigned his exuberance, momentarily forgetting to knock. "Oh, your friend is here too. Kuina has awoken. Go and see her." Ron said that Gungshiro did not have time to say anything else and immediately went to visit Kuina. We decided to accompany him. Monkey D. Dragon and Bartholomew Kuma believed that a Marine of Ron's caliber would likely be unaware of her background and thus would not recognize them. At this moment, how could they not go see Guena, who was recovering? The group arrived at Guena's bedside. This time, Father will surely fulfill your wishes. Whatever you desire, Father will agree. If you wish to become a Marine, it is of no consequence. As long as you truly wish to pursue it, Father will support you. After this incident, Gungshiro came to understand that Guena was willing to go to great lengths for her dreams. If his words were to bring her down, it would indeed be unwarranted. Really? Father, I want to be in the Navy. I wish to train in courses that push the limits of physical endurance. All right. As long as you grow up healthy and safe, everything else is inconsequential, Gungshiro replied joyfully, tears slipping from the corners of his eyes. Since the incident involving Guena, the psychological pressure on Gungshiro had intensified, and he found himself pondering many thoughts. He eventually concluded that since his daughter aspired to pursue the path of a swordsman, why should he discourage her? Would it not be better to allow her to strive toward one peak after another? Chapter 60. The Great Bear Travel Agency Goes Wherever It Desires, Part 2. Everyone visited Guena, but it was merely a brief glance. She still needed her rest. If so many people lingered in her room, it would, in fact, disrupt her recovery. Thus, many chose to withdraw. At that moment, Ron seemed to experience an epiphany as he recognized the bear. "You are Bartholomew Bear." Ron spoke with utmost seriousness. "You are the notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding several hundred million. I am Colonel Ron of the Navy, and I am here to apprehend you." In truth, Ron's declaration was merely a faade to project an image of righteousness. Frankly speaking, he was likely no match for the formidable Bartholomew Kuma. Among the 7 warlords of the sea, none were to be underestimated. These pirates were the cream of the crop, possessing immense strength. Among the 7, 2 stood out as particularly terrifying. Dracul Mihawk was arguably the strongest of the 7 warlords, frequently engaging in duels with the Emperor Shanks, and was renowned as the world's greatest swordsman, a testament to his admiral-level prowess. The other fearsome entity was the very Bartholomew Kuma before him. Kuma's devil fruit. The pawpaw fruit was an exceedingly formidable power, which he had mastered to great effect. This fruit allowed him to repel anything, from slashes and cannonballs to even pain itself. Moreover, Kuma's martial arts were exceptionally powerful, complemented by his capability for instantaneous movement, making him the second strongest among the warlords. While the other members were indeed strong, they paled in comparison to Mihawk and Kuma. Crocodile had been defeated by Luffy, and the awakened Don Quixote Doflamingo also fell to him. Jinbe and the relatively new pirate Port Gasti, Ace fought to a standstill, while Gecko Moria was likewise bested by Luffy. Whether due to the protagonist's halo or other elements, these 7 warlords had indeed showcased their strength. After all, Crocodile and Doflamingo were ultimately vanquished by Luffy. However, under normal circumstances, 2 years after the Marineford War, Luffy may not have stood a chance against Kuma. At this moment, Ron was confronted by such a being, Bartholomew Kuma. A high-ranking officer of the Revolutionary Army and a master of the pawpaw fruit, possessed immense combat prowess. Why would Ron, fully aware of his own limitations, dare to challenge Kuma? When faced with the red-haired Shanks, Ron had readily backed down. Was it for the sake of his Navy's justice? Indeed. Ron sought to display his commitment to justice, intending to demonstrate that his presence here was a patrol for the safety of the East Blue, rather than a deliberate attempt to recruit Kuina and Zaro into the Navy. He merely wished to acknowledge their remarkable talents. This was crucial. Failing to establish this could lead to suspicions that he aimed to exploit Kuina as leverage against the Revolutionary Army's significant figure, Sabo, by intentionally coming here to invite her to join the Navy. Thus, upon encountering Kuma, Ron felt compelled to engage in a duel. After all, having saved Kuina, he believed he was not in grave danger. In such circumstances, a confrontation would not only absolve him of suspicion but also allow him to better understand the chasm that lay between himself and the top-tier powers. This was advantageous for Ron. The unexpected turn of events left everyone present in astonishment, many frozen in place, before Ron underwent his transformation. Ron had always believed that he brought shame upon the mythical beasts. When Sengoku transformed, his entire being radiated golden light, shaking the iron nails beneath his pedestal loose, one by one. Then, during Malgo's transformation, his form was engulfed in blue flames. Kaido's metamorphosis was even more magnificent, accompanied by thunderous roars and fiery displays, wielding the formidable technique of dragon breath. Yet, when it came to Ron's transformation, it appeared to lack any remarkable attributes. Boom. Several houses in proximity to Ron have been utterly demolished. Is this truly the extent of my might? This transformation seems to exude a certain grandeur. Yet it is rather embarrassing to have reduced someone else's property to rubble. Previously, Ron would transform in open spaces, but now, in this confined area, such chaos has ensued. However, it seems he did not even make contact with these houses. How could they have collapsed? Ron was unaware of the consequences his transformation would yield, nor did he comprehend the reasons behind such an outcome. The collapse of the room elicited even greater commotion, prompting a multitude of onlookers to gather and ascertain the situation. Consequently, many were met with a scene that was nothing short of astonishing. Ron's physique was already quite immense, and hovering above him was a shadow slightly larger than his own form. This apparition was causing the surrounding rooms to collapse. Even the Great Bear was taken aback, having never witnessed such overwhelming power before. In truth, this was one of Ron's innate abilities. As Ron's strength grew, the shadow became increasingly tangible and expanded in size. Previously, Ron had noticed a sensation akin to having ethereal arms above his own, resembling hands. Although the tactile experience was not directly real, it allowed him to perform simple actions such as grasping, touching, and lifting. Ron referred to this power as attraction. In truth, it is a unique innate ability derived from the Titan fruit of the mythical beast lineage. As Ron's strength increased, this innate talent became increasingly pronounced. Initially, the air around Ron was also filled with such ethereal shadows, though at that time, they were small and translucent, failing to draw any particular attention. Now, with Ron's burgeoning prowess, the specter behind him gradually solidified. It is evident that this shadow possesses offensive capabilities. Thus, in this confined space, his transformation directly caused several surrounding rooms to collapse. Is this the might of the mythical beast lineage? The commotion naturally attracted the attention of everyone nearby. Jingsalang, Dorag, and Ivankov all turned their gazes toward the source. It was unexpected that such a young individual had already developed his fruit to this extent. The future holds great promise, Jingsalang remarked. Ivankov and Dorag exchanged glances with him. As a preeminent swordsman, Jingsalang always spoke with humility and grace, presenting himself as harmless. However, only those within the revolutionary army understood the terrifying extent of his power. Yet, here he was, expressing such sentiments. Have you forgotten your daughter? If she were to grow up, she would undoubtedly become a top-tier swordsman, even if she could not claim the title of the strongest in the world. She would certainly rank among the elite. However, the path of a swordsman is fraught with hardship, and I do not wish for her to endure such struggles. The hearts of parents are indeed pitiable. Parents who have suffered would never wish their children to endure the same trials, which is why many often steer their offspring away from their own professions. This is a reflection of their desire to shield their children from hardship. The world is cruel. If one does not face adversity, the future may be exceedingly harsh. I hope you will consider this carefully. Enduring some hardship now may pave the way for a brighter future, Dorag advised. At that moment, aside from their small group observing from the shadows, many attendees had gathered, eager to witness the confrontation between Ron and Kuma. Alas, it was but a fleeting moment. In the next instant, Ron vanished. Chapter 61. The arrival of two new children. Ron was also prepared to engage in a duel with Bartholomew Bear, eager to ascertain the extent of their disparity. The outcome revealed Ron's innate talent, however. Before he could fully harness his abilities, he was swiftly struck away, landing directly back at his base. Is this truly the chasm that exists between the strong? Is there indeed a formidable gulf separating me from the pinnacle of power? This stark difference among the powerful can often be rather unreasonable. Kaido's three calamities, particularly Queen, possesses formidable strength, with a bounty reaching 1.3 billion berries, making him the pirate with the highest bounty after the four emperors. Yet, regrettably, encountering Charlotte Linlin, the formidable Big Mom, proved to be a mere trifle. Thus, being dispatched in an instant appears entirely reasonable. Ron quickly composed himself. However, it was rather embarrassing that the matter of Guena and Zaro joining the Navy had yet to be resolved, only to find himself sent back. Alas, Ron sighed. The talents akin to green algae and those reminiscent of Kuina would undoubtedly lead to their emergence as formidable powerhouses in the future. Alas, it appears that fate has conspired against them. Nevertheless, the journey to Frostmoon Village was not devoid of rewards. He encountered legendary figures, including Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and the formidable tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, known for his ability to repel anything. He also met the fearsome Emporio Ivankov, who unervingly addresses all as boy. It is rare for an ordinary individual to cross paths with such illustrious personalities. To have even exchanged a few words with him is a significant gain. Of even greater importance was Ron's discovery regarding his devil fruit ability. He finally recognized that his mythical Zoan type possessed its own unique talents. He also realized that his transformation exuded a certain level of authority. This entity, which he tentatively referred to as shadow, diverged from the conventional understanding of a shadow. A shadow is merely a phenomenon formed by light traveling in straight lines, casting upon other objects after passing through a solid entity. In contrast, Ron's manifestation, if aptly described, resembled a martial spirit, enveloping his body as if it were clad in a suit of air armor. Thus, it stands to reason that his innate abilities would yield some extraordinary effects. Ron, it is time to verify how this ability is utilized. Is it a sudden emergence of power, or has it always been within me? Only unmanifested due to my previous lack of strength? Ron subsequently put this ability to the test. He discovered that such a phenomenon only occurred during transformation. Throughout the course of battle, this layer of air armor could only be utilized in proximity to his hands. On this occasion, Ron procured several 1-meter-thick boulders. Recently, he had been practicing martial arts and hockey using these substantial stones. Breaking through a mountain was still a formidable challenge. For Ron, shattering a 1-meter-thick boulder was already a commendable feat. The density of the stone was considerable, and its mass was significant. Attempting to breach it solely through sheer strength was indeed no trivial task. Should I employ my air armor this time? With a resounding thud, in a single punch, Ron shattered the stone into fragments. What if I were to merge this air armor around my arms? Without hesitation, Ron struck the stone once more. This time, the boulder split into 2 halves. However, it had not been entirely penetrated before it fractured. Indeed, Ron had consistently trained, using his fists to assault the 1-meter-thick stone, aiming to completely break through. Unfortunately, he had yet to master such a technique. Often, he would only manage to strike part of it before the stone splintered into several pieces. What would be the outcome if I were to condense this air armor around my arms and then augment it with hockey? Without delay, he set to work. Ron made another attempt. Boom. A large hole was pierced through the center of the stone. Remarkably, the stone did not shatter. It merely bore a significant cavity in its middle. The power displayed was truly formidable. Ron could not help but marvel at the immense power of this punch. Initially, he felt a surge of joy upon witnessing such an effect, but soon after, the pain swiftly surged forth. His forearms were covered in abrasions, and his fingers bled profusely. Yet, all of this was worth it. He had finally mastered this move, having merely borrowed a hint of talent. Ron's arm was swiftly healing, the bleeding ceasing almost immediately. The wounds were mending rapidly as well. Onlookers would undoubtedly be astonished, marveling at Ron's remarkable recuperative powers. Yet, to be candid, Ron felt little significance in this ability. When compared to Malgo, it seemed rather inferior. Subsequently, Ron continued his training, focusing on striking stones. He had long since forgotten about Solon and Guena. Colonel Ron. He heard someone call. 2 children claim they are here to see you. Children seeking me? Ron felt a twinge of confusion. Nevertheless, he decided to investigate. To his surprise, he found Zaro and Kuina had arrived. I never expected it to be the 2 of you. Come, let us converse in my office. It had been a month since Ron last saw Zoro and Kuina, and he noted a distinct change in their demeanor and vitality. He sensed that they had both grown stronger. Mr. Ron, I wish to join the Navy to learn techniques that can transcend physical limits. I aspire to become the world's greatest swordsman, Kuina declared, her eyes sparkling with determination, her smile blossoming like a radiant flower upon seeing Ron. Having witnessed Ron's mastery of the 6 powers of the Navy, she was already profoundly impressed. However, it was Ron's transformation and the prowess he exhibited that lingered in her memory, solidifying her resolve to enlist in the Navy. I too wish to join the Navy. I aim to defeat Kuina, Zoro asserted with unwavering conviction. Ron was taken aback by their reaction. He had not anticipated such formidable determination from them after merely a month apart. How did you 2 manage to arrive here? Did you truly come by boat? I must commend you both, young ones. Ron remarked. The distance from Frostmoon Village is not excessively far, yet it is not close either. The two children traversing the seas must have encountered numerous perils. The extent of these challenges remains unclear, but it undoubtedly has been arduous. We were sent by Uncle Bear. Guena interjected. Uncle Bear mentioned that we would soon become comrades. Therefore, if you inquire about us, do share this information, but refrain from disclosing it to others, all right? Haha, does he truly place such faith in my character? Uncle Bear expressed his trust in you. It is a conviction stemming from the inside of a sage. Guena replied. Very well, I shall soon make arrangements for the two of you. For the time being, you may stay here and undergo some basic training. Later, I will find you an exceptionally skilled instructor. Thank you, Brother Ron, Guena expressed gratefully. Ron glanced at Zaro once more. Thank you. It seemed that Zaro was rather reluctant to address anyone as brother. Nevertheless, it was truly splendid that the two of them could join the Navy. Chapter 62, The Krieg Pirates. Ron's phone buzzed. The monotony of training at the naval base was palpable. Operations were running smoothly, with every system functioning impeccably. Any significant incidents would be promptly reported to Ron, while the rest diligently focused on their training, enhancing their physical prowess. Today, however, Ron's phone rang. Hello, this is Ron. Ron replied, I am Ian, and I have returned. Now, I hope you can come to fetch me promptly, or bear the consequences. During Ian's absence, Ron had been managing the affairs of the entire base alone, although the base was now fully operational and could function without his presence. Certain trivial matters proved to be rather burdensome. As the commander, there were still decisions that required Ron's input, despite the well-established systems in place. The necessity of making these decisions and addressing various minutiae left Ron feeling somewhat fatigued. In summary, Ron was considerably more exhausted now than he had been before. When Ian was around, she would handle many matters with remarkable efficiency, allowing Ron to feel at ease. Now that Ian had finally returned, Ron was overjoyed. She was not only an excellent assistant, but also a companion with whom he could engage in profound conversations. Thus, after hanging up the phone, Ron immediately set out to sea. Eager to reach Ian swiftly, he sailed in a direct line. However, fortune was not on his side that day, as a fierce storm arose, causing Ron's vessel to veer off course. Fortunately, he had brought along many subordinates, and his recent studies in navigation helped avert any danger. Nonetheless, the deviation from the intended route meant that Ian seemed to be a bit farther away. He would have to take an alternative path to find her. During this detour, Ron encountered an enormous fleet, which he recognized as the long-sought pirate group in the East Sea, known as the Krieg Pirates. Ultimately, Ron had crossed paths with them. Many speculated that a kin of the Krieg Pirates was destined to become the formidable general, Green Bull. Ron held a skeptical attitude. The Green Bull, being a vice admiral, naturally possessed the strength befitting such a rank. Prior to the Marineford War, Akin's combat prowess was exceedingly lacking. It was improbable that he could develop to the level of a vice admiral within just 2 or 3 years. It is indeed the Navy. It is indeed the Navy. When Ron discovered the Krieg Pirates, they too became aware of him. With only a single ship at their disposal, what was there to fear? Krieg, observing his flustered subordinates, proudly declared, if he knew the name of our Krieg Pirates, he might very well flee in terror. Indeed, our captain is invincible, remarked Aidman, the strategist of the Krieg Pirates. Let us charge forward and show this young Marine what it truly means to be a top-tier pirate crew. With that, Krieg issued his command. Having long dominated the East Blue, he had come to view himself as unparalleled in the world. Not only was he immensely strong, but he also wielded superior weaponry. Who could possibly rival him? Now, seeing the isolated Navy, rather than retreating, they surged forward. What shall we do about the colonel? The Marine Corps near Ron reported. Let them charge forth. They must be the largest pirate crew in the East Sea. If we eliminate them, the East Sea should enjoy a period of tranquility. I have been searching for them for months, and I never anticipated that I would finally encounter them this time. Open fire. Ron did not give the order to fire. Instead, the Krieg Pirates commenced their barrage. Countless shells began to rain down upon Ron's position. He immediately retaliated. Ron spoke, his gaze fixed intently on the situation of the Krieg pirate crew, simultaneously assessing the distance at which he could leap onto the opposing vessel. Faced with such a formidable fleet, Ron's sailors exhibited a hint of anxiety. Nevertheless, his helmsman remained quite seasoned. In such circumstances, executing evasive maneuvers swiftly is indeed a formidable challenge. Damn it, artillery shells, let me give it a try. As he observed the enemy drawing ever closer and the barrage intensifying, Ron felt a surge of irritation. Should his ship be struck by cannon fire and sustain damage, it would spell considerable trouble. Moonwalk. Ron began to practice the moonwalk. He has become increasingly adept at it, no longer as clumsy as when he first started. With his growing understanding of the fruit's capabilities, he no longer feels the weight of his body when executing the moonwalk. Instead, he experiences a sensation of lightness, akin to that of a soaring swallow. Ron utilized the moonwalk technique, soaring into the sky while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to an incoming cannonball. To shield himself from potential harm, Ron transformed, enveloping his legs in an impenetrable layer of armament hockey. With a resounding thud, the cannonball was sent careening back, detonating upon impact with one of the ships belonging to the Krieg pirates. Is it possible for me to counter cannonballs as well? He pondered, realizing his unfamiliarity with such maneuvers. Perhaps it is wiser to confront the one wielding the cannon instead. He continued to ascend, gradually drawing closer to the Krieg pirate crew. Brother, he's flying towards us. He can actually fly. Many members of the Krieg crew were struck with fear, having never witnessed anyone take to the skies, especially someone of such considerable stature. Fear not, for I am here, Krieg confidently reassured his subordinates, proceeding to showcase his armored weaponry, brimming with an array of arms. Indeed, we must place our trust in our leader. With him around, there is nothing to fear, said Eddie Man with a grin. Is that so? Ron swiftly descended beside Eddie Man and delivered a powerful kick. Eddie Man was sent crashing into the water by Ron's strike. What formidable strength! However, my defenses are impenetrable, declared a member of the Krieg pirates known as Iron Wallbar, who considered himself one of Krieg's core subordinates, clad entirely in shields. He prided himself on possessing the finest defense in the world. It must be said that the members of the Krieg pirates exhibit a peculiar sense of confidence. Very well. Let us put it to the test. Ron launched a direct punch, devoid of any hockey, simply relying on the strength of his fist. Bam! The shields surrounding Iron Wallbot were utterly shattered by Ron's blow, sending him hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth. You have thoroughly enraged me. Do you even know who I am? Krieg bellowed, unveiling his arsenal of weapons before launching a swift attack towards Ron. Heartpiercer. This was the name Ron had whimsically assigned to his newly devised technique. However, lacking formal education, he could only express himself with casual exclamations, leading to a rather haphazard naming convention for his moves, which seemed somewhat unrefined. In terms of nomenclature, Ron resolved to learn from Zoro in the future. Just look at the grandeur of Zoro's techniques. 1 sword style, great shock. 2 sword style, 72 troublesome winds. Alas, I am bereft of creativity in naming. Moreover, my swordsmanship is destined for mediocrity. Otherwise, I would simply usurp Zoro's names, leaving him bereft of titles. Bam! Though the name may be crude, the technique was anything but. With air armor enveloping his arm and enhanced by armament hockey, he pierced straight through Krieg. Captain, everything transpired in an instant, leaving the crew around them with no time to react, as their captain departed from their lives forever. Chapter 63. The Purge of the East Sea. Ron's astonishing combat prowess swiftly incapacitated several leaders of the Krieg pirate crew, leaving the others utterly astounded. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, their captain had already been defeated. They gazed upon Ron, now towering at approximately 10 meters in height, his robust arms and powerful thighs evoking a profound sense of awe. Additionally, a shadowy, demonic apparition loomed behind him, instilling a deep fear within their hearts. In truth, Ron was incapable of wielding the power of the shadow behind him. His only offensive capability lay in the air armor surrounding his arms. However, the inexperienced pirates were oblivious to this fact. Faced with such a terrifying sight, they were paralyzed with fear, and with their leader vanquished, their panic only intensified. As they finally began to react, some contemplated fleeing, but where could they escape to? They were stranded upon the vast ocean. If you surrender and cast your weapons into the sea, I may grant you a chance at survival. The Krieg pirates, leaderless and in disarray, were thrown into chaos. Upon hearing that laying down their arms could spare their lives, many immediately complied, discarding their weapons. As for the dissenters, they met their demise swiftly. Ron gathered several rebels and, with a single punch, cleaved a man in 2. Thereafter, no one dared to resist. Consequently, the largest pirate crew of the East Sea was apprehended by Ron. Ron led them back to the naval base aboard the Navy ship. After witnessing the tragic demise of several individuals, the small band of pirates became exceedingly compliant. Occasionally, a few dared to resist Ron, attempting to ambush him with gunfire. However, their efforts proved futile, resulting in their own demise at his hands. The Ron of today was no longer the fearful novice he once was in the face of bullets. Thus, a remarkable scene unfolded. a slender navy vessel, flying a solitary seagull flag, was trailed by a multitude of pirate ships. The sight was truly breathtaking as they made their way toward the naval base. The personnel at the base had already received word of Ron's capture of the notorious Creek pirates. Although they were aware of this news, the sight left them utterly astonished. Soon, Ron reported the matter to his superiors, who would promptly dispatch a team to escort the captured pirates to the deep-sea prison. The most formidable pirate crew in the East Blue had been effectively dismantled. Despite the significant number of individuals involved, Krieg was merely a bounty of 17 million. It remained a mystery how he managed to rally such a multitude. Henceforth, it seemed that the East Blue would experience a period free from considerable pirate activity. Ron has altered the course of history. Aang has finally returned as well. Well, what's more important, the pirates or me? You didn't even come to fetch me, Aang remarked. Of course, you are of utmost importance, senior sister. However, I encountered pirates on my way to retrieve you. It was an unavoidable circumstance. I couldn't possibly circumvent it. Could I? Nonetheless, I bear you no grudge. You must have been thinking about which beautiful young lady resides in the East Sea. Haven Tiyu? Ron mused to himself. But there are still two lovely young ladies in the East Sea, one merely 8 years old and the other 10. Their guardian is right beside you, is she not? However, while such thoughts crossed his mind, he knew better than to voice them. Senior sister, how could you say such a thing? In all the seas, who is unaware that Sister Ayn is the most beautiful of them all? Ron chuckled, remarking, how considerate of you. Senior sister, you and your companions should take a moment to rest after your arduous journey. Return to work tomorrow. There shall be a delightful surprise awaiting you. Very well, Ayn and Belmel replied as they departed. Little did Ayn realize that within the East Sea, there existed two breathtaking beauties, one of whom was none other than the striking daughter of Belmel, characterized by her vibrant red hair, cropped short on both sides, with a small ponytail cascading behind. On the following day, Ayn arrived early to seek out Ron, eager to inquire about the surprise he had alluded to. Senior sister, you've come quite early. Did you spend the night restless, pondering what the surprise could be? Ron smiled as Ayn shyly nodded. Despite the presence of numerous onlookers yesterday, Ayn found it difficult to draw closer to Ron, although they had been apart for just over a month. It felt to Ayn as though an eternity had passed since she last saw him. Yet, she restrained herself, eager to discover the surprise Ron had prepared for her. The thought of being able to leap into his embrace after receiving the surprise was nothing short of romantic. Come with me, senior sister. What is it? Why so mysterious? Under Ron's guidance, Ayn soon arrived at a training ground. What is there to see at this training ground? Senior sister, take a closer look. Observe those two children. Ron remarked, I am not the one who has given birth to a child. Ayn raised her hand and struck Ron's head twice, resulting in a noticeable bump. Sister, who can give birth to a child within a month? Please, try to remain calm. Ayn pondered this and then inquired, did you not mention it was a surprise? Are they truly the surprise you spoke of? Sister, observe them closely and reflect on this. Ron remarked, Ayn, take a serious look for a moment. These two children possess extraordinary talent. Where did you find them? It matters not. They are already prepared to join the Navy. Do you think the teacher will take a liking to them? I nodded thoughtfully. The teacher will undoubtedly be very fond of them. Gung Shiro is also a premier swordsman. The Zoro he trained later exhibited astonishing combat prowess. However, Gung Shiro perhaps emphasizes a philosophical approach to life in his teachings. He was not overly demanding of Zoro and the others. Adopting a method akin to governing by doing nothing, it is likely that his deep affection for Zoro and Kuina led him to refrain from imposing strictness upon them. Nonetheless, the education he provided has proven beneficial for a lifetime. Of course, even without stringent demands, Zoro and Kuina are remarkably diligent. Should they be entrusted to Zephyr for instruction, it would yield excellent results. Both Kizaru and Momonosuke are also masters of the sword and likely received Zephyr's mentorship. Thus, although Zephyr may not be a grand swordsman, his capability to instruct in swordsmanship should be unquestionable. In fact, apart from them, there are several mischievous youngsters with equally remarkable potential. It remains uncertain whether they can be permitted to join the Navy, Ron said with a smile. Although Ayn was quite happy, she also felt a tinge of disappointment. The gift that Ron had prepared was indeed wonderful, yet it did not hold the element of surprise for her. The gifts from the senior sisters were meant for the teacher. Please take a moment to reflect on your own gift. Ron was able to perceive the subtle nuances in Ayn's expression. When Ayn obediently turned around, surprise washed over her, and tears began to flow. She then turned and threw herself into Ron's embrace. Chapter 64, Relocation from the East Sea. What kind of scene did I behold upon turning her head? For Ron, romance was a relic of the past, and crafting such moments was no simple feat after triumphing over the Crick pirate crew. Ron realized that there was little time left to fetch Ein. Thus, he began to prepare a gift for her. Surely, Ein, his senior, had an affinity for flowers. There were numerous villages nearby, all abundant in floral production. Ron spent a considerable sum to acquire these flowers. Capturing a pirate would essentially suffice to cover the cost of the blooms. Ron has meticulously arranged for everyone to position the flowers in an appropriate formation. In preparation for this event, we have practiced diligently for several days. Senior sister, I find myself at a loss for words to articulate my emotions. Ron spoke tenderly. Having dwelled in this world for such a long time, I have grown accustomed to solitude. It was you who entered my life during my most helpless moments, bringing a ray of sunshine into my existence. Initially, my thoughts were solely focused on learning and seeking vengeance, which I deemed sufficient. However, you have unveiled a plethora of possibilities in life that I had not considered. You have returned, and I long to welcome you. Unfortunately, my plans were delayed due to the pirates. Thus, I resorted to purchasing these crimson blossoms. I have named them roses. Each rose symbolizes my affection. These 999 roses were arranged after I dealt with the pirates. I confess, I am inept at expressing my emotions. These flowers were not prepared in advance. They were a spontaneous decision. Consequently, many blooms have lost their vibrancy. I have arranged them in circles resembling hearts, uncertain if this is trivial or romantic. Yet I hope my sister will appreciate it. An was overwhelmed with emotion. She is a girl, after all, even though she has proven to be braver than many men. She remains, at her core, a girl. It is your sentiment, and I cherish it deeply. Ron considered the approach to be cliché, however, for Ein. It was a heartfelt gesture that deeply moved her. Subsequently, Ron believed that the two of them would enjoy a leisurely time in the East Sea. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. When the higher-ups dispatched personnel to escort Click and the others, they also sent a new base colonel, Tina. Consequently, Ron and Ein were reassigned from the East Sea to the New World. What? We are to venture to the New World? Ron was taken aback. His emotions difficult to articulate. On one hand, the New World harbored Ron's enemies, which should have brought him a sense of joy. Yet, on the other hand, he had unfinished business. If Ron were to disappear, would his underlings fall prey to Shanks? Furthermore, what about the other two companions? The mischievous lad with freckles, who shunned the life of nobility. Had it not been for these individuals, Ron would not have so readily ventured into the East Sea. The East Sea is widely regarded as the weakest maritime region in the world, yet who could have foreseen the plethora of remarkable figures it would yield? Beyond the already renowned Carp, Dragon, Roger, and Yassop, who could have anticipated that those few young scamps would achieve such monumental success in the future? Thus, where in the New World should we venture? Ron inquired of Tina. As for where to go in the New World, I am uncertain. The warlord of the Sengoku has his own plans. Ron harbored an unspoken frustration, unsure whether to voice it. As merely a humble colonel, why should he trouble the marshal with personnel changes? If there were any issues, he could simply inquire with the marshal at headquarters. Ron, my dear junior, Tina remarked languidly. It seems you wish to remain in the East Sea, reluctant to depart. Or perhaps you are simply concerned about my well-being here, with my senior sister around. I have no worries. I just fail to comprehend why I am suddenly being dispatched to such a perilous place as the New World. You possess the strength to pierce a man with a single punch. Remaining in the East Sea seems a waste of your talents. I surmise they desire you to achieve great deeds. Thus, Ron departed from the East Sea and returned to the naval headquarters, where he was subsequently assigned to an island in the New World, with Vice Admiral Prodi now serving as the chief commander. Ron has come to grasp his current situation. Admiral Prodi, a figure from the Navy's supernova saga, has long been stationed in the New World, tasked with closely observing the Kingdom of Totland. Indeed, Ron's future now hinges upon gathering intelligence regarding this kingdom. It is a daunting task. Should he excel, promotion will naturally follow. Yet failure may result in his prolonged confinement in this role. Could it be that warring states still harbors resentment towards him? This notion perplexes Ron, as such a prominent commander surely cannot possess such a narrow mind. However, regardless of Ron's musings, he finds himself powerless to contest the Admiral's direct orders. To compound his misfortune, he has been separated from Ein, who has been dispatched to the West Sea on a mission. Welcome to our naval haven, Colonel Ron. You will be stationed here from now on. Are you familiar with this place? Admiral Prodi inquired kindly, showing a measure of benevolence towards Ron. Thank you, Admiral. What shall our next steps be? Our task is quite straightforward. We merely need to monitor the activities of the Kingdom of Totland. Should anything excessively extravagant occur, it is imperative that we intervene. Could you enlighten me on the current state of the Kingdom of Totland? Ron inquired. At this moment, it was 12 years prior to the confrontation between Luffy and the Big Mom pirates. The circumstances might have been somewhat different. Totland Kingdom is the realm of Charlotte Linlin, who refers to it as Whole Cake Island. That formidable woman is rather terrifying, and her offspring are exceptionally powerful. Particular attention should be paid to Charlotte Katakuri, Charlotte Smoothie, Charlotte Cracker, Charlotte Snack, Charlotte Perispero, and Charlotte Daifuku, among others. With such a multitude, it seems that this formidable woman is quite prolific. Ron exclaimed in astonishment. Are these individuals truly formidable? Indeed, you must exercise caution, replied Major General Prodi. However, your presence here surely signifies a deeper intention from the Marshal. Perhaps you might even defeat one of them. If we manage to capture even one, it could potentially deal a significant blow to them. Ron mused to himself. It is likely that you could capture them, yet you would not. Should you apprehend the old woman's daughter or son? Her vengeance would undoubtedly be quite troublesome. Rest assured, if it is within my power, I shall exert every effort to bring them to justice, General. Ron nodded earnestly. Young people ought to possess such ambition. However, it is imperative to maintain composure before embarking on such endeavors. If one is not a match for the opponent, one must refrain from rash actions, advised General Prodi. Rest assured, I shall. Ron nodded thoughtfully. However, a notion had already taken root in his mind. While the top-tier offspring were formidable, perhaps he could still contend with others. Furthermore, since he had been dispatched here, he ought to prepare for the inevitable task of cleaning up the ensuing mess. Had he been in the East Sea, Ron could have led a relatively tranquil life, leisurely cruising the waters on a serene afternoon, while recruiting a few followers. But in the New World, he could hardly expect a peaceful existence. Chapter 65. The explosive Minister Snag. At this juncture, Charlotte Linlin had ascended to one of the four emperors. However, this title had evolved. She was now referred to as the Sea Emperor. The last of the former four emperors, Shanks, had yet to claim the title of Sea Emperor, leaving only 3 reigning sovereigns of the sea. The mightiest among them was, without doubt, Edward Newgate, followed closely by Kaido and Linlin. Remarkably, these 3 had once shared a ship, and now they had all become sea emperors. This formidable woman was now 56 years old. If Ron's calculations were correct, she was still bearing children, likely continuing until she reached 60. It was impressive, to say the least, that she had been giving birth since the age of 20 and had produced numerous offspring, all while seemingly neglecting physical training and fruit development, yet still wielding such immense power. Luffy was now 7 years old, while Sanji was presumably 2 years his senior, making him 9. Sanji married Broly when he was 21, and she was merely 16 at the time. This implies that Broly is now only 4 years old. Many ages would require recalibration. Thus, who at this point might be comparable to my own abilities? Ron began to conduct calculations, starting with the ages of the Sweet 3 generals. At this moment, Katakuri should be 36 years old, Cracker 33, and Smoothie 23. Indeed, among the Sweet 3, Smoothie is the youngest. Katakuri is not particularly young, being the second son of Big Mom, while Cracker is her 10th son. Smoothie is the 14th daughter of Big Mom. It seems that Smoothie, being closest in age to him, would make a fitting challenger. Ron, what have you been preoccupied with lately? Today is your turn to set sail. Vice Admiral Prodi expresses considerable concern for Ron, perhaps because they share the same manner, or possibly due to his belief in Ron's remarkable talent and his desire to promote him. I am currently calculating the ages of the Charlotte family to determine who might be my opponent, or rather, who I would be best suited to face. Ron did not conceal his thoughts, candidly sharing them with Prodi. Strength is not entirely correlated with age. Some individuals achieve fame at a remarkably young age. For instance, Smuggy, the 14th daughter of the Charlotte family, has already attained formidable combat prowess, with her bounty surpassing 300 million. Therefore, do not underestimate her simply due to her youth. She is far from an easy adversary. Ron was certainly aware of Smuggy's formidable strength, yet he did not anticipate that, under the current circumstances, her bounty would surpass 300 million. At this juncture, the bounty had not yet succumbed to inflation, with Bartholomew Kuma, soon to be appointed as one of the 7 warlords, having a bounty just over 200 million, and Jinbei also exceeding 200 million. Don Quixote Doflamingo surpassed 300 million, but that was due to his extensive years as a pirate. Smuggy, being still quite young, had already reached such heights, which undeniably attests to the formidable prowess of the celestial stars. I realize now, Major General, that strength cannot indeed be measured by age. I will exercise caution during my voyage. Very well, I shall be particularly vigilant today. After imparting his counsel to Ron, Major General Prodi took his leave. His perspective on justice was truly reflective of the balance depicted on his wall. Everything must adhere to a limit, and one ought to act within the realm of their capabilities. Ron also recognized Admiral Prodi's balanced sense of justice. If one's strength is insufficient to confront a formidable opponent, is it not tantamount to courting death? Thus, should he encounter members of the Charlotte family at sea, Ron would refrain from intervening, particularly against the elder members. After estimating the ages of certain members of the Charlotte family, Ron set sail with a contingent of Marines for a patrol. The distance of this maritime survey from the base was not substantial, primarily aimed at monitoring the Kingdom of Totland for any significant activities. What constitutes such significant activities? Essentially, there are two: whether they harbor intentions of engaging in combat with the Navy headquarters, and whether they contemplate forming an alliance with the other emperors. Other activities hold little significance for the Navy headquarters. Should Big Mom wish to confront the Navy without the latter acquiring first-hand intelligence, it would pose a grave danger. Similarly, if she sought to collaborate with the other emperors against the Navy, it would also be perilous. Therefore, Ron's duty chiefly involves monitoring the Kingdom of Totland for such behaviors and intentions. Any other activities would be reported directly to Admiral Prodi for resolution. Thus, Ron commenced his duties. Naturally, the Kingdom of Totland engages in daily interactions with the outside world, which is entirely normal. Ron's task was to observe any anomalies in these exchanges. Periodically, the internal affairs of Totland would necessitate sending representatives to handle various matters, whether to procure delectable sweets for Big Mom or to invite top-tier chefs. Of course, her children would also occasionally venture out to attend to their own affairs. On one particular day, as Ron was at sea, he fortuitously encountered one such individual. It was none other than Snag. Ron carefully identified the figure across the way through his telescope and finally recognized who it was. It must be Snag, known as the fourth star of Charlotte Snag. How old should he be this year? After pondering, he took out a form from his pocket and began to examine it. There was no helping it. Charlotte Linlin's mother was truly prolific, and she had an abundance of offspring. Ron is quite adept at recalling a general outline and age. Moreover, Ron remembers the age from 12 years hence. Charlotte Snag is 18 years old this year. It is indeed the perfect moment to pursue him. Ron was uncertain whether he could defeat Snag. However, given their similar ages, he was confident in the proficiency of his abilities. It might require considerable effort to confront this individual, yet how could one ascertain the true strength of another without a trial? When two opponents possess comparable prowess, it is the courage to engage that often determines the victor. With that in mind, Ron steered his vessel towards Snag, intent on encircling him. Today, I shall apprehend him. This may not be wise, Captain. The sailors aboard began to voice their concerns. Our duty is to monitor their activities and ensure no significant actions take place. There is no need for confrontation. Indeed, Captain, our role is merely to observe for any irregularities, while the rest is beyond our purview. Furthermore, he is the son of Big Mom. Provoking her could lead to perilous consequences. The crew expressed their dissent, reluctant to allow Ron to engage directly with Snag. As members of the Navy, it is our solemn duty not only to observe but also to apprehend pirates. We cannot let this solitary opportunity slip away. Ron spoke. Chapter 66, The Frantic Assault on Snag. Captain Snag was leisurely sipping wine aboard his ship when a subordinate approached with news of a naval vessel's sighting. Oh, the Navy. Is it? Snag responded nonchalantly, embodying an air of indifference. He continued to indulge in his drink, paying little heed to the unfolding events. The Navy is approaching us. The young sailor reported anxiously. And what of it? What is there to fear? Snag quipped, taking another hearty gulp of wine. He presumed that the Navy was merely passing through and would not launch an attack against them. For a long time, the formidable presence of Charlotte Linlin had instilled in him a sense of prideful arrogance. This was the territory of the Totland Kingdom, ruled by Charlotte Linlin, where any pirate would tread cautiously, and the Navy dared not strike without provocation, lest they face dire consequences. Thus, Snag believed that even if encountered by the Navy, they would refrain from aggression, an assumption supported by numerous past encounters. Consequently, he remained blissfully unconcerned, continuing to savor his wine in leisurely fashion. Ron clearly observed through the telescope. Is this fellow truly so audacious? Still indulging in drink? Indeed, Colonel. The young Marine beside Ron remarked that the members of the Charlotte family had long since grown accustomed to the presence of the Navy, indifferent even as naval vessels passed by them. Have they become so arrogant? Ron remarked, Colonel, Our role is merely to gather intelligence. There is no necessity for us to engage in combat. This pirate crew is extraordinarily formidable. We are no match for them. Enough of your prattle. Open fire. Do you possess no remnants of a naval spirit? Look at their demeanor. It is evident they regard us with disdain. After Ron's retort, the others naturally fell silent, feeling a sense of embarrassment. After all, such a predicament was indeed disheartening. Yet, there was no alternative. Confronting them head-on could result in severe repercussions. Now that we are nearly within range, unleash the barrage. Ron issued the command. Boom, boom, boom. The ship surrounding Snag immediately opened fire. Cannons roared, and it was evident that the opposing side was unprepared and taken aback by such an outcome. They had encountered naval ships numerous times before, yet had never engaged in direct conflict. The Charlotte family possessed the finest intelligence network in the world, so they were well aware of the naval force's intentions. They were merely there to gather information and dared not engage them. However, today was an exception. Enormous shells rained down from the sky, and the ship was instantly under attack. How audacious to fire upon them. Were those naval officers tired of living? Charge forward. I shall deal with them personally, Snag exclaimed. His rage ignited. He commanded his pirate ship to close in on the Navy vessels, intent on launching a ground assault. It appeared that the adversary was preparing for a confrontation with him. Today, he would demonstrate to them what true naval valor entailed. Ron shed his cloak of righteousness, donned his naval uniform, and ascended into the air, heading towards Snag's vessel. Danger, Colonel Ron. Danger. Long subjected to the intimidation of a maritime emperor like Charlotte Linlin. Many sailors had their courage worn thin. When faced with challenges, their first thought was whether peril loomed ahead. Roar. Ron let out a thunderous roar as he began his transformation in midair. His muscles bulged and rippled, while a remarkably lifelike silhouette emerged from his back. The shadow was towering and imposing, evoking a profound sense of awe merely by its presence. Ron's stature gradually increased, reaching an astounding height of approximately 10 meters. His robust arms resembled the mast of a ship, sturdy and imposing. The Navy was taken aback, never having imagined that Ron possessed such formidable strength. The pirates, too, were astonished. Although they had encountered individuals of considerable size before, this figure seemed to surpass even that of Big Mom. With a single punch, Ron swiftly dashed forward, delivering a punch directly aimed at Snag's sail. Ron's naming is utterly inferior to that of Zorro. Thus, this technique shall be dubbed one punch. Bang! Crack! Snag's sail was instantly shattered, plummeting down and nearly striking several young pirates. Such a display of ferocity and method of attack was a first for Snag. He had never encountered such a ferocious marine before. Perhaps it was due to his innate disposition, for Snag's reactions were noticeably slower than others. Note: after the Marineford War, Snag was originally one of the 4 generals, only to be defeated by one of the supernovas, the Monk Urki. It wasn't until Luffy and his crew had already explored the Totland Kingdom that Snag finally registered the existence of someone named Luffy. Hence his sluggish responses. How dare you lay a hand on me? Naturally, Snag was incensed. He was one of Big Mom's esteemed offspring, frequently dispatched on missions and had encountered the Navy on numerous occasions, yet few dared to confront him. Thus, this unexpected situation left him somewhat astonished. Nevertheless, being well trained, he quickly regained his composure and charged toward Ron. Heh. Snag enveloped himself in armament hockey and launched a punch at Ron. Alas, his physique paled in comparison to that of Ron. One punch. The air armor near Ron's fist coalesced with an imposing presence, directly confronting Snag's fist as the attack surged forward. After all, a fight is truly engaging when it unfolds in such a manner. Bang! Snag was forcefully struck by Ron's punch, crashing into the ship's deck. While he did not meet his demise, he sustained severe injuries. Coughing violently, Snag expelled a few mouthfuls of blood. This unexpected turn of events astonished everyone present, from Snag's pirate crew to Ron's naval forces, including both combatants. Ron was utterly astonished, contemplating when he had become so formidable. Although the opponent Snag was regarded as the weakest among the 4 stars of the matriarch's offspring, he had nonetheless received a nomination as one of the 4 stars. With just a single punch, it was resolved. Did that punch not exude the same grandeur as the legendary Sengoku's strike against Blackbeard and his entire crew? Ron pondered to himself, just as he was deep in thought. Snag had already leaped out, hands braced against the ship's board. Die! He shouted, his entire being enveloped in the power of hockey, swiftly lunging toward Ron, delivering a punch aimed directly at his face. Indeed, he possessed considerable skill. A single strike. Ron struck with a powerful palm, causing the air around his hand to coalesce into a tangible form, creating an even larger handprint beneath it. With a resounding clap, the force of the air combined with Ron's strength and overwhelming power sent Snag flying. He crashed into the cabin far away, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. The manipulable air surrounding Ron is distinctly different from sword energy. It resembles a fruit-like talent, akin to elements. Just as Kaido is accompanied by thunder and fire, and Marco by blue flames, this air, neither lightning nor flame, embodies a unique elemental presence enveloping Ron. It is likely an inherent attribute of the Titan fruit. In merely 2 moves, Snag found himself unable to rise again. This defeat was partly due to Snag's recent laxity in training and his overwhelming pride, which led him to underestimate Ron's terrifying prowess, failing to muster his full spirit for resistance. Consequently, he was vanquished. Chapter 67. The arrest of Snag and the escort to impel down Snag, known as the Minister of Explosives, was expected to possess a bomb-related ability. However, due to his arrogance, he did not have the opportunity to showcase his strength before Ron subdued him. This occurrence is rather typical, as no one around the Totland Kingdom dared to challenge the Charlotte family, making it the first instance of someone daring to strike against them. For a long time, the Charlotte family has been exceedingly proud, thus, their arrogance is understandable. Even now, after his defeat, Snag does not consider the possibility of capture. The reason for this is simple. As a member of the Charlotte family, his capture would be tantamount to opposing the Empress of the Sea, Charlotte Linlin. Therefore, even in this dire situation, Snag still intends to maintain a faade. Hey, do you know who I am? I'm Charlotte Snag, the 25th son of the Charlotte family and my mother's favorite child. I don't care who you are. Ron swiftly seized Snag, declaring, "You have violated the Galactic Justice Act. You are under arrest." In that moment, an unexpected line popped into Ron's mind as he attempted to apprehend him. Recently, when utilizing the powers of the Devil Fruit, he had experienced an exhilarating sensation akin to donning armor, which inadvertently led to the emergence of peculiar phrases. Just as Ron was poised to deliver a reprimand to Snag, a gunshot rang out from someone aboard the ship. Bang! Ron swiftly dodged while simultaneously firing a shot. The moment the gun was discharged, the head of the shooter burst apart like a watermelon. Ron's rigorous practice of marksmanship has proven effective, enabling him to produce an unexpected outcome in such critical situations. While others are eager to fire their weapons, Ron senses the presence of a shooter among them. Many are inclined to join in the fray to rescue Snag. Consequently, Ron swiftly discharged several more rounds. Bang! Bang! Pow! Pow! The heads of those individuals shattered like ripe watermelons. This astonishing scene left onlookers utterly astounded. Ron struck with lightning speed, landing every blow upon their heads, leaving them no longer daring to make a move. Ron aspired to wield the sword and become a master swordsman, a pursuit that held a certain allure. Unfortunately, he lacked the innate talent for swordsmanship, making it challenging for him to achieve remarkable feats with the blade. In contrast, the moment Ron grasped a firearm, he experienced an unparalleled sense of security, his awareness heightened, and the surrounding environment became vividly clear. Many might find it perplexing that a beast-type illusion creature would choose to wield such a weapon as a gun. Ron simply found it amusing and undeniably cool. More importantly, he believed he possessed a certain flair for marksmanship. While it was merely a commonplace skill, it proved quite ineffective against elite adversaries. However, dealing with these lesser foes was exceedingly effortless. I advise you to surrender willingly. It is the only way to safeguard your lives. Ron cast a menacing gaze upon them. The individuals felt as though they were prey under the watchful eye of a ferocious beast, particularly in light of Ron's recent display, which was truly chilling. Relinquish your weapons and surrender. Consequently, many began to cast their arms aside, raising their hands above their heads in a gesture of capitulation. Ron felt somewhat troubled. If he possessed the Conqueror's haki, its impact would undoubtedly be remarkable. Yet, at present, the aura he exuded was merely a manifestation of the oppressive nature typical of Zoan types. Nevertheless, everyone was ultimately taken aback. Why are you still standing there? Come over and apprehend him. Ron turned around and shouted, prompting the Marines to finally react and apprehend the criminals. His earlier display of valor ignited a fervor within the hearts of the soldiers. After countless encounters with these pirates, during which they were unable to seize them and were subjected to their humiliation, the Marines had harbored a deep-seated frustration. Now, with Ron standing as their champion, they felt emboldened. Any ensuing consequences would naturally fall upon him. With nothing left to hold them back, the Marines boarded Snag's ship, capturing all the pirates and restraining them in handcuffs for transport back to the base. Ron actually captured a member of the Charlotte family, and notably, They possess considerable combat prowess. Ron, you truly apprehended someone? During the return journey, Admiral Prodi had already received the news and was thus waiting for Ron. As soon as Ron disembarked, he caught sight of Snag and the others who had already been apprehended. Thus, he promptly approached Ron to inquire about this matter. Naturally, given that he was isolated and presented with an opportunity, why not seize it? Ron retorted to Prodi, very well, since he has been captured. Let us confine him in the deep-sea prison at once. To Ron's astonishment, Admiral Prodi unexpectedly issued a command for Ron to escort Snag and his associates to the deep-sea prison. This left Ron somewhat bewildered. As it was customary for Admiral Prodi to oppose such unilateral actions, especially since Ron had not reported his initiative to him. Furthermore, the matter of capturing Snag would certainly not be resolved lightly. It was more befitting for Admiral Prodi to reprimand Ron for his actions. Are you pondering why I have ordered you to immediately proceed to impel down and detain him? Admiral Prodi inquired. Indeed, I am contemplating this very question, Ron replied. Ron candidly responded, why do you not criticize me? This operation was undertaken solely by my own initiative, and capturing Snag has yielded unfavorable consequences. A hearty laugh escaped from Admiral Prodi. I adhere to a principle of measured justice. There are certain actions we have chosen not to pursue, and thus, we have refrained from them. Our mission here is merely to gather intelligence. In truth, the Charlotte family is undoubtedly aware of the naval base in their vicinity. Yet we have coexisted peacefully for many years. The primary reason for this is that I am genuinely engaged in intelligence gathering. I do not involve myself in other matters, such as apprehending their offspring. However, should we succeed in capturing her children, it would be illogical to release them. If we have captured them, they would be incarcerated and impelled down. And could they truly escape? Even if you were to succumb to madness, what would it matter? Admiral Prodi chuckled. I did not expect you to be so efficient. Having captured one of her children, you should swiftly transport him to impel down to avoid prolonged complications. Keeping him here would only increase the danger. Ron immediately grasped the meaning behind Admiral Prodi's words. Should Snag remain at this base, it would undoubtedly prompt Charlotte Linlin to dispatch troops to seize the base and rescue Snag, as it would pertain to the lives of her children and her own honor. However, if Snag were confined within the Push City, her actions would amount to little more than a mere commotion, lacking any substantial negative repercussions. For within the confines of Push City, she would be powerless to rescue her children, and should Snag's presence lead to the destruction of this base, the cost would far outweigh any benefits, as the Navy would merely send reinforcements. Dealing with new personnel would demand considerable effort. Nevertheless, a disturbance would certainly ensue. It appeared that Admiral Prodi was prepared to assist Ron in managing the ensuing chaos. Thank you, Admiral. I shall take my leave now. Go ahead, Prodi replied, his previously cheerful demeanor swiftly transforming into a serious and solemn expression as the base was poised to face a formidable challenge. Yet, he could not help but marvel at the potential of the younger generation. Chapter 68, Ron in Peril. The news of Ron apprehending Snag swiftly spread. The maritime emperor of the Toddland Kingdom, Charlotte Linlin, was infuriated and dispatched his 10th son, Charlotte Katakuri, to prepare an assault on the base. Meanwhile, the details of Ron escorting Snag towards Advanced City had also leaked. That brat has finally emerged. Now in the New World, let us see who can rescue you, chuckled Don Quixote Doflamingo. Since his debut, Doflamingo had navigated through life effortlessly, encountering little resistance except for the occasionally troublesome Vice Admiral Tsuru. However, one persistent annoyance had been that brat who continually undermined him. He had just planned to send his family member, the heart pirate Virgo, to infiltrate the Navy, but within a year of joining, Virgo was incapacitated by that very brat. Subsequently, Doflamingo learned of the existence of the Ope Nomi, a fruit he had long coveted. He yearned for someone to consume the fruit and perform the ultimate surgery, the procedure for immortality, thus granting him eternal life. Throughout his piratical career, aside from engaging in numerous business ventures, his primary concern had been the whereabouts of the Ope Nomi. Finally, upon discovering its location, he had prepared for someone to consume the fruit in devotion to him. Little did he anticipate that the devil fruit would be intercepted en route, intertwined with Ron's schemes. Doflamingo had uncovered that it was Ron and his brother Corazon who had collaborated to seize the Ope Nomi. Consequently, Ron had not only injured his subordinate Virgo, but had also stolen his coveted fruit, striking Doflamingo twice in quick succession. This humiliation was unbearable. Now that the brat was finally isolated, Doflamingo declared, "This time, we shall not falter." During the last attempt to capture Ron, he had nearly faced peril due to an ambush by Garb. However, this time, Ron was devoid of any protection. It was truly a fortuitous opportunity. Ron certainly never anticipated that while he awaited an opportunity to apprehend a member of the Charlotte family, there were others who were equally eager for him to be isolated for a counterattack. At that moment, he was navigating the vast ocean, preparing to expedite Snag's arrival at Push City. Admiral Prodi decisively determined that sending Ron with Snag to Push City was the optimal choice, ensuring the preservation of the base while safeguarding Ron's safety. Otherwise, when Charlotte Linlin launched her assault on the base, Ron would undoubtedly be in peril. Nevertheless, Ron still faced considerable risks, as the journey to Push City would require time. The Charlotte family had already dispatched individuals to pursue him, one of whom was the 14th daughter, Smuggy. At the age of 23, Smuggy stood around 5 meters tall, adorned with a hat and a scarf, her long white hair cascading to her legs. She wore gloves and carried a long sword sheathed in a spiral-patterned scabbard on her back, complemented by intricately designed black knee-high boots. The length of her sword approached 5 meters, and her legs, approximately 3 meters in length, were embellished with patterns. Truly, she embodied an extraordinary stature. In contrast, Ron, standing at 2.36 meters, found himself at a disadvantage in leg length when not transformed. Ron likely surmised that the Charlotte family would send someone to pursue him, yet he did not anticipate that it would be Smuggy who would arrive. Furthermore, unbeknownst to Ron, Doflamingo was already awaiting him along his inevitable path. Ron is in peril. The naval vessel swiftly heads towards the deep-sea prison. We must act swiftly. Pursuers are hot on our heels. Ron spoke. Colonel Ron did not see the pursuers. A Marine immediately responded. The pursuers would arrive shortly. Everyone must remain vigilant and observe the surrounding environment. The Charlotte family would not allow us to easily escort Snag to the advancing city. Upon hearing Ron's words, many of the sailors became serious. Ron's reasoning was not without merit. Having dealt with the Charlotte family for many years, they were well aware of their temperament. The ship continued its voyage. They spotted someone pursuing them. It was Charlotte Smuggy. Remarkably, she had been dispatched. They needed to proceed at full speed. Ron remarked that Smuggy, even without reaching the bounty of 900 million, is undoubtedly a formidable opponent. She ranks as the second among the 3 desert generals. Ron was uncertain whether he could prevail against her. Since his debut, he had defeated several formidable opponents, such as Red Heart, a high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, and Virgo, who was fully armed with haki. Additionally, he had recently captured Snack, one of the sweet commanders of the Charlotte family. However, his victories over these 2 adversaries were largely due to their underestimation of him, allowing Ron to catch them off guard. Note, it was precisely due to Virgo's complacency that, 2 years after the Marineford War, he was cleaved into several pieces by Ron. It was certain that subsequent foes would no longer underestimate Ron's strength. Should they engage him earnestly, the outcome would be uncertain. Many sailors were well aware of Charlotte's smoothie, prompting them to hasten their advance. Once they reached the doldrums, safety would be assured. The Navy's vessels could easily traverse this windless zone, a technique long established, thanks to Vegapunk's possession of knowledge that was 5 centuries ahead of this world, making any technological feat conceivable. Whoosh! The Navy ship continued to accelerate. Yet Smoothie's vessel relentlessly pursued them. As long as they maintained a certain distance, she would swiftly close in on them, keeping a nearly constant range. This was untenable. They had to shake them off. If their pursuers continued to charge forward, they would soon enter their firing range. Ron commanded acceleration once more. The naval vessel surged forth at an unprecedented speed, swiftly leaving Smuggy and the others far behind. Phew! Ron let out a sigh of relief, remaining vigilant. He urged the team to proceed at full speed, knowing that once they reached their designated range, they would no longer be pursued. Why the hesitation? Why slow down? Full speed ahead. Ron inquired, "What is the matter? Why are you so flustered, and why has your speech turned to stammering?" Ron seized the telescope from which he had been observing the figure ahead. To his astonishment, he beheld a familiar and audacious grin. How could Doflamingo possibly be here? Ron couldn't help but marvel at the nature of pirates. They were indeed quite stingy. It was merely a matter of injuring one Virgo, hardly a significant affair. Moreover, Ron had not mangled his legs. He had merely broken his 3rd leg, which would not hinder him from serving Doflamingo. As a result, Doflamingo seemed to have focused his attention on Ron. Ron remained oblivious to the grave injuries sustained by Virgo, even if he received treatment. His combat prowess would never return to its peak. Furthermore, Doflamingo believed that a significant part of the reason he had missed the opportunity to acquire the surgery fruit was due to Ron, which is why he had set his sights on him. "Colonel Ron, what shall we do?" cried the scout, nearly in tears. Behind them, they were pursued by Charlotte Smoothie, while in front loomed Doflamingo as an insurmountable barrier. It appeared that death was inevitable today. Do not panic, we have reinforcements on the way, Ron declared with great vigor. Indeed, Colonel, where is it? Reinforcements are on their way. We merely need to hold our ground. How could Ron ascertain the whereabouts of the reinforcements? Yet, he refrained from expressing his concerns, for that would only sow discord among the troops, leading to their inevitable demise. Chapter 69. General Kazara takes action. The telephone snail of Sengoku rang incessantly. He set aside the senbei he had just intended to indulge in and picked up the phone. He felt a twinge of regret for not savoring enough, but it would be rather unbecoming to eat senbei while answering a call in front of his subordinates. However, they were unaware of his actions. Surely it was permissible to eat while listening, he mused. Commander, Prodi urgently requests assistance. Crack. Sengoku bit into the senbei. Indeed, it was quite delectable. He only dared to indulge when alone in his office, for as the fleet admiral, he could not afford to lose his dignity like Garp, who casually picked his nose and munched on snacks before his subordinates, all while donning a dog-headed hat. What is it? Why the urgency? Sengoku tidied his senbei and adjusted his attire. Charlotte Linlin is attacking our base. Crack. He inadvertently bit his tongue. Ah, Commander, are you all right? Nothing. Please continue. Sengoku was taken aback by this news. Logically, there shouldn't be such a conflict between the Totland Kingdom and the Navy base. They were supposed to coexist peacefully. Could it be that Ron had instigated this? Sengoku quickly discerned the crux of the matter. Indeed, the commander is truly perceptive. Ron has already apprehended Charlotte Snag and is currently en route to impel down. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression turned grave. This indicated that Ron was in peril. The Totland Kingdom would certainly not allow him to transport Snag to impel down. Very well, I will dispatch reinforcements promptly. After receiving the report, Sengoku swiftly analyzed the situation. Then put away his senbei, informed Sakazuki, Paulusolino, and Kazan to come here. He soon received responses. Sakazuki was occupied, Kazan's whereabouts were unknown, and only Paulusolino was available. Sengoku was well aware of their personalities. He wondered where Kazan was, perhaps cycling to gauge public sentiment. There is a task for you, Sengoku said to Kizaru. The only one left with time to spare. Kizaru nodded. Their understanding was evident. When Sengoku served as a general, Kizaru was his protege. Clearly, Sengoku had offered overtime pay. Thus, Kizaru set off. Although he departed at the fastest speed, timely assistance would still prove challenging. He could only hope Ron could endure. If Ron faltered, Kizaru would directly assist Vice Admiral Prodi. At that moment, Ron found himself in a perilous situation, beset by wolves in front and tigers behind. Fufufu. Doflamingo chuckled. Ron, we meet again. Last time, Garp was here. This time, it seems no one will come to your aid. Doflamingo, you may not necessarily defeat me. Ron chuckled. Behind me are the members of the Charlotte family. Do not attempt to deceive me, for I am well aware of the intentions of the Charlotte clan. Doflamingo gazed at Ron with an air of triumph, his hands beginning to tremble. In Doflamingo's eyes, Ron had become a prey from which escape was nearly impossible. Ron was acutely aware that he must be harboring some nefarious scheme once again. Very well. Do you dare to wait until the members of the Charlotte family arrive before making your move? For the Navy, collaborating with the Emperor of the Sea to capture a few minor pirates proves to be exceedingly advantageous for both parties. This statement indeed holds considerable merit. For all these years, you have evaded the clutches of justice, but today marks your day of reckoning. With that, Ron began to transform. You need not intervene. I will keep Doflamingo occupied, while Charlotte Smoothie can handle the rest on her own. Ron remarked. Although Ron's words were somewhat perplexing, they still elicited a degree of suspicion in a person as wary as Doflamingo. Could it be that they truly intend to ally with Smug to apprehend me? And what of it? Doflamingo erupted into a derisive laugh. Nonetheless, despite this, Doflamingo could not afford to let Ron perceive any doubt, even with that girl included. What difference would it make? Ron, having transformed into Doflamingo, would not remain idle. He swiftly took action, seizing control of one of Ron's subordinates, who approached with a knife in hand, following Ron's lead. Such thoughts as yours, I have long since discerned. Ron leapt directly over, landing aboard Doflamingo's ship in his complete form, with a roar. Why the outburst? Because Ron believed it exuded an air of dominance and grandeur. Boom. Ron's body expanded at a visibly rapid pace. As he grew, sparks flickered around him, and a colossal shadow loomed above his back, reminiscent of a sea monster. Within that shadow glimmered two furious eyes, radiating a luminous glow. Ever since he discovered his ability to transform, Ron had yearned to amplify the presence of this shadow. He pondered how to imbue it with more distinctive features. Gradually, the shadow began to open its eyes. Ron was uncertain how he had come to possess a pair of eyes. He was oblivious to the elements that constituted these eyes and their potential offensive capabilities. At present, all Ron could accomplish was utilizing these eyes to instill fear in others. Bang! Bang! With each step Ron took, Doflamingo's ship would shudder with a resounding impact. Ron's enormous hand soared directly towards the mast of his ship, shattering it with a single strike. Whether reinforcements were on the way remained a mystery to Ron. The notion of such support was merely a ruse to bolster the morale of the troops. In truth, for Ron, this moment was a desperate gamble, a fight to the last. Ron sensed that the warring states did not harbor much fondness for him. It is quite natural for a subordinate to feel such a sentiment, as leaders often employ a sense of aloofness when assessing their subordinates. Ha ha ha. Today I shall obliterate your ship and make you pay the price. Whoosh. You can do it. So why can't I? Doflamingo chuckled, then delivered a powerful kick. Tekai Shitenshu. This technique is one of Doflamingo's signature moves, executed from the tip of his toes, with 8 transparent threads capable of instantaneously tearing apart structures. Ron shattered the mast of Doflamingo's ship with a single strike. In response, Doflamingo split Ron's vessel in two with a powerful kick. The Marines aboard the Ron ship were suddenly thrown into a state of panic, with some of them plunging directly into the water. You little brat, weren't you quite arrogant? Don Quixote Doflamingo laughed heartily, striding with a swaggering confidence as he wreaked havoc on the Ron ship. Whoosh! One by one, the numerous individuals aboard Ron's ship succumbed to unconsciousness, overwhelmed by Doflamingo's conqueror's haki. Those who fell into the water also lost their senses, rendered senseless by a single punch. Ron swiftly countered with a punch directed at Doflamingo. The spider's nest, one of Doflamingo's signature techniques, came into play as he deployed silk threads from his left hand to form a protective web, intended to shield against Ron's assault. This web, though remarkably resilient, bore gaps that rendered it impossible for Ron's formidable physique to penetrate. Yet, with a resounding crack, the web shattered, shattering Doflamingo's once proud defensive skill. Ron's formidable punch surged through the air, igniting with a fierce intensity as it shattered the spider web with ease. This phenomenon mirrors the principle behind Sanji's Diable Jam. How intriguing this is becoming, Don Quixote Doflamingo remarked, adjusting his glasses with a grin. Chapter 70. My resilience is a gift, kid. I didn't expect you to possess such prowess, Doflamingo chuckled. In the blink of an eye, he materialized beside Ron, extending a hand to seize him. Observing Doflamingo's posture, Ron recognized the technique, the string fruit. This move involved projecting a transparent thread from each of his 5 fingers, resembling a beastly claw as it lunged toward Ron. While the attack had a short range, its potency was formidable. Zap! Ron's garments were torn asunder, revealing the blood and flesh within, which were cruelly lacerated. Blood gushed forth instantaneously. Ha 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 ha. Doflamingo erupted into a distinctive laughter. Yet, Ron remained unfazed by his derision. His fruit ability destined him for close combat with Doflamingo. Firearms held no efficacy against a foe of such caliber for the time being. Bang! A colossal handprint manifested in the void. Ron launched a powerful strike towards Doflamingo, his palm enveloped by a colossal illusion. At that moment, the apparition bore no offensive capabilities. The technique was mine to name as I pleased. Doflamingo swiftly evaded the assault, only for Ron to follow up with another attack, the Arhutstar Shatter Fist. While the name may not hold utmost significance, it appeared that a formidable title could indeed convey an impressive aura. Thus, Ron resolved to alter his own moniker. Upon hearing Ron's declaration, Doflamingo sensed that this move must be quite fearsome. Boom! Ron's fist struck Doflamingo directly, imbued with a searing flame effect, a result of the astonishing speed at which his fist moved, generating heat through friction with the air. Just as Ron found it peculiar that he had so effortlessly landed a blow on Doflamingo, he suddenly heard the sound of laughter from above. The Doflamingo before him began to gradually dissolve, transforming into threads. These threads, akin to venomous serpents, swiftly coiled around Ron's body. The members of the Doflamingo family erupted into laughter. This was one of Doflamingo's favored techniques, the parasite line. The parasite line ensnares the enemy, rendering them akin to puppets, a move designed to inflict utmost humiliation. Let yourself strike a few blows and realize your folly, Doflamingo boasted with arrogance. Ron's arm slowly lifted, moving toward his own face. Who were they truly battling? In pursuit, Smuggy observed the severed naval ship ahead, then glimpsed Ron, now enlarged, engaged in combat with another. Reporting. Miss, the opponent is none other than the infamous night demon, Doflamingo, Smuggy stated with hands on hips, his tone nonchalant. I never imagined that fellow would provoke Doflamingo. Nevertheless, he can only be a member of our Charlotte family. Full speed ahead. Charlotte Smuggy watched the scene of Ron's battle, his mind already contemplating Ron's future. Ron's devil fruit ability is indeed quite exceptional. The Totland Kingdom has a penchant for collecting novel species. Therefore, Ron is unlikely to meet his demise and will probably remain in the land of Wise a pet. Whoosh. Here comes Ron, valiantly struggling. When his opponent does not underestimate him, the disparity in their strengths becomes evident. Ron was acutely aware that he was no match for Doflamingo. It was merely a matter of time before his demise. Initially, he had contemplated bolstering the morale of his troops by assuring them of reinforcements on the way. However, the morale of his Marines had already been shattered by Doflamingo's overwhelming haki. While those still aboard the ship faced no immediate peril, those who had fallen into the sea would inevitably succumb to its depths. With the vessel now in ruins, the fate of the remaining men seemed destined to be entombed beneath the waves. In this moment of despair, Ron found himself engulfed in regret. Pirates could not be apprehended without incurring substantial injuries, yet, failing to capture them would leave them free to wreak havoc. Had Ron truly acted impulsively? No. It was certainly not the case. Ron pondered for a moment. Had he not encountered Doflamingo, he might have succeeded in imprisoning Snag deep within the confines of the underwater prison. The misfortune he faced was merely a result of ill fate, unrelated to the true pursuit of justice. Moreover, the eradication of pirates invariably entails bloodshed. Today, to be candid, Ron still wished to avoid violence. Even though he understood the harsh reality that warfare inevitably leads to bloodshed, the elimination of pirates would undoubtedly exact a heavy toll. Nevertheless, Ron found himself reluctant to engage in bloodshed. Regardless, it seemed that the hope of survival today was rather slim, so he resolved to fight valiantly, hoping that the fruit he possessed could save him, an unfortunate host. If it could not, then he would simply take down a few more adversaries. Therefore, after breaking free from Doflamingo's parasitic threads, Ron did not launch a direct assault against him. Instead, he leaped onto Doflamingo's ship. Since fate had brought them to this point, he resolved that none of them would leave alive. Ron let out a furious roar, channeling all his strength into his right hand. With the armament haki concentrated there as well, the air armor enveloping his body was entirely summoned to his right hand. Mountain-shattering fist. This technique was Ron's most formidable move, inspired by Karp's legendary fist capable of leveling mountains. Boom. Ron was singularly determined to shatter the ship. Despite the efforts of others to thwart him, he remained undeterred by his own injuries, intent on achieving mutual destruction. With a resounding crack, the vessel belonging to Doflamingo splintered into countless fragments. Some members of the Doflamingo family plunged into the water, rendered powerless, while others sought refuge upon the shattered planks, striving to avoid the perilous depths below. Engaged in combat upon the ocean's surface is perilous for those endowed with the powers of the devil fruit. Of course, there are exceptions. For instance, the likes of Marco and Aokiji, despite their abilities, are not deterred by the sea. Yet, for those unblessed by such powers, the vastness of the ocean presents formidable dangers. With no vessel in sight, swimming to shore becomes an arduous challenge, unless one possesses the extraordinary prowess of the pirate king, Rayleigh, who could traverse the calm belt solely by swimming. Thus, engaging in battle upon the water is fraught with danger, unless one wields the power of flight through the devil fruit or possesses the capability to freeze the ocean's surface. Otherwise, only those of exceptional strength might hope to navigate the treacherous waters safely. Ron's punch shattered Doflamingo's ship, leaving no escape for either party. Naturally, Doflamingo could utilize his strings to draw clouds and reach the shore, subsequently sending a vessel to rescue his subordinates. However, should Doflamingo abandon the scene, all of his men would face Ron's wrath. Despite their formidable strength, few could withstand Ron's onslaught. Meanwhile, Ron's injuries were mending at an alarming rate. Doflamingo's gaze was fixed intently on Ron, his fury evident as the veins on his forehead throbbed. He realized that he must swiftly eliminate Ron, otherwise, his subordinates were likely to perish. How could such a mere child compel the Doflamingo family to bear such a cost? Die! Doflamingo roared, charging forward once more. His anger palpable, veins bulging, teetering on the brink of madness. Chapter 71. What on earth is happening? Ron, with a heart resigned to death, engages in battle with Don Quixote Doflamingo. Although Doflamingo may pale in comparison to formidable adversaries such as Kaido, his strength remains exceptionally formidable when juxtaposed with others. From Ron's perspective, Doflamingo ranks among the 7 warlords of the sea, positioned just after Dracul Mihawk, Bartholomew Kuma, and not far behind Crocodile, likely placing him in the 3rd tier. After all, he is a master of manipulating strings to such an extent and has even awakened his devil fruit powers. The Super Whip is one of Doflamingo's most powerful techniques. From the palm of his hand, countless strands of thread emerge, converging to form a massive whip. With this whip, Doflamingo can retract, strike, and, when infused with haki, tear through buildings. Many opponents confronted with this technique risk having their bodies shattered. Though Ron made every effort to evade, he was nonetheless struck. And from his left to right, gaping wounds gushed forth torrents of blood. Sighing, Ron lamented, "I am surrounded by my own blood. Yet I lack the extraordinary abilities of that fellow, Song Shuhang." Among the myriad protagonists in literature, it was this young man named Song Shuhang whom Ron envied the most. There was no formidable adversary he could not confront. In his early days as a minor cultivator, he challenged those of the 4th and 5th ranks, which was still manageable. However, as he matured, he found himself unable to confront anyone beyond the 9th rank, save for the sovereigns themselves. Each time, he found himself teetering on the precipice of life and death, yet he managed to survive time and again. In the realm of pirates, this would be akin to Kobe standing against Akainu. No, it would be more accurate to say Kobe provocatively challenging Akainu, who could not bring himself to slay him. Such an ability is truly enviable. Alas, Ron possessed none of it. Whenever that individual named Song Shuhang was on the brink of death, bleeding profusely, there always seemed to be someone to rescue him. Even in the event of his demise, it mattered not, for there would be others wielding resurrection artifacts to bring him back to life. Yet Ron had nothing. He did not have the resolve to fight with his back against the wall, nor did he possess the audacity to shatter his cooking pots like Han Xin. He could not emulate Seong Yu's determination to sink his boats. All he could do was remain unyielding like Shotai. Ron encouraged himself, "Come on. I am not afraid of you. Even if blood flows profusely and dizziness begins to set in, I shall never succumb." Ron swiftly rose to his feet, launching a counterattack against Doflamingo. In response, Doflamingo unleashed one of his signature moves. While this technique may not inflict widespread destruction upon Ron's body, it would send translucent threads cascading from Doflamingo's 5 fingers, piercing through the enemy's form and embedding into the ground below. Thus, although it does not result in extensive devastation, it can inflict grievous harm, potentially even damaging internal organs. Ron was pierced by a thread, his body pinned to the ground as though nailed down. The more he struggled, the greater the pain in his wounds became. Moreover, he risked inflicting further harm upon his own skin and internal organs. Initially, he had hoped that his transition to this world would allow him to revel in the joys of life and appreciate its beauty. Alas, it seems I was overly optimistic. Perhaps I am truly unique among those who have traversed realms. In Ron's mind, the fleeting images of his life raced by his former world and the present one. Which of these is a dream? Or perhaps neither is a dream. Am I the butterfly, or is the butterfly truly me? Halt. Just as Don Quixote Doflamingo prepared to strike Ron down, Charlotte Smoker intervened, thwarting Doflamingo's assault. "He is a valued member of our Charlotte family. He cannot perish by your hand," Smoker stated coldly. Doflamingo scoffed dismissively, showing no regard for Smoker as he readied himself to kill Ron. Note: during the Punk Hazard arc, Smoker's forces were entirely defeated by Doflamingo, who was bent on eliminating Smoker despite Akiji's insistence that Smoker was his friend. Bang! Smoker successfully blocked Doflamingo's attack. "This is someone my mother seeks. Do you truly wish to oppose her?" Charlotte Smoker continued. Doflamingo paused. On one hand, he found it momentarily challenging to subdue Smoker. If Smoker wished to protect Ron, he had no means to do so. On the other hand, Charlotte Linlin was not to be trifled with. "Very well. I shall let you take him for now, but rest assured, I will return to claim his life," Doflamingo stated with his characteristic arrogance. Ron was thus rescued. His body was rapidly healing, the bleeding soon ceased, and the visible wounds began to mend. It was truly astonishing prowess. His mother would surely adore this individual. Charlotte Smudgy had a penchant for collecting rare species. "Not only do you admire him, but I too share your sentiment." Suddenly, a voice echoed through the sky. A figure clad in black interrogation garb, adorned with flaming wings, flew forth. Doflamingo widened his eyes in astonishment. He never anticipated that Ron would involve so many people. Fire Disaster Jean also arrived. Jean, known as one of the most formidable members of the Beast Pirates, caused Smoochie to furrow his brow. How did he end up here? This little fellow is highly favored by Brother Kaido, and I intend to take him away. In truth, Fire Disaster Jean was merely passing through on a mission when he chanced upon this thrilling confrontation. Initially, he planned to observe from a distance, but he soon realized that Ron's potential could be a tremendous asset to the Beast Pirates. If nurtured properly, he could surpass that fool Queen by a significant margin. As for the dim-witted Jack, perhaps in 2 or 3 years, Ron could best him. Meanwhile, Queen, who was researching potions in Wano, sneezed. Who was cursing me? Could it be that fool Jack? Unbeknownst to Jack, who was out at sea on a mission, he suddenly sneezed twice in succession. His eyes widened in fury. He is already a member of our Charlotte family, Smudgy retorted defiantly. He intended to return and become his mother's pet. No. Such a talent should join our Beast Pirates. Fire Disaster Jean glared at Smudgy, who returned the stare without yielding. Thus, Jean prepared to strike. And Smudgy readied himself as well. Doflamingo, initially resolved to depart, paused in curiosity, eager to witness the outcome of this impending clash. How terrifying. Fire Disaster Jean, Charlotte Smudgy. Doflamingo, all present. It was genuinely alarming. Upon hearing the voice, several individuals immediately sought its source, only to discover Kizaru standing on Smudgy's ship, directly behind him. In this moment of crisis, Admiral Kizaru had finally arrived. Chapter 72. The chaotic scene with Kizaru's arrival. The Navy would naturally not lag behind. He could not have flown here alone. He must have arrived by ship, and soon, numerous naval warships appeared in the vicinity. Accompanying Kizaru were 2 rear admirals, Strawberry and the formidable Mink, who was one of the strongest among the Navy's rear admirals and the base commander of the 1st Division. In the future, as the Navy ventured into the New World, the main headquarters would exchange positions with the 1st Division. Approximately 10 warships, 1 admiral, and 2 rear admirals, under such circumstances. How could the battle possibly continue? Upon seeing Kizaru, Smudgy trembled. The proximity of danger was overwhelming. Renowned for her composure within her family, she was one of Big Mom's most exceptional offspring. She could engage in light banter with numerous powerful pirates and remain unperturbed in the face of formidable naval forces. However, the gap between her and an admiral was insurmountable. It must be said that Smudgy was still rather young, and her fear was palpable. Doflamingo, facing Kizaru alongside the great pirates, remained remarkably calm. You bounty hunters, each possessing unique skills, how frightful. With a swift kick, Kizaru sent Smudgy flying, then prepared to rescue Ron. At that moment, Fire Disaster Jean dashed forward, intent on seizing Ron. Jean was undeniably courageous. He even dared to kick Big Mom's ship. Ah, how swift you are. Have you ever experienced the lightspeed kick? Kizaru's foot shot out, forcing Jean to evade, thus losing the chance to capture Ron. Although Jean could fly and was exceedingly fast, he was still no match for Kizaru. Jean, however, remained resolute. His mission had merely led him to this scene. Recognizing Ron as a gifted prospect worth bringing back to the Beast Pirates, he made his best effort but had lost nothing in the process. Kizaru seized Ron and brought him aboard the ship. Jean departed as swiftly as he had arrived, but on the vast ocean, others could not leave so easily. Thus, the ensuing scene became somewhat awkward. Smudgy's crew, eager to completely capture Ron, found it relatively simple. However, with Admiral Kizaru and 2 rear admirals present, her forces were insufficient. Nevertheless, Smudgy did not feel overly embarrassed. They were quite close to Todo Land, and she was astute enough to understand that Kizaru's primary purpose for being there was not merely to rescue Ron. This was evident to anyone. Since Ron had captured a member of the Charlotte family, the Charlotte clan would undoubtedly seek to assault the naval base monitoring them. Admiral Kizaru was, of course, primarily there to support the naval base. At this moment, the most awkward individual was Doflamingo, who had been feigning calmness. His ship had been destroyed by Ron, and although many of his subordinates stood on the deck, it was not a sustainable situation. He then noticed Kizaru watching him. Despite Doflamingo's imposing demeanor, a hint of awkwardness flickered in his eyes. Kizaru extended a finger, which glimmered with yellow light. Long time no see, Doflamingo. What brings you here? The yellow ape chuckled. It must be said that Don Quixote Doflamingo is indeed quite unfortunate and rather awkward. Had his ship remained intact, he would most likely be unscathed. For this mission, the yellow ape was tasked with supporting the naval base, and if he happened upon Ron, he would seize the opportunity. Thus, he generally refrained from engaging in other matters. However, now, most of the Doflamingo family's officers found themselves standing upon shattered planks. Aside from Doflamingo and Buffalo, the rest lacked the means to escape. This predicament was akin to presenting the yellow ape with a grand gift. Doflamingo charged towards the yellow ape, intent on attacking. How terrifying. the yellow ape remarked while evading. Then, with his left hand raised and his right hand lowered, he unleashed a signature skill. 8 Shaka Mirror. Crack. The defenses surrounding Doflamingo were shattered, and his body was pierced through. Doflamingo cast a furious glance at Ron, blaming him for the current state of affairs. Had it not been for Ron, he would not be in such a dire situation. Presently, the Doflamingo family found themselves in a desperate plight, prompting all members to unite in preparation to confront the Admiral. The yellow ape, Smoker, and others swiftly retreated, while simultaneously notifying their base of the circumstances. How terrifying! Each officer of the Doflamingo family was as formidable as a monster. With exclamations of terror, they sent one of Doflamingo's officers flying with a kick. Ron also widened his eyes. After a period of recuperation, his severe bleeding had ceased. His wounds were gradually healing, and his consciousness was slowly returning. Then he witnessed the astonishing scene before him involving Kizaru. Truly, he was a vice admiral of the Navy. If this was Kizaru's casual display of power, one could only wonder what his true limits might be. Ron is unaware of when he will truly comprehend the gravity of confronting the 4 emperors in earnest. Of course, it hinges upon the timely arrival of his remuneration. The Don Quixote family is exceedingly displeased and irate, yet they find themselves powerless to resist. Once, he fancied that he would gradually attain a strength akin to that of an admiral and believed he had a chance of becoming the pirate king. He had previously exchanged blows with an admiral and felt that the disparity between them was not insurmountable. However, upon encountering the time-sensitive Kizaru, he realized the chasm of difference between himself and the admirals was indeed vast. Had it not been for the destruction of the Don Quixote family ship, they might have escaped. Kizaru might not have pursued their apprehension. Yet, this moment presents a fortuitous opportunity. Kizaru perceives that capturing them would be rather beneficial. Thus, the Don Quixote family finds themselves begrudgingly arrested, each member shackled with sea-stone cuffs and tightly bound with iron chains. I am Borsalino. The Don Quixote family has been apprehended. Please dispatch personnel for their reception. After making the call, Kizaru split his team into 2 groups. Stussy accompanied Kizaru to assist Vice Admiral Prodi, while Ron and the Weasel took the Don Quixote family down to the underwater prison. Chapter 73. The Return and the Greatest Ship Doctor. Upon receiving Kizaru's call, Sengoku promptly prepared to send personnel to escort the Don Quixote members to the underwater prison without delay. Given the unusual circumstances encountered along the way, Sengoku sought to hasten the response of Akiji. At that moment, Akiji was lounging on a sunlit beach, enjoying a leisurely slumber. Exhausted from cycling, he had decided to rest for a while. Just then, a din Mushi interrupted his peace. Kazan, where are you? There is a mission to execute. Initially displeased by the disruption of his slumber, Akiji's irritation waned upon recognizing Sengoku's voice, compelling him to acquiesce. What mission? Not far from Impelled Down. There is a significant incident requiring your assistance. I will send you the coordinates shortly. Sengoku, concerned that Ron might be in peril, had not anticipated that Don Quixote would attempt an ambush. Even more astonishing was Ron's resilience. Against all odds, he had destroyed Don Quixote's ship, resulting in the immediate capture of the family's officers. Typically, naval forces and pirates seldom engage in direct combat at sea, and the destruction of vessels is indeed a rare mode of conflict. The incarceration of Don Quixote in Impelled Down is of paramount importance. The imprisonment of such formidable pirates and the dissemination of this news will undoubtedly serve as a deterrent. Therefore, Sengoku, wishing to avert any complications, urged Akiji to expedite his support. It must be said that Sengoku's foresight was astute, yet regrettably, Akiji's distance rendered swift assistance improbable. Ron's progress has been remarkably smooth. He has already recovered significantly from his injuries. I didn't expect your recuperative abilities to be so formidable, the Dormouse remarked with a smile. I suppose it is merely a stroke of good fortune for me, thanks to the timely arrival of Admiral Borsalino. Ron smiled and remarked, following these events, the Marshal promptly ordered General Borsalino to arrive without delay. One must admit, the Marshal possesses remarkable foresight. Of course, Ron, your combat prowess should not be underestimated. Had you not endured for so long, we might have failed to capture Don Quixote Doflamingo. Ron wore a bitter smile, not because of his exceptional strength, but rather due to the circumstances that left him no choice but to fight with all his might. Indeed, Ron was remarkably powerful. To his surprise, someone engaged with the words of the Weasel. Clad in a mask and dressed in black attire reminiscent of Magellan from Impelled Down, it was fire disaster. The Weasel's expression shifted instantaneously, and those surrounding the cabin adopted a vigilant stance. Are you here to rescue Doflamingo? Ron inquired. That fool holds no value for me. Rather, I find you far more intriguing. You are Ron, correct? Join the Beast's pirates. Fire Disaster boldly extended an invitation to Ron amidst the throng of Navy personnel. Weren't you supposed to have left? What brings you back? Vice Admiral Weasel questioned, gripping his sword with his right hand while pressing down on the scabbard with his left. Addressing Fire Disaster. Returning is my habit. It is known as the art of deceit in warfare, Fire Disaster replied. Note, he had employed this very tactic while disrupting the Big Mom pirates during their landing in Wano, feigning departure only to strike back unexpectedly. This strategy proved to be remarkably effective. At that moment, Admiral Poliusolino undoubtedly had pressing matters to attend to. With Vice Admiral Prati awaiting his support, who could have anticipated that Fire Disaster, having taken flight, would make a return? The primary reason lay with Ron, the Zoantite fruit user. Ron possesses formidable recovery abilities and exceptional combat skills, complemented by his youth and remarkable talent. After a period of training and enhancement, he is sure to attain even greater heights. Hence, Fire Ember holds Ron in high regard. What would happen if I were unwilling to join your beast pirates? Ron fixed his gaze upon the eyes of the Fire Ember, his entire being enveloped in a state of heightened vigilance. Relax, don't be so tense. I shall grant you a few moments to ponder. Reflect on which side would truly be more advantageous for you. The words spoken by the Fire Ember evoked a peculiar sensation, oscillating between gentleness and an underlying dominance. In any case, it felt undeniably awkward. Could such tender speech truly emanate from the formidable Fire Ember, the most powerful among the three calamities? Ron was uncertain whether the current Blaze had indeed earned the title of Fire, yet he had taken to referring to him as Fire Blaze. Such a manner of speaking was certainly not characteristic of him. Soon enough, Ron discerned the peculiarities in Blaze's speech. Well, a few seconds had elapsed. Since you have chosen not to speak, it evidently indicates your willingness to join the Beast Pirates. Let us depart. With that, Blaze attempted to seize Ron and take flight. It would be an honor for you to accompany me in the skies. In these vast seas, Blaze was a figure of considerable danger. Despite the Navy being on high alert, they dared not act recklessly. The reasons were quite simple. First, collectively, they were no match for Blaze. Second, Blaze had the innate ability to conjure flames. Should a fire be set here, who, apart from Blaze, could hope to escape the inferno? It was no surprise that Blaze had risen to the ranks of the elite. Speaking of such a fortunate endeavor, I too would like to partake. Suddenly, another figure descended from the sky. This person, wreathed in blue flames, captivated all with their mere arrival. Long time no see, Marco. I didn't expect you to be here as well. Blaze greeted Marco with a jovial smile. Your expression and words take some getting used to, Blaze, remarked Marco. With his pineapple-shaped head and violet attire, enveloped in blue flames, I have already set my sights on Ron. No one shall compete with me for him. Thus, he is destined to become a member of our Beast Pirates. Therefore, Marco, you are bound to be disappointed. Blaze naturally assumed that Marco perceived Ron as a prodigiously gifted individual, wishing to recruit him into his own pirate crew. Observing the two top-tier pirates conversing so audaciously, the Navy personnel grew increasingly anxious, yet they remained unable to act, their gazes fixed on Vice Admiral Squirrel, hoping he would devise a plan. However, Squirrel had never encountered a situation like this. Two elite pirates stood on the Navy's deck, intending to recruit a sailor into their crew. The mere notion of such an occurrence would likely be met with disbelief. Yet, here it was, unfolding in reality. Indeed, life often proves to be more dramatic than fiction. Ron glanced at the flames on his left and then at Marco on his right, utterly bewildered by the intentions of these pirates. Was he truly that popular? Chapter 74. The atmosphere was palpably tense. In truth, Marco had been attentively monitoring Ron's developments. After Lawinma returned with the report of Ron's desire to join the Navy, Marco had kept a close eye on Ron's progress. To his astonishment, Ron exhibited remarkable talent and advanced at an impressive pace. He had even secured first place in the Navy's annual newcomer competition. Now that he heard Ron had arrived in the New World, Marco contemplated the opportunity to meet him. He felt a twinge of guilt regarding this young man, as the troubles that befell Ron's village had occurred under his jurisdiction, leading to its destruction. Thus, he remained vigilant about Ron's movements in the New World, prepared to offer assistance should any danger arise. He also wished to see what became of the last heir of that village. This led to the current scene. Marco had witnessed the battle between Ron and Doflamingo, and at that moment, he had been ready to intervene, but refrained upon seeing Admiral Kizaru's arrival. Now, with Kizaru aiding Rear Admiral Prodi, Ron and the Weasel were tasked with escorting the Doflamingo family to the depths of the deep-sea prison. Initially, it seemed Ron had escaped this crisis. But who could have anticipated the resurgence of the Flames? With Marco's presence, a choice was to be made. The Flames believed that Marco had also recognized Ron's potential and sought to recruit him into the Whitebeard Pirates, given that Ron was a mythical Zoan, rarer than even a Logia. Thus, the originally certain victor found himself compelled to step back, allowing Ron to make his own decision. After all, it was no simple feat to contest against Marco. I believe there may be a misunderstanding. I am a Navy officer and will not align myself with either of your factions. Ron spoke earnestly. Compared to the previously tense atmosphere, he now felt a sense of relief. After all, Margao and Blaze were undoubtedly not allies. Hence, it was likely that their interests would conflict. Even if Margao might not assist Ron, Blaze would certainly harbor some apprehension. Is there a familial bond within the Navy? I respect your choice. I merely hope you do not come to regret it, Margao remarked. He cast a glance at Blaze as well. Blaze, you have chosen to join the Navy and have no desire to become part of the Beast Pirates. Are you truly intent on pursuing this matter relentlessly? Blaze glanced at Margao, then at Ron. Though he felt a twinge of reluctance, he concluded that perhaps his connection with Ron was still too tenuous, and he would seek another opportunity in the future. I hope you can seriously contemplate joining the Beast Pirates. We are true pirates, living freely and joyously. In the Navy, you may find yourself regretting your choice later on. His words mirrored those of Margao. Both believed that Ron would come to regret joining the Navy. After all, the greater the power within the Navy, the more constraints one faced. Ultimately, Blaze departed. Margao also exchanged a glance with Ron before taking flight, leaving behind their threats unspoken. The sight of their soaring figures was undeniably impressive. Margao, engulfed in blue flames, and Blaze, surrounded by yellow flames. Indeed, Margao exuded a touch more charm. Truly, he was a mythical creature. Ron nodded, subsequently overwhelmed by a sense of frustration. Why were all the mythical beasts so strikingly handsome? There was no need to elaborate on Marco, whose entire being was enveloped in blue flames, reminiscent of a phoenix, even in the air. This transformation exuded an aura of both intimidation and allure. Although Fire Ash appeared slightly less impressive than Marco, he too possessed a certain coolness. Being a dragon in his own right, adorned with unique flames, this ancient breed seemed far more dazzling than his own mythical form. Kaido, on the other hand, was even more spectacular, transforming entirely into a divine dragon, which Ron perceived to embody the essence of an Eastern dragon. Thus, it stood to reason that the Eastern dragon was indeed superior. Kaido commanded numerous dragon fruit users among his ranks, including the 3 disasters and 6 sons. Except for the drought-afflicted Jack, the others were all dragon fruit users, yet these ancient varieties bore a resemblance to Western dragons, rendering them far inferior to Kaido's mythical Eastern dragon. Kaido radiated coolness, as did Marco, and even Sengoku exuded a certain flair. Yet here he was, feeling rather lackluster in comparison. Why, despite being a mythical beast himself, did he feel such a vast disparity? His transformation lacked the grandeur and awe, and his power seemed feeble in comparison. However, the silver lining was that the crisis had finally been averted. They had taken flight, relieving him of an immense burden. The Weasel chuckled, remarking, "I never anticipated that you could remain so composed in their presence. Truly worthy of being Zephyr's prized disciple." The Weasel expressed admiration. "It's not that my mindset is particularly resilient. Rather, we had no other option. If a battle were to ensue, we would be no match for them. So it is far better to face the situation with equanimity." Ron smiled and remarked, "I never anticipated why they would be so interested in me. Are you aware that the devil fruits are classified into 3 principal categories?" Squirrel interjected. At that moment, the crisis had subsided, and the crew aboard the ship began to relax considerably. Squirrel also started to regain his composure, no longer maintaining the tense demeanor he had moments before. "I am indeed familiar with that. The devil fruits are divided into 3 major categories: Zoan type, Paramecia type, and Logia type. Among them, the Logia type is considered the most formidable." "You are correct in your assertion. The Logia type is the rarest and boasts the greatest power. However, did you know that the mythical Zoan type is even rarer than the Logia?" Squirrel stated earnestly. "Currently, there are only 4 known mythical Zoan types. One is you, another is Admiral Sengoku, the third is Kaido, and the last is the recently departed Phoenix Marco. Thus, this is the reason you have attracted their attention. A well-developed mythical Zoan can rival the capabilities of a Logia." Ron listened to the words of the flying squirrel and began to comprehend that mythical beasts were exceedingly rare, if developed to their utmost potential. The effects they could yield would undoubtedly be astonishing, although his current performance left much to be desired. He believed that if he could effectively harness the power of the fruit, he would become immensely formidable in the future. Now, let us hasten towards Impel Down. I doubt we shall encounter any more obstacles along the way. Rest assured, we shall encounter no further issues, the flying squirrel replied with a smile, gesturing towards Ron's back. At that moment, Ron witnessed a breathtaking scene. Although he had seen it on television before, witnessing it in reality was an entirely different experience. Indeed, at that moment, Admiral Kizaru was swiftly approaching on a 28-inch bicycle, seemingly propelled by some unseen force, as he was clearly not riding for leisure, but rather on a mission. Upon his arrival, Kizaru inquired briefly about the situation and expressed his admiration for the task that Ron and his companions had undertaken. Well then, let us proceed to Impel Down. Kizaru's bicycle was promptly taken away, and his familiar subordinates brought forth his reclining chair. The ship can sail at a leisurely pace now. We shall make our way to Impel Down slowly. As he settled into the chair, Kizaru lowered his eye mask, exclaiming, "Riding a bicycle is truly exhausting." With that, he prepared to rest. Despite Kizaru's intention to sleep, an inexplicable sense of calm washed over the crew. It seemed that Doflamingo's fate was sealed. He would no longer serve as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. It must be said that Ron's naivety was somewhat charming. Events here unfolded smoothly. While the situation with Vice Admiral Prodi had stabilized, thanks to Admiral Borsellino's presence, the maritime landscape was increasingly complex. Kizaru could not remain indefinitely, prompting Charlotte Linlin to withdraw her forces. Even in Kizaru's absence, she had no intention of launching further attacks, as it held no significance, having sought to establish her dominance. The loss of a son was but a minor setback. She could always bear more. Thus, Charlotte Linlin withdrew her troops and returned to headquarters. The tumultuous sea seemed to have regained its deceptive tranquility. Nonetheless, Ron's performance during this operation was remarkable. Sengoku believed it appropriate to promote Ron to the rank of Rear Admiral due to his combat prowess and adeptness in handling matters. However, deciding which division to assign him posed a considerable challenge, leading to the decision to keep him at Navy headquarters for the time being. The capture of Linlin's son and several high-ranking members of the Doflamingo family was indeed a significant triumph. Sengoku chuckled as he remarked to Tsuru, "Look at you, laughing. I've spent years trying to apprehend Doflamingo, akin to chasing an elusive fish, yet who could have anticipated that Ron would inadvertently capture him? Indeed, it wasn't entirely by chance." Tsuru responded cheerfully. "Ron consistently surprises us, as others often overlook his capabilities. Doflamingo, too, underestimated him, viewing him merely as a pawn, never anticipating that he would fiercely combat and shatter his vessel. Underestimating one's opponent is a grave error," Sengoku cautioned. "With your prudent nature, it is inconceivable that you would ever fall prey to such folly. However, what are your thoughts on the warlords of the sea system?" The concept of the 7 warlords was proposed by Sengoku and subsequently approved by the world government, currently comprising 3 members. "I believe the proposal holds merit. I considered how best to curb the era of great pirates. Perhaps utilizing pirates to contain other pirates is a viable strategy," Sengoku elaborated. "Have you considered that selecting 7 notorious pirates and bestowing upon them the authority to plunder might inflict deeper wounds upon this world and render them even more formidable?" Tsuru had long pondered this matter. The number of pirates was steadily increasing, presenting challenges for the Navy to counter them effectively. Sengoku's proposal certainly had its advantages. Yet selecting these 7 legitimate pirates could lead to them exploiting their power to augment their strength, potentially creating a situation reminiscent of the current Sea Emperors. I have given this issue considerable thought. I believe they will not allow themselves to become excessively powerful. The pirates of the sea are not easily managed. Let them weaken one another through competition and maintain a balance of power, Sengoku asserted confidently. I am convinced this initiative will significantly restrain pirates, and in time, you will come to endorse my proposal. Observing Sengoku's unwavering confidence, Tsuru realized that her concerns would likely fall on deaf ears. She shook her head and stated, "I hope my apprehensions do not materialize. Fear not. I am certain that such outcomes will not occur. The increasing number of pirates indeed poses a considerable headache. The Navy has systematic training methods and avenues for improvement, enabling each sailor to gradually develop into an exceptional combatant. Conversely, the pirates, engaged in fierce competition, tend to possess formidable strength, having survived harrowing trials of life and death. In light of this, Sengoku devised a rather ruthless scheme to enlist those battle-hardened pirates in collaboration with the world government to restrict the growth of lesser pirates. Thus, the system of the 7 warlords of the sea was conceived. Sengoku reveled in his own brilliance, perceiving no flaws in his plan. Believing himself capable of curtailing the pirates' expansion until he received a new directive that compelled him to reconsider the validity of the Seven Warlords system. Release Doflamingo? Why? We exerted tremendous effort to apprehend him. The official from the world government conveyed over the phone, he is a fitting candidate for the Seven Warlords. Could we not select another pirate? There are many formidable pirates at sea. Why choose Doflamingo at this juncture? For Sengoku, releasing a pirate already captured was an unfathomable notion. If the selection of the Shichibukai merely aimed to identify formidable pirates, there exist several powerful ones within the confines of the Great Prison. For instance, there is Douglas Bullet, the successor to the Ghost of Roger's crew. Why not consider such candidates? Sengoku envisioned this system as a means for the mighty Shichibukai to engage in a relentless struggle against the newly emerged pirates at sea. Ultimately, Sengoku's intent was to exploit the mutual constraints and weakening effects between the Shichibukai and the pirates, thereby diminishing their overall influence and destructive potential upon the world. Captured pirates, having been apprehended, evidently lack the capability to wreak havoc upon the world, so what rationale could there be for their release? Nevertheless, the orders from superiors must be obeyed. Leaving Sengoku in a state of perplexity, why was it imperative to reinstate Don Quixote Doflamingo as a Shichibukai? In Chapter 76, The West Sea, Doflamingo was released and assumed the position of a warlord of the sea. At that time, Doflamingo had yet to usurp the throne of Dressrosa. Thus his capture had not generated significant repercussions. To many, his past remained largely unknown. The laughter echoing on the day of Doflamingo's release grated on Ron's ears. In truth, it was not only Ron who found it discordant. Sengoku too felt a sense of discomfort. This contradicted the original intention behind proposing the Shichibukai system. From now on, we shall be allies, shall we not? Doflamingo bellowed with laughter, departing the depths of the great prison alongside his familial subordinates. He had long harbored a plan, albeit delayed by Ron. Now, as he ascended to the role of Shichibukai, it was time to enact this scheme. A person like Doflamingo would inevitably revert to malevolence. I trust you will remain vigilant. Ron spoke to Zhangguo with a hint of anger. Zhangguo observed the somewhat dazed Ron before him, reminiscent of his own past self, brimming with a sense of justice. Where do you wish to go next, Ron? Zhangguo did not provide a direct answer to Ron's inquiry. The primary purpose of summoning Ron to the office was to gauge his thoughts. He deemed it essential to understand Ron's aspirations before contemplating personnel arrangements. The considerable turmoil that had arisen during Ron's previous assignment under Major General Plody weighed on Zhangguo's mind. Initially, he had hoped that Major General Plody and Ron could foster a harmonious relationship, allowing Ron to stabilize his character. Is the Marshal inquiring about my desires? I will follow the Marshal's arrangements without question. Ron was somewhat perplexed by the meaning of Sengoku's inquiry. As an ordinary Marine, he possessed neither the capability nor the authority to dictate his own path. Thus, he was quite taken aback that Sengoku would seek his thoughts. In truth, Sengoku found himself in a quandary. Despite Ron's brief tenure of less than 2 years in the Navy, his remarkable talent and prowess had already captured Sengoku's attention. Such exceptional skills, if placed among the vast seas, seemed a tragic waste. However, to thrust him into the new world could lead to dire consequences. Today he might attract the ire of Charlotte Linlin, and tomorrow, perhaps, he would provoke Kaido, or the day after, encounter Whitebeard. Sengoku did not fear these formidable figures, but rather recognized that the Navy currently lacked the strength to confront them. Should they launch an assault on Marine headquarters, there might exist a chance to subdue them. But in the new world, they reigned supreme. It must be conceded that despite years of relentless expansion and fortification, the Navy's dominion over these waters remained somewhat deficient. The ocean was simply too vast. After this skirmish, you must be weary. I can grant you a respite for a time, after which we shall deliberate on your assignment. The situation with Vice Admiral Prodi has stabilized for the moment, and Sengoku wished to prevent Ron from returning too soon, should he provoke Charlotte Linlin again. It could lead to unfortunate outcomes. This was not out of fear of Linlin, but rather an acknowledgement that the current global landscape rendered the Navy ill-equipped to contend with an overwhelming number of pirates. While a concentrated effort might bring down Linlin, it would come at a grave cost to the Navy's influence elsewhere. Alas, after Ron departed, Zhangguo let out a deep sigh, hoping that the system of the Seven Warlords would yield some positive results. Roger has been deceased for over a decade, however. The era of exploration he ushered in continues to intensify. The number of pirates swells each year, while the growth of the Navy pales in comparison. Exceptional young sailors are a rare find, contributing to the woes of the warring states. Nevertheless, Ron remains unconcerned about their troubles, since he is on holiday. He is determined to take a leisurely stroll. It has been quite some time since he last saw his senior sister, so he shall pay her a visit. Ron was uncertain about the exact number of days he had off, yet he deemed it a fortunate opportunity to have some time for respite. Thus, he resolved to pay a visit to Ain. When Ron was dispatched to the New World, Ain was assigned to the Western Sea. On his journey to the Western Sea, Ron passed through a small town where the residents were in great distress, speaking with utmost caution as they traversed the streets. Upon entering the town, Ron immediately sensed a peculiar atmosphere that felt distinctly different. Upon entering a restaurant, the mood was equally oppressive. Patrons consumed their meals in silence, with only the faintest whispers exchanged among them. The arrival of a stranger visibly heightened the tension among many. This was quite peculiar. It hardly resembled the lively ambience one would expect in a typical restaurant. While it need not be boisterous, there should at least be a semblance of conviviality. Dining, drinking, and engaging in conversation would typically create a vibrant atmosphere. Yet, the prevailing silence was so profound that the sounds of eating were unmistakably audible. The clinking of glasses, the swallowing of drink, all resonated with startling clarity. "Bring me several portions of meat and a few fine wines," Ron requested. The proprietor, without uttering a word, soon delivered Ron's meal. Ron, of course, did not possess the same decorum as the others. He first bowed to the food before devouring it with great gusto. Entirely unconcerned with his own image, the sounds of his eating were rather loud. "Dear guest, could you please lower your voice? Did his dining disturb anyone? Was this town perhaps named Silent Town?" From the moment Ron set foot in this place, he sensed that things were rather peculiar. The market was devoid of liveliness, and the voices of the townsfolk were hushed. They spoke in whispers, never daring to raise their voices. Even in the restaurant, there was a palpable lack of a festive atmosphere. Patrons consumed their drinks in a subdued manner. In essence, silence was paramount. One must refrain from making excessive noise in this quaint little town. Ron found himself somewhat perplexed, yet he acquiesced to the counsel he received. Perhaps this was simply the custom of the town. At that moment, a burly man, having indulged a bit too freely in drink, inadvertently let a bottle slip from his grasp, shattering it upon the ground. In the profound silence of the surroundings, the sound of breaking glass reverberated harshly. The onlookers regarded the man with curious eyes, tinged with a hint of sympathy. The man, having shattered the bottle, appeared as though he had been jolted from his stupor. He became flustered and began to weep, repeatedly exclaiming, "It was not my intention. I did not mean to." Yet, no amount of protestation proved effective. As two soldiers emerged from the shadows and escorted him away, Ron found the situation rather peculiar. After all, it was merely a shattered wine glass. A simple compensation to the establishment and a swift cleanup should suffice. Why, then, was someone taken away? Consequently, he hastily finished his meal, settled his bill with the proprietor, and rushed outside to discern the unfolding circumstances. Chapter 76. The Swan Fruit User. Driven by pure curiosity, Ron followed suit, eager to uncover the reasons behind such an extraordinary occurrence. The gentleman who had broken the glass had already been apprehended and was being interrogated in the square. Ron simply could not comprehend why the shattering of a mere wine glass warranted such severe punishment. In this country, it was mandated that excessive noise was strictly prohibited, and those who transgressed this rule faced dire consequences. Before him stood an individual, their back turned, seemingly grasping a cane and adorned with a hat reminiscent of a magician's. Ron found it somewhat familiar. "Isn't this just a minor disturbance?" Ron exclaimed, yet the individual completely disregarded him. Creating a disturbance in public is utterly unacceptable. Now, prepare to face the consequences. The man's subordinate seized a whip and struck the uncle, who had just shattered the wine glass, with ferocious intensity. The skin was torn and flesh exposed. It was Ron's first encounter with such a scene. To speak candidly, the image of a whip striking a person was something he had only witnessed in period dramas, which often lacked authenticity. The disparity between ancient attire and contemporary circumstances diminished its visual impact. The films he had seen that depicted such visceral scenes made him uncomfortable, prompting him to skip over those parts. Yet, amidst the flurry of the whip and the dripping wax, other scenes remained exhilarating and captivating. Thus, while Ron had seen whippings, he had never grasped their profundity until now, and he found it truly unsettling. Was it really necessary to impose such a severe punishment for merely breaking a cup? This thought finally caught the attention of a figure nearby, adorned with a hat akin to that of a magician and leaning on an umbrella-like cane. His complexion was ghostly pale, his lips seemingly painted with black lipstick, evoking a sense of dread. Ron recognized him at last, Lafitte, a notorious figure hailing from the West Sea. destined to play a pivotal role in the Blackbeard pirates, with connections to Blackbeard's ascension as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. It was said that Lafitte enforced the law with an iron fist, and today, Ron bore witness to this. In this city, my word is the law. Only through strict enforcement can we maintain order, he proclaimed. While the principle of rigidly upholding the law held merit, excessive severity was unwarranted. After all, merely shattering a glass warranted compensation to the establishment and a simple cleanup, did it not? This is your approach, Lafitte continued. If mistakes go unpunished, individuals will repeat them. I aim to make them aware of their errors and the grave consequences they entail, to prevent future transgressions. His rhetoric was noble and compelling. Ron concurred that amplifying penalties for wrongdoing was essential. It instilled awareness of the serious repercussions of one's actions, thereby deterring future infractions. However, the situation at hand did not align with such reasoning. In cases where one's actions incited public outrage, jeopardized others' welfare, or endangered lives, stringent legal measures were indeed justified to instill a sense of accountability. Yet, breaking a mere cup did not inflict harm upon anyone. It only momentarily startled onlookers or produced a jarring noise, quickly forgotten. Compensation could be offered to those affected without resorting to such cruel measures against an inadvertent offender. Ron endeavored to reason with others, only to swiftly realize the absurdity of his misconceptions. Engaging in rational discourse is indeed a matter of great significance. One must persuade others through sound reasoning in all endeavors. Yet, in this world, few possess the capacity for genuine understanding. The truly discerning individuals are exceedingly rare. Consequently, attempts at rational discourse often culminate in failure. Despite the presence of moral truths and logical reasoning, many remain indifferent, lacking insight into their own errors. Rather, they may perceive the interlocutor as meddlesome and self-righteous. Are you new to our town? Lafayette inquired. I advise you to refrain from involving yourself in this matter and to be mindful of your words and actions. Should you continue to speak out, I shall resort to charges of obstructing justice against you. Ron glanced at the villagers who were positioned at a distance, then gestured to himself. He had already grasped their meaning. It is the nature of people to be drawn to spectacle. However, this time, Ron stepped forward with the intention of rescuing the uncle, whom he had never met before, and who found himself in such a predicament merely for shattering a wine glass. Yet, no one dared to observe the scene closely. It appeared that Lafitte wielded considerable influence in this place. Lafitte, the authority bestowed upon you to maintain the tranquility of the locality is not intended for the reckless abuse of power. Your actions have already transgressed the law. Oh, what law do you claim I have violated? Lafitte found the sudden appearance of this bold newcomer in the town quite intriguing. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such audacity. Many outsiders who arrived in this small town were gently informed of its rules by the residents, leaving them reluctant to cause disturbances, for the repercussions of such actions were dire. Now, encountering someone who dared to stir up trouble once more brought a peculiar sense of joy to Lafitte. His retort left Ron momentarily speechless. How could Ron possibly comprehend the intricacies of the law of this world? The law is an exceedingly sophisticated discipline, and mastering it demands considerable effort. If you find yourself at a loss for words, it merely attests to the fact that I have not transgressed any legal boundaries. Rather, it is you who has committed an obstruction of justice. Consequently, I shall exact retribution upon you in my capacity as an enforcer of the law. A smirk curled at the corners of Lafitte's mouth as he prepared to strike Ron. He gently pressed his hand against his cane, which was, in reality, a concealed sword. With this weapon, he had vanquished numerous foes. His preferred method involved employing hypnosis to subdue his adversaries, subsequently guiding them gently into the beyond with his blade. However, Ron's forthcoming words left him momentarily speechless. You have violated the galactic justice law concerning the crime of avarice. The phrase galactic justice law sparked a flurry of questions in Lafitte's mind. Simultaneously, he pondered the fact that this realm's legal framework bore that name. Lafitte, however, possessed no true understanding of legal matters. He was merely a security officer here. Although he lacked comprehension, he relished the opportunity to wield the facade of law as a pretext for his brutality. You have already committed obstruction of justice. We shall discuss the galactic justice law later. For now, I shall impose punishment upon you. Chapter 76, Is it a fantastical beast? As fate would have it. No sooner had Lafitte uttered his intent to punish Ron than he sprang into action. Drawing his sword with swiftness, he charged towards Ron with the intent to attack. Ron swiftly dodged. It must be said that Lafayette's attack speed was remarkably quick. However, Ron's reaction time was equally impressive. Lafayette's expression bore a hint of surprise. Having served as the sheriff in this small town for many years, he had never encountered anyone capable of enduring his 3 strikes. Nor had he ever met someone with speed comparable to Ron's. He had not anticipated encountering a master today. Phyphone, Lafayette declared, possibly the name of his ultimate technique. The rapidity and tone of his utterance caught Ron off guard, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Nevertheless, it was evident that Lafayette lunged toward Ron with incredible swiftness, his figure multiplying into a flurry of illusions. The onlookers murmured softly, hesitant to raise their voices. Yet, from the expressions of those few individuals, Ron inferred that this was indeed one of Lafayette's signature moves, likely possessing an unexpectedly formidable effect. Ron closed his eyes, for the sight of Lafayette dancing left him somewhat dazzled. It proved to be a wise decision, for the dance of Lafayette possessed a profoundly hypnotic effect. This may have stemmed from the synergy with Lafayette's fruit abilities. However, once Ron shut his eyes, the impact on him diminished significantly. Although Ron's observation haki has not yet reached an advanced level, it has shown remarkable efficacy in certain unforeseen circumstances. For instance, when Ron walks with his eyes closed, he avoids falling into pitfalls. Ron has been diligently training his observation haki, aspiring to enhance it to the point of perceiving the future or detecting distant movements. Although this proves to be quite challenging, true masters of observation haki can engage in combat without relying on their sight, experiencing little to no detriment. Take Fujitora, for instance. Despite his reliance on a cane for navigation in daily life, he transforms into a formidable force in battle. Suddenly, Lafitte charges towards Ron with alarming speed, unleashing 3 swords aimed directly at his chest. Within the sphere of Ron's observation haki, he perceives the 3 blades converging from above, the middle, and below, targeting his torso. Ron found it somewhat peculiar. How could he perceive 3 distinct colors? Ron was struck by a dagger. Ron suspects that this situation may be related to Lafayette's fruit abilities, which has led to the emergence of such circumstances. The Arhat star-shattering fist. Ron let out a furious roar and launched a swift punch aimed directly at Lafitte's forehead. This move, executed with remarkable speed, was intended to precede Lafitte's own thrust towards Ron's chest. In Lafitte's estimation, his sword would surely reach Ron first, ensuring that Ron could not land a blow upon him. However, in the next moment, panic surged within him. Ron's form appeared to swell dramatically, a colossal shadow emerging from his back, while his fist, enveloped in a dark, cloud-like aura, hurtled toward him. Lafitte felt as though he were but a fragile vessel adrift on a tranquil lake, suddenly thrust into the tumultuous embrace of a raging sea. Ron's transformation elongated his arms and caused his muscles to swell, the previously ethereal air around him now materializing as if solidified. The dense clouds wrapped around him, and that fist, shrouded in a thick mist, surged toward Lafitte's forehead. The proximity of Lafitte's sword to Ron's chest, once so close, now felt like an insurmountable distance. Realization struck Lafitte. He had miscalculated. He had believed that his graceful swan-like maneuvers would hinder Ron's movement, slowing him down. He had envisioned the exhilarating moment when his sword would pierce Ron's chest and relished the thought of Ron's expression of despair. He reveled in the sound of steel sinking into flesh, in the sight of his adversary's agony, as well as the fleeting moment of regret etched upon their faces when they narrowly missed striking him. He had anticipated that such a scenario would unfold with Ron. Yet, who could have foreseen this sudden and drastic turn of events? If that punch were to connect, even if it did not claim Lafitte's life, it would undoubtedly leave him grievously wounded. In this critical moment, Lafitte decisively transformed, his hands morphing into the wings of a swan. The wings solidified, imbued with a fierce resolve, as he braced himself against Ron's oncoming punch. Simultaneously, he retracted his sword, retreating to absorb the force of the impending blow. He knew he could not evade this strike. He could only strive to mitigate the damage it would inflict upon him. Bang! Ron struck Lafitte's wings with tremendous force, sending him flying through the air. This spectacle elicited cheers from the onlookers. Many were captivated by the scene, yet they could only observe from a distance, too intimidated to voice their opinions or engage in discussions about the battle, for Lafitte's prowess was formidable. They had longed for a savior to vanquish Lafitte and had previously applauded those who dared to resist him. Yet, each time, it was Lafitte who emerged victorious, leaving them to endure even harsher torments. This was the first time they had witnessed Lafitte being overthrown, and they could not contain their excitement, hoping that this time he would be utterly expelled from their midst. Lafitte, however, managed to rise once more, having been sent hurtling away. Despite the distance he had flown, he sustained no grievous injuries. By bracing himself with his wings against a substantial portion of Ron's force, he adeptly dissipated the impact, allowing himself to glide away. albeit in a rather disheveled manner. Thus, he quickly regained his footing. His demeanor shifted to one of grave intensity. "You have thoroughly provoked me," he declared, before launching himself at Ron with even greater speed than before. With wings enveloped in the formidable haki, akin to sharp size, he aimed a vicious strike at Ron. Bang! Ron was struck by Lafitte's punch, and one must admit it was rather painful. After landing the blow, Lafitte commenced a new wave of attacks, his entire being wide open. With his wings enveloped in the color of haki, he wielded his wings like blades, aiming them at Ron. Could it be that you too are a mythical beast? Ron held little recollection of this individual before him, yet it was clear that he possessed a formidable presence, likely of boss-level caliber. In the chapters of One Piece Ron had perused prior to his traversal, the Blackbeard pirates had yet to be formally introduced, rendering many of their members shrouded in mystery. However, it was indisputable that they were all exceptionally powerful. Regardless of whether you are a mythical beast or not, I shall reduce you to a mere scrap. Ron clenched his fists, his haki of armament fully unleashed. Although he could not envelop his entire body in this formidable aura, covering his two arms sufficed. Chapter 77, Capturing Lafitte. Ron had long anticipated Lafitte's formidable strength. However, he was convinced that he was not necessarily inferior to Lafitte at this moment. Apart from a select few elite naval officers and pirates, the strength of others had yet to reach the level he had encountered during his time watching anime. Ron believes that this Lafitte is formidable, yet he likely does not possess the strength he had when he aimed to make Blackbeard one of the 7 warlords. The technique he practices is called the Rohan Star Crushing Fist. In truth, there exists a plethora of martial arts techniques. But Ron feels that this name resonates with him more profoundly, which is why he has chosen to consistently employ this particular style. After all, Ron has mastered numerous fighting techniques, such as the Diamond Fist, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist, Great Void Fist, and Solar Fist. Many of these titles he finds quite impressive. Ultimately, he opted for this name, which embodies a blend of science fiction and fantasy, thus rendering it a technique that harmonizes both realms. The Arhats should be entities exclusive to the realm of immortal heroes. In the Western Paradise, there are 500 Arhats. And then there are the Shattering Stars. This is truly remarkable, as they possess the ability to break celestial bodies. Could this be considered a form of science fiction? Yet, it also seems to belong to the realm of immortal heroes. Shaking his head, Ron dispelled these thoughts from his mind. In the midst of battle, how could he afford to ponder such matters? Bang! Lafitte was once again sent flying, a look of astonishment spreading across his face. In this small town, he was an invincible being, never having encountered a rival. This was his first experience of defeat. Hence, his surprise. Observing Ron, who appeared quite youthful, he wondered how such immense power could reside in someone so seemingly young. "It seems you are merely a faude," Ron chuckled. A direct assault from him was far beyond Lafayette's capacity to withstand. Each time, he was sent flying, dissipating much of the force mid-air. Through years of training his fists against stone, Ron's strength and aura had become extraordinary. Although Ron himself felt little difference, as his growth was incremental and subtle. His opponents perceived the stark contrast. The power behind his punches had significantly intensified compared to several months prior. Swan Dance. Lafayette resolved to abandon direct confrontations with Ron. Engaging a behemoth like Ron in a head-on clash would yield no results. Instead, Lafayette opted to leverage his advantages against Ron's weaknesses. A person of considerable size inevitably possesses certain limitations in agility, and Lafayette, as a user of the bird fruit in swan form, had the ability to soar into the skies. He ascended, refraining from using his wings for offense and instead employing his talons. Upon transforming into a swan, his arms morphed into wings while his legs became claws. Interestingly, Ron regarded fierce birds as primarily eagles, never suspecting that a swan could stir such waves. Lafayette's talents, enhanced with a concentrated application of armament haki, began to assault Ron's physique. It must be said that Lafayette displayed remarkable intelligence, adeptly minimizing the area of impact to amplify pressure. More maliciously, it seemed Lafayette intended to blind Ron. Chafe. Ron vanished from his position in an instant, reappearing above Lafayette. Startled, Lafayette hurriedly retreated. The void handprint exerted its gravitational pull. Though Ron found the name he had chosen for his technique somewhat peculiar, upon reflecting on Zoro's formidable techniques, he concluded that bestowing his own moves with grand names posed no issue. This technique, known as the Void Great Hand Seal, represented the earliest awakening of his fruit's innate abilities. He discovered that an ethereal layer surrounded his arm, akin to armor forged from air. This armor could move in tandem with the motions of his hand. However, it could no longer be referred to merely as armor, for Ron had refined it into a tangible form, resembling dark clouds. A massive, inky black handprint emerged, lunging towards Lafitte. Initially, Lafitte had intended to evade Ron's attack but was utterly unprepared for the impending assault of the dark cloud hand descending upon him. In a heartbeat, it became too late for him to escape. He found himself ensnared by the black cloud hand, rendering him immobile. The pressure from the dark hand caused searing pain throughout his entire body, affecting both his bones and internal organs. Resigned to his fate, Lafitte was left powerless. Although Ron's execution of this technique lacked the elegance of the Void Emperor's Void Hand Seal, he was nonetheless filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. How to describe this feeling? In a word, exhilarating. In 2 words, exceedingly exhilarating. He had successfully captured Lafitte once more. Ron was filled with immense joy. The surrounding residents also shared in his elation, their laughter ringing out in a delightful manner, finally returning to a semblance of normalcy, though still somewhat reserved. Their laughter was no longer tinged with the caution that had previously characterized it. After capturing Lafitte, Ron secured him with a length of rope. He then prepared to make a phone call to report the situation at hand. Unfortunately, he could only recall the contact information for Admiral Karp and Sengoku at the Navy headquarters. With no other option, he placed the call to Sengoku. Conveying the circumstances that had unfolded, Ron felt a tinge of embarrassment, for Sengoku was indeed burdened with countless affairs. However, the situation at hand was exceedingly grave. After hearing Ron's words, Sengoku proposed that Ron personally escort Lafitte into the advancing city and assured him that he could extend his leave for a few more days. Ron earnestly set about fulfilling his mission. He was uncertain when the perception of the warring states towards him had shifted. It appeared that they were rather benevolent. In the future, you may laugh heartily, knowing that any sound is permissible. There is no need to remain so restrained each day. Feel free to shout aloud if you wish. No longer will there be anyone to enforce violence upon you. Ron announced the matter through the town's broadcast telephone. Soothing the residents after his address, Ron escorted Lafayette to the depths of the undersea prison, a place that piqued his curiosity. Judicial Island, Impel Down, and the Navy headquarters form a triangle, representing 3 pivotal divisions of the world government. Among them, Impel Down stands as a veritable nightmare for pirates. Nestled within the doldrums, it is surrounded by many ferocious sea kings. The architecture of this prison is exceptionally robust, constructed beneath the ocean's surface. Should anyone entertain the notion of breaking through the walls to escape, they would first confront the formidable strength of the walls. Even if they managed to penetrate the barriers, escape would remain an impossibility. The immense underwater pressure would rush seawater into the prison with relentless ferocity. Under such pressure, many would meet their demise, especially with the terrifying presence of sea kings lurking within the water. In addition to these formidable defenses, a crucial figure resides within the undersea prison. With his presence, it becomes exceedingly difficult for even the most vicious criminals to flee. This individual is Magellan, the current warden of the undersea prison. Endowed with the powers of the Dokudoku no Mi, Ron is profoundly intrigued by the advancement of the city and possesses a keen interest in Magellan. Even in the absence of the awakening fruit and formidable Haki, Magellan remains an existence of extraordinary caliber, particularly within the confines of the deep-sea prison. Magellan's advantages can be maximized to their fullest potential. Chapter 78, The Resilient Child with Severed Legs. Ron arrived at Impel Down smoothly and wished to explore the 16th level of the deep-sea prison. Regrettably, he was merely a colonel and lacked the privilege to visit this place without an escort. Each level of Impel Down possesses its own distinct characteristics, making it perilous to navigate alone without company. Upon hearing Magellan's explanation, Ron contemplated for a moment and concurred. Thus, he decided to forego the visit this time, hoping for another opportunity in the future. Seeing Lafayette confined within the depths of the undersea prison brought Ron a sense of pleasure. The man indeed bore the countenance of a villain, his pallid skin imparting a somewhat effeminate aura. Although he did not tour the undersea prison, securing this individual within its confines was, in itself, a commendable act. Of course, there remained the possibility that this fellow might eventually find his way out again. Ultimately, it all hinged upon the future path of his younger brother, Luffy. After departing from Impel Down, Ron pondered his next destination. With the holiday in full swing, returning to Marine headquarters seemed rather uninspiring. He ought to seek a place for leisure. Initially, Ron had intended to venture to the West Sea to find Ein. Yet, fate had led him to the depths of the undersea prison. To be candid, Ron had never experienced the thrill of a sea train ride. Impel Down was relatively close to Eni's lobby, which was renowned for its famous attraction, Water 7. Ron longed to visit Justice Island once more. prompting him to alter his plans. He dialed Ein's number. "Sister, it's Ron. It's Ron," he exclaimed. "Have you gotten into trouble again? It's been ages since we last spoke." Ein replied gently. "The reason I haven't contacted you is that I wanted to surprise you. I was preparing to visit you in the West Sea." Upon hearing Ron's words, Ein was filled with joy. "Really? Where are you now? I'll come to pick you up." Her excitement was palpable, as she had not seen Ron in quite some time. Nor had they engaged in the delightful activities meant for two. The mere thought of this made Ein's cheeks flush with embarrassment. "Sister, I initially planned to surprise you, but I encountered a criminal while in the West Sea." Ron spoke somewhat shyly. "So, I am now near the deep-sea prison. Is that so?" It was evident that Ein's tone carried a hint of disappointment. Ron could also perceive the fluctuations in Ein's emotions. "However, I shall soon pay you a visit. Subsequently, I shall prepare to work on your side. Before I arrive, I intend to explore the City of Water, as it is quite proximate and reputed to be an extraordinarily beautiful metropolis. It seems that in your heart, the scenery has taken precedence." Ein remarked with a hint of jealousy. "Even through the phone, I can sense your sourness." Ron chuckled, remarking that no matter how breathtaking the landscapes of the world may be, they could never compare to the fleeting allure of his senior sister. As Ron's heartfelt words resonated, Ein found herself overwhelmed with emotion. "When will you come?" she inquired. "I miss you." Merely uttering these words seemed to strike Ron's heart profoundly. It had indeed been a while since he last saw his sister. He pondered whether it was somewhat inconsiderate of him to indulge in the sights while neglecting her. Yet, the rare opportunity to be so close to Water City was too precious to forego. Here, too, resided a tenacious young boy, the child who had been maimed by the sea train. Ron had nearly forgotten about the events surrounding Water City. But now that he stood in its vicinity, memories flooded back. The boy named Carter Fram, though somewhat obstinate, possessed an extraordinary talent. His prowess extended beyond shipbuilding. While he may not possess the steadiness or maturity of his senior ace-bug in that regard, his true genius lay in the creation of combat weaponry. He preferred to craft defensive devices over vessels, such as the Flam 32. Regrettably, these very creations weighed heavily on young Carter's conscience, as he still believed that Mr. Tom's death was a consequence of the battleships he had designed. To be honest, reflecting on these matters stirred a sense of anger within Ron. It seemed that the Spandam family was far from virtuous. Spandam, employing deceitful tactics, had utilized Alvia to locate O'Hara, subsequently triggering the most formidable extermination order in history. As a result of that operation, 2 vice admirals were promoted to the rank of admiral, and O'Hara was left with only Robin as a remnant of its fiery legacy. Were it not for Aokiji granting Robin a chance at life, the world would be devoid of those capable of comprehending the true narrative of history. Furthermore, Spandam was even more despicable than his father, thanks to the remarkable invention of the sea train. The presiding judge at Eni's lobby had agreed to absolve Tom of his crimes. Yet, due to Spandam's deliberate machinations, Mr. Tom met his tragic demise. Thus, the creator of the Ojerkson met an untimely end filled with regret. As Ron collected his thoughts, he recognized that had he not come here, it might have been for the best. However, now that he was present, he felt compelled to explore. On one hand, his curiosity about Water City was insatiable. He yearned to witness its unique aquatic culture and distinctive modes of transportation. On the other hand, he was equally intrigued by the child, Carter Fram. Naturally, engaging with this young boy could prove to be quite a challenge, but Ron intended to give it a try. If Carter was willing to join him in the Navy and dedicate himself to scientific research, he would gladly take him along. If not, he would allow him to remain in Water City, pursuing his own aspirations. Ron contemplated this and resolved to proceed accordingly. He set out alone on a boat, intending to reach the City of Water to ascertain the situation. However, an unexpected event occurred shortly after departing from Impel Down. Ron encountered Spandam and several of his CP-9 subordinates. In truth, the ocean is vast and expansive. It is rather pleasant to simply brush past one another like this. Ron's vessel also bore the Seagull flag, albeit on a slightly smaller scale. As the cabin glided past the opposite side, Ron was suddenly halted. "Why are you a Marine, wandering alone upon the sea?" The voice was not that of Spandam himself, but rather that of his subordinate, Owl, the fellow whose mouth resembled a zipper. It was merely a chance encounter. Ron was reluctant to engage with them. Although they could all be considered part of the world government, they belonged to different departments. The Navy still had many individuals who adhered to their own sense of justice, while CP-9 acted as mere lapdogs of the world government. After joining the Navy, Ron did not aspire to serve the Celestial Dragons. Rather, he believed that the Navy represented the most advantageous faction after weighing the pros and cons. Although some individuals inevitably had to obey the orders of certain celestial dragons, the majority of the Navy's actions were still worthy of the justice emblazoned upon their cloaks. In stark contrast, organizations like CP9 were entirely different. They were trained agents of the world government, engaging in sordid and despicable activities. Consequently, Ron did not speak in a particularly amiable tone. Capture him. I find his movements rather suspicious. Spandam was a man consumed by authority. He relished the opportunity to exert his influence, particularly over these well-trained strong men, who could serve as his subordinates, an exhilarating feeling to say the least. Thus, he ordered his subordinates to apprehend this defiant Marine for a brief interrogation. On one hand, he wanted to ascertain the loyalty of his new subordinates. And on the other hand, this was merely a minor Marine. A lesson could easily be imparted. Chapter 79, The Consequences of Provoking Ron Listening to Spandam's Words. Ron felt a bit bewildered. To be honest, he had not anticipated that they would wish to arrest him. Are you certain you want to apprehend me? Ron's gaze brimmed with mockery, a look that rendered Spandam exceedingly uncomfortable, as if he were utterly disregarded as a human being. Your solitary presence here is rather suspicious. Thus we are prepared to conduct an interrogation. Ron nearly burst into laughter. The mere fact that he was sailing alone on the vast ocean raised suspicions about his conduct. Wasn't he his vessel a naval ship? Couldn't they see that? I am part of the Navy, and my ship is a naval vessel as well. There truly shouldn't be so much unnecessary dialogue. However, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Ron resolved to exercise a bit more patience. He had long harbored a desire to deal with Spandam, but had yet to find an appropriate opportunity or justification to confront him. After all, it was his vacation. And Ron preferred not to stir up trouble. He believed it would be best to wait until his personnel assignment was finalized before taking any action. At present, he was uncertain whether he would be promoted, demoted, or remain in his current position, so maintaining a low profile was paramount. Once his rank was established, addressing Spandam would be much easier. At least, that was Ron's train of thought. Although he had caused some trouble with Admiral Prodi, he had also apprehended Snag from the Charlotte family. Coupled with the arrest of Don Quixote da Flamingo, these two accomplishments should warrant a promotion. If he were to ascend, it might place him in a higher position than Spandam, making it simpler to target him later. Thus, upon arriving here, Ron's sole intention was to visit Water 7, hoping to recruit Frankie into his ranks, without any thought of seeking trouble with Spandam. After all, Ron currently held a lower rank than Spandam, complicating matters regarding official protocol. It is precisely because this is a naval vessel that we are suspicious of your movements, Scotum remarked. Moreover, your demeanor does not necessarily validate your identity as a Navy officer. As the commander of CP9, while Spandam may not possess exceptional strength, he nonetheless held a relatively high office, and many sailors felt compelled to show him respect. Have you perhaps suffered a fever that has affected your reasoning? Ron spoke with a hint of exasperation, asserting that everyone should mind their own business, and questioning why one would willingly seek trouble. You CP9 and we of the Navy are not part of the same hierarchy. Thus, there is no superior-subordinate relationship between us. I advise you not to provoke me. Upon hearing Ron's words, Spandam expressed surprise. He had not anticipated that such a mere Marine could speak with such audacity. Are you truly content to let your superior be subjected to such indignity? Spandam addressed his subordinates, incredulous at their passive demeanor in the face of insult, prompting him to question their competence within CP9. Perhaps due to the presence of his new subordinates, Spandam felt a surge of arrogance, eager to assert his authority. He was particularly interested in gauging whether his newcomers would obey, especially the perpetually stern Rob Lucci. If that is the case, allow me to deal with this insolent fellow. Gabra stepped forward. Ron was naturally acquainted with Gabra, the wielder of the canine fruit in its wolf form, perhaps driven by an eagerness to prove himself. Gabra was the first to step forward, eschewing unnecessary words as he launched an immediate assault on Ron. I offered you an opportunity, yet you chose not to cherish it. Ron has utilized the telephone bug to record the recent footage. In this world, the telephone bug is remarkably convenient, serving as one of the primary means of communication. It not only possesses the capability for remote chatting, but also offers functionalities for video broadcasting and live streaming. Additionally, it can be employed as a surveillance device. Ron had studied some fundamental communication theories in the Naval Library. In this world, technology is quite advanced, especially with figures like Vegapunk in the Navy. Therefore, many functions can be realized through the transponder snail. As a time traveler, Ron quickly grasped how to utilize these capabilities. This Marine seems rather arrogant, Gabra remarked with a chuckle. However, he would soon comprehend the folly of his previous behavior. Upon hearing Gabra's words, Ron smiled wryly. Spandam did not appear to be particularly astute. At that moment, Gabra lunged forward, his wolf-like claws unfurling to reveal sharp talons as he launched an attack towards Ron. Observing the charging Gabra, Ron pondered for a moment. This should be considered justifiable self-defense. The scoundrels of Judicial Island are merely lapdogs of the celestial dragons. Ron had initially intended to deal with them at a later opportunity, as his itinerary did not include Judicial Island for the time being. Who could have anticipated that they would present themselves so conveniently? Moreover, for reasons unknown, Spandam seemed eager to assert his authority before Ron. Bang! Gabra was sent flying back onto Spandam's ship with a single punch from Ron. Since warnings proved futile, it was time to exert his full strength. Ron had always harbored a disdain for Spanner's actions. Initially, he had no intention of engaging in conflict with them. However, their aggressive and unyielding demeanor proved intolerable to Ron. After delivering a decisive blow that sent Gabra flying, he could no longer restrain himself. Ron began to transform. A dense shroud of black mist enveloped his figure. As Ron's body expanded, the dark fog gradually swelled in size. Ron seemed to embody a mountain shrouded in ominous clouds, instilling a profound sense of dread in Spandam. The transformation that unfolded before him was indeed terrifying, compelling Spandam to cower behind Rob Lucci in a desperate bid for solace. Was there truly no sense of security to be found? Ron chuckled and remarked, "Since you lack strength, what authority do you presume to wield here?" With that, Ron swiftly leaped into action. His imposing figure cast a vast shadow upon Spandam's ship, and that shadow drew ever closer. Faced with such a predicament, Spandam was utterly flustered. His intention was merely to reprimand the Marine casually, enhancing his own image before his subordinates. Yet, he had not contemplated that he had encountered a formidable obstacle. Rob Lucci's expression grew serious. As the most formidable member of CP9, he recognized the peril that Ron posed. Although his superior had acted foolishly, he could not bring himself to reproach him. Consider a ship at sea with but a single occupant, whether the individual is a pirate or a Marine. Their presence signifies formidable prowess. It was laughable that Spandam still harbored intentions of passing judgment on him. However, dwelling on such matters was now futile. Rob Lucci's primary objective was to ensure Spandam's safety. Chapter 80, The Slaying of Two. Ron fixed his gaze intently upon his opponent, swiftly making his move. Striking first is the key. Allowing the adversary the opportunity to initiate an attack would be unwise. His entire being began to exude an aura reminiscent of a mythical beast. Dark clouds enveloped him, within which his form underwent rapid transformation, muscles expanding, stature increasing. At this moment, while the ominous clouds surrounding Ron might not possess great offensive power, they certainly served to intimidate his foes. In an instant, Ron leaped into the air, drawing back his right arm as he infused it with the full force of his haki. Observers anticipated that this punch was directed at their commander, Spandam, prompting several CP9 agents to brace themselves for defense. However, preceding Ron's fist was a bullet from his firearm. With a thunderous punch, Ron undeniably struck fear into his opponent. Simultaneously, as he delivered the blow, his left hand swiftly drew the gun from his waist. Bang! A shot to the head. Spandam, until his last breath, remained oblivious to the manner of his demise, his eyes wide open, a visage of sheer horror etched upon his face. Ron was acutely aware of his marksmanship. Although he was remarkably accurate, for many, bullets possessed no offensive capability. Until one masters the art of imbuing bullets with armament haki, they are rendered ineffective against numerous capable individuals or formidable martial artists. However, against a weakling like Spandam, they proved sufficient. As the direct commander of CP9 on Judicial Island, Spandam's personal combat prowess was lamentably poor. Without the aid of Seastone, he would have been utterly powerless to impose his will upon criminals. Thus, Spandam fell, a bullet having pierced through his skull, splattering a modest amount of blood, much like his fleeting existence, which had known only a brief moment of glory. The remaining members of CP9 were thrown into disarray, both startled and alarmed. They had prepared themselves to withstand Ron's breathtaking punch, yet they were utterly blindsided by his gunfire. Astonished by the precision of his aim, initially caught off guard, confusion soon gave way to panic, and at that moment, Ron had already advanced. He delivered a powerful punch against their vessel, causing the mast to shatter with a resounding crack. He was intent on dismantling the ship. They needed to halt him at once. Rob Lucci spoke. After his words, Kaku, Khalifa, Bruno, and Gabra rushed towards Ron together. Shave. In an instant, Ron vanished from his position and delivered a powerful kick towards Gabra. Bang! Gabra crashed heavily against the deck. This was the very individual who had sought to impress Spandam moments ago, evidently still clinging to his life. Swiftly, several others attempted to pursue Ron, but none could match his remarkable speed. Once again, Ron found himself before Gabra. Bang! A formidable punch landed squarely on Gabra's head. Sensing that a few individuals were encroaching upon him from the surrounding area, Ron, with great force, struck Gabra on the head while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to Kaku. As if his back had eyes. Bang! Crash! Kaku was sent soaring into the sea by Ron's kick, leaving behind an imprint of his form on the ship. Ron struck with such swiftness that it seemed Kaku had already been sent flying before he even moved. He continued his original motion, relentlessly pummeling Gabra. Gabra's head was spinning, and he was engulfed in a daze, with blood streaming profusely from his head, staining his face and nose with a crimson hue. Rob Lucci was utterly astonished. Observing Ron clad in naval attire, it was evident that he was not an ordinary Marine of high rank. Thus, instead of confronting Ron directly, he opted to allow other members to engage him. However, who could have anticipated that even a group assault would prove futile against Ron? His strikes were swift, dispatching several adversaries in an instant. Witnessing this, Rob Lucci swiftly transformed. Ah, so you, the one who revels in bloodshed, have finally decided to change your form? Ron seized Gabra and turned to face Rob Lucci. If you do not resist, I may spare their lives, he declared, tightening his grip around Gabra's throat. Transformed into a leopard, Rob Lucci appeared momentarily stunned, as if deep in thought. His expression shifted rapidly, and then, like a bolt of lightning, he struck. As the most formidable member of CP9, proficient in the 6 styles, Rob Lucci's offensive and defensive capabilities, as well as his reaction speed, were unparalleled. He aimed to rescue Gabra before Ron could make his move. Whoosh! Ron was certainly well aware of Rob Lucci's intentions. Although his observation hockey had not yet reached the pinnacle of its potential, it had nonetheless grown considerably in strength. Bang! Rob Lucci swung and missed, shattering the deck where Ron once stood. At that moment, Ron had already ascended to the top of the sailboat. It seems you are quite persistent, Rob Lucci. Ron chuckled. Then there's nothing I can do. His palm exerted a slight pressure, and the sound of cracking bones resonated distinctly. Gabra was swiftly approaching his demise. Rob Lucci spoke reluctantly. Before Ron, he felt a sense of defeat. He sensed a certain disparity between himself and Ron, even if the two were to engage in a balanced confrontation. Rob Lucci knew he could not prevent Ron from annihilating all of his companions. What do you truly desire? Ron gazed down at the somewhat exasperated Rob Lucci and remarked with a smile, I merely happened to pass by. It is you who are deliberately seeking trouble. However, the one who sought confrontation is no longer among us. We have no intention of opposing you. Rob Lucci felt a profound sense of frustration. As the captain of CP9, he was known for his ruthless demeanor in carrying out tasks. However, he maintained a commendable relationship with his subordinates, characterized by a strong bond of camaraderie and revolutionary spirit. At that moment, his heart brimmed with hatred for the man named Spandam. If it were not for Spandam's deliberate provocations, such circumstances would not have arisen. Very well. Under these conditions, I hope you can resolve today's matters. Ron chuckled as he cast Gabra's lifeless body to the ground. You understand my meaning, do you not? Gazing upon Gabra's breathless form, now grotesquely contorted, a collective gasp escaped the lips of the CP9 members. For them, taking a life was not an arduous task. Their hands were no strangers to bloodshed. Yet, the swiftness of the act, the brutality of the demise, and the nonchalant demeanor he displayed left them in stunned silence. Ron, this Marine, has profoundly reshaped their understanding. I comprehend. Rob Lucci nodded. Ron ambled leisurely, making his way towards his vessel. Kaku and the others contemplated taking action. Rob Lucci thwarted them, but alas, it was too late. Long Nose, do clarify your standing, if you please. Ron sensed Kaku's intention to strike and swiftly retaliated, delivering a powerful elbow that sent Kaku crashing onto the deck. Coughing and gasping for breath, Kaku's expression twisted in pain. I have already spared your life once, Ron remarked. It is quite disheartening to see your lack of gratitude. My mercy towards you was a true gift. Ron initially preferred to keep matters low-key, harboring no fondness for CP9. After eliminating Spandam and Gabra, he had gradually regained control over his emotions. However, Kaku's actions reignited the flames within him. Chapter 81. 2 children aspiring to become pirates and 1 child aspiring to join the Navy. Ron's hand is exceedingly large, encompassing Kaku's upper body entirely. Do not act impulsively. I promise I shall fulfill what I have committed to. Rob Lucci hurriedly stated that the current situation had already resulted in the deaths of Spandam and Gabra, and he wished to prevent further casualties. This individual is provoking me. Ron chuckled. So I believe we ought to reconsider the terms of our agreement, don't you think? Rob Lucci furrowed his brow slightly. He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction towards Ron's opportunistic demands. While the deaths of Spandam and Gabra could be somewhat justified, the potential killing of Kaku would prove far more problematic to explain. Moreover, having slain Spandam, the supreme commander of CP9, and two vital combatants within the organization, could he truly bear the weight of such transgressions? Rob Lucci intends to coerce Ron into submission through such means. Will you threaten me again? Ron chuckled. I had indeed offered you all an opportunity. If I were to eliminate every one of you, I believe that would simplify matters considerably, wouldn't it? Ron is utterly unfazed by threats. In times of weakness, encountering CP9 would have inevitably led to his capture and interrogation. Thus, when lacking strength, Ron could concede. However, the current circumstances have endowed him with sufficient capability to confront them, though dealing with Rob Lucci may prove somewhat challenging. So, what are your intentions? Rob Lucci fixed his gaze intently upon Ron. The depths of Ron's strength eluded his comprehension, yet there remained no doubt that Ron was an extraordinarily formidable individual. It seemed to him that some clues began to surface within the recesses of his mind. If you promise me one thing, I shall spare you, he declared. Speak, then. Rob Lucci decided to acquiesce to Ron for the time being, hoping to keep him placated. He has now deduced Ron's true identity. CP9 is indeed involved in intelligence. Among the formidable newcomers in the Navy, it appears that only Ron possesses such strength. I have yet to formulate my thoughts on this matter. I shall inform you once I have concluded my reflections. Ron spoke as he released Kaku. I hope you will manage the matters concerning Spandam and Gabra, and in addition, promise me that you will fulfill my request when I ask you to do so in the future. Understood. Rob Lucci nodded and said, It would be wise not to deceive me. Ron chuckled and said, I shall not compel you to undertake anything particularly humiliating, merely a simple task. However, I have yet to devise the specifics. Very well, I give you my word. Rob Lucci acquiesced to Ron's request. The two engaged in a brief recording concerning the matter at hand. Subsequently, Ron departed in his small vessel, leaving behind a visibly perturbed Rob Lucci and numerous members of CP9. Ron's enthusiasm was thoroughly dampened by Spandam. He had initially intended to visit Water City, to immerse himself in its culture and witness its shipbuilding civilization, while also searching for a child named Frankie. Indeed, Frankie is destined to become the future cyborg. Yet, who could have anticipated encountering the CP9 agents from Judicial Island? Ron's spirits began to wane. He possessed the capability to eliminate all of them effortlessly. However, such an action would not only be time-consuming and laborious, but it could also lead Ron to irrevocably abandon the Navy and embrace a life of piracy. While the task of dispatching Spandam and Gabra seemed manageable, the annihilation of all CP9 members would inevitably be uncovered by others in due course, thus compelling Ron to align himself with the ranks of pirates. With his spirits dampened, one must ponder whether he would still venture to Water City. Ron was aimlessly pondering aboard the vessel when suddenly his communicator chimed. With a series of beeps, he retrieved his exquisite communicator from his waist. Ron answered the phone. He shared some delightful news with you. I, too, can take a vacation. From the other end of the line, Aang's voice resonated. Is that so? That truly is wonderful news, senior sister. Ron responded with joy. Can you guess the reason I have the opportunity for a vacation? I truly cannot, came the reply. By chance, I encountered Vice Admiral Garp, who invited me to return to the East Sea to visit Little Luffy. Aang chuckled. I never expected Vice Admiral Garp would venture to the West Sea. After our meeting, he even invited me to celebrate his grandson's birthday. So, we shall reunite soon. How about you wait for me in Windmill Village? Or perhaps I shall be the one waiting for you there. Listening to Aang's cheerful voice through the transponder snail, Ron felt a wave of happiness wash over him. He did not anticipate seeing his senior sister so soon. This feeling was difficult to articulate. A fleeting surge of excitement and elation manifesting as a subtle joy, akin to a deep-sea bomb slowly detonating. A smile gradually blossomed on Ron's face. Very well, senior sister. We shall meet in Windmill Village. It seemed that Ron would not be traveling to Water City this time. Perhaps he would cross paths with Cat Verflam again in the future. Ron adjusted his course, heading towards the Windmill Village by the East Sea. In this quaint village, the younger Luffy yearned to play alongside two older children, Ace and Sabo, who were 3 years his senior. Ace, wait for me, Luffy exclaimed, trailing behind them like a shadow. Stay away from us, you little troublemaker who wants to join the Navy, Ace retorted, his disdain for Luffy palpable. He and Sabo often embarked on clandestine adventures, deliberately distancing themselves from Luffy, whom they deemed unworthy of their companionship. More crucially, Luffy aspired to become a naval officer, while Ace and Sabo dreamed of piracy, placing them in opposing camps by nature. Ace, wait for me. Being in the Navy comes with countless adventures. And it's really quite cool. Luffy endeavored to extol the virtues of a naval career to Ace and Sabo. Yet, from the moment he expressed his desire to join the Navy, Ace and Sabo denied him the chance to elaborate on its merits. Why would they choose to be pirates? I just don't understand, Luffy mused with a chuckle, heavily influenced by Ron. This reflects the significance of first impressions. The impact of red-haired Shanks had considerably diminished since his arrival. Luffy was initially seen as a potential heir to the will of the D family, destined to inherit the legacy of Pirate King Roger. Shanks believed wholeheartedly in Luffy's potential. However, Luffy's adamant declaration of his intention to become a naval officer left Shanks feeling helpless, ultimately leading him to depart from Windmill Village. Huffing and puffing, Luffy once again found himself unable to catch up with Ace and Sabo. Now, having consumed the gum-gum fruit, he struggled to fully adapt to its powers, giving him a somewhat flimsy appearance. Nevertheless, his resolve remained unyielding. After a brief respite, he resumed his pursuit of Ace and Sabo. Chapter 82. A bit troubled lately, Shanks had been feeling somewhat troubled. Decades ago, he and Buggy were mere infants when they were taken aboard the ship of Pirate King Roger. Roger remarked that it had been quite a while since he last laid eyes on an infant. Thus, he and Rayleigh took great care of both Shanks and Buggy. During their time aboard the ship, the two of them reaped considerable rewards. At that time, Kazuki Oden, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, had just been recruited by Roger from the Whitebeard crew. The Roger pirates were at the pinnacle of their glory, sailing freely across the vast ocean, comprised entirely of elite warriors. The young Shanks and Buggy learned immensely during this period. In contrast to Buggy's cowardice and self-serving nature, Shanks exhibited bravery, optimism, and remarkable talent. Notably, Shanks had visited Raftel, having journeyed there with the entire crew. However, due to the captain's grave illness and the limited time to fulfill his aspirations, Roger entrusted his straw hat to Shanks. It thus becomes evident what Shanks's mission entails. Undoubtedly, he seeks an individual worthy of inheriting the captain's legacy, someone who should belong to the D lineage. It is rare to witness Shanks in such a pensive state, as he has always been a beacon of optimism. Have you not found what you seek? Ben Beckman inquired. I believe Luffy could be that person, yet for some reason, he insists on becoming a Marine, Shanks replied. Taking a sip of his drink, he felt a strong affinity between Luffy's character and his own, as well as a resemblance to the captain's demeanor. However, he did not anticipate Luffy's refusal. Let us search gradually, he suggested. But I have a feeling that person is in the East Blue. After all, that is where the captain was born. Then perhaps we should return and take a look, Ben Beckman proposed. After contemplating, Shanks agreed that it would be wise to revisit. He is prepared to become the new sovereign of the seas, restraining Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Whitebeard. Yet, he has yet to identify an individual capable of inheriting the captain's will, a matter of great significance. Their crew has traversed many paths in pursuit of this goal. Then let us set sail back, Shanks declared. Fate is indeed a curious thing. At times, it can feel remarkably enchanting. Ron and Shanks met once more. What brings you here again, young Marine? Shanks inquired with a smile. Ron glanced at Shanks' physique, particularly his right arm. Shanks felt somewhat uneasy under Ron's scrutinizing gaze, and instinctively prepared to unleash his conqueror's haki. Damn, is it really necessary? Ron felt an overwhelming sense of pressure advancing towards him. For a fleeting moment, dizziness enveloped him. But he quickly regained his clarity. Was it merely a few glances exchanged? Was it truly necessary to wield such domineering presence against me? Ron internally scoffed. Upon seeing Ron still standing, Ben Beckman, Lucky Roo, and Yasopp were all taken aback. They had not anticipated that Ron would grow to such an extent in such a short period. Why not join our pirate crew? Shanks suggested with a smile. That won't do. I aspire to be a Marine. The Marine Corps is, after all, the coolest thing in the world. Upon hearing this, Shanks felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It seemed he had heard those words before. Observing Shanks' expression, Ben Beckman immediately pondered what he might be thinking. Luffy has said that as well, Beckman reminded. Shanks noticed a change in Ron's demeanor. Do you know Luffy? Shanks inquired. Of course, he is my little brother, Ron replied. Ron proudly declared that I made it abundantly clear to him that joining the Navy is the coolest thing in the world. Shanks appeared somewhat helpless. Ron also observed his expression. Shanks' arm remained intact, and so did the straw hat. This indicates that Shanks has yet to discover an individual capable of inheriting his captain's will. In other words, history has undergone a profound transformation. Luffy was not guided by Shanks onto the path of piracy. My purpose for this visit is to see my younger brother. Among my 3 younger brothers, Luffy is the most obedient, willing to join me in the Navy and engage in the most exhilarating endeavors. Ron chuckled, inadvertently revealing some information. However, my other 2 subordinates proved to be quite obstinate. They were determined to pursue a life of piracy, with no desire to join the naval forces, particularly that fellow named Portgas Ace. This time, I must instill some ideological education in him. What did you say? Shanks suddenly inquired of Ron with a serious demeanor. What is that child's name? Portgas Ace. Why? Ron replied, maintaining a calm composure. He seemed to have previously gone by the name Gold Ace. He found that name unappealing, so he now prefers Portgas Ace. Is there a problem with that? Gold Ace? Shanks repeated, as if seeking confirmation from Ron. Indeed, it appears he was called Gold Ace. However, he deemed that name unsatisfactory and has since adopted Portgas Ace. Is there an issue? At this moment, Shanks was utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated that he would once again hear the surname Gold. Gol and Portgas. These 2 surnames were familiar to Shanks. Where is he? Shanks' expression began to shift. Of course, he is in the Goa Kingdom. I was just about to pay them a visit. Perhaps you would be interested in joining me? Ron chuckled. After all, that fellow seems quite intrigued by pirates. Perhaps you could recruit him as a crew member. Then, there was an extended silence. With nothing else to discuss, I shall take my leave. Confronting such a formidable pirate crew as yours is quite daunting for me. Ron spoke with a grave expression. Though he appeared to be quite serious, it seemed he was not experiencing much pressure at all. After Ron had departed for quite some time, Shanks resolved to investigate the situation for himself. Could it truly be the captain's son? Hey, what are you following me for? Do you not realize that I am a naval officer? Ron inquired. Are you not afraid of me apprehending you? Come aboard. Shanks extended an invitation. What do you mean by this? I am a member of the Navy. Ron wore an expression of outright refusal. We are preparing to host a banquet, and it would be splendid if you could join us for a meal. What do you say? Are you attempting to bribe me with this feast? Let me assure you, that is utterly impossible. Ron resolutely declined. Emma, how delightful. Observing Ron devouring his food, Shanks chuckled. Meanwhile, Ladra wore an expression of sheer astonishment. How shall I put it? Ron's manner of eating was utterly devoid of decorum. The Redford sun continued its voyage, cutting through the waves with grace. Just as the annals of this world hint at the dawn of a new era, the arrival of Ron has finally brought about some changes in this world. Chapter 83. The arrogant Doflamingo is in tears. After becoming one of the 7 warlords, Doflamingo busied himself with controlling the kingdom of Dressrosa. At last, the dust had settled, and the nation had transformed into the image he desired. Numerous businesses and clients were soon to arrive, with many factories under construction. I will make another trip. In my absence, should anything arise, feel free to contact me. Pika will manage the main affairs, Doflamingo commanded. Should we not go after all? Virgo's injuries have mostly healed. I see no necessity, came the hesitant reply. That is not an option, Doflamingo retorted, casting a glance at Virgo. This endeavor is not solely for you. It is for myself as well. This newcomer from the Navy, Ron, has truly overstepped his bounds. I have never endured such humiliation. Therefore, I must capture him this time. Doflamingo elaborated briefly before issuing further instructions, preparing once again to hunt down Ron. He had received word that Ron would be taking a break for a period, during which he might return to the East Blue. Previously, Doflamingo had devised a plan to hunt Ron in the East Blue, only for it to be thwarted by Garp. This time, Doflamingo was confident that Ron would not be so fortunate. Garp could not be at his side at all times. Let us see you perish, Ron. Doflamingo set forth. He awaited Ron on the path he previously sought to take to the East Blue. This time, he was alone, convinced he could eliminate Ron. Daily, Doflamingo maintained contact with the outside world, gathering intelligence about Ron's whereabouts. Soon, he learned that Ron had dealt with Lafitte in the West Blue. Could it be that he had gone there instead of returning to the East Blue? Doflamingo resolved to wait 3 more days. If Ron did not appear by then, he would return. There were many matters awaiting him in Dressrosa. On the afternoon of the 2nd day, he finally spotted the Navy ship. Ron was seated atop the lookout. Just him alone? How splendid. Doflamingo utilized his aerial abilities, entwining threads with the clouds above, preparing to launch an attack on Ron. However, he soon noticed another vessel trailing behind Ron's ship, adorned with a large pirate flag. This flag bore 2 crossed swords and a skull, with 3 crimson scars crossing the skull's right eye from left to right. The Red Force? Doflamingo's eyes widened in astonishment. Why was the Red Force here? Were they pursuing Ron? As he pondered this in the air, an unsettling feeling crept over him. Ah, you return again. Do you seek my life, Sir Warlord? Ron leaped down from his lookout post and stood on the deck. Are you truly unyielding in your ambitions? Ron did not anticipate that Doflamingo would once again intrude upon his peace. Have you forgotten your status as one of the 7 warlords? Ha ha ha. Even if I were to slay you, what difference would it make? After all, you would die here alone, with no witness to your demise. Doflamingo had no time to contemplate further and prepared to swiftly eliminate Ron. Whoosh. His hands spread wide, forming transparent threads between his fingers, sharp as knives, slicing towards Ron's throat. Bang. This attack was effortlessly thwarted. Shanks cast a glance at the Doflamingo before him. Upon noticing the Red Force approaching, he decided to intervene. Although Ron is undeniably strong, Shanks does not believe that he can withstand the onslaught of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Moreover, Shanks and Ron have established a bond of friendship. Shanks, you, Doflamingo, truly feel wronged. How many times has this happened? Why is it that someone always comes to Ron's aid? And isn't Shanks a pirate? Why step in? Ron is my friend, Shanks asserted. This singular declaration prompted Doflamingo to pause. Undoubtedly, Doflamingo's intelligence is exceptional, and the prowess and reputation of the red-haired Shanks are renowned across the seas. He refrained from further aggression. Since he is your friend, I shall grant you this favor. He may be arrogant and reckless, yet before Shanks, he had no choice but to show some deference. Ron was astounded. Is this truly the power of the face fruit? It is undeniably formidable. In Ron's perception, even when encountering Aokiji and Punk Hazard, he did not relent, arrogantly poised to eliminate Smoker. Yet now, before Shanks could even request a favor, Don Quixote Doflamingo hastily proposed to grant Shanks a favor. One could not help but be astonished by the terrifying nature of the face fruit. Of course, the reality was that Doflamingo was acutely aware of the situation. Despite his brazen demeanor, he meticulously gauged the circumstances and the aura of those around him. Arrogance may be permissible at any time, but to display such insolence before red-haired Shanks was a perilous gamble. Although Shanks is generally an affable individual, inciting his ire could lead to dire consequences. Thus, Doflamingo swiftly acknowledged his defeat and professed to grant Shanks a favor before turning to leave. He resolved never to trouble Ron again, feeling a profound weariness within him, as if he could weep but found no tears to shed. Why was it that last time it was Garp, and this time it was Shanks? Doflamingo's expression was a tempest of emotions, the veins on his forehead pulsating erratically. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming fatigue settle in his heart. Do you have any grievances with Doflamingo? Shanks inquired. Perhaps a slight one, Ron replied, proceeding to elucidate certain matters concerning Doflamingo. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning the incident involving Virgo's severed leg. That fellow possesses a vengeful nature. You must swiftly enhance your strength, Shanks remarked with a smile. Thank you. Ron expressed his gratitude to Shanks, as he had not anticipated such a gesture from him. Let us hold a banquet aboard my ship, he proposed. With that, Ron retrieved the carefully prepared ingredients and set about cooking, intending to host a small feast in appreciation of the red-haired pirates. I assure you, you have never tasted such unique delicacies. Ron had acquired some knowledge of machinery and blacksmithing during his time in the Navy's library. However, he had not succeeded in crafting any formidable firearms. Instead, he managed to create a few everyday kitchen utensils. He set up a stove and placed his pot upon it. Today, my friends, I shall prepare a simple dish of stir-fried intestines. First, gather the thoroughly cleaned intestines and green peppers. Then, we heat the oil in the pan. Ha ha ha. What on earth is this fellow doing? Hearing the laughter of the red-haired pirates, Ron couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. While sailing alone, he often enjoyed cooking for himself, reciting lines as he did so. It felt as though he were still connected to his former world through those words. Today, however, he found himself unable to restrain his expression. Nonetheless, being able to recreate the flavors of his original world in this new one was indeed a delightful endeavor. Chapter 84. The Innocent and Naive Child. Ron, drawing upon the memories of his own world, prepared an exquisite feast, a culinary delight the red-haired pirates had never before encountered. Though they frequently celebrated with banquets and had tasted many delicacies, none compared to the dishes Ron crafted. Seeing your enjoyment brings me great joy. These are the flavors of my homeland. I invite you to indulge in them. As the adage goes, practice makes perfect. Ron had honed his culinary skills over time. Initially, his creations lacked appeal, But after a period of diligent practice, he was now able to replicate the flavors etched in his memory. Thank you immensely for your hospitality. Why not join our crew as a cook? Shanks extended yet another invitation to Ron. I have no desire to become a pirate. Ron chuckled and remarked, while being a pirate offers a sense of freedom, I harbor loftier aspirations to pursue. Do you truly believe that becoming a naval officer will fulfill your ideals? Shanks, the red-haired, responded, are you aware of what one ultimately becomes in the Navy? Ron gazed into the eyes of the crimson-haired Shanks with a smile. I am acutely aware of what it means to ultimately become a part of the Navy. Attaining a high-ranking position, be it an admiral or a fleet admiral, would merely transform one into a puppet of the world government, akin to a sycophant of the celestial dragons. Aspiring to effect change feels akin to being ensnared in a quagmire, with numerous constraints holding one back. Take the current fleet admiral Sengoku, for instance. He bears many shackles. Conversely, should one choose not to ascend to the rank of admiral, one might find oneself in a situation reminiscent of Mr. Garp, who, despite appearing to live freely each day, finds certain aspirations forever out of reach. Ron's words resonated with clarity. Shanks and Ben Beckman exchanged glances with Ron. Given your profound understanding, why not join us in our piratical endeavors? A life of unbridled freedom, devoid of constraints. More than one emperor of the sea has extended an invitation for me to join their crew. Ron chuckled and remarked, it seems I am indeed quite popular, isn't it? However, who says that joining the Navy inevitably leads one to become a mere sycophant of the celestial dragons? Unless this issue is addressed from within, the Navy shall forever remain a vassal to the celestial dragons. Ron's words indeed caused a stir among the members of the red-haired pirates. Yet they failed to grasp the profound implications behind them. What do you mean by resolving matters internally? Shanks inquired. The Navy's ranks are overwhelmingly vast. Yet many among them are true to the justice they uphold. I aspire for those who genuinely wish to fulfill their life ambitions to achieve authentic justice, which entails breaking free from the dominion of the celestial dragons. This is one of my grand ideals. Listening to Ron, the red-haired pirates were taken aback, astonished by such lofty aspirations at such a tender age. Bravo. Truly remarkable youth, Shanks applauded Ron. Well, it's not much, really. It's merely a lofty goal. And I still have many smaller objectives yet to accomplish. Dreams are essential. Who knows, they might just come to fruition? At this juncture, Ron felt a tinge of embarrassment, particularly given that he stood before some of the world's most formidable experts, the red-haired pirates. Unlike the Whitebeard, Kaido, or Big Mom crews, the red-haired pirates follow a strictly elite path, comprising only the strongest of individuals. If Ron were included, he would be the least formidable among them. Every member aboard the red-footed Forest is a top-tier powerhouse, with Ben Beckman nearly matching Shanks in strength. It is admirable to harbor such dreams. I hope you reach the pinnacle and realize your ambitions, Shanks encouraged. Days passed aboard the ship, during which Ron showcased his unique culinary skills. The crew grew fond of him, yet, having learned of his grand aspirations, they ultimately abandoned the idea of having him join as a cook. After several days, they finally arrived at the island where the mountain bandit Dayton resided, located near the kingdom of Goa. Upon landing, several members eagerly sought out Luffy and his companions. But they could not locate them, wondering where the three children had wandered off to. Consequently, Ron, Shanks, and the others ventured near the Dayton family residence. Do not underestimate Dayton. She possesses a bounty of 7.8 million, merely 200,000 shy of the mountain bandit king, Zig. This world is home to the notorious 60 emperors, and it is Zig's existence that has led to the current 4 emperors. Thus, Dayton is indeed a formidable opponent, capable of knocking down even the mighty Garp. Ron chuckled inwardly. What are you all doing? Dayton regarded the individuals before him, sensing their dubious nature. He watched them with a wary expression. Oh, it's nothing, merely here to take a look. I didn't expect to find such a hidden paradise here. Ron stated that he was unaware of the exact location where Luffy and his companions resided, only knowing that they were likely in the vicinity of the kingdom of Goa. He had not anticipated that his wandering would lead him to this place. We are merely passing through, he continued, and decided to take a look. There is no need for such wariness. We mean no harm. Ron remarked, in truth, how often do villains acknowledge their own wickedness? Despite this explanation, it was evident that Dayton remained unconvinced by Ron's words and drove him and his companions away. After some contemplation, Ron and his group decided to depart. Their presence here was rather unwelcome. It was merely a coincidence that they had arrived at this place. Upon grasping the circumstances surrounding the situation, they chose to leave. Ron and Shanks, along with others, embarked on their separate missions. Each individual arrived here with their own distinct purpose. In order to locate the three brothers, Ron could only rely on the route etched in his memory, yet the surroundings remained rather unfamiliar to him. After dispersing, they proceeded with their endeavors. Ron inquired along his journey until he arrived in the city, reaching the dilapidated dump. The kingdom of Goya prides itself on being the most beautiful and cleanest nation in the Eastern Sea. They expunge numerous unsightly elements from their realm, rendering this garbage dump no longer part of Goya's territory. Here lie all the clandestine matters that tarnish the nation's luminous image, cast aside in this forsaken place. It bears resemblance to Fisherman Island's Fisherman Street, a locale rife with various elements that are seldom seen in the nation, yet undeniably exist. A country cannot solely embody virtue. It must also acknowledge its vices. The kingdom of Goya has chosen to showcase its virtues while banishing its shortcomings. Thus, this area is inhabited by the downtrodden and a few pirates. Upon uncovering these truths, Ron resolved to search for the three brothers here. These three individuals were known to operate in the vicinity, with Ace and Sabo occasionally accessing funds for their future maritime endeavors. Ron intended to make an effort to persuade them to join the Navy. If that proved impossible, so be it. Chapter 85, Bridgem. In the realm of Ron. The location referred to as the garbage station is known in the kingdom of Goya as the terminus of uncertainty, often dubbed the mountain of refuse. This designation arises from Goya's rigid social hierarchy, which prides itself on being the most beautiful and pristine nation in the Eastern Sea, isolating all that is deemed incongruous with cleanliness and beauty. In this kingdom, the nobility symbolizes purity, elegance, and prestige, while the commoners epitomize filth, ugliness, and degradation. Consequently, the cities inhabited by the aristocracy are the epitome of aesthetic splendor, where they indulge in the finest cuisine and enjoy the most exceptional privileges, presenting themselves with utmost courtesy. However, this civility is confined solely to interactions among the noble class. The townsfolk harbor a profound disdain for those residing at the terminus of uncertainty, loathing both the environment and the lifestyle of its inhabitants. Hence, the cities where the aristocrats dwell are referred to as high towns. To reside in such a city, one must attain noble status. The societal structure of the Kingdom of Goya bears a striking resemblance to that of the Land of Harmony. Although it lacks the formidable strength and vast territory of Harmony, there are notable similarities in the demographic composition. In both realms, only the nobility may inhabit the cities, while the impoverished are relegated to ordinary villages. Should a noble fall into financial ruin, they risk descending into commonality, losing their right to dwell within the city. This is akin to the many who, in the Land of Harmony, have sacrificed everything to redeem a loved one, such as the case with Little Purple. While Goya's regulations are not as draconian, the disparity remains evident. Nobles often deem those who maintain close ties with the inhabitants of the terminus unworthy of their status. For instance, Sabo's father is deeply troubled by the fact that his son spends so much time at the terminus. He is in search of an individual capable of resolving this dilemma, while concurrently plotting to obliterate the terminus entirely. On this particular day, he encounters an aspiring noble who wishes to ally with him. Bridgem, the captain of the Sapphire pirate crew, has dedicated his life to the aspiration of residing in High Town and becoming a noble of the kingdom. Throughout the years, he has amassed considerable wealth, though he has recently suffered significant losses. Infuriated upon discovering that two children had pilfered his funds, he dispatches a subordinate, Bergimi, to apprehend the youngsters and reclaim his stolen treasure. It is indeed a grand jest for a pirate to be outwitted by a mere child. Bergimi declares that if the whereabouts of the two children are not divulged, the consequences will be dire. His primary objective is to recover Captain Bridgem's fortune. Lacking knowledge of where Ace and Sabo have concealed the stolen riches, he captures Luffy, who frequently associates with them. Under severe interrogation, he ultimately uncovers the location of Ace and Sabo, yet he is ultimately bested by them. When Ron arrived, all of this had just concluded. "Luffy, are you all right?" It was evident that Luffy was injured. I'm fine." Then Luffy noticed Ron before him, astonished. "Brother Ron, when did you arrive?" "I just got here and immediately saw you being bullied." Ron chuckled and remarked, "I've heard you wish to join the Navy?" "Naturally. For what an exhilarating endeavor it is. I too aspire for them both to enlist, yet it appears they harbor little interest in the Navy," Luffy responded. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Ron began to scrutinize Ace and Sabo, future luminaries in their own right. These two young lads had already resolved to amass funds for their piratical ventures and set sail. Luffy's actions had decisively shattered their suspicions and touched the tender recesses of their hearts. However, unlike in a previous life, Ron's presence had altered Luffy's aspirations. He no longer yearned to be a pirate, but rather to serve as a marine. Thus, a flicker of hesitation lingered within them. Each individual harbors their own dreams. Let them pursue what they desire, for to thwart them would only lead to their discontent. Ron advised, but being a Navy officer is such a splendid endeavor. Why would they not appreciate it? Luffy replied, perhaps everyone has their own interpretation of what is considered splendid. They might believe that being a pirate is an even more exhilarating profession. Ron smiled and remarked, in truth, regardless of the profession one chooses, it is essential to remain true to one's original aspirations. Therefore, there is no need to impose undue pressure on Luffy. Is that so? Luffy, somewhat perplexed, responded in a half-understanding manner. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Each individual harbors their own ambitions. What you perceive as dazzling may not hold the same allure for others. However, no matter what paths you may tread in the future, it will not diminish the bond of friendship you share, and that is of utmost significance. Ron smiled, and then turned to the two children who were observing him with curiosity. Whether they would become sailors or pirates in the future was a matter for another day. For now, they were still young. Why couldn't they be good friends? Moreover, even if they belonged to different factions, could they not still cultivate a genuine friendship? Ron's words prompted reflection in the two 10-year-olds. Ace and Sabo, both 10 this year, were slightly older and more mature than Luffy. After a moment of contemplation, they found Ron's remarks to be quite sensible. Luffy, let's play together from now on, Sabo declared. At last, they accepted Luffy, allowing him to join their games. The proud Ace also consented to play alongside Luffy. Really? Luffy exclaimed with joy. For months, he had yearned to befriend Ace and Sabo, trailing behind them like a devoted shadow. Now, his wish was finally fulfilled, and Luffy was elated. Well then, you shall be good friends from this day forth. After enduring such a fierce battle, we should replenish our energy. Ron smiled and said, come, let us dine together. Although Ace and Sabo harbored a degree of caution towards Ron, he was, after all, a friend of Luffy's, and the two had frequently heard Luffy mention Ron's name. Thus, they acquiesced to Ron's request. I have recently developed a passion for cooking, and it is the perfect opportunity for you to sample my culinary skills. Ron smiled, but there was a peculiar quality to his grin. Chapter 86, Ron's Culinary Skills. Allow me to showcase my culinary artistry, Ron said with a smile. Luffy, on the other hand, was quite excited. He had never seen Ron cook before. His innate curiosity propelled him to a heightened state of enthusiasm as he eagerly anticipated what Ron would create. In contrast to Luffy's exuberance, Ace and Sabo remained rather composed, particularly Sabo. Despite his youth, he had tasted a plethora of delicious dishes. Ron donned a white apron and proceeded to retrieve the ingredients one by one. He placed the tomatoes into a basin and filled it with clean water, washing them thoroughly. He then found a clean plate and cracked the eggs into it, whisking them with chopsticks in a consistent direction. He heated the oil in a pan, unsure of the precise temperature, but noting that bubbles would form when the chopsticks were inserted. Once the oil was ready, he poured the evenly mixed eggs into the pan. After a few moments, he used the chopsticks to gently cut the eggs into larger pieces, ensuring they were not too small, as that would detract from the dish's visual appeal. After slicing them into several sizable chunks, he began to stir-fry. He continued to cook for 3 to 5 minutes until the eggs were thoroughly done. Ron retrieved the eggs. Without the need to heat oil in the pan, he placed the tomatoes inside and sautéed them. After a few minutes, he added the eggs to the pan and mixed them together. This dish, known as scrambled eggs with tomatoes, is a classic culinary delight in Ron's world. It is simple to prepare and remarkably flavorful. The two ingredients are combined and stir-fried, at which point a pinch of salt can be added. For those who prefer a more complex flavor, a dash of pepper, Sichuan pepper, or a blend of spices may be introduced. However, it is noteworthy that in this world, the term 13 spices does not exist. Ron added some spices and a pinch of salt. When it comes to cooking, in Ron's opinion, the finest salt hails from the city of water. This is because the city often experiences floods, which inundate the rooftops. Once the waters recede and the sun dries the surfaces, the naturally formed salt on the rooftops possesses a delightful flavor. In the future, Ron is determined to procure some salt from the city of water to sample its taste. After stir-frying the dish, he garnished it with a sprinkle of cilantro. Thus, the simple dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes was completed. Even if only tomatoes and eggs are available, it can still be prepared. How does this color appear? Is it not beautiful? The vibrant red of the tomatoes, the rich yellow of the eggs, complemented by the green of the cilantro, creates a refreshing and natural aesthetic. Though this dish is quite simple in Ron's world, it is a novelty for the three children, who have never tasted it before. Since the four of us are preparing 4 dishes today, this is the first one. Patience is essential. We must wait to enjoy it together. The enticing aroma of scrambled eggs with tomatoes wafted through the air, causing Luffy nearby to salivate. However, upon hearing Ron's words, he could only endure the anticipation. Ron crafted 2 stoves. One stove was designated for fraught, while the other, naturally, was intended for cooking rice. He meticulously prepared the exquisite grains, washing them thoroughly with clear water, a ritual known as rinsing the rice. Once the rice was cleansed, it was placed into the pot, with water added until it rose above the grains by approximately 1 knuckle's width. After completing these steps, Ron covered the pot with its lid and prepared to ignite the firewood to cook the rice. The flavor of rice cooked over an open flame differs notably from that prepared in an electric rice cooker. While the Navy possesses technology that allows for rice cooking via electric means, Ron still preferred the traditional method of firewood. If Ace were to consume the flame fruit, it might indeed prove advantageous for Ron in the kitchen, enabling him to heat the rice or prepare skewers. However, at present, Ace was still quite young and had yet to encounter the flame fruit. Once the rice began to steam, Ron commenced the preparation of his second dish, stir-fried pork with bell peppers. He readied the bell peppers, slicing them open to extract the seeds, and then chopped them finely for later use. Fresh meat was also prepared, sliced into thin strips, a task that required considerable skill. Ron first sliced the meat into thin pieces and then meticulously cut those pieces into strips, transforming them into shredded meat. He heated oil in a pan and added the shredded meat, fraught it until the fat rendered. Once the meat was nearly cooked, he introduced green bell peppers, allowing the flavors to meld together. The peppers need not be added too early. They can be added once the meat is well cooked. After the enticing aroma wafted through the air, he seasoned the dish with salt and a selection of spices, finishing it off with a touch of minced garlic. This marked the preparation of the second dish. The children were witnessing Ron's culinary techniques for the first time, and their curiosity was piqued by the unfolding process. There were still 2 more dishes to come, and Ron assured them not to be anxious. They would eat once he completed the cooking. To ensure the children had ample servings, he prepared a generous amount, utilizing his large pot and plates. The stir-fried green peppers with meat was remarkably simple to prepare. The vibrant green peppers combined with the tender strips of lean meat, enhanced by the fragrant garlic, was enough to make anyone's mouth water. Moving on to the third dish, sauerkraut and pork stew with vermicelli. For this dish, pork belly was indispensable. Without it, the dish would lack its soul. Ron had already addressed the issue of meat preservation. In the world of pirates, technology was sufficiently advanced to allow for refrigeration on board, providing access to a variety of meats. The sauerkraut had been fermented by Ron for quite some time. Having consumed part of it during a banquet with Shanks and others the previous day, he decided to use the remaining sauerkraut to create a pork and sauerkraut stew with vermicelli. The vermicelli was a substitute that Ron had procured, something similar in texture. He soaked the vermicelli in warm water, washed the sauerkraut, and squeezed it dry before shredding it. Chopped scallions and minced garlic were sauteed in oil to release their fragrance. Once aromatic, the sliced pork belly was added, continuing to stir-fry until the pork's fat rendered and the enticing aroma was released. The sauerkraut was then incorporated, ensuring a harmonious blend of flavors. He poured in boiling water until it covered the pork and sauerkraut, followed by the soaked vermicelli and a sprinkle of seasonings. After adding the seasonings, he covered the pot and let it simmer until fully cooked. During this time, the delightful scent of the pork and sauerkraut wafted through the air, and the 3 children, already captivated by the enticing atmosphere, were eager to eat. However, Ron mentioned there was one final dish to prepare, which they patiently awaited. "What do you think? Does my cooking appeal to you? Is it fragrant?" Ron inquired, and the 3 children nodded in agreement. Such delectable dishes surely made them long for a taste. Were they interested? At this point, their stomachs grumbled with hunger, and the delicious aromas were irresistible. Yet, there remained one final dish to complete. Ron believed they had been patient long enough, but the last dish required a bit more time to prepare. "What can we do to expedite the cooking of this dish?" Ace inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Upon hearing Ace's question, Ron's eyes lit up. Chapter 87. Affordable pricing, each dish costing only 100 million berries. Are you all quite hungry? If you are extremely famished, we need not proceed with the last dish. Ron chuckled. However, if the final dish is not prepared, there will be a price to pay. At that moment, the 3 children were collectively yearning for sustenance. Their hunger was palpable, exacerbated by the tantalizing spread before them. The vibrant colors of the dishes captivated their eyes, while the delectable aromas wafted through the air. It is a rare individual who can resist the allure of such culinary delights in such an enticing environment. Let us indulge, Brother Ron. We shall face the consequences later, Luffy exclaimed, unable to contain himself any longer. Had it not been for Ace and Sabo restraining him, he would have already devoured everything in sight. Observing Luffy's fervor, Sabo too felt a pang of hunger. Despite his extensive experiences, he had never encountered dishes crafted by Ron, and they appeared utterly irresistible. Why not let us feast first? We can deal with any repercussions afterward, he urged Ace. Ace, undoubtedly the most authoritative among the trio, found himself swayed by the eagerness of his younger brothers. Seeing their desire for the delightful meal, coupled with Ron's impressive culinary skills, he nodded in agreement. Let us dine first. There is no need to prepare the last dish. We shall address any costs that arise afterward. To Ace, it merely entailed assisting Ron with some chores. Very well, then we must establish some ground rules. When the time comes to settle the score, there shall be no turning back. Ron said, rest assured, we will never have a change of heart. Despite his tender age, Ace was unequivocal in his words, and Ron was fully aware of this. He understood the essence of Ace's character. Well then, let us partake in our meal. Ron lifted the lid of the pot. The pork and sauerkraut stew with vermicelli had been thoroughly cooked, embodying the flavors of his northeastern hometown. Using a ladle, Ron served the dish onto a large platter and placed it on the table. Currently, the table was adorned with 3 grand round plates, each brimming with delectable dishes. One featured stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, another showcased scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and the last presented the pork and sauerkraut stew with vermicelli. After preparing these dishes, Ron opened the lid of another pot on the stove, releasing a rich aroma of steamed rice that signified it was also ready. Ron retrieved 4 large bowls. Crafted from an exquisite material, and with his specially designed ladle, he filled one for a child. Undoubtedly, these bowls could be considered relatively standard, boasting a diameter of approximately 50 centimeters. They were quite distinct from the enormous vessel used by Whitebeard. Note: Shanks observed Whitebeard pouring a colossal barrel of liquor into that immense bowl. Initially, Whitebeard dismissed the drink brought by Shanks, but upon learning that it was from Shanks' homeland, he consumed it in one gulp. Nevertheless, despite Shanks' attempts to dissuade Whitebeard from initiating the Summit War, he was unsuccessful. In the presence of an ordinarily sized child, these bowls appeared rather large. Yet, merely their size was deceiving, as the 3 individuals were indeed prodigious eaters. Ron's plates boast a diameter of approximately 1 meter each. One can only imagine the immense size of this table. Well then, let us begin our feast. After Ron uttered these words, the 3 children each seized a plate of food, preparing to place it into their mouths. Wait a moment, that is not how one should eat. Ron smiled as he produced several pairs of chopsticks. The chopsticks were of standard length, excessively long ones are rather unwieldy. Food should not be consumed in isolation. We ought to share it with one another using chopsticks. In the presence of strangers, we might prepare a communal pair for others to serve themselves. However, as this occasion is a family gathering, it suffices for each person to have their own pair of chopsticks. Ron distributed chopsticks among 3 individuals. To be frank, they were not unfamiliar with chopsticks. However, given their personalities, using chopsticks was rather inconvenient for them. Generally speaking, they preferred to grasp their food with their hands, as it allowed for a quicker consumption. Even when employing chopsticks, they could still devour their meals with remarkable speed. Ron smiled as he took a bite of the pork, sauerkraut, and vermicelli, followed by a mouthful of rice. Ah, this is the flavor. The fresh taste of the pork harmonized beautifully with the tanginess of the sauerkraut. Once Ron began to eat, the 3 children joined in enthusiastically. They quickly scooped vegetables into their bowls, alternating between the dishes and their rice. Such a delightful combination of dishes and rice was a rarity for them. They had never dined in this manner before. Typically, they would consume meat directly or indulge in noodles, seldom pairing their meals with rice. How delicious it was! The 3 children exclaimed in unison. The sensation of the rice accompanied by these dishes was truly exhilarating. They had never contemplated such a pairing before, often opting for noodles or directly eating meat without considering rice. Thus, the 4 of them, Ron and the 3 children, began to eat with fervor. Their table manners were naturally not impeccable, but fortunately, the plates were ample, and there was enough food for everyone to enjoy. Particularly, the sensation of the pork belly melting in their mouths, paired with the yellow sauerkraut, was simply exquisite. The crispness of the chili peppers and the sweet and sour notes of the persimmons complemented the rich, fatty aroma of the pork belly. The stir-fried pork with chili created a delightful medley of flavors, blending the robust essence of green peppers and garlic that danced on their palates. It was an utterly delightful experience, and soon the bellies of the three children were round and full. Ron also feasted heartily. Burp. Luffy let out a belch. Brother Ron, what price do you require from us? Was my meal delightful? How did you find my dishes? Ron did not directly respond to Luffy's inquiry. It was exceedingly delicious, splendid, and exquisite. The three children all expressed their approval. Such delectable cuisine, would it truly be unreasonable for me to charge a slightly higher price? Certainly not. Given its delightful flavors, a higher price is entirely justified, Luffy remarked with a smile. Sabo concurred, and after some contemplation, Ace nodded in agreement. Thus, if I were to open a restaurant, it would be entirely reasonable to set a higher price for these three dishes. Indeed, it should be so. Both Luffy and Sabo nodded in affirmation. Ace sensed something amiss in Ron's words, yet he could not quite pinpoint what was wrong. Ultimately, he too agreed. It seems that if I were to establish a restaurant and become a chef, I could indeed earn a substantial income, as I could price these three dishes quite high. Ron smiled as he gazed at the three little ones. They were now thoroughly satiated, lying motionless on the deck of the ship. I do not require you to pay an exorbitant price, merely provide me with a reasonable rate for a meal. One dish for 100 million berries is not excessive. Is it? Not at all, not at all. It is quite affordable, Luffy immediately responded. However, the expressions of Sabo and Ace had already shifted. What is the price? Ron chuckled, stating that the price is fair and honest for all, with each dish costing 100 million berries. Chapter 88. Keeping promises. Upon hearing the figure of 300 million, Ace and Sabo widened their eyes in astonishment. This price is exceedingly extravagant. Do you think the price I proposed is too steep? Ron chuckled and remarked, however, this is the fruit of my labor, and as you have mentioned, even if my prices are set a tad higher, it matters not. It is indeed true that I uttered those words, however. Your pricing is exceedingly exorbitant. 300 million berries for a single meal. Ace contended with Ron. What of it? You yourself stated that a slightly elevated price is inconsequential. Moreover, prior to dining, I informed you that should the final dish not be prepared, there would be a price to pay. Additionally, I have yet to request payment for my rice. Upon hearing Ron's statement, Sabo, clutching his stomach, attempted to rise but failed. You scoundrel, this is nothing short of fraud. Sabo exclaimed. Yet, is it not also deceitful for you youngsters to seize another's wealth? Ron retorted, but we are seizing the wealth of villains. He is a notorious and ruthless pirate. Sabo immediately countered. Indeed, he is a vicious pirate, and by taking his riches, we are, in essence, performing a noble deed. Ace quickly stood up to argue, looking at both of my brothers ready to refute. Luffy, caressing his belly, also wished to voice his dissenting opinions. Ron, brother, we don't possess that much money. Luffy expressed his perspective. Indeed, what difference is there between demanding such a price from three children and outright robbery? Ace shouted in frustration, attempting to rise. But his overstuffed belly prevented him from doing so. If you can rob others, why am I not permitted to rob you? Ron chuckled. Furthermore, I have toiled diligently, which stands in stark contrast to your actions and character. Moreover, simply because he is a pirate, do you deem it permissible to seize him? If I recall correctly, you too aspire to become pirates, do you not? After Ron uttered these words, several faces changed. Ace and Sabo were indeed momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. They had undertaken considerable preparations for the supplies needed for their voyage. As pirates, you are entitled to seize from him. Yet you are pirates and I am a naval officer. Now that you have dined, do you expect me to forego payment? After Ron uttered these words, both Ace and Sabo were momentarily taken aback. The Sapphire Pirates were notoriously ruthless, led by the malevolent Captain Brujum. However, Ron's argument held considerable weight. As pirates, Ace and Sabo were justified in seizing Brujum's possessions, which implied their own aspirations of becoming pirates. Standing from the Navy's perspective, it seemed reasonable for Ron to demand a higher price. Before your meal, you mentioned there would be consequences. Are you little brats truly devoid of integrity? If you lack sincerity, what value does your agreement hold? Once you gather enough funds to set sail as pirates, that dream may remain unfulfilled. The children were momentarily puzzled. Ron's assertions appeared undeniably logical. Though they sensed something amiss, they could not articulate it. Very well, I accept your terms, but we currently lack sufficient funds, Ace admitted, a pained expression crossing his face as he grappled with the situation. Yet, as the son of the Pirate King, he bore his burdens with remarkable courage. He glanced at Sabo, who was also looking back at him. Their wealth had taken considerable time to accumulate, and the prospect of depleting it all at once, potentially falling short, was indeed distressing. Nevertheless, Sabo ultimately nodded in agreement. To aspire to be a top-tier pirate in the future necessitated a commitment to honor one's word. Seeing the unwavering determination in the children, Ron felt a deep sense of admiration. Once we have digested our meal, I shall retrieve the money for you. As for the remaining cost, I shall shoulder it alone. I will remain aboard to assist you, Ace declared, embodying the responsibility of an elder brother. Ron gazed at Ace with a serious demeanor and inquired, "What kind of pirate do you aspire to be? Do you wish to become the Pirate King?" It was evident that upon hearing the term Pirate King, Ace's expression underwent a subtle transformation. "I wish to become a person who is free. Free to embark on adventures across the vast ocean," Ace stated with utmost seriousness. "To be a successful adventurer on the sea, do you require companions?" Ron earnestly engaged in a discussion with Ace regarding this matter. "Companions are indeed essential. I intend to gather a remarkable group of allies," Ace stated with utmost seriousness. "I happen to know some exceptionally talented pirates." Ron remarked, "I believe you could engage in a conversation about your vast experiences on the open sea. Simultaneously, you might acquire some invaluable insights into maritime ventures. Moreover, it would be prudent to comprehend the true prowess of those pirates at sea. After all, even Amir Brugam has proven to be quite a formidable challenge for you." Ron's words were not without merit. After some contemplation, Ace ultimately concurred. "Indeed, having formidable pirates around is advantageous. Therefore, I shall engage in conversation with them as well." "I want to join too," Sabo chimed in. "You need not concern yourself with communication. Leave everything to Ace." Ron spoke with a smile, for Ace had declared that he would repay the remaining debt all by himself. "Thus, I resolved to introduce him to some pirates, allowing him to acquire knowledge of their craft and diligently enhance his abilities. Gradually, he would accumulate a bounty. And once he possessed it, repaying my debt would become significantly easier." Upon hearing Ron's words, Sabo, Luffy, and Ace felt a chill run through them. They had not anticipated the depth of Ron's foresight. However, the ever-undaunted Ace ultimately acquiesced to Ron's request. With this, Ron had achieved his objective, successfully introducing Ace to Shanks, the whimsical user of the red-haired pirate's Gomu Gomu no Mi. As for the potential sparks that might ignite between Shanks and Ace, or whether Ace would inherit Roger's will and contemplate a journey to Laughtail to fulfill Roger's unfinished business, such matters lay beyond Ron's purview. He had done his utmost to facilitate the meeting between Ace and Shanks, and that was sufficient. The rest was left to fate. Ace departed. On Ron's ship, there are two other individuals, Sabo and Luffy. It appears that Luffy has resolutely made up his mind to join the Navy. But what are Sabo's thoughts on this? "Young one, are you willing to join the Navy?" Ron extended an invitation to Sabo. "I have no desire to serve in the Navy. I yearn to be a pirate, a free-spirited buccaneer." Ron gazed at Sabo, who aspired to become a pirate. "Freedom will soon be a fleeting concept for you." Chapter 89, The Imminent Inferno. "What do you think? Does that little brat possess extraordinary talent?" Ron smiled and inquired of the red-haired figure. "You have come here in search of this little rascal. A pirate of your caliber must be seeking someone of extraordinary significance. Does he possess remarkable talents?" Shanks took a sip of his drink, casting a glance at Ron. His expression complex as he replied, "Do you know something?" "What could I possibly know?" Ron responded. "I can only surmise that this child shares some connection with you all." Ron chuckled and remarked, "The moment I uttered his name, your expression shifted, compelling you to seek him out here. I truly cannot fathom why a formidable pirate such as yourself would pursue a mere child. Is it due to that?" Ron was acutely aware that if he remained silent, the red-haired pirates would harbor significant suspicions about him, particularly that fellow Ben Beckman. It is said that Beckman possesses the highest intelligence quotient in the entire pirate world. "So, you do indeed know something?" Shanks remarked, taking another sip of his drink. "Is it truly so extraordinary?" It was not difficult to deduce, upon mentioning his name. "I noticed a change in you. This led me to suspect that there was something special about it. Upon returning home, I consulted various texts but found nothing remarkable. Hence, I surmised that Ace may very well belong to the D lineage. After all, Luffy is also of that bloodline, so I am somewhat informed." "That boy Ace is exceedingly obstinate," Shanks chuckled. "He bears a resemblance, yet also diverges. I cannot ascertain whether finding him is right or wrong. What does he resemble? And in what ways does he differ?" Ron feigned a lack of understanding. "You need not concern yourself with that," Shanks remarked with a smile. "In any case, I am grateful to you. There is no need for thanks. If I can be of assistance to you, it brings me joy, for we are, after all, friends." Ron chuckled and remarked, "The Navy and pirates as friends? What of it? As long as their personalities align, one's status is inconsequential. Ron took Shank's gourd and poured a drink into his own bowl, downing it in one swift motion. I am uncertain of your intentions. But if you are in search of him, I suggest you observe from a distance to ascertain whether he is indeed the individual you seek. Upon hearing Ron's words, Shanks nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Thus, they parted ways. The days of Ace, Sabo, and Luffy seemed to revert to their former simplicity. However, one day, Sabo was taken away. Consequently, only Ace and Luffy remained in Dayton's humble abode. Yet, certain events are destined to unfold. Ron had no intention of intervening in this matter. Sabo's father brought him back home, imposing strict supervision, forbidding him from venturing outside. During this time, Sabo's parents showcased their adopted child, making it abundantly clear that if Sabo failed to meet their expectations, someone would take his place. This revelation left Sabo in a state of despondency. Meanwhile, Sabo's father's plans were set into motion, targeting an uncertain destination that felt somewhat out of place in the kingdom. To the nobility, the Goa Kingdom was perceived as the most beautiful and ceremonious realm in existence. The interactions among the aristocracy were characterized by exquisite courtesy. The streets of the town were impeccably clean, and each citizen adorned themselves with immaculate attire, embodying decorum and elegance. Choose a moment to incinerate the uncertain destination. If you can accomplish this task, I shall grant you the privilege to enter the city, elevating you to the status of nobility within the Goa Kingdom. Sabo's father conveyed to the captain of the Sapphire Pirates, Brujum. Overjoyed, Brujum embraced the prospect of becoming a resident of the esteemed high town, a dream he had long cherished. Consequently, the news spread like wildfire. The uncertain destination was poised for destruction. The townsfolk, each brimming with delight, engaged in their usual polite conversations, participating in various enjoyable social activities, their interactions infused with a newfound exuberance. They were all the more jubilant as the city prepared for a significant transformation, aspiring to become the cleanest and most perfect kingdom in the world. The uncertain destination was a source of disdain for them. Its inhabitants, the accumulated refuse, everything about it was filthy, foul-smelling, and utterly incompatible with their noble society. Eventually, the news reached Sabo. He could scarcely believe that the uncertain destination was slated for incineration. Observing the cheerful crowd, he approached a seemingly kind old man and inquired about the impending destruction. The old man smiled and confirmed, yes, with those two words. Complimented by his demeanor and his calm enjoyment of hot coffee, he added nonchalantly, that place ought to have been burned long ago. This revelation shattered Sabo. He could not fathom how someone could smile in such circumstances, sipping coffee with such tranquility while engaging in light-hearted banter with those around him. Curiously, he asked several others, only to discover that they shared the same sentiment, that the uncertain destination was long overdue for destruction, that its existence was no longer warranted in this world. The prospect of such an event thrilled them. The entire city was abuzz with the news, and they had even begun to organize celebrations for the forthcoming action. Yet, the inhabitants of the uncertain destination remained oblivious, unaware that the place they had once considered home was about to vanish from existence. More critically, Luffy and Ace often played there. After grappling with his despair, Sabo resolved, by any means necessary, to escape the city and convey the news to the people of the uncertain destination. Thus, he commenced a battle of wits against the household steward and the townsfolk. Though the citizens displayed impeccable manners and donned splendid attire, each one was cloaked in hypocrisy. Should not all people be equal? This notion had lingered in Sabo's mind since childhood. Confined by his parents and burdened by the presence of an adopted brother, he was told that if he failed to meet their expectations, his brother would be trained to fulfill those desires. This disappointment in his parents had already festered, and now he felt disillusioned with the entire aristocracy of the city. He was determined to disseminate this critical information and prevent the impending catastrophe. Alas, the fire ultimately erupted. Chapter 90. The common enemy of the celestial dragons, the uncertain destination, was finally ignited. Fiery flames and acrid smoke billowed in every direction. The stench of burning refuse caused many to cover their noses, unsure whether it was the smoke or the sorrow of destruction that brought tears to their eyes. Sabo struggled valiantly, striving to relay the message, yet time eluded him. The captain of the Sapphire Pirates, Brujum, wickedly ignited the blaze. Do you think he will return to the city? Or that the townsfolk will welcome him? Ron inquired of Shanks, who remained silent, his thoughts consumed by the safety of Ace. The townsfolk would undoubtedly reject him. The inhabitants had long ceased to regard their kind as human, dividing them into two distinct races. Ben Beckman interjected, pointing out that from the very beginning, this individual known as Brujum had been exploited. Consequently, Ace was likely in peril. Upon realizing the cruel truth of his inability to enter the city, Bridgham would surely turn against Ace. Ron couldn't help but admire Ben Beckman. His reasoning was utterly correct. As a partner, Shanks naturally held unwavering faith in Ben Beckman. After hearing his words, he clenched his fists tightly. If it were anyone else, he might have remained composed. But Ace was the sole bloodline of the captain. Stay calm, Shanks, Yasopp reassured him, patting him on the shoulder. Aren't we here to witness his potential? If danger arises. Do you doubt my strength? Upon hearing Yasopp's words, Shanks finally managed to stabilize his emotions, yet it was evident he remained somewhat tense. This was understandable. As he had been aboard Roger's ship since infancy, one could say he was raised by Roger. Thus, the bond between them was profoundly deep. Otherwise, Roger would not have entrusted the straw hat to him. On that fateful day in Logtown, when Roger faced execution, it marked the commencement of the great age of pirates. Countless pirates bore witness to the Pirate King's demise while hearing rumors of the legendary treasure hidden in Laughtale, preparing to set sail. Shanks was among them. Hiding behind the crowd, donning a straw hat to shield his eyes from the execution platform. He thought that if he did not see such a scene, he would not weep. Yet, tears streamed down his face like rain. His heart felt heavy that day, but he soon ventured out to sea. He aimed to fulfill the captain's wishes, aspiring to become a monarch of the seas, a figure capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin. Whitebeard was not his target, as he had little interest in Laughtale. Thus, Shanks's primary goal was to curtail the growth of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. To this day, Shanks has accomplished much, elevating his personal strength to that of a monarch of the seas, yet he has yet to find the one the captain has been waiting for. Now, with the lineage of the D family discovered, the captain's son may very well be the one to fulfill his legacy. This left Shanks both anxious and hopeful. He yearned for Ace to perform admirably while fearing he might be reluctant to undertake this task. Just as he was about to act, Yasopp focused intently on the distant Bridgham, reassuring Shanks, "Fear not. With me here, if he poses any real threat, I shall take him down with a single shot." Truth be told, Shanks's conqueror's haki could indeed affect Bridgham, but his anxiety overwhelmed him. If the gates remain shut, then let us all perish here. Bridgham charged toward Ace, and Dayton stepped forward, shielding Ace and positioning him behind her like a protective hen with her chicks. However, Bridgham's crew outnumbered them and wielded firearms, making Dayton no match for them. The situation was perilous. Just as danger loomed, and Yasopp was poised to act, Ace erupted in fury. His conqueror's haki instinctively manifested, causing Bridgham's numerous subordinates to collapse. Only Bridgham remained standing. Shanks was moved, as were the members of the red-haired pirates. Ace was merely 10 years old, yet already possessed the ability of conqueror's haki. Unlike armament and observation haki, which could be awakened through diligent training and experience, conqueror's haki required one to possess the spirit of a king to awaken. It was a rare gift, emerging in 1 out of a million. However, Ace was still quite young, and Bridgham was formidable enough not to be incapacitated by Ace's haki. Thus, in a crucial moment, Yasopp decisively acted, firing a shot that caused Bridgham to collapse as if struck by Ace's conqueror's haki. Shanks was filled with excitement. Ace truly was the chosen one. He was likely the one destined to fulfill the captain's legacy. Well, now you can rest easy. It's just a child, after all. Why the excitement? Ron feigned complete ignorance of who Ace was, as well as the reason behind Shanks's excitement. Well, indeed. In that case, I shall treat you to a drink upon my return, Shanks replied with great delight. Thus, the matter was laid to rest. Ron felt that he had once again performed a noble deed, perhaps paving the way for numerous intriguing changes in the future. Following this incident, Luffy, Sabo, and Ace could once more revel in their joyous camaraderie. However, Sabo made the resolute decision to set sail. On this splendid day, with the sun shining brightly and the breeze gentle, Sabo bid farewell to Luffy and Ace, embarking on a quest for his own freedom and exploration of the ocean's beauty. A 10-year-old boy, a modest little boat, and a simple pirate flag marked Sabo's departure. By sheer coincidence, not long after setting out, Sabo encountered a celestial dragon. In a single shot, the celestial dragon obliterated Sabo's vessel, leaving him grievously injured. The celestial dragons are beings who cannot abide anyone obstructing their path. Sabo, Sabo, Sabo. The two children wept in despair. He was their dear companion, cherished friend, and beloved brother. Can you see clearly? Who has harmed your brother? Ron remarked. Those beings of that race are known as celestial dragons. Celestial dragons, you say? Ron seemed to have spotted Ace and Luffy, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Indeed. Whether one serves as a Navy officer or a pirate, The celestial dragons remain our common adversary. Chapter 91. Ain has finally arrived. The Revolutionary Army has unexpectedly made an appearance. That child must have been rescued by them. At the banquet of the red-haired pirates, Ben Beckman inquired, "It should be so, shouldn't it?" Ron replied, "I always feel as though you possess a wealth of knowledge." Ben Beckman expressed skepticism towards Ron. "I know a lot. Indeed. I do possess considerable knowledge." "In what regard do you refer?" Ron inquired. "I perceive that your intelligence system appears to be quite sophisticated. It seems as though everything has been meticulously calculated by you." Ben Beckman responded with utmost seriousness. The gravity of Beckman's demeanor prompted the members of the red-haired pirates surrounding them to regard Ron with equal solemnity. "What precisely have I calculated?" Ron remarked. "You want us to closely observe Ace and have instructed us not to intervene. It feels as though you were already aware that Ace would awaken the Conqueror's haki. Additionally, regarding that boy named Sabo, you seem to have known he would be rescued by the Revolutionary Army all along." Ben Beckman responded. "These events appear to have been orchestrated by you. However, one thing puzzles me. There is a significant conflict between the Navy and the Revolutionary Army." Upon hearing Ben Beckman's response, Ron smiled. "By your reasoning, I am part of the Navy, while you belong to the pirates, which should inherently create a profound discord between us." Ron chuckled, saying, "How could these things possibly be of my design? What merit do I possess to command the Revolutionary Army to come and rescue Sabo?" Ron's words hold merit, which is precisely the reason that Ben Beckman finds himself in a quandary. "Why do you always seem so composed?" Ben Beckman inquired. "What else can I do in the presence of such formidable opponents?" Ron laughed. "Am I to apprehend all of you? Or perhaps engage in a most brutal duel with you? I am no match for any of you, nor do we share any vested interests. When the disparity in our strengths is so vast, why should I feign a demeanor of anxiety or tension?" Listening to Ron's words, the red-haired pirates could not help but admire his composed attitude. Yet, what can one do with a poor mindset, faced with the myriad pressures of the world? Even if one's composure shatters and they appear exceedingly anxious and fearful, what is destined to occur will inevitably come to pass. And what is meant to depart shall ultimately depart. It seems you two must take your leave." Ron chuckled. "Thus, we joyfully relish this banquet. For if you linger too long, it may indeed be too late. Could it be that Admiral Karp is returning?" Ben Beckman immediately grasped the crux of the matter. "Indeed. My presence here is also tied to Admiral Karp. I intend to await his arrival to celebrate Luffy's birthday together. It is regrettable that we cannot attend Luffy's birthday this time. Nonetheless, I am truly delighted to have met you, Ron." Shanks raised his glass, and the entire crew lifted their goblets in unison. Ron also raised his glass, draining it in one swift motion. Such moments, when everyone can gather to celebrate in this manner, are indeed rare and precious. Ron remains a naval officer, and he is also a promising Marine. Upon their return, the red-haired pirates will undoubtedly carve out a new reputation. Future encounters may not be as amicable, or at least not as convenient. The hosts and guests enjoy their time together. After the festivities concluded, the red-haired pirates set sail the following day. Ron bid them farewell at this place. This time, the red-haired one did not wear his straw hat. Instead, a new straw hat adorned the head of Ace. Upon seeing Ace's new hat, Luffy expressed his desire for one as well. "After a few days, when Sister Ain arrives, she will be able to weave one for you." Ron smiled and spoke to Luffy. It did not take long. 2 days later, Ain and Karp's grand ship finally arrived here. Senior sister, grandfather, Ron and Ain. Luffy and his grandfather met in this manner. They both rushed towards each other, yet the atmosphere was decidedly different. After a prolonged separation, Ron and Ain embraced tightly, with Ain leaning deeply into Ron's embrace. Ron then lifted Ain into his arms, spinning her around several times. "Senior sister, I have missed you dearly. The days without you felt like years. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. It seems as though we haven't seen each other in centuries." Upon hearing Ron's words, Ain playfully swatted him twice, slightly blushing. "After such a long time apart, I didn't expect your words to have grown even sweeter. Have you been charming some young ladies?" "Senior sister, you do me an injustice. I have only 2 pursuits each day. Where would I find the time to woo young women?" "Oh, and what might those 2 pursuits be?" Ain inquired, her curiosity piqued. "The first is breathing," Ron remarked. "What about the second thing?" "The second thing, of course, is that I miss you." "You certainly have a way with words," Ain responded. "Would you care to taste it?" Ron replied playfully. "Luffy is still here?" Ain inquired, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face, turning it crimson. The excitement had been overwhelming. And now the realization dawned upon him that not only was Luffy present, but also Admiral Karp and numerous sailors aboard the ship. In stark contrast to the tender moment shared between Ron and Ein, Luffy's reunion with his grandfather was quite different. Mimicking Ein's actions, Luffy leaped into his grandfather's embrace. Admiral Karp, perhaps inspired by Ein's playful demeanor, attempted to emulate the same by playfully punching Ron. Consequently, two sizable lumps appeared atop Luffy's head. The Iron Fist of Love. Yet, this time, Luffy did not cry. It had been a long time since he last saw his grandfather, and he truly missed him. You've become quite resilient. You little rascal. Karp chuckled, affectionately ruffling Luffy's hair, and upon gazing at Luffy's cherubic face, he couldn't resist giving it another gentle squeeze. To his surprise, he discovered an astonishing fact. Luffy's face was remarkably elastic. Curious, Karp attempted to stretch it. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Grandpa, what are you doing? Luffy exclaimed, wincing in pain. Karp's expression shifted. When did you consume a devil fruit? Grandpa, how did you know it was a devil fruit? Luffy replied with a grin. Once you eat a devil fruit, you can no longer swim, and there are numerous restrictions. Who gave it to you? Karp was furious. His busy schedule had prevented him from visiting his grandson, and now he learned that Luffy had unwittingly consumed a devil fruit. I ate it myself. One day, I found a piece of fruit in a box, so I decided to give it a try. It tasted dreadful, but after eating it, I turned into this. Luffy nonchalantly explained. However, there are benefits to this transformation. I have acquired a marvelous ability, and I am determined to develop my powers and become an exceptional sailor. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Karp's anger transformed into joy. What did you say? I said I want to become an exceptional sailor. Haha. Karp was thoroughly delighted, remembering how Luffy had previously been adamantly opposed to becoming a sailor. Come, let me see what you've been practicing lately. Without hesitation, Karp was eager to witness the fruits of Luffy's training. Chapter 92. Luffy and Sanji. Karp observed Luffy's considerable potential and offered guidance on various aspects of his training. He emphasized that while the devil fruit could bestow unique abilities, one must not become overly reliant on it. Mastering physical combat was paramount. Ron also learned some techniques from Karp. Subsequently, Ron, Ein, Karp, and others celebrated a birthday for Luffy, who turned 7 this year. The celebration was filled with joy, with everyone relishing the moment. After the birthday festivities, Karp reflected on Luffy's aspiration to become an exceptional Marine. He considered the possibility of sending Luffy to a base to acquire some fundamental knowledge. Thus, he resolved to assign Luffy to the G8 fortress. The G8 branch is expansive and renowned for its impenetrable defenses, making it exceedingly difficult for pirates to escape once inside. Its high level of security led Karp to the decision to place Luffy there. Generally, not much occurs at that location, and it would also be beneficial for Luffy's development. Which was Karp's rationale. Meanwhile, Ron's personnel appointment was finalized, with Ron and Ein set to remain stationed at the Marine headquarters. Ron and Ein were assigned to Admiral Porcellino. Subsequently, they came under the direct supervision of Kizaru, their immediate superior, with whom they would embark on missions. Once all arrangements were finalized, Karp set sail. Meanwhile, Ron and Ein were entrusted with the responsibility of escorting Luffy to the G8 branch before returning to the Navy headquarters. Ron had not anticipated that Luffy and Sanji would meet in such a manner. After locating Sanji, Ron had no better options, so he sent him to the G8 base, assigning him the role of a mere deckhand. In truth, it was more akin to allowing Jonathan and Monica to take Sanji under their wing. Who could have foreseen that a few months later, Luffy would also arrive here? What kind of sparks would ignite between the two of them? The ship continued its slow voyage. Ron was deep in thought. He had been in this world for several years, and had altered many events that had transpired. Yet, his great vengeance remained unfulfilled. Who exactly was that man named Oolong? What are you pondering? Ein inquired. I am contemplating when I shall seek revenge in the New World. Ron replied. It will come swiftly. Everything you undertake is executed with such finesse. I am confident you will soon realize your aspirations, Ein reassured him, wrapping his arms around Ron from behind. You have made remarkable progress since joining the Navy just a few short years ago. Moreover, your rapport with Mr. Karp is quite favorable, which will undoubtedly aid your future promotions. With diligent effort, you will gain access to more information, and at that juncture, locating your enemy will be a mere matter of ease. Ron nodded and gazed ahead, then turned to look at Ein. Senior sister, you are truly beautiful. Since spending time with Ron, Ein had undergone significant changes, even altering her hairstyle to the ponytail that Ron favored. With this new hairstyle, Ein's elegance was instantly accentuated. Her fashion sense had also evolved, moving beyond her previous simple combinations. Indeed, she had become increasingly feminine. Moreover, Ein's legs were long, straight, and fair, devoid of any blemishes. At times, Ron found himself mesmerized by her legs. Thus, Ron and I shared a deep, affectionate gaze for an extended period. I seem to have forgotten something, senior sister. What is it? More often than not, you have taken care of me, yet I have never prepared a meal for you or attended to your daily needs. How about I cook a dish for you today? An was taken aback by Ron's suggestion, perhaps never having imagined that he could cook. In truth, cooking could be a delightful experience. I can prepare many dishes, each infused with the flavors of my hometown. Having lived 2 lives, Ron had mastered numerous culinary techniques. The delectable meals he had once savored were now within his capability to recreate. After spending 3 years in a small village, he had also experienced many local delicacies, which he could now prepare with relative ease. Having spent so long together, An had always been the one caring for Ron. Therefore, he wished to take care of her this time. What is the purpose of life? A person's existence is both lengthy and fleeting. Yet, the most vital aspect should be joy. Some things must be done at the right moment, or else one may live with regret later. Ron has not forgotten his hatred. It lingers in his heart, awaiting the moment to confront that individual. Nevertheless, he understands that such animosity should not mar his existence. For there are many delightful souls in this world. Cherishing the present is of utmost importance. Thus, Ron prepared a sumptuous meal for Ein, inspired by the culinary delights of his homeland. In that idyllic village, he learned much, and through the corridors of memory, he was able to recreate some dishes. The past held no participation for the two, yet the future beckoned them to forge shared experiences. This dish is reminiscent of one I savored in my former village, though I had never attempted to replicate it, or perhaps the flavors were never quite right. Gradually, I refined and improved my technique, and at last, it has regained its original essence. Sister, this is the cuisine of my homeland, and I sincerely invite you to partake with me, allowing you a glimpse into my past. Thank you, junior brother, she replied. The tantalizing aroma of the meal finally roused Luffy from his slumber. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that he was not awakened so much as compelled by his innate love for delectable food. The scent alone was enough to coax him awake. Well, Ron, what have you made? This dish smells absolutely divine. Luffy scurried off to wash his hands, eager to partake in the feast. All right, he agreed, dutifully preparing for the delightful dinner Ron had crafted for him. Ein expressed a desire to assist Ron in the kitchen, but he gently declined, wishing to care for Ein today. The fragrance of the meal wafted through the air, making Luffy swallow with anticipation. Ein, too, looked at Ron in astonishment, having not expected such culinary prowess from him. The mere aroma of the food was enough to elevate one's spirits. When did you become such an accomplished cook? Ein inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. It's always good to acquire new skills, and rare is the opportunity to venture out alone. One must not deprive oneself. Once he has honed these abilities, it would be a delight to treat my sister to my culinary creations. Thus, in the future, with just the two of us on the seas, many challenges could be efficiently addressed. Indeed, Ron's vacation time was woefully insufficient, and his request for an extension had been denied by Sengoku. After delivering the travel funds to the G8 branch, he would need to return swiftly to the naval base, as Sengoku intended to focus on nurturing Ron's talents, assigning him to serve under Admiral Borisolino. Ron was also aware that he would be quite occupied in the future, so today he took the time to prepare a plethora of dishes, intending to treat Ain and allow himself a moment of relaxation. Chapter 93. Behold, the ship rocks again. After indulging in a hearty meal, the two continued their journey, swiftly escorting Luffy to the G8 branch. Ron was unaware that he had altered the course of history in this world, was he not? Yet, if given the chance to start anew, he would undoubtedly make the same choice. Arriving in a realm where one cannot influence the historical trajectory, where everything unfolds as it once did, begs the question, what is the point? Some may find Luffy to be a foolish character, lacking any semblance of intelligence. However, to Ron, he represents a straightforward younger brother, still in his youth, with an undeveloped worldview. If nurtured into a commendable naval officer, he could potentially have a profoundly positive impact on this world. Luffy possesses qualities that many lack, characteristics intrinsic to the D clan, subtly influencing those around him. Thus, his journey as a Marine promises to be quite intriguing. Initially, Ron arrived in this world with a rather lethargic attitude, a mindset of merely existing. It was entirely understandable. Upon entering that village, he perceived life here as exceedingly tranquil and harmonious, devoid of calamity, with delectable food and refreshing drinks amidst the idyllic countryside. It was a setting that could easily soothe one's spirit. Before his transference, Ron was merely a cog in the corporate machine, striving in a bustling metropolis, akin to a leaf adrift without roots. What does it mean to call such a vast world home? Some might argue that all within the four seas are brethren, that anywhere could serve as a home. Yet, such notions are merely romantic ideals. When life, that ferocious beast, strikes with a heavy blow, few possess the fortitude to withstand it. In places where one finds a home, work is scarce. Where work abounds, home is absent. If one could work contentedly at home, who would choose to wander afar? Thus, Ron found himself in this predicament. After graduating from university, he moved to a developing city, striving diligently, sacrificing his well-being for a grueling work schedule. Yet, most of his earnings went towards rent and sustenance, leaving little to show for a year's effort. At times, he longed for home, yearning for his parents. He pondered whether a return to the countryside, to a grounded existence, might be preferable. However, the question lingered: what future awaited him there? Establishing a family, acquiring a home and vehicle, where would these aspirations reside? The pressure was immense, so overwhelming that he had forgotten his original dreams. Thus, each day became a cycle of work, and more work, generating immense value only for his employer to purchase a new car annually. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, Ron could not afford a mere square meter in that city. The future remained elusive. Surrounded by individuals numbly toiling away, he observed how they too had forgotten their desires, their childhood aspirations. Watching videos of the younger generation engaged in extreme sports, snowboarding, skydiving, and esports left Ron feeling profoundly reflective. Was he truly a part of this generation? Activities such as snowboarding, photography, and advanced technologies seemed utterly foreign to him. A modest indulgence, like a fine meal, was within reach, but engaging in the pursuits of the younger generation would deplete his savings in an instant. Despair enveloped Ron. He felt estranged from the very essence of youth, a sentiment that the younger generation seemed to embody. The choices that left the older generation envious only deepened his confusion. Choices? Were there truly any? Many endeavors were pursued despite their futility, not out of valor, but due to a lack of alternatives. The mounting pressures rendered Ron's mood bleak, and his overall state deteriorated. Eventually, an unfortunate car accident led him into the world of pirates. Upon arriving in this new realm, he initially sought systems and golden opportunities, acutely aware of the perils that lay ahead. However, the tranquility of rural life gradually eased his anxieties, allowing him to shed the burdens that had weighed him down. He began to relish this pastoral existence. And thus, 3 years passed, until the inevitable arrival of pirates loomed on the horizon. Ron's tender haven has finally been shattered. Ron profoundly realized the stark inequities of the world, where the law of the jungle prevails. In this realm, the weak are consumed by the strong, and if one lacks sufficient strength, they risk being devoured. From that moment forth, Ron nurtured a heart of a warrior. Yet beneath this fierce exterior lay a soul yearning for tranquility. He wished for others to be free from the anxieties that plagued him, to escape the burdens of pressure that weighed heavily upon him. His desire was to enable everyone to live a more joyful existence, uncrushed by the weight of life's demands. This world, while fraught with darkness, also harbors its share of light. The cruelty of its rules, survival of the fittest, casts a long shadow. However, there remain many places untouched by such harshness, where simplicity prevails and happiness is attainable. Thus, Ron felt an imperative to seek vengeance, not merely for himself, but to eradicate the multitude of those who perpetuate suffering, so that more individuals might lead lives filled with joy. Perhaps it was the effects of too much drink that fueled these thoughts. Ron found himself lost in thought, pondering whether his ideals were perhaps too lofty and grand. His musings were fragmented. At one moment he reflected on his homeland from a past life, and the next moment he considered his current home. Meanwhile, the ship continued its voyage, steadfastly pushing forward. Even against the headwinds, it could slice through the waves with determination. Is life not akin to this journey? Ron set his glass down, seemingly struck by a moment of clarity. Regardless of the challenges life presents, whether resolved or not, existence must persist. Everyone aspires to look ahead. Much like this vessel, it sails swiftly with the wind at its back and slows in the face of adversity. Yet, it is always in motion. Are you pondering the intricacies of life once more? Ain appeared, though Ron could not discern when. He approached from behind and gently embraced Ron. We still have important matters to attend to, do we not? Important matters. Ron gazed at the scenery, his mind entangled in a myriad of chaotic reflections, lamenting that in the contemplation of life, he had forgotten what pressing matters remained unattended. In just a few days, they would arrive at the naval headquarters, where it was likely that numerous restrictions would be imposed. Thus, in these fleeting days, they ought to engage in more earnest pursuits. A hint of crimson graced Ein's cheeks. After all, it was rather awkward for a young lady to broach such a subject. What earnest pursuits? Regrettably, Ron's musings on life had not yet returned to the present, leaving him momentarily out of sync with Ein's wavelength. It has been quite some time since we last engaged in a meaningful conversation, Ein murmured, her face now entirely flushed. Ron immediately comprehended Ein's intent. Without hesitation, he rose and carried Ein into the cabin. Here, 18,000 words are omitted. Chapter 94. The 2 years following the terrifying general. Ron and Ein were both assigned to the command of Admiral Borsellino, who is known as Admiral Katakuri. He is a senior officer in the Navy responsible for the scientific units. Working under Katakuri means that they would hear his signature phrase daily, "Kao-ine," which roughly translates to "how terrifying." Katakuri often utters this expression, regardless of the circumstances he encounters, emphasizing his unique demeanor. After 2 years of learning under Katakuri's tutelage, Ron experienced considerable personal growth. During this time, Katakuri imparted some knowledge to Ron, although it was not through direct instruction. Rather, Ron gleaned insights by observing Katakuri. Moreover, due to the nature of Katakuri's work, Ron had access to a plethora of scientific literature, enriching his understanding of various scientific concepts. However, it appears that Ron is not particularly adept in firearms knowledge. Despite his studies in mechanical structures, he struggled to create firearms that aligned with his vision. Instead, he ended up fabricating several enormous cauldrons. Now, he is further developing his physical abilities and fruit powers. Ron has completely mastered the Navy's 6 styles. After his transformation, he has reached a towering height of 20 meters. It is evident that his growth over the past 2 years has been substantial. In addition to this, the world itself has undergone significant changes. The 4th Emperor of the Sea has finally emerged. Red-haired Shanks successfully ascended to this title last year, marking the full emergence of the 4 Emperors of the Sea. In contrast, the Navy's power has waned considerably. Each of the 4 Emperors possesses strength that slightly surpasses that of the Admirals, and each Emperor commands formidable subordinates. The strongest pirate crew undoubtedly belongs to the Whitebeard pirates. Among Whitebeard's key subordinates are Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, who wields the Zoan-type bird fruit in its mythical phoenix form, granting him extraordinary regenerative capabilities. Jozu, the captain of the 3rd Division, renowned for his exceptional defensive prowess. Sachi, the captain of the 4th Division, whose gentle demeanor belies his formidable combat skills. And Vista, the captain of the 5th Division, nicknamed Flower Sword, a top-tier swordsman whose strength, while slightly inferior to Mihawk's, places him firmly among the elite of swordsmanship. Next, we have the red-haired pirates, a rising force. Despite being newcomers, the likes of Ben Beckman, Yasop, and Lucky Roo possess formidable combat abilities that should not be underestimated. Following them is Kaido's crew, which boasts the 3 disasters and the 6 sons. While the 6 sons have yet to achieve fame, the 3 disasters are already well known. The fire disaster, Ash, who wields the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit in its pteranodon form. The plague disaster, Queen, who possesses the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit in its Brachiosaurus form. And the famine disaster, Jack, who commands the ancient Zoan-type elephant fruit in its mammoth form. Among the 4 Emperor's crews, Charlotte Linlin's crew is considered the weakest. However, some exceptional talents have emerged among her offspring, such as the mature and composed Katakuri, who remains undefeated after years in the field. Charlotte Smoothie, though still young, showcases incredible talent and strength, and Charlotte Cracker, who is powerful and possesses advanced Busashoka Haki, making him a rare opponent in the New World. To curb the development of the 4 Emperors, the Navy has accelerated its recruitment of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Bartholomew Kuma has successfully joined their ranks, as has Jinbei. The final warlord is under the watchful eye of the world government, eager to observe the outcome of his impending clash with the 4 Emperors. Indeed, Moonlight Moria is preparing to engage in battle with Kaido of the 4 Emperors. This year, Luffy has turned 9, while Nami has reached the age of 10. Ron applied for leave to the East Sea, and General Borsellino also acquiesced to his request. Significant events are set to unfold this year. Why return to the East Sea at this time? Ein inquired. Of course, There are matters to attend to, came the reply. Ron chuckled, remarking, over the course of these 2 years, we have both grown significantly. This time, it could be seen as an opportunity to showcase our skills in the East Sea. Yet, why venture to the East Sea? Known to be the weakest of all maritime regions? An inquired. Indeed, I have a premonition that something may transpire in the East Sea. Its reputation as the most feeble sea is universally acknowledged. Not only are you and I aware of it, but many pirates are as well. Thus, it is possible that some pirates might be lurking there, seeking to establish themselves. What do you propose we do then? I replied with a grin. As it happens, I have a friend in the East Sea who has invited me several times. I have yet to visit despite his generous offers of oranges. Oh, is it Belmer? Ron inquired. How do you know? Ian was somewhat astonished. He had never disclosed his burgeoning friendship with Belmer to Ron, leaving him perplexed about how Ron had come to this knowledge. Could it be that you find Belmer strikingly beautiful and are tempted by her allure? Ian pondered the possibility. Sister, do you truly think I am so lecherous? Besides, she has 2 children now. Why should that stop you? The extraordinary ways of engagement are beyond my imagination. Ron retorted. Ian felt a tinge of embarrassment at this juncture. Over the past 2 years, their exchanges had been frequent and profound. Although stationed at the naval base, they had ample opportunities for deeper interaction. As the duration and frequency of their exchanges increased, so too did the variety of their interactions. Ian had never anticipated that merely seeking deeper engagement could yield such a plethora of communicative forms. Distinctive modes of communication invariably lead to diverse experiences, and conversely, different individuals naturally offer varied communicative encounters. Thus, upon discovering Ron's extensive repertoire of communicative methods, Ian occasionally mused whether Ron might contemplate a change in conversational partner. You do know she has 2 daughters, right? Ian was further taken aback by Ron's knowledge of such intimate details. Sister, how could you forget that it was I who introduced you to? Belmer was once my Marine. After Ron's explanation, Ian felt that there was indeed some truth to his words. She realized that she shouldn't overthink it. It was entirely normal to remember Belmer, which merely indicated Ron's remarkable memory. Moreover, considering that Belmer already had 2 children, it was unlikely that Ron would still harbor any desire for her. It was said that her 2 children were quite adorable. Coincidentally, I should go and take a look. One is named Nami and the other Nojiko. Both names are quite charming. Unremarked with a smile, they sound like the names of 2 little girls. Ron feigned ignorance and said, all right. Let us journey to the East Sea. If there are pirates, we shall eliminate them. If not, we will indulge in the delightful oranges of the region. Ian never anticipated that the 10-year-old Nami, so much younger than herself, would eventually pose a significant threat. Chapter 95, Arlong's Release. Fisher Tiger. The first hero of the Fishman race ascended the Holy Land Mariawa unarmed and liberated a multitude of slaves. However, as the slaves bore the celestial dragon's mark, Fisher Tiger altered the insignia, adding a few additional lines to transform the original mark into a sun-like emblem. Thus, the Sun Pirates were born, rising against oppression and fighting for the welfare of fishmen. They once endeavored to trust humanity, but the outcome was far from satisfactory. Their belief in humans led them to escort a human girl, Carla, back to her homeland. This mission resulted in a fierce assault by the Navy, leaving Fisher Tiger gravely wounded, with Admiral Borsellino executing the operation. Following this injury, Fisher Tiger's faith in humanity waned further. At that time, no fishman could match his blood type, forcing him to rely on human blood for healing. Yet, having been repeatedly deceived by humanity, Fisher Tiger resolutely refused to accept human blood and ultimately passed away in bitterness. After Fisher Tiger's demise, Jinbe succeeded him as the captain of the Sun Pirates. Jinbe upheld the ideals of protecting the Fishman race and exhibited a more tolerant view towards humans, believing in the existence of both good and evil among them. Conversely, Arlong's ideology starkly contrasted with Jinbe's. He viewed humanity as disgraceful and unworthy of trust, believing that fishmen were the greatest race in the world. Consequently, a rift formed between Arlong and Jinbe due to their conflicting beliefs. Arlong was imprisoned in the undersea Great Prison due to his misdeeds at sea, despite their ideological differences. Both had once traversed the world under Fisher Tiger's leadership as members of the Sun Pirates. Thus, upon receiving a government notification, Jinbe, after careful consideration, consented to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, enabling him to better protect Fishman Island. He also requested Arlong's release, as they were brothers in arms. Consequently, Arlong was freed and, after deep contemplation, resolved to venture to the East Sea, the weakest of the 4 seas, where piracy could yield the greatest rewards. Now accompanied by his peculiar fisherman crew, he prepared to dominate the East Sea. The Arlong pirates were officially established. Upon learning of Jinbe's ascension to the warlords, Ron promptly applied for leave, fully aware that Arlong would soon be released. Thus, the East Sea would face a significant crisis. Although Tina was stationed in the East Sea, Ron decided it prudent to embark on the journey himself, ensuring greater safety and minimizing potential casualties. After several days of sailing, Ron and Ian finally arrived at Cocoa Village, the home of Belmere. There lived a little girl with a passion for nautical charts and a man adorned with a hat, scars on his face, and a windmill atop his head. Of course, the man was of little importance and could be disregarded. Ron arrived here with the noble intention of healing and saving lives, certainly not motivated by the presence of 10-year-old Nami or 12-year-old Nojiko. As an exemplary Marine, Ron has consistently adhered to the principle of alleviating suffering, constantly reminding himself of his duty to aid those in distress. Thus, his primary purpose for coming to Cocoa Village was to minimize the loss of life, particularly to prevent the nefarious fisherman Arlong from wreaking havoc and inflicting harm upon humanity. Nami, Nojiko, it's time for your meal. We have guests today. Belmere had prepared a sumptuous lunch to invite Ron and Ian to share. This was a family gathering, and she had called the two children over, intending to introduce them to Ron and Ian. Consequently, Ron beheld two rather charming young girls, one lively and spirited, the other composed and reserved. The shorter, more vivacious one was naturally Nami, while the steadier and more introspective one was Nojiko. Observing the seemingly unremarkable Nami and the equally unassuming Nojiko, he felt a sense of warmth. Ron couldn't help but exclaim, "Why has Nami developed into such a formidable entity in just a few years? It truly is a case of hills rising within the plains. I must admire myself. I am indeed a person of justice." Ron reflected within his heart, pondering his presence in Cocoa West Village, which was solely intended to address the security concerns here. How could Nami and Nojiko, being so young, be the reason for him to resolve the village's issues? "This is Uncle Ron, and this is Sister Ian," Belmere introduced the two children. This statement abruptly pulled Ron back to reality, leaving his mind cluttered with questions. Why was he referred to as Uncle Ron, while Ian was called Sister? "Hello, Uncle Ron." "Hello, Sister Ian," the two children obediently chimed in, which only heightened Ron's embarrassment. If the relationship between Ron and Nami was established on such familial terms, any subsequent actions between him and Nami would be deemed highly inappropriate. "You needn't call me uncle. Simply refer to me as brother," he suggested, feeling the need to clarify the matter, as uncle carried significant weight. "All right, uncle," Nami replied. Meanwhile, Nojiko stifled a giggle nearby. To be candid, both Nojiko and Nami were remarkably innocent and carefree children. From a typical perspective, they were simply two adorable little girls, devoid of any inappropriate thoughts. Yet, when Ron looked at the two children, he could not help but envision scenes from a few years into the future. In the entire pirate world, few could rival Nami's beauty, characterized by her slender waist and long legs, exuding a blend of sensuality and a hint of playfulness. Ron shook his head, casting aside his chaotic thoughts. He gazed at the adorable little girl with golden hair before him. Her arms were pristine, devoid of any tattoos. At this moment, she embodied pure innocence and untainted joy. Had it not been for Ron's arrival, who could have imagined that the immense burden of saving a village rested upon the shoulders of such a young girl, and that this weight had been borne for 8 long years? Ron once again found himself ensnared in a web of fanciful thoughts. The history of this world had been subtly altered by him. "What are you pondering, uncle? Come, let us dine before the food grows cold." Nami thoughtfully served Ron a morsel of delicacy. Ron gazed at the clever and charming little girl before him. Her image both overlapped with and diverged from his recollection of Nami. Ron chuckled. Regardless of the intent, enabling a child to enjoy a healthy childhood is indeed a noble pursuit. Chapter 96. A disastrous start. Haha. This time, that fellow Jinbe from the East Sea should have no sway over us, Along proclaimed with great pride. "Brother Along." "There are times when I believe Brother Jinbe does quite well," Xiaoba interjected gently from the side. "Xiaoba, have you yet to recognize the ugly facade of humanity? How did Brother Fisher Tiger meet his demise? Do you not recall?" Along responded to Xiaoba with grave seriousness. "The coexistence of humans and fishmen is an impossibility. We must leverage our strengths. The fishmen are indeed the most formidable race in this world." Although Xiaoba wished for Along to adopt a less extreme stance, he still chose to accompany him. He had suffered his fair share of discrimination from a young age. Wherever he encountered humans, he could always perceive their disdainful and contemptuous expressions. The Sabaody archipelago boasts a myriad of delightful and captivating sights, and many young fishermen yearn to visit. However, upon sighting merfolk, the expressions of the humans there would instantaneously transform into one of revulsion, an image that Xiao Ba would never forget. Moreover, it is of paramount importance that many fishmen or merfolk in the Sabaody archipelago could trigger a crisis upon their appearance, potentially endangering their very lives. Surely, all humans across the globe must be the same, except for Rayleigh? Xiao Ba pondered, contemplating embarking on a venture alongside Along. In Along's eyes, there were no virtuous humans in this world, save for Edward Newgate, who treated fishmen with equality. Sister Rhine, do you consider bloodlines to be of significance? Ron suddenly posed a question to Ian, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Some assert that having a father of remarkable strength bequeaths numerous talents, thereby enabling one to become even more formidable. Thus, is lineage truly of paramount importance? Must each of us derive our strength from such potent genes? Ron has recently been contemplating this matter, perhaps due to the impending arrival of the fishmen. He believes that extremism is inherently flawed. However, there are moments when understanding is essential. If Aaron and his crew of pirates had received fair treatment from humans at the outset, devoid of discrimination and disdain, would the circumstances have been different? Ron mused that lineage holds both significance and insignificance. After a brief period of reflection, Aaron concluded that even the most gifted individuals cannot realize their full potential if their talents are not harnessed in the right contexts. I am convinced that everyone possesses their own unique areas of genius. By nurturing these talents, one can become increasingly formidable. And what if one does not fully exploit their abilities? As long as we pursue our endeavors with sincerity, progress will inevitably follow. Sister, you possess a wealth of knowledge. Ron smiled and said, "These are the principles imparted to me by my teacher." Ian chuckled in response, recalling how, during his youth, the teacher favored the recruitment of exceptionally talented students, believing that such individuals could cultivate a more robust navy, thereby enhancing the enforcement of justice in our world. However, with the passage of time, the teacher came to recognize that true talent was a rarity. The majority of individuals are quite ordinary. It is we, the multitude of common people, who constitute this world, while those with extraordinary gifts are but anomalies among the masses. Indeed, the Navy cannot function without its 3 admirals. Yet is it solely comprised of them? It is built upon the collective efforts of diligent and earnest sailors like us. Therefore, the relentless pursuit of lineage holds little significance. The importance of effort and perseverance cannot be overstated, Ian asserted. But many individuals possess remarkable talent, he continued. When such individuals dedicate themselves to rigorous training and hard work, does that not underscore the importance of lineage? You seem rather peculiar today. Why pose such a question? Ian remarked, gently placing his hand on Ron's forehead. You don't appear to have a fever. What prompts this inquiry? Sister, have you heard of the fishmen? Ron inquired. These beings possess strength several times that of a human, excelling far beyond us in aquatic environments. I have indeed heard of them. This is quite normal, is it not? We have fishmen within our navy, Ian replied. Do you then believe that their inherent lineage makes them formidable adversaries? No, Ron pondered. I merely contemplate whether, in this world, innate talent holds greater significance. It seems that those endowed with talent outperform ordinary individuals in terms of training speed and various other aspects. Ron remarked, cease your unfounded speculations. Are you not also the one endowed with extraordinary talent? Ian responded with a smile. Could it be that the one who has come to us this time is none other than the fishman? Suddenly, Ian had a realization. Ron nodded. The immense power of such races and talents is beyond imagination. Had we not been here, the Eastern Sea would have undoubtedly suffered greatly. When did you become so sentimental? Ian inquired. Indeed, I find myself feeling rather melancholic. Ron pondered for a moment and spoke. Recently, he had been contemplating numerous intricate matters. For instance, in the world of One Piece, many individuals possess astonishing powers. Typically, those endowed with such remarkable abilities often have impressive backgrounds or connections. Take Luffy, for example. His grandfather, Garp, is a paragon of the Navy, one of its most formidable forces. Zoro's master is Kushiru, a master swordsman among the Revolutionary Army. Sanji is the prince of Germa 66, a kingdom in the North Sea. Usopp's father is the foremost sniper of the red-haired pirates, soon to become the world's greatest marksman. Frankie's mentor was the shipwright who built for the Pirate King, Roger. Tom crafted one of the most magnificent ships in existence. Thus, one must ponder, Is lineage truly of paramount importance? Charge forth and annihilate these lowly humans. We fishmen are the greatest race in this world. They are merely meant to serve us as slaves. Arlong, alongside his comrades, surged into a quaint village in the East Sea, commencing a brutal slaughter. Recently released from imprisonment, Arlong harbored immense animosity towards humans, leading the group to resolve to eliminate their foes swiftly before contemplating the fishman pirate crew's aspirations in the East Sea. News of the carnage spread rapidly. Ron also received the news that a village in the East Sea had suffered a massacre, leaving no survivors. Ron was filled with rage. How could such a thing occur before my very eyes for the second time? Without delay, he sprang into action. Sister, you stay here to protect them. I can handle this alone. With that, Ron charged forward. He contemplated many thoughts, but ultimately realized that overthinking was futile. What truly mattered was to commit himself to action. Chapter 97. Annihilation. During the past 2 years at the side of Admiral Borsalino, Ron had absorbed a wealth of knowledge and participated in numerous battles. However, the ambiguous sense of justice wielded by Admiral Borsalino had also clouded some of Ron's judgments. Before undertaking any task, Ron contemplates a myriad of questions, reflecting on the intricacies of cause and effect, as well as the potential repercussions of his actions. Consequently, his thoughts often drift further and further afield. This divergent thinking leads him to ponder various topics, from the racial disparities between fishmen and humans to the implications of lineage. In a moment of introspection, he recalls the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, many of whom possess formidable backgrounds, leading him to question the significance of bloodlines in their world. Ein's perspective resonates with him. While lineage holds considerable weight, innate talent without diligent cultivation ultimately yields little success. Suddenly, an image surfaces in Ron's mind. We are all sons of the sea. Be my son. These were the words of Whitebeard. In many respects, society may place great emphasis on bloodlines, yet Whitebeard remained indifferent to such notions. Whether it was Ace or Blackbeard, he treated them with the sincerity of a father. He was not only the strongest man in the world, but also one of its most tender-hearted. If one were to categorize One Piece as a tale of lineage, the character epitomizing the antithesis of such a theme would undoubtedly be Edward Newgate. Many wonder why the narrative centers around these extraordinary descendants rather than ordinary children embarking on maritime adventures. Luffy boasts a grandfather who is the world's mightiest marine, a revolutionary father, a guide of the Emperor Caliber, and the tutelage of the former Pirate King's first mate, Rayleigh. Zoro learned from the finest swordsman in the Revolutionary Army and later trained under the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. Sanji, though he disavows his lineage, is still a member of the Vinsmoke family, bearing their combat legacy. Usopp, despite his timidity, is the son of the world's greatest sniper, Yasopp. Thus, Ron poses the question, does this world truly prioritize bloodlines? One Piece does indeed resemble a narrative steeped in lineage, yet he has ultimately come to a realization. Spurred by his fisherman perspective, it is the individual who planted his flag upon Fishman Island, merely a banner, yet it instilled fear in countless hearts, deterring them from the thought of hunting fishmen. That individual was none other than Edward Newgate, who famously proclaimed, "All are sons of the sea." He disregarded the significance of bloodlines. Anyone aboard his ship would receive his unwavering protection, even though Ace was the son of Roger. Whitebeard meticulously guided him to become the captain of the 2nd Division. Ultimately, what significance do these entanglements hold? Ron chuckled. Why do I ponder so many matters? Numerous questions have already been resolved in the annals of history. Yet, I truly do not wish for these 2 old men to perish. In recent years, Ron has been preoccupied with myriad thoughts. Despite his significant enhancement in strength, he is acutely aware of the harsh realities of this world. Consequently, there are moments when he grapples with concerns about whether his abilities are sufficient to safeguard those he wishes to protect. This year marks the 5th anniversary of Ron's tenure as a student of Zephyr. It is also the year when a notorious pirate, deemed exceedingly formidable by the Admiral Borsalino, is set to invade Zephyr's base. Even though Ron has grown considerably stronger and has undergone extensive training, can he truly defeat Edward Weevil? The young man muses. Yet he realizes that contemplation pales in comparison to action. Ron reminisced about the words once spoken by Garp, who seemed to possess profound insights into Ron's character. Garp was already aware of Luffy's venture into the Navy and knew that Ron had introduced Ace to the formidable red-haired Shanks. At times, Ron found himself overthinking, lacking the impulsiveness that had once defined him. It was during such moments that Garp imparted his wisdom. No matter how much you ponder, it is better to take action. When faced with a complex situation and unsure of where to begin, start with the task at hand. These profound words, spoken by Garp, struck Ron with an unexpected resonance. However, he now comprehended their true meaning. Then let us focus on the task before us. The sails billowed as the ship sailed swiftly, soon arriving at their destination. This place was not far from the village where Arlong had committed his crimes. At this moment, the village remained unscathed, as Arlong prepared to establish Arlong Park. A celebration was underway, commemorating their victory in the first battle since arriving in the East Blue. Ah, is there anything more liberating than this life? One mused. Indeed. Life with Brother Arlong is nothing short of comfortable. Enough chatter, let us continue to drink. Today, we shall not return sober. Ron had long sensed the situation from afar. Due to the keen instincts of animals, coupled with the development of fruit, his perceptions had sharpened, enhanced by his mastery of observation hockey, allowing him to sense far beyond the ordinary. Regardless of any past grievances or the hardships of one's childhood, such experiences are utterly devoid of pity, Ron softly remarked. Many are fond of the Joker and feel sympathy for him. Indeed, after being unjustly treated by fate, a person's character may become somewhat distorted. However, such circumstances do not justify malevolence. Batman too endured a profoundly painful childhood, so why did he grow into a figure capable of saving the world? He is deserving of compassion, yet I shall not show him mercy. Boom. Ron leapt up with lightning speed, swiftly transforming into a colossal titan towering at 20 meters. His form was enveloped in dark clouds, within which flickered the hidden sparks of lightning. Ron delivered a powerful kick towards Aaron's makeshift base. With a resounding crack, the structure was instantaneously obliterated. The most shocking aspect was that before they could comprehend the situation, their base had already been reduced to smoldering ruins. Who could have done this? Prior to their celebratory feast, Aaron's pirate crew had meticulously conducted reconnaissance, discovering that there were no naval bases in the vicinity. The nearest naval station was a 3-day journey away, leading them to believe they were beyond any threat. Thus, they indulged in their festivities with carefree joy. Yet, to their astonishment, an intruder had indeed arrived. It was I. Ron softly responded as he unleashed another punch. Boom. The celebratory feast attendees, including Aaron, were sent flying by Ron's blow. Some met their demise on the spot, while others suffered grave internal injuries, their lives hanging by a thread. Regardless of a pirate's formidable strength, they undeniably inflict tremendous devastation upon this world. Ron sighed, lamenting the fact that he had thought of so many things. Indeed, some individuals are worthy of sympathy, yet one should not show leniency. With just 2 moves, the Arlong pirates could be completely eradicated. Chapter 98. Jinbei's fury. Having just joined the 7 warlords, Jinbei was still reluctant to see his brother suffer in the depths of the underwater prison. Thus, he implored the world government to release his comrade Arlong and others. This was one of the conditions for his acceptance into the 7 warlords. Given the increasingly formidable influence of the Sea Emperor, the world government was in urgent need of the 7 warlords to help maintain a balance of power and enhance their strength, hence they acquiesced to Jinbei's request. However, it had barely been a month since Arlong and his crew were released, and they were all brutally slain in the East Sea at the hands of a naval colonel. Consequently, Jinbei began to doubt the sincerity of the Navy and sought clarification on the matter. He certainly did not wish to confront the naval headquarters directly, for given the Navy's bold actions against Arlong, he feared he might be captured as well. Therefore, he chose to question Sengoku directly via telephone. I have already agreed to become a 7 warlord, yet you have failed to uphold your end of the bargain, Jinbei declared with great indignation. Surely, an explanation regarding Arlong's demise is warranted. Why was he killed immediately upon his release? Is this what you intended? Jinbei's suspicions were well-founded, as the Navy had never been particularly inclined to release those imprisoned in the underwater prison. However, in order to facilitate Jinbei's ascension to the position of warlord, they reluctantly agreed to his demands. It is worth noting that the strength of Arlong and his crew was not deemed significant enough to pose a major threat upon their release. Had Jinbei requested the release of inmates from the 6th level of the underwater prison, Sengoku would have categorically denied such a request. This was not my intention. Our subordinates simply executed him, Sengoku responded with a somewhat indifferent tone. Colonel Ron has maintained a steady course over the past 2 years, rarely resorting to lethal measures against pirates, which suggests that the Arlong pirates must have committed heinous acts. I have serious doubts regarding your attitude, Sengoku. You deceived me into becoming a 7 warlord, only to turn around and kill my brothers. Do you truly believe I am under your control? Jinbei's voice resounded with fury. I shall not continue as a warlord. For Jinbei, the choice to become a 7 warlord indeed offered significant advantages in protecting Fishman Island. However, He felt no compulsion to maintain that status. As the captain of the Sun Pirates, he could still safeguard his homeland. Moreover, Fishman Island currently fell under the domain of Whitebeard, and no one dared to threaten it. I hope you reconsider. Such opportunities are rare, and you are not the only powerful pirate out there. As for your brothers, I trust you are aware of their true nature, Sengoku remarked. He was often troubled by the Sea Emperor's affairs and, at times, was compelled to make sacrifices to achieve a balance, thus opting for a system like the Seven Warlords that granted powerful pirates the legal right to plunder, thereby restraining the growth of lesser pirates. Nevertheless, he harbored a deep-seated aversion towards criminals and many pirates. He would not resort to such means unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, the Arlong pirates were indeed criminals who had committed numerous atrocious deeds, and their demise in the East Sea was a fitting consequence. It appears we are at an impasse. If that is the case, then I shall withdraw. Seek others for the position of warlord, Jinbei declared, filled with rage. He had not expected that even before fully joining the Seven Warlords, Sengoku would treat him with such disrespect, unwilling even to offer words of comfort. Neglecting to uphold the faade of diplomacy, he resolutely refused to accept the title of warlord any longer, intent on fortifying the Sun Pirates and becoming an exemplary captain. Sengoku hung up the phone with a bittersweet smile. Ron remains as troublesome as ever. I had hoped that after 2 years of silence, he might exhibit some restraint. Yet he has cost me a promising candidate for the Seven Warlords. Jinbei, the sea hero, is indeed an excellent choice. He is remarkably loyal. However, I sense flaws within the system. This approach is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, Tsuru remarked. I understand your perspective, however. The situation in the New World is intricate and ever-changing. The strength of our navy is not robust enough at present and requires further enhancement. We shall strive to bolster our technological prowess, aiming to eventually replace the need for the Seven Warlords, Sengoku assured, having already devised a plan. The Navy boasted the world's finest scientists, capable of creating wonders with technology that is centuries ahead. However, their research was still in its infancy, lacking the production of formidable weaponry that could elevate the Navy's overall strength, thus necessitating the reliance on the Seven Warlords to maintain a semblance of balance at sea. Do you believe Ron acted incorrectly? Tsuru inquired. Sengoku pondered for a moment. Eradicating pirates is the duty of every naval officer. I believe he has made no errors. It is merely the timing of his actions that is questionable. He could have bided his time before taking action. Tsuru grasped Sengoku's implication. Are you suggesting that we allow Arlong to continue his malevolence for a while longer, enabling Jinbei to recognize that Arlong is irredeemable? If we apprehend him at that point, it would be justified, and Jinbei would be more inclined to fulfill his duties as a warlord. Sengoku nodded in reluctant agreement. Yet, such a course would entail the sacrifice of many lives. You realize this, do you not? Tsuru countered. Sengoku glanced at Tsuru, a look of resignation upon his face. I am acutely aware of that. However, certain sacrifices are unavoidable in our pursuit of a grander objective. Consider our ultimate goal. It is to protect more lives. Is it not? Must we exchange lives to safeguard others? Sengoku fell silent upon hearing Tsuru's words. After a moment, he replied, Yet, to eliminate these formidable pirates is no simple task. Our navy has yet to cultivate stronger individuals. We only have 3 admirals. The lack of talent is indeed a challenge. But we must persevere. Soon, we shall witness the dawn of a new era. At this, Tsuru smiled in encouragement. Ron was already regarded as a child of tomorrow. Besides him, Zephyr and 2 other exceptionally talented newcomers had emerged. Though still young, they had already demonstrated astonishing aptitude. If we can hold our ground, I believe that in 10 years, this world will undergo a tremendous transformation. Chapter 99, The Destroyer of the Seven Warlords System. Ron single-handedly obliterated the Arlong pirates. A piece of news that could hardly be contained and would soon circulate widely. Thus, Ron awaited a telephone call from Sengoku. Jinbei had likely just recently joined the Shichibukai, which meant this was a period of adjustment between the Navy and Jinbei. During this phase, Ron had directly eliminated all the fishmen of the Fishman pirates, an act that could easily incite Jinbei's wrath, potentially leading to his resignation from the Shichibukai. Therefore, Ron speculated that the old man Sengoku would contact him in a few days. However, days passed without a word from Sengoku. The affairs concerning the pirates had been resolved, and it was time for us to depart, sister. Thus, Ron and I took their leave. Goodbye, Nami and Nojiko. Farewell, Belmare. Nami and Nojiko were delightfully innocent. Still in their youth, a time meant for joy and happiness. Ron gazed at their joyful expressions, as if he had been transported back to his own childhood. Farewell, dear Uncle Fat. Ron did not perceive himself as particularly overweight, yet Nami seemed to take great delight in calling him Fat Uncle. Perhaps it was due to Ron's tall stature and robust build. Thus, he bid farewell to the 10-year-old Nami and the 12-year-old Kobe. At this moment, Ron had already reached the age of 20. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent many years in this world. He had now ascended to the rank of Navy Colonel, having also studied under Kizaru for 2 years, which had yielded some progress. Now that he had ventured out, it was time to initiate some significant events. My apologies, Admiral Sengoku, but your plan concerning the 7 warlords may soon face considerable peril. Ron pondered, where shall we go next? Should we return? And replied, our next destination is a very ancient kingdom, Alabaston. Ron smiled and remarked, it has been quite some time since I last captured a pirate. This time, I intend to seize a significant one. An responded, you genuinely seem to know precisely where the pirates are, don't you? I have always found you quite extraordinary. As if you possess a prescient ability to discern their whereabouts. In truth, it is not foresight, I replied. Sister, if you reflect carefully, you will realize what kinds of places appeal to those pirates. This question prompted Ayn to ponder for a moment. Pirates, indeed, would be drawn to locations abundant with treasures. They would traverse the vicinity of such riches, surveying the terrain, and seize the opportunity to plunder wealth. Precisely, that is an astute observation, senior sister. You truly possess great intelligence. Ron smiled and remarked that the nearest kingdom, Alabasta, likely harbored some exceptionally formidable pirates. Very well, wherever you go, I shall follow, he declared. Ayn, to be honest, had not ventured out to confront pirates for quite some time. Over the past 2 years, he and Ron had been honing their skills under the tutelage of Admiral Kizaru, although they had not acquired much in the way of practical techniques. Instead, they had absorbed a wealth of scientific knowledge. Most of their time had been devoted to diligent training, occasionally receiving a few words of guidance. Frankly speaking, Admiral Kizaru did not exude an air of great diligence. Since that is the case, let us set forth, Ron suggested. Thanks to the technological advantages afforded by the Navy, their journey was remarkably effortless and casual, allowing them to navigate without strictly adhering to the Grand Line. Another crucial point was the reason behind this. The primary aim of traversing the Grand Line was to seek out Raftel. Consequently, everyone pursuing Raftel would follow the route indicated by the records along the Grand Line. The Navy, however, held no interest in Raftel, resulting in Navy ships appearing in various locations. One might even assert that to discover Raftel, one must adhere to the path of the Grand Line, otherwise, it would remain elusive. Yet, it was also possible to reach numerous islands without following the Grand Line's route, as it was not a fixed course. Above, the azure sky was graced by the presence of seagulls, while Ron and Ayn began to engage in some rather meaningful activities aboard the ship. In the past, Ron had been solely responsible for preparing meals for Ayn, crafting a variety of culinary delights. Now, having acquired some cooking skills of her own, Ayn joined him in the kitchen, and together they embarked on their culinary endeavors. Ron specially crafted an apron for Ian. With the apron, cooking became a more ceremonious affair, and Ian, adorned in the apron, exuded a unique charm. Thus, during their culinary endeavors, Ron and Ian also engaged in some physical exercise. A brief workout prior to their meal enhanced the enjoyment of their dining experience. Perhaps the exertion strained Ian's muscles, as he would occasionally let out involuntary sounds, resonating like whispers across the vast ocean, adding a distinct flavor to the moment. Soon, as Ron increased the pace of his exercise, Ian responded swiftly, and their competitive activities transformed into a delightful interplay of rivalry and collaboration. Ron sent AI to be picked up. The exchange between us was fervent, as we pursued each other relentlessly. You were panting with exhaustion, and I too let out desperate shouts. This bout of exercise was exceedingly intense, with both individuals wholeheartedly engaged in a spirited competition and collaboration. It showcased our remarkable skills and an extraordinary level of synergy. Senior sister, do you think I've become more formidable? I must tell you that in our hometown, everyone plays such ball games. Furthermore, our country's athletes consistently emerge as champions. Is that so? No wonder you excel so remarkably. Yet, haven't I also grown significantly? Ron smiled as he gazed at Ayn. I never anticipated that my senior sister would also enjoy such games. This is called table tennis. Our hometown is renowned for producing such skilled players, isn't it? I always find the name rather peculiar, yet this sport truly aids in enhancing physical fitness. Naturally, during our competitive exchanges. The application of observation hockey and armament hockey is subtly honed. Such a small ball demands considerable energy from us, and we must earnestly seek angles that challenge our opponent's ability to return it. In this process, we not only train our bodies but also refine our hockey. More importantly, we cultivate our ability to observe. When dealing with others, we can better identify their weaknesses. I hadn't expected your theories to be quite so profound. Of course, Ron patted his chest and declared, I have perused countless tomes, witnessed myriad events, and garnered a wealth of knowledge, which I shall share with you in due course. However, we still have a considerable distance to traverse before reaching Alabaston. Let us engage in another round. Whoever manages to strike the ball into the sea shall be deemed the loser, subject to the whims of others. Very well, who fears him? A fervent desire to win surged within Ein. He felt compelled to triumph over Ron at least once, refusing to remain perpetually overshadowed. Chapter 100, The Oldest Kingdom, Alabaston. Ron and Ein continued their voyage, ultimately arriving at the Kingdom of Alabasta. This realm is established upon a sandy isle, with vast expanses of desert characterizing much of its territory. Consequently, rainfall is of paramount importance to this nation. Alabasta boasts an illustrious history. It existed long before the seeds of the Tree of Knowledge descended upon O'Hara Island. The exact duration of Alabasta's existence remains untraceable, though the establishment of the Tree of Knowledge on O'Hara occurred approximately 500 years ago. This ancient and grand kingdom is extensive in its dominion, encompassing numerous cities, each with its own unique charm and diverse fauna. It embodies the magnificence befitting a great nation, as a desert kingdom with a rich past. Our journey to Albana and subsequently to Rain Base may require considerable time. Henceforth, it is likely that my senior sister and I will face arduous challenges together. Ron chuckled and remarked, I have indeed heard of the Kingdom of Alabaston, but it seems you possess a deeper understanding than I do. Ein responded with evident perplexity. I have studied diligently, which accounts for my greater knowledge. Thus, our next step is to procure a means of transportation. Perhaps we shall expedite our journey. Ron remarked, all right. Since you are so familiar with this place, the next step is yours. The two had just set foot on the land of the Desert Kingdom and were engaged in casual conversation when, suddenly, a group of kung fu manatees surrounded them. What on earth is this? A sea turtle? Ein exclaimed, taken aback by the sight of such extraordinary creatures approaching him, staring intently with their fists raised, which struck him as rather peculiar. These unique beings of Alabasta, known as kung fu manatees, bore a resemblance to sea turtles with their shell-like backs. However, their limbs were not akin to those of turtles, as they could use their fists much like humans. They had a peculiar penchant for challenging anyone they encountered. If we were to defeat them, they would acknowledge us as their masters. Ron chuckled and said, never underestimate the prowess of a kung fu manatee, dear sister. They can even cultivate a formidable aura. Ein was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that such an ordinary creature could possess the ability to harness such power. So, their strength is quite formidable then? Ein inquired with curiosity. Indeed, they are considered to be exceptionally strong animals, and they possess a notable degree of intelligence as well. Upon uttering these words, Ron was suddenly confronted by several martial arts manatees charging towards him, one of them delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his forehead. However, Ron's reflexes were remarkably swift. His observation hockey had reached an exceptionally advanced level. Despite Admiral Borsellino's notorious laziness and disinterest in physical exertion, Ron had nonetheless learned a great deal from him, mastering the art of observation hockey to a significant extent. After deftly dodging the attack, Ron retaliated with a decisive punch directed at one of the martial arts manatees. In his quest to recruit the manatee as his subordinate and take him as a disciple, Ron refrained from exerting excessive force or transforming himself. Even so, the manatee was sent flying a considerable distance. Subsequently, Ron dispatched the remaining assailants one by one with precise punches. Before long, the martial arts manatees had surrendered, pledging their allegiance to Ron as their master. The formidable prowess of Ron instilled a sense of admiration within them. Their subsequent journey led them towards Albana, the royal capital of the Alabasta Kingdom. At this juncture, should any other beings emerge to obstruct their path, the formidable sea cow would undoubtedly assist Ron in overcoming them. Thus, their passage remained relatively unimpeded, albeit the weather was quite sweltering. Before long, both Ron and Ein found themselves drenched in perspiration. This pace was rather sluggish, and the heat posed significant challenges to their stamina. Ron chuckled and remarked, it might be a tad challenging to find a camel or a hermit crab. Therefore, senior sister, allow me to take you. With that, Ron swiftly transformed. His metamorphosis had evolved significantly from before. His body expanded rapidly, and a dense cloud formation emerged upon his back. This thick cloud loomed ominously, akin to dark storm clouds looming over a city. The oppressive presence of the dense clouds elicited a palpable sense of intimidation. "Your cloud layer appears to be growing thicker. What purpose does it serve?" Anne inquired with great curiosity. "For now, I only know that the cloud behind me can be utilized as a form of intimidation. When my own aura falls short, I can draw upon it for reinforcement. Furthermore, it serves as a kind of armor. Donning it enhances my defensive capabilities, effectively granting me an additional layer of armament akin to the advanced haki." Ron explained, "Indeed. As a creature of the mythical realm, it is truly enviable." Ron retrieved the backpack he had crafted himself and donned it upon his back. Ain exclaimed as he leaped into the depths of Ron's backpack. "All set. Ron, let us ascend." Ron leapt into the sky with Ain in tow. The backpack Ron had fashioned resembled a sleeping bag, providing exceptional comfort within. During its construction, Ron envisioned that should the day arise when he would need to carry Ain, this design would prove to be exceedingly convenient. Today, that foresight has finally come to fruition. Ron swiftly maneuvered through the skies alongside Ain, making their way to the royal capital of Alabasta. Upon arriving in the kingdom of Alabasta, it was imperative that he first met with the king. He intended to have a brief discussion with Cobra regarding the warlord Crocodile. This was not to solicit assistance from Cobra, but rather to inform him of Ron's inquiry into Crocodile's affairs. After all, engaging in any endeavors within this kingdom necessitated communication with the king, facilitating a more efficient process and allowing for a judicious assessment from the sovereign, which could also bolster the Navy's efforts. Should Ron and Crocodile clash directly in the rain, it would undoubtedly result in undesirable repercussions, particularly given that this was the kingdom of Alabasta. Therefore, it was essential for Ron to confer with the king. Hence, he journeyed towards the capital, Alyabarna. Fortunately, along the way, he encountered a rather lecherous hermit crab. This peculiar creature was known for its insatiable lust. If a dancer were to perform before it, the crab would exhibit astonishing bursts of speed. Ron would certainly not allow Ian to perform any feats for him, so he resorted to intimidating him with his Conqueror's Haki. Indeed, Ron had awakened his Conqueror's Haki, albeit not particularly potent, yet sufficient to instill fear in a mere hermit crab. Once he ascended onto the back of the hermit crab, he noticed a significant increase in speed. Ron and his companions headed straight for Alabasta. What fate awaits the kingdom of Alabasta this time? Princess Vivi is merely 8 years old, and Crocodile appears to be around the same age. How well has Crocodile prepared? Regardless, let us commence from this point. The Shichibukai system has its successes, yet its failures are even more numerous. I hope that all that Ron is currently undertaking is not too late. I wish that the one with a scar on his forehead, clad in purple and wielding a dagger, does not succumb to despair from the skin cancer system and resort to self-inflicted blindness. Chapter 101. The formal establishment of Baroque works. It has been a considerable time since arriving in the kingdom of Alabasta. Crocodile has garnered a wealth of knowledge about this nation and has conducted a thorough examination of the entire environment. His purpose for being here is to uncover clues regarding the ancient weapon, Pluton. After his failure against Whitebeard, the once promising youth has realized that personal strength may not be sufficient for his ambitions. Thus, he has shifted focus from merely enhancing his own abilities to seeking the ancient weapon to acquire absolute power and ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Crocodile is undeniably endowed with a rare Logia-type devil fruit ability, granting him immense power and keen intellect. Hence, the desert kingdom of Alabasta is ideally suited for the realization of his ambitions. He has prepared extensively for the Utopia combat plan. In pursuit of the ancient weapon, he has sought out the only historian capable of deciphering ancient scripts in this world, Nico Robin. The next step is the execution of his plan. For this endeavor, he is willing to wait for an extended period, first requiring a sufficient number of individuals to assist in executing various tasks. To instigate turmoil within this nation, controlling rainfall is paramount. There exists a peculiar powder known as dance powder, which, when utilized, will immediately summon rain. However, it simultaneously results in surrounding areas experiencing a prolonged drought. Consequently, the use of dance powder is strictly prohibited in this nation, where water is an invaluable resource. Should a city employ dance powder, neighboring towns may endure months without precipitation, ultimately leading to drought, water scarcity, and diminished crop yields, an exceedingly grave situation. In addition to dance powder, Crocodile can also employ sandstorms to diminish rainfall in the city. His strategy is thus clear. However, to gain dominion over such an ancient kingdom, considerable effort is still required. He has already begun to lay the groundwork for this endeavor. The Baroque works has been officially established, employing a system of pairing male and female members with a hierarchical structure. Each individual possesses a unique alias. For instance, Crocodile is known as Mr. Zero, while Nico Robin is referred to as Miss All Sunday. Among his subordinates is a formidable swordsman who has consumed a devil fruit that allows his entire body to transform into swords. He is named Das Bones, with the alias Mr. One. Mr. One is partnered with Miss Double Finger, originally named Polly, who wields the powers of the Thorn fruit. Her guiding principle is to strike the weak before the strong. This constitutes the initial personnel of Baroque works. Apart from Nico Robin, no one is privy to Crocodile's true identity. Currently, Baroque works is in its nascent stage, seeking to appoint an individual to the role of Mr. Two. A figure named Bon Clay has come into their sights, whose mimicry fruit is highly coveted. Should he encounter Cobra, Bon Clay's imitation of him would yield exceptional results. Therefore, Baroque works is presently in negotiations with Bon Clay. Meanwhile, Ron and Cobra are also deliberating this matter. I have never met anyone named Bon Clay, Cobra replied earnestly. He is a man who enjoys dancing and applying lipstick, partaking in activities akin to those of women. Ron meticulously described the characteristics of Von Cray. There is no such person, Cobra stated with utmost seriousness. Is this individual of significant importance? Ron nodded. This individual had consumed a devil fruit, specifically the mimic fruit, which granted him the ability to flawlessly replicate the appearance of anyone he touched. Therefore, should you encounter him in the future, exercise utmost caution. Should he assume your likeness, it could potentially incite a considerable uproar. Ron spoke earnestly. Crocodile is indeed one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and he has recently eliminated numerous pirates that pose a threat to Alabasta. I perceive him as a diligent and responsible individual. Cobra holds a favorable impression of Crocodile, as the latter has aided Alabasta by dispatching several waves of pirates lately. Under these circumstances, Cobra naturally believes that Crocodile is quite an admirable pirate. Otherwise, he would not have gained the recognition of the world government and attained the status of a warlord. Ultimately, the 7 warlords are still pirates, and determining whether he is a benevolent individual is indeed challenging. We are here to investigate this matter. If he is truly a suitable candidate for the warlords and has made significant contributions to Alabasta, we shall not impede him. Ron smiled as he explained to Cobra. However, if he is merely feigning his intentions, performing these acts solely to earn your trust, with ulterior motives to gain benefits from this nation, then we shall undoubtedly apprehend him. Therefore, you need only observe and investigate discreetly regarding this matter. Concerning the kingdom's security, I personally advise establishing a robust system to withstand external threats. Relying on pirates is unreliable, and even depending on the Navy may not guarantee safety. Ron speaks with remarkable candor. Relying on external forces and others places one in a precarious situation. Should those upon whom you depend withdraw their support, how then shall you navigate your circumstances? Consider this. If your nation becomes overly reliant on a crocodile, what will you do if, one day, he refuses to assist in ridding your country of pirates or, worse yet, turns against you? What if you depend on the protection of the Navy, only to find their arrival delayed? Ron's words indeed possess profound wisdom. The most trustworthy and reliable person in this world should undoubtedly be oneself. For the kingdom of Alabasta to achieve lasting stability and safeguard against the threat of pirates, it is imperative to establish a robust system to address the menace posed by these marauders. Very well, in light of this, I grant you permission to investigate Crocodile within my realm. Cobra acquiesced to Ron and his companion's request. Should you require my assistance, I shall cooperate. Excellent. In that case, prepare yourself for an intriguing spectacle. Ron remarked that when it comes to the methods of seizing a nation, Crocodile stands a tier above Doflamingo. Crocodile's ambition is to become a heroic figure in the eyes of the people, thereby gaining control of the nation amid their adulation. In contrast, Doflamingo employs a more ruthless approach to dominate Dressrosa, transforming those who defy him into mere toys through Sugar's powers. Thus, in terms of cunning, Crocodile undoubtedly outshines Doflamingo. As for strength, Crocodile may not necessarily be inferior to Doflamingo either, marking him as a formidable adversary. Taking a day off. I must admit that I truly wish to avoid any interruptions in my updates. The reason for this hiatus is my physical exhaustion. I am a tutor at an educational institution, as I have previously mentioned in the comments. On weekends, we conduct classes for students, leading to a tight and taxing schedule. Despite such circumstances, I have managed to maintain my updates. However, This week has brought unforeseen challenges. Given the busyness of my weekends, I plan to take a brief respite on Monday to prepare some updates and stockpile content. Unfortunately, my company unexpectedly organized a recruitment event, enlisting a professional team for assistance. Thus, on Monday around 5 p.m., we gathered at the office for a meeting and received training from this professional team, which stretched until midnight. I believe I have already addressed this issue in yesterday's chapter. Consequently, I adopted a haphazard updating method, intending to rectify it post-midnight. My body, however, could not withstand the strain. I managed to finish my revisions around 1 or 2 in the morning, but sleep eluded me. I attempted various methods to induce slumber, tossing and turning, likely due to the stresses brought on by the recruitment team, resulting in a restless night. By 5 a.m., I still hadn't slept, and we were set to convene at 6 a.m. for recruitment. Needing to arrive at the school gate by 6:30 to promote our services as parents dropped off their children. Thus, I embarked on the recruitment endeavor with barely any rest. The recruitment lasted until around 8 or 9 p.m. today. My body has reached its limit, and upon returning home, I intended to update and then sleep. However, I was utterly exhausted and fell asleep immediately, only just awakening now. Hence, I am taking a day off. Tomorrow, we will again meet at 6 a.m., and I may not be able to make any revisions, as recruitment might extend until late into the evening. Continuing my leave. My body is still recovering, and the recruitment process remains lengthy, leaving me feeling quite fatigued. Rest assured, dear readers, I anticipate returning to a regular schedule tomorrow. The recruitment activities should not last much longer. Once I regain my routine, I will strive to provide daily updates to make up for this interruption. I sincerely hope for your continued support and offer my deepest apologies. Chapter 102. Rainy Land. Although the Kingdom of Alabasta is established in a desert, it boasts a rich cultural heritage and a generally content populace. Within this realm lies a vast oasis known as Yuba and a vibrant city called Rainy Land, which is relatively young and brimming with life. Rain frequently graces this city, rendering it a blessed locale within Alabasta. Here, Crocodile has established the Baroque Works. Today, the Baroque Works welcomed a new member. Crocodile was in the midst of an interview. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Phone Kelii. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be known as Phone Kelii," Crocodile replied with a smile. "If I am no longer Phone Kelii, what shall my name be?" Upon joining Baroque Works, each of us will receive a code name. Yours shall be Mr. 2. After outlining several matters, Crocodile dismissed Phone Kelii, preparing him for forthcoming tasks. As Baroque Works is in its nascent stage, he must establish a robust system to better fulfill their ambitions. Thus, he is eager to recruit those capable of fulfilling specialized roles. On this day, 2 remarkable individuals arrived. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed through the headquarters of Baroque Works. Perhaps it was another batch of applicants. Crocodile did not anticipate such swift arrivals. He was in search of a candidate for Mr. 4. Yet here were individuals seeking to join. "Come in. What is your name?" Crocodile turned, exhaling a puff of smoke as he glanced at Ron entering the room. "I am Demir Shirakaluan." Ron crafted a rather peculiar name, Demir Shirakaluan. Indeed, it is somewhat lengthy. Crocodile regarded Ron as he entered. "What brings you here?" "I have come to apply for a position. I can deliver unexpected results for the Baroque Works." To gain entry, Ron exerted considerable effort, grooming himself meticulously. His hair was styled, his stature adjusted, and he donned a pair of black-rimmed glasses, presenting himself as quite refined. "What unique abilities can you showcase? Do you possess a devil fruit?" Typically, the members of Baroque Works require personal scrutiny by Crocodile before any invitations are extended for membership. Regarding the candidate for Mr. 2, Crocodile had been on the lookout for quite some time and ultimately settled on Von Clay. Von Clay is exceptionally formidable, boasting remarkable prowess in both martial arts and his devil fruit abilities. Although his fighting style may seem peculiar to some, it is indeed effective. Next is his devil fruit capability, which is astonishingly unique. He possesses the ability to mimic anyone upon touching a person. He can instantly assume their appearance and even replicate their voice. Such a skill is undeniably powerful at all times, particularly as an agent, enhancing Crocodile's future plans. Therefore, he is keen on having Von Clay join their ranks. Moreover, due to Von Clay's distinctive style, Crocodile agreed to forego assigning him a partner, fully trusting in his ability to accomplish tasks independently. As for the candidate for Mr. 3, Crocodile has formulated his own ideas. The individual wielding the candle fruit is also a formidable character and would serve well as a subordinate. Lately, Crocodile has been contemplating when to extend an invitation for an interview to this candle-wielding individual. Once the third member is chosen, Crocodile begins to ponder how to find the fourth. He has searched extensively for a potential Mr. Four for their organization. Unexpectedly, however, someone approached him. He found it rather strange, prompting him to eagerly await Demir Shilikarwan's response. The name, upon first hearing, seems fictitious. In all his experiences, he had never encountered such an elongated name. The individual claimed to possess the human fruit, a mythical Zoan type, resembling a titan. Ron spoke softly, his voice barely above a whisper. As he uttered Crocodile's name in such a hushed tone, he felt a sense of unease. He turned to glance at the figure behind him, Miss All Sunday, known as Nico Robin. He sought her perspective on the matter. You must be the Navy, Ron, correct? Robin gazed at Ron, slowly articulating her thoughts, seeking to decipher the astonishment etched upon his visage. Yet, to her surprise, Ron's expression remained unchanged, maintaining an air of calmness. Crocodile had already undergone a transformation in color, but soon regained his composure. Why had the naval Ron adopted such a name, and what was his purpose in this place? He inhaled a puff of smoke, releasing it in delicate rings before casting a sidelong glance at Ron. Who would have imagined that merely revealing the power of a devil fruit would lead to such swift conjectures about its owner? Ron said with a smile, I have come here to inquire about your plans. Crocodile, it has been quite some time since you became one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Throughout the years, you have remained inactive, yet recently you have been engaging in activities that seemingly align with the duties of a warlord. This raises considerable suspicion, and thus I am here to investigate. Ron candidly revealed his intentions to Crocodile, which took the latter by surprise, prompting a sardonic chuckle. We are in the kingdom of Alabasta, and I am merely aiding in the eradication of pirates, which is precisely what a warlord of the sea ought to do. How could this be a matter of suspicion? Crocodile regarded Ron with a piercing gaze. At this juncture, we are ostensibly in the same employ. Why would you harbor doubts about me? Furthermore, given your position, what could you possibly do if I were to pose a problem? Crocodile's words were undeniably audacious. His prowess indeed formidable. He believed that even if Ron were to uncover something, the latter would be powerless to rectify it. In essence, he could not fathom the source of Ron's confidence. Crucially, Crocodile was convinced that his actions were impeccably concealed. And the notion that a mere youthful subordinate like Ron could unravel his schemes was nothing short of absurd. I currently lack concrete evidence, hence, I am here to investigate you. Should I discover any wrongdoing on your part, I will address it. This, you need not doubt. Ron's response was equally imposing. He was no longer the Ron of yesteryears, who would contemplate every action meticulously. Engaging in a reckless confrontation when one is outmatched is nothing short of suicidal. Such behavior is devoid of intellect. Now, he no longer frets over the prospect of defeat. Apart from a select few elites, Ron believes he possesses the potential to vanquish most adversaries. Ha ha ha, Crocodile laughed, finding himself amused by what he perceived as a grand jest. Chapter 103. Fatigue. Listening to Crocodile's laughter, Ron found it somewhat ironic. Anyone could surmise that the 7 warlords of the sea were a significant decree introduced by the Marine's fleet admiral, and at this juncture, the initiative was still in its nascent stages. Even if the warlords had committed certain transgressions, the Navy would likely turn a blind eye. Thus, without solid evidence, apprehending Crocodile under such circumstances was a formidable challenge. Considering all these factors, Crocodile deemed Ron a rather comical individual. First and foremost, Crocodile himself approached matters with a meticulous attitude. His strength was formidable, yet his cunning was equally sharp. He had devised a plan, though it remained unexecuted. While Ron had stumbled upon certain truths, they were merely conjectures regarding Crocodile's actions and not substantiated proof. Moreover, Crocodile believed his strength had ascended to a formidable level. Though he fell short compared to the likes of Whitebeard and others, he still ranked among the top-tier pirates. If a mere marine could easily apprehend him, then his reputation amassed over the years would be rendered utterly meaningless. The third point is this: what right does a lowly marine have to challenge the system of the 7 warlords? This system was established to balance the powers of the pirate world, a joint initiative by the government and the Marines. How could a mere marine oppose the fleet admiral's orders? Thus, he laughed unabashedly, his mirth unrestrained. I recognize your intelligence and formidable prowess, thus. You may laugh to your heart's content. However, if I were to uncover any incriminating evidence, I believe no one would be able to save you. Ron chuckled, casting a glance at Nico Robin, who stood beside Crocodile, his gaze laden with unspoken implications. Are you suggesting that you will be shadowing my every move for the foreseeable future, ensuring I do not stray from the path? Crocodile replied. Indeed, for a time. I shall be following you closely. The moment you reveal any signs of wrongdoing, I will have no choice but to apprehend you. With a cigar clenched between his teeth, Crocodile erupted into a fit of laughter, finding the situation thoroughly amusing. Tell me, young Marine, do you not have more pressing matters to attend to than seeking trouble with me here? Is it not natural for one of the 7 warlords of the sea to assist the world government? Do you truly believe my actions contravene any laws or regulations? Or perhaps you aim to undermine the recently established and crucial system of the 7 warlords? Crocodile's lengthy discourse was intended to dissuade Ron from lingering, as he had been a warlord for many years and possessed a profound understanding of the responsibilities and advantages that came with such power. Thus, rather than resorting to violence, he chose to issue a warning to Ron. After all, they were ostensibly allies in this moment. In truth, you are correct. I have come here to dismantle the very system of the 7 warlords. Ron smiled as he spoke. In this world, there are indeed more pirates. But I wish for you to grasp one essential truth. The Navy will forever remain the most formidable force in existence. Thus, this system will inevitably be dismantled. I am merely here to catalyze that process. Crocodile, observing Ron's resolute demeanor, found it rather astonishing. Young sailor, I have already cautioned you. I sincerely hope you refrain from causing a disturbance here. The Shichibukai system is currently a pivotal element that could alter the world's balance. Under such circumstances, should I choose to eliminate you, it is likely that I would not face severe repercussions. Therefore, I shall say no more. I trust you comprehend the actions you ought to take and will not intrude upon me further. Crocodile waved his hand, signaling Ron to depart. Ron contemplated for a moment before turning to leave. That being said, I have made it abundantly clear that even if I depart, should you err in any way, I shall return to apprehend you. With that, Ron indeed walked away. Observing Ron's receding figure, Crocodile extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Are you going to kill him? Nico Robin inquired. If I had intended to kill him, I would have acted long ago. Why would I allow him to leave? Crocodile replied. Because you are uncertain of who stands behind him. You do not know if he is the only one who has come here. Robin chuckled and remarked. So you released him merely to ascertain whether he is followed? To discover just how many are investigating you. Am I correct? Upon hearing this, Crocodile burst into laughter, acknowledging Robin's astuteness. Indeed, I have long considered this. Since this individual has come to investigate, it is likely he is not alone. He must be backed by a team or a faction. My task is to uncover the whereabouts of these 2 individuals or their experimental records. And all issues will be resolved. Crocodile spoke with unwavering confidence. P.S. It is essential to avoid pushing oneself to the limits. The recruitment activities spanned 3 days, each involving 12-hour workdays from 6 in the morning until 8 in the evening, with only brief respites during meal times. I have yet to recuperate fully from this ordeal. Today, I shall update just once. I feel as though my state has been adversely affected for an entire week. Tomorrow, I shall strive to do better. Chapter 104. The Great Battle with Crocodile. Crocodile sought to locate Ron's companions through him in a bid to eliminate them all at once. To him, this was a matter of utmost significance, for he understood that investigating him was not a task one could accomplish alone. Moreover, how could the young Ron possibly discern the discrepancies in his actions all by himself? After meticulously contemplating his plan from start to finish, Crocodile realized he bore no apparent flaws. Thus, he suspected that there must be a formidable figure behind Ron. He resolved to eliminate both that individual and Ron. No one could thwart his ambitions of seeking the ancient weapon, Pluton. It struck him as peculiar that he had yet to identify the person who had been in contact with him. Crocodile pondered aloud, could it be that he came alone? To which Nico Robin responded earnestly. Robin had just arrived in the kingdom of Alabasta, collaborating with Crocodile in pursuit of the truth behind history. In this realm, the ancient land of Alabasta, which predates even the all-knowing tree of O'Hara, Robin felt an innate compulsion to thoroughly explore her surroundings. Thus, she accompanied Crocodile on this journey. At this juncture, Crocodile was willing to engage in various endeavors with Robin, as they were in a phase of mutual admiration. A mere marine dares to challenge one of the 7 warlords of the sea? He scoffed, sensing a lack of audacity in such a confrontation. I find it hard to believe he possesses the courage to face someone of your stature. Yet, I cannot help but recall that in your youth, you two were an extraordinarily formidable individual. Ron unexpectedly appeared. Clearly, they had been trailing him at a considerable distance. When exactly did Ron return so suddenly? They were utterly oblivious. Or perhaps Ron's speed was so remarkable that they could not react in time. In his youth, he dared to confront Whitebeard, and after his defeat, he began to delve into the study of ancient weaponry, the Pluton. One must question, Crocodile, has your personal combat prowess diminished? Have you lost your courage? Upon Ron's utterance of these words, Crocodile's expression shifted dramatically. It was not merely because Ron had touched upon a sensitive subject, but more importantly, that Ron was aware of his purpose for being here, to seek the ancient weapon, Pluton. You wish to inquire how I came to know of your scheme? Ron approached Crocodile step by step. Was it really so difficult to guess? Just this one sentence. Crocodile glanced at Ron, then at Robin. So, you are an undercover agent of the Navy? Crocodile inquired. However, he quickly regained his composure. No, that cannot be. How could you possibly be a Navy spy? Nico Robin is the sole survivor of O'Hara. She possesses extensive knowledge about O'Hara and understands many historical truths of this world when it comes to the blank century. Only Nico Robin is capable of providing insight. Therefore, it is improbable that Nico Robin would collaborate with the Navy, particularly since they obliterated O'Hara and destroyed her homeland. Grasping these critical points, Crocodile turned his gaze to Ron. Who on earth are you? To be honest, Crocodile found himself somewhat bewildered at this point. The description of Ron and his various abilities should indeed pertain to the naval newcomer, Ron. Logically, it seems unlikely that he was designed alongside Robin. Yet, how could he possibly be privy to the affairs of the king of the underworld? It is also improbable that Nico Robin would collaborate with the Navy. It appears that your hesitation and contemplation of these matters only serve to affirm my assertion. Ron chuckled and remarked, there is no underworld ruler in Alabasta. Therefore, your desire to seize control of this nation in pursuit of its historical secrets is utterly futile. Crocodile suddenly perceived Ron as an enigma, one that eluded comprehension. Even Nico Robin was unable to decipher him. She was completely baffled by the origin of this individual and perplexed as to how he had unraveled their clandestine scheme. I kindly advise you not to overreach, he continued. The Shichibukai system, in my view, is not an exemplary framework. Many of you aspire to acquire your desires through this system. Yet have you ever contemplated whether it might assist the Navy in counterbalancing the pirates? Ron chuckled and remarked, indeed, it would be a miraculous day when one could expect a group of pirates to experience a moment of conscience. Perhaps even two suns would rise in the sky. Crocodile responded, what, then, is your true purpose for being here? Have you come merely to issue a warning? Even if you possess knowledge of certain matters, or seem to ascertain my intentions, the fact remains that I have yet to act upon them, and thus, you lack any evidence to confront me. You are quite correct. Ron spoke as he removed his military uniform, preparing to transform. As you wish, just kill me here. The Navy cannot touch you. For you are one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a formidable pirate who can offer immense benefits to the Navy. My demise, as a mere lieutenant, holds little significance. But what if I were to kill you? Would that not demonstrate my power and prove my worth to the Navy? With that, Ron transformed into a colossal giant, towering at 20 meters. After 2 years of following Kizaru, he was ready to establish his legacy, beginning with the 7 warlords. His sheer size was not the most formidable aspect. Behind him loomed a dense mass of dark clouds, concealing something ominous within. It seems you are rather unconventional in your methods, Crocodile remarked. Once you have accomplished this, I shall deal with you. Perhaps I can win the hearts of the people, earning the admiration of the Alabasta royal family, who might lend me their support in a critical moment. However, such actions would inevitably cost many Alabasta lives. Thus, I have chosen to confront you directly. If you prevail, take my head. Do as you please without opposition. Should you fall, I shall spare your life. But I hope you will rise against the celestial dragons when the time is right. Ron uttered these words, eliciting laughter from Crocodile, who remarked, ah, youth is indeed a blessing. Do you truly believe you are my rival? At that moment, Crocodile had already transformed, embodying the formidable power of the Sansan fruit, a natural type devil fruit. His strength was indisputable as he advanced menacingly towards Ron. Given his nature as a natural type fruit user, few could land a blow on him. With a resounding thud, he struck Ron with a punch, not deigning to evade Ron's own retaliatory blow, convinced that Ron could not possibly harm him. You are exceedingly naive. Crocodile, Ron retorted. Chapter 105. The first glimmer of brilliance. Many may fail to comprehend Ron's actions, with numerous individuals deeming him meddlesome. However, only those who have endured profound suffering can truly grasp the terror of losing loved ones. Empathy arises from personal loss. Having experienced the anguish of losing family and friends, Ron resolved to join the Navy to uphold justice, aspiring to ensure that others might lead fulfilling lives and evade tragedies akin to his own. Such instances abound. Throughout life, one often finds themselves compelled to fight fervently for certain causes. After enduring a measure of suffering, an individual invariably yearns to shield their cherished ones from similar fates. When such a person harbors grand ideals, envisioning not merely the welfare of a single person or family, but the well-being of an entire nation, one might witness circumstances akin to Ron's. Beyond this, there exists another critical aspect. Ron has already established himself as an exceptional Marine, possessing formidable strength. So why must he commence his journey from the ranks of petty pirates? The first step should indeed begin with the 7 warlords. Some may perceive that being a Marine merely equates to serving as a lackey for the celestial dragons, but such a viewpoint is rather myopic. The Navy represents the most promising path, endowed with unparalleled power and the noblest justification for upholding justice. Moreover, who decrees that a Marine must inevitably become a mere servant to the celestial dragons? Ron harbors numerous minor ambitions, primarily the pursuit of vengeance against his nemesis. After years of contemplation, he has deduced that his adversary resides within the New World, though the precise affiliation with one of the 4 emperors remains uncertain. Ron's modest ambition is to confront the most ruthless of pirates, thereby establishing military merit while ensuring the tranquility of the region. His loftier aspiration, however, is to dismantle the Tenryubito government, restoring serenity and harmony to the world. It is reminiscent of a life Ron once led, akin to a paradise. A life long coveted by many. Verdant hills and flowing waters, melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms, the air crisp and invigorating, the scenery enchanting, succulent and delectable meals. Companionship with those who share one's innermost thoughts. Days spent toiling at dawn and resting at dusk, relishing the blush of dawn as it graces the horizon. One might wade into the river to catch the exquisite red koi as it leaps from the water's surface. In the fields, one could frolic with a lovely maiden, presenting her with a striking flower, adorning her hair with it, or crafting a garland from its blooms. Should their affections flourish, they might sit together to witness the sunset, observing the transformation of the fiery clouds as the sun gradually descends. There exists no pressure, only tranquility and comfort. After the sun has set, one can bask in the serene beauty under the moonlight, enveloped in silence, with a star-studded sky above. Listening to the croaking of frogs and the chirping of insects, one gazes affectionately at the beloved, who peacefully drifts into slumber in one's embrace. There is no clamor, no discord. What a splendid tableau it is! How many dream of living such a life? A home, a spouse, sustenance to eat, water to drink, beautiful landscapes to admire at will, and a serene environment to play and revel in at leisure. Ron once lived a life not dissimilar to this, where, despite the absence of a beautiful companion by his side, the simple pleasures of sustenance and the pastoral joys cultivated a profound sense of tranquility within him. How many souls in this world toil relentlessly, striving merely to exist? Their desires may not encompass the glory of an admiral or the freedom of a pirate's life. Perhaps they seek nothing more than a stable existence. Yet, such a life is nearly elusive in this realm. Beset as it is by nefarious pirates and the oppressive governance of celestial dragons, this world ought to be one of unparalleled beauty. Bang! Crocodile stumbled back several paces. Even though he had achieved the status of a warlord of the sea for many years without any action on his part. I shall not permit you to harm the residents here. Nico Robin was utterly stunned. Although she held a deep admiration for history, she was averse to collaborating with Crocodile, yet felt there was no escape from her predicament. As one of the warlords, Crocodile possessed formidable power, being a natural type user of the Sansan fruit, capable of transforming into his element. In combat, Robin found it impossible to lay a finger on him. However, this young Marine before her could inflict pain upon Crocodile with each strike. What concern do you have for the residents here? Why meddle in affairs that do not pertain to you? Furthermore, on what grounds do you utilize events that have yet to transpire as evidence against me? Crocodile had not anticipated that this newcomer would prove so troublesome, and despite his youthful age, he had mastered the armament hockey. Thus, the overconfident warlord found himself momentarily unable to subdue Ron. While it may not serve as conclusive evidence, your association with the demoness child, Nico Robin, speaks volumes. Ron chuckled and said, "Do you really need a reason to strike?" With that, Ron launched another punch directly at Crocodile. Crocodile immediately went on the defensive. Bang! However, Ron's punch certainly caused Crocodile some discomfort. "I must admit, you possess considerable talent, but this is where it ends," Crocodile remarked. "Oh, is that so?" Ron leaped into the air, the dark clouds gathering ominously behind him. Gradually, rain began to fall. Chapter 106. Why me? This was a newly developed skill of Ron's, which illuminated the significance of innate talent in this world. He had always perceived his own abilities as rather meager within the Navy, even with a remarkable devil fruit. Extensive training was essential to achieve greater prowess. Until now, Ron had often encountered the 7 warlords, or the 4 emperors, during which he had preferred to leverage their strength, or, one might say, to play the role of the underdog. However, the situation was now entirely different. After spending 2 years with Admiral Katakuri, who, despite his laziness, imparted a wealth of knowledge to Ron, the essence of the matter was simple. Instructor Zephyr had once remarked that among his 3 Admiral students, the one with the weakest physical prowess was Katakuri, who overly relied on his devil fruit abilities. Katakuri himself would argue that if one could resolve matters using their devil fruit, there was no need to squander time on physical training. However, to claim that Katakuri's physical skills were subpar would be a gross misjudgment. His abilities were merely somewhat inferior to those of Akainu and Akiji, but by no means lacking. From Ron's observations, it ultimately boiled down to Katakuri's unwillingness to engage in rigorous training. Or perhaps he believed his current physical capabilities sufficed to handle all formidable foes without the need for perfection. Thus, Ron adopted certain aspects of this philosophy, pushing his own devil fruit abilities to their utmost potential, thereby saving considerable time and effort. Now, the clouds behind Ron were ready to unleash rain. Crocodile, you might as well surrender. With his enormous stature coupled with the dense clouds, torrents of rain began to pour down furiously, a combat-style Crocodile detested. Such power at such a young age was indeed impressive. Crocodile, of course, would not capitulate easily. With a swift motion, he summoned a sandstorm that enveloped Ron. The swirling sands hindered Ron's vision. Seizing the opportunity while Ron was momentarily distracted, Crocodile unleashed one of his signature techniques, Desert Blade. This move transformed his arm into a colossal blade, aimed directly at Ron. The blade was extraordinarily sharp, capable of cleaving the earth itself, should it strike true. It could sever him in half. Moonwalk. Fist of Fury. Ron has mastered the Navy 6th style to a remarkable degree, now exhibiting an exceptional level of proficiency. With remarkable agility, he leaped into the air, evading Crocodile's Desert Saber, while simultaneously delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Crocodile's head. His fist was imbued with the force of a tempest, accompanied by his formidable haki. Bang! Ron's speed was unparalleled. Crocodile was sent flying with a single punch. Beside him, Nico Robin was utterly astonished. She had never imagined that one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Sand Crocodile, could be so easily defeated by a mere novice from the Navy. Ron's reputation precedes him. He is indeed a well-known figure, being the esteemed disciple of Zephyr and recognized as one of the most exceptional young talents in the Navy in recent years. However, she did not anticipate that this newcomer would possess such formidable power. Coughing up blood, Crocodile returned once more, intrigued. It had been quite a while since he had encountered such a powerful newcomer. The desert sunflower, in the desert kingdom of Alabasta, serves as Crocodile's domain, allowing him to fully harness the capabilities of his sand fruit. This technique, the desert sunflower, employs the fruit's power to create a vortex beneath the desert, capable of devouring human beings. The principle involves manipulating the flow of underground water veins to control the movement of sand dunes, gradually engulfing the victim. A maneuver also referred to as the desert coffin. The scope of this technique is vast. Ron had to leap into action. Regrettably, my Navy 6th style had become exceedingly proficient. The moonwalk and the Mount Tai meteor strike were among the new techniques developed by Ron. Previously, Ron's moves bore impressively grand names such as Void Great Palm and Arhut Star Shattering Fist. Now, his techniques remain equally spectacular. The last technique, the Wrathful Diamond Fist, had directly caused Crocodile to spit blood. This move, the Mount Tai meteor strike, if successfully executed, might very well incapacitate him. Ron's colossal figure leapt into the air, as dark clouds gathered ominously behind him, unleashing a torrential downpour. Amidst the deluge, Ron's arms and legs were entirely enveloped in armed color hardening. Under such circumstances, Crocodile's movements would be significantly restricted. Bang! Ron descended from the heavens, striking Crocodile with a force reminiscent of Luffy's first encounter with the formidable foe. At that moment, Crocodile's thoughts were consumed by his treacherous schemes against the Alabasta Kingdom, rendering his combat prowess considerably diminished. His focus was entirely on the fabled Pluton weapon, which had drained his courage, causing him to falter from his former glory. The Crescent Dune, one of Crocodile's signature techniques, was not intended to merely strike the opponent, rather. It aimed to make contact, siphoning the moisture from the enemy's body and leaving behind a desiccated husk. Observing Ron's condition, Crocodile resolved to engage him head-on. Curious to see whose attack would prevail, his Crescent Dune or Ron's Mountain Meteor strike. With a resounding crash, Crocodile was severely injured. To prevent himself from becoming a mere mummy, Ron had made extensive preparations, including summoning clouds behind him to unleash rain, specifically devised to counter Crocodile's lethal technique. Although the Crescent Dune posed a significant threat to Ron, whose mastery of observation and armament hockey was formidable, his physical resilience, coupled with his defensive measures, ensured that his moisture was not entirely drained. Before Ron could be completely desiccated and transformed into a lifeless corpse, Crocodile's defeat had already been etched in fate. He was forcefully driven into the sand pit, a place where, as a user of the sand fruit, one would typically find solace. Yet, the magnitude of Ron's hockey and his immense size rendered Crocodile incapable of continuing the battle, leaving him severely wounded. "You have been defeated," Ron smiled and said. "The plan has yet to be executed. Even if you possess some knowledge, those unfulfilled matters remain non-existent and cannot serve as evidence. What is your true intention in this?" Crocodile found himself perplexed. "There are certain matters that do not require excessive inquiry. Simply remove yourself from this place and restore tranquility to Alabasta. I am capable of pretending as if nothing has transpired." Ron's series of actions left them feeling utterly perplexed. Robin and Crocodile are both puzzled, unable to comprehend the true motives behind Ron's actions. How could one imprison the warlords of the sea in the depths of the undersea prison without any evidence? Moreover, it appears that Ron does not intend to apprehend Crocodile. It is indeed a curious situation, and nothing truly seems to have transpired. Robin spoke in confusion. Chapter 107, Feeling Despair. Crocodile had initially prepared for a grand scheme, yet all had crumbled before the inception, leaving him in disarray. He gazed skyward, perplexed by the flaws in his plan, which had not even been executed. Why had Ron suddenly appeared here? What compelled him to undertake such self-sabotaging actions? Did he comprehend the effort Crocodile had expended in the pursuit of Nico Robin? Upon locating her, Crocodile believed his plan would commence seamlessly with the recruitment initiative for Baroque Works. He had already identified several candidates, complete with codenames and a structured combat strength hierarchy. Crocodile aimed to recruit at least MR8, with each male agent designated by the title MR followed by a numeral, from MR1 to MR8, indicating decreasing strength. Should any agent fail in their mission, their predecessor would eliminate them. For instance, if MR2 were to falter, MR1 would be tasked with disposing of him. Adhering to the principle of gender pairing for efficiency, Crocodile also instituted a mixed gender system for Baroque Works. His codename was Mr. Zero, while Robin's was Mr. All Sunday. Except for MR2, Foamcly, each agent would be assigned a female partner, and the names of these women must correspond to holiday codenames. Thus, he had conceived many such codenames. With this meticulously crafted system in place, Crocodile awaited the assembly of his team to initiate his plans. Intending to instill in them the understanding that the work at Baroque Works was arduous, demanding their unwavering commitment, as failure could lead to dire consequences. Crucially, this unique system ensured that none of the operatives would ever learn Crocodile's true identity. This arrangement was impeccably devised. In this desert kingdom, Crocodile, a master of sand manipulation, found himself in an advantageous position, as the scarcity of water in the desert posed significant challenges. To induce a water crisis, Crocodile had devised the dance powder plan. The kingdom's primary water source relied on rainfall, which was vital. An invention known as dance powder was created to facilitate rain. However, it was soon discovered that this method resulted in predatory rain patterns, depriving neighboring cities of their rightful precipitation. Consequently, Alabasta had banned the use of dance powder, understanding that its application in the capital could hinder rainfall across the nation, thereby diminishing its prestige. Beyond dance powder, Crocodile possessed his own methods to impede rainfall. His sandstorms could devastate the rainfall environment, leaving many areas parched. He could exploit this discontent among the populace to incite rebellion against the royal family. With the presence of MR2, the rift between the monarchy and the citizens could be deepened. Such plans seemed idyllic. Once the nation was embroiled in conflict and resources were severely depleted, Crocodile would emerge as a hero to conclude the war, ultimately earning the faith of the entire country. Then he could pursue the fabled Pluton and eliminate Robin, positioning himself as the strongest being in the world. He was willing to bide his time, relishing the journey. Yet, this flawless plan was shattered before it could unfold by Ron. he felt a profound despair. Chapter 108. The next Dressrosa. Though Crocodile was disheartened, he had not suffered significant losses. The abrupt cessation of his plans before their commencement might even prove advantageous. It felt as if a task had been abandoned midway. Ron and Ein departed, leaving no discernible impact on the Alabasta kingdom, which remained unchanged. Cobra remained oblivious to the actions of the two naval officers. Crucially, Crocodile resolved to leave Alabasta. He sensed a somber pall over his life and recognized the need for a mental recalibration. Everything had been meticulously arranged and designed, yet it had concluded in such an unforeseen manner. This was no longer his principal battleground. Perhaps he ought to pursue other avenues. Personal strength was of paramount importance. Crocodile conveyed to Robin that they would part ways. As for those who wish to accompany me, they are welcome to join. The Baroque studio has just been established, and everything is in its nascent stage. Everyone initially hoped to engage in meaningful endeavors, providing an opportunity for the realization of ideals. However, unexpectedly, such an incident has arisen. After some contemplation, Foamkilii resolved to navigate the vast ocean alone, while Mr. One chose to continue following Crocodile. Your sudden appearance here, followed by an equally abrupt resolution of their affairs, raises questions about your true intentions. Ain felt perplexed. She found herself increasingly unable to comprehend Ron's actions. This time, the visit was purportedly to investigate the issues surrounding Crocodile and the 7 warlords of the sea. Yet, upon arrival, she observed no investigation conducted by Ron. Instead, they engaged directly in a battle with Crocodile. Following the confrontation, Crocodile departed from Alabasta, rendering the matter seemingly resolved. It appears that the proximity of this location merely aimed to address the issue of usurpation. However, I had not anticipated their efficiency would fall short of expectations. Thus, this battle seems unlikely to yield any significant accolades for us. Ron found himself in a state of frustration. He had initially believed that Barado's studio had commenced its operations, at the very least, to imprison the king or engage in activities detrimental to the Alabastan royal family, or perhaps cause certain cities in Alabasta to be deprived of rain. However, to his dismay, the studio was still in its nascent stages, and no plans had been set in motion. Ron's journey here felt akin to a futile endeavor, much like striking a blow into a cloud of cotton. Left with no alternatives, Ron resorted to a confrontation with Crocodile, which led to the current predicament, rendering his visit seemingly akin to a mere excursion. I cannot comprehend anything you are saying. What are your plans for the future? Ian inquired, puzzled. My intention is to establish military merit starting from the 7 warlords of the sea. I aspire to build a reputation of significant esteem within the military sector, thereby securing sufficient status and influence, Ron articulated. Are you aiming to achieve a standing akin to that of Mr. Carp? Ian scratched his head, contemplating.